Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. My grandmother was a great one for precepts and proverbs. One of many I remember is, "He that doth what he will, doth not what he ought." That was Grandma's warning against willfulness. The amazing lengths to which perversity can lead you is the extraordinary mystery by Mr. A. Conan Doyle. About to begin.
Edwin, you see before you one of the finest young actors in America. Myself. And I'm getting rich.
Oh, really? You've been acting on the stage in New York?
Well, not exactly. You see, Edwin, I'm very good at disguises. So I act our little part. I'm a young Englishman, a college student, what have you, to induce gentlemen of means to play cards with me. Card playing. That's where the money is.
Our mystery drama, The Cabinet of the Unsolved, is adapted from a story by Conan Doyle, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Yes, will is the cause of woe. Perversity, pig-headedness, obstinacy, all these principles of evil can lead a young man down a path from which there is no turning or returning. We are all born into this world the same way, but the roads we choose are too often our undoing, to which Inspector John Hilliard of Scotland Yard can well testify.
There is a display cabinet at the yard marked Unsolved. In it are items of clothing, weapons, empty bottles of poison, a parasol, even a pocket Bible. Evidence still insufficient to bring the guilty of various crimes to justice. I had in my hand a letter just received, which at long last might be the key to solving the Manchester Express murder. A case which began in London's Euston Station at 4:30 one blustery March afternoon.
Are you taking a Manchester Express, sir?
Yes, we are. First-class coach, please. Are you the train guard?
I am. If you and your lady will follow me, I'll find your compartment.
Oh, one that is empty, if you please. My wife doesn't wish to be disturbed during the journey.
I will if I can. But the 5 o'clock in Manchester is generally crowded. Hey, here we are. Hey, let's try this compartment door, shall we? Oh. I'm sorry, sir. I'm looking for a vacant compartment for this lady and gentleman.
That was a smoking compartment. That man in there was smoking a cigar. The lady cannot abide smoking.
We'll give it another try. If we have to look sharp, the train's about to leave. Oh, this one is vacant, sir. May I hand you up your Gladstone bag?
No, never mind.
Well, in you go, madam. You'll have the entire compartment to yourselves. Now, you, sir. You sure you don't want a hand with that bag?
I said no.
Now shut the door.
Maltby! The station is Maltby.
Good evening, Jim. The train's 5 minutes late.
We'll make it up before she pulls into Manchester.
I say there, do you know that one of your compartment doors is open? Right behind you there. One in first class.
Huh? Did someone just get off?
Not at all. This door was open when you rose rolling in. Here, let's have a look, huh?
That's strange. There was a man with a cigar in there, Houston.
Nobody in here now.
A short, red-faced man with a black beard smoking a big cigar. Oh, that's why I put the gentleman and lady in the next compartment.
Oh, let's ask them. Perhaps they know something.
Oh, my Lord. Will you look at this?
Is he dead?
There's a hole where the heart is. A bullet hole, I warn you.
Lying there. Such a young fellow. Did he get on at Euston?
Oh, not to my knowledge. I've never seen this unfortunate young man before. As I say, I know I put a gentleman and a lady in his compartment.
Are you quite sure, Jim? A lady?
Well, look up there over your head. What do you say?
A lady's parasol.
Oh, you're taller than I am. Would you reach it down from the luggage rack? Oh, yes. That's the parasol she was carrying.
Huh. 3 missing persons and a corpse. Oh, I can't let the train go on to Manchester now.
Oh, you're right.
What you going to say, Jim?
Well, not to expect the express to be on time today. And right quick to get on to Scotland Yard.
That was how I got into the case. 3 hours later, I was in Maltby. I identified myself as from Scotland Yard and found Jim Sloan, the Manchester Express train guard. He took me to the scene of the crime.
Well, there's your body, Inspector, here. Just as the Maltby station master and I found it. We haven't touched the thing.
I'd say the bullet penetrated the heart at close range. Death must have been instantaneous. All right, let's have a go through the man's pockets. Oh, goodness. Look at this, Mr. Sloan. 2 gold watches in his waistcoat. Here's another watch in his ticket pocket.
Is there a ticket, Inspector?
I haven't run across it yet. Another watch in the breast pocket. Oh, that's not all. Look here. This leather strap round his left wrist. There's a watch there also. 6 watches.
Oh, well, I venture to say this man was a pickpocket.
That might explain it. On the other hand, no.
No?
These 2 watches are American make. So is this one. They all are. Rochester Watch Company. Mason Watches, Elmira, New York. Well, now we're finding a few interesting items. A small circular mirror. A silver box with matches. 1 brown leather cigar case. I'd say whatever led to the young gentleman's death, the motive was certainly not robbery.
And no railway ticket?
No ticket. And as far as I can see, back of his shirt, inside his jacket, no marking or labels whatsoever. The 2 you put in here, what luggage did they carry on at Euston Station?
In London? Well, let's see, the gentleman carried a large Gladstone, and he was quite definite about not letting me handle it. And the lady, all she had was that parasol there.
Yes, on the seat. Is that where you found it?
No. No, I'm sorry, we did move it. The station master took it down from the luggage rack at my request. I'm sorry about that. Will you be needing me any further, Inspector?
Oh, yes. But I'll have the yard notify the Northern Railway people that I want you to remain here in Maltby. There'll be an inquest, and we shall need your evidence.
Is Inspector Elliot here?
Yes, Coroner Willoughby. We are ready to give evidence at this inquest.
Thank you, Inspector. Will you lead off?
We of the Yard have concluded that a crime has been committed. Assault and murder. We found no weapon in the compartment.
Ah, yes. That disposes of any suicide theory.
Quite.
Inspector, we have a report here concerning the weapon used. From the bullet obtained in the deceased, it appears to be of small caliber, fired at fairly close range. Do you confirm this?
Absolutely.
Anything to add, Inspector?
At this point, only pure speculation.
Sir?
The question of how or why 3 passengers could leave a moving train, one of them getting on the train during the run between London and Maltby.
I plan to go into that, Inspector. You may step down, sir. Will the train guard, James Sloan, please step forward?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Coroner. Present.
Regarding the inspector's speculation, do you have anything to add?
Oh, you mean you'd like me to repeat what I told you before the inquest began?
If you would be so kind.
Well, the Manchester Express does make one very brief stop before Maltby.
And where is that?
At Monmouth. Or to put on some mail.
And, Mr. Sloan, did you see anyone get on or off the train at Monmouth?
I didn't, but I was fairly occupied loading the mail.
Well, the express make no other stops before you reach Maltby?
Oh, no, sir. There's one spot where we slow up between Pettisford and Cheltenham. Oh, we're making repairs there on the tracks. At that point, we lower our speed to 8-9 miles an hour.
Well, would you say, Mr. Sloan, that at that place it might be possible for a man or even for a particularly active woman to have left the train without serious injury?
Oh, I would say it was possible, yes, sir, Mr. Coroner. Of course, perhaps not unobserved, sir.
Well, who could have seen them?
Well, Pettisford is an hour out of London. We left Houston at 5. That will make it 6-ish. It's possible the railroad gang or plate layers might still have been working there.
Mr. Corner, may I add something here?
Oh, certainly. You are the station master in Maltby, isn't it so?
Yes, sir. I spoke to the foreman of the railroad gang, but they saw nothing.
Oh, so it's the view of you gentlemen, I take it, that someone might have jumped off the train unseen or jumped on.
Coroner, that is our view as well. At 6 o'clock or so, it is fairly dark this time of year. There's probably an embankment.
Oh, yes, sir. Right along there, sir. A steep embankment.
Which could have served to screen anyone from sight. May I suggest, Coroner, that we recess this hearing until I've had the opportunity to actually walk the distance between where did you say the 2 spots were, Sloan?
Pettisford and Cheltenham.
Oh, yes. It is also quite possible that along that route we may discover the murder weapon. How far have we come, Sloan?
Well, I'd say from down here, Inspector, checking the markers on the tracks up there, we walk a bit over 3 miles. Another mile or so, we'll be at Pettisford.
We've been walking quite the reverse of the direction the express took, right? Going due south.
Oh, yes, Inspector. Where we started walking at Cheltenham is where the Manchester Express again picks up its normal speed. Now, in about 100 yards or so is where the train slows up for the track gang.
Ah, well, we haven't run across them.
Oh, well, no, it's Sunday, sir. Nobody works on Sunday.
So it is. You keeping your eyes open, Sloan?
Indeed I am, sir. If there's a gun lying somewhere along here, it won't escape me.
Wait a minute. What's this?
Well, it's a pocket Bible, sir.
Well. What's it say inside? Printed by the Bible Society, London. To my beloved Mary on our wedding day. But the date is obscured, smudged. Under that, for Michael from Mary, August 10th, 1865. And then a third inscription for Edwin from his loving father. No date. All first names. Oh, it's too bad.
Oh, why is that, sir?
This Bible might belong to anybody. No way of identifying to whom it belongs. Oh, well, let's keep on walking.
Oh, Inspector, look there. Those marks on that big flat rock.
Ah. Sloan, I think you found something.
Is it,
I wouldn't take an oath on it, but those stains are not very old. Someone was badly hurt here. I'd say those marks are blood.
Nothing can be more frustrating to students of sleuthing than mysterious disappearances. Couple that with a corpse that rode a train without a ticket, and you've got reason for a lot of head-scratching by Inspector John Hilliard. Does he come up with splinters or solutions? Wait and see when we return with Act 2. Remember the old saying, for want of a nail, the shoe is lost. For want of a shoe, the horse is lost. For want of a horse, the rider is lost. What does that tell us? Don't overlook the tiniest detail. It is that ability to probe and to question that has made Inspector Hilliard his reputation. And sometimes you add up 2 and 2, and 4 is not the answer.
Inspector Hilliard, are you prepared for the resumption of our inquest into murder discovered in a first-class compartment of the Manchester Express?
I am and I am not.
Aren't we being a little cryptic, Inspector?
Coroner Willoughby, we found no identification or manufacturer's labels on the garments worn by the deceased. No papers, some money, a strange, small, circular mirror, and 6 American pocket watches.
Well, have you any theory how the deceased came to be inside the train compartment and yet apparently not visible when the train guard let in the gentleman and the lady?
Yes, I have. He could have been concealed under the seat, which leads me to the second part of the theory. After the train left Euston Station in London, choosing to remain where he was, possibly the deceased overheard some secrets, which were of such a guilty nature that the man and woman dragged the victim from his hiding place and killed him.
You put the death then down to an accident of meeting?
Not the means. That was quite deliberate. But it is hardly likely the 3 could have met in that compartment by design, since Mr. Sloan, the train guard, was the one who opened the door of the compartment for them. The compartment he had intended them to occupy was taken by a gentleman smoking.
A gentleman who, at this point, is also missing.
Quite.
Inspector Hilliard, I understand you've found a pocket Bible and traces of what may be blood on a stone during your examination of the train embankment.
Yes, we have. But so far as I can see at present, there's no connection with your coroner's inquiry here. The small Bible could have been dropped there by anyone, and even if the stains are identified as human, where would that lead us?
I agree. Insufficient evidence to be meaningful to the purposes of this inquest. Anything else?
I'm afraid not at this time.
In view of that, Inspector, we would have no reason to alter or amend the coroner's verdict of murder by a person or persons unknown.
Which brings us up to date. There, right before me, was the yard's display cabinet representing crimes unsolved, filled with what the Maltby coroner had said was insufficient evidence to be meaningful. The parasol, the pocket Bible, the small mirror, the watches, the bullet taken from the deceased, but no gun, no fingerprints, no culprit. In short, no case. That is, until this morning, when I received this letter in my hand. Dear gentlemen of Scotland Yard, the last time I was in London, I was particularly fascinated by your display cabinet in the main hallway marked Cases Unsolved. I would imagine the case of the Manchester Express murder.
And whatever evidence you have collected is now in that cabinet. Perhaps after you've read this letter, you can mark that case solved. My people came from England, immigrating to the States in the 1850s, and settled in the town of Rochester, New York, where my father ran a dry goods store. We were only two sons, my younger brother, Timothy, and I. And one unfortunate day, out of the blue, my mother was stricken and died. My father, who loved her very much, went to pieces and suffered a stroke. Good morning, Father. How did you sleep?
What time is it? Oh, my goodness, I've overslept. The store.
The doctor said the best thing for you to do is rest and take care of your heart.
My heart. She took it with her when she died. My beloved wife. Edwin, on the window seat is her little testament. The one she used to take to church. Bring it here.
I see it.
I want you to have it, Edwin. Dearest Mary would want you to have it. When we were first married, I gave it to her. Never be without it. Do you promise?
I promise.
Not that you need prayers as much as your brother. That Timothy, that boy. You think you can take care of him?
Of course I can, Father. Now, don't you worry about Timothy. And you remember, he's 10 years younger than I am. And even though he's a senior in high school, I can still take him across my knee if he gets out of line.
That's good. He's a wild boy.
It's really about my younger brother, Timothy, that I'm writing you, gentlemen of Scotland Yard. He barely got through high school by the skin of his teeth. And then suddenly, he left home and went to New York City. My father was never again able to get out of bed. He'd ask about Timothy, and I'd make up stories about what a good job he had in the big city and so on. And then, one night... Timothy! Oh, come on in.
Well, hello, Brother Edwin. I want you to meet my friend, Mac McGuire.
Well, come in, both of you.
Well, thank you. You see, Mac? I told you we'd be welcome. Well, how have you been, Edwin?
Aren't you going to ask after Father?
Of course I will. How is he, by the way?
Well, he's had 2 more heart shocks. I keep him in bed.
Oh, I know how it is. My father had a coronary and passed on when I was quite young.
Ours is still alive, but barely. No. He asks after you every day, Timothy. Of course, he has no idea what you're up to in New York City.
And do you?
Well, I have a pretty good idea.
You sound like I was doing something criminal. Mac and I play cards. That's all we do. We give card-playing lessons. You'd be surprised how much people will pay to learn that they have a lot to learn.
Oh, Timothy.
I want you to know, Edwin. May I call you Edwin?
By all means.
I try to take good care of Timothy here. Believe me, he's almost like a brother to me.
Tell Edwin some of my accomplishments, Mac. Brother Edwin, you see before you one of the finest young actors in America. Myself.
Really? Well, you've been acting on the stage in New York?
Not exactly.
Oh, he's very good at disguises, your brother is. He acts out little parts, pretends to be different people in order to induce gentlemen of means to join in a game of cards.
It's a lot more fun than being a storekeeper, Edwin.
Why did you come back to Rochester?
Oh, just to have a place to rest our weary bones until the heat's off.
Well, some of your card-playing clientele didn't feel they got their money's worth, huh?
Look, Brother Edwin, we didn't come here to be criticized. I don't like the tone of your voice.
Well, let me remind you, Brother Timothy, I'm still 10 years older than you are and a lot heavier. I can still give you one good thrashing. Now, you and Mr. McGuire are welcome to stay here for a time, but I warn you. Try any of your card-sharping tricks in this town, and I'll hand you over to the police so fast it'll make your head swim. Brother or no brother? Father wanted to see Timothy, so we went up to his bedroom. I'll say this. It did a lot for him. Timothy was always the favorite. But he and Mac McGuire hadn't been in town a week when I got a call from the police. Timothy had been arrested for passing a forged check.
I said I was sorry, didn't I?
Being sorry isn't good enough, Timothy.
I needed the money. Mac and I had this pigeon all staked out. He was aching for a game, just begging to have his feathers plucked.
You needed a bankroll to cheat someone, and you didn't care how you got it. That's irresponsible, Timothy.
I know I'm unreliable and crazy.
And downright crooked. Now, I've squared it away with the police. The money's being returned. And you're leaving here first thing in the morning.
Where's Mac?
Your good friend? Oh, I saw him at the railroad station with his bag. He's smarter than you, Timothy. He's gone.
I promise. I won't do anything like this again.
Well, I hope so. But ever since we were kids together, you've left a trail of broken promises 10 miles long. Now, brother, you are going to do it my way.
What way is that?
I'm afraid just taking you as far as New York isn't far enough. I mean, have you any idea what this would do to Father if he ever found out that his son was almost jailed for passing a bum check?
And I wouldn't like him to find that out.
Well, I guarantee you he's not going to.
I'll straighten out, I promise.
Well, I'm not waiting for that. You're going to do as I say, or I'll take you down to headquarters right now, tell them I've changed my mind, and let them throw the book at you. The next morning, I got a nurse from the hospital to come in and take care of Father. Told my assistant I'd be gone for a few days and to keep the store running, and I brought Timothy down to New York. I had a friend there, an exporter of American watches who needed a representative in England. Now, the idea of going to London appealed to Timothy. He had no trouble in talking himself into the job and agreed to go to London with a full case of samples at 15% commission on all sales. I remained with Timothy in New York until the boat sailed.
Well, there goes the all-ashore signal. Edwin, thanks a lot for everything. I promise you I'm turning over a brand new leaf and become an honest man.
Well, I hope so. And I know Father will be pleased as anything when I tell him you've got yourself a good job.
Now, you take good care of him, will you, Edwin? And I'll do my part. I promise you I'll never again hold a deck of cards in my hand.
Now, don't make any promises you can't keep.
I can.
Wait, over there, by the lifeboats, isn't that... It's McGuire.
Who?
Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire, will you come over here?
Why, of all people, Timothy, what are you doing on this ship?
Well, I'm going to London.
Now, isn't that a coincidence? So am I.
Timothy, you lied. You had no intention of going straight, did you?
Are you going to London also, Edwin?
Now that you mention it, Mr. McGuire, that may not be such a bad idea. Yes, I'll go and find the purser to see if I can share a cabin with my dear brother.
Edwin, are you going to nursemaid me across the Atlantic all the way to London?
It's a toss-up between that, Timothy, or my informing the police that you're on board.
It takes a bit of doing to expose one's brother in the hope you can cure him, save him from himself. A brother is a friend given by nature, to quote the old saying. Let us hope Timothy will believe Edwin is his friend. Or is Timothy's willfulness and crooked bent uncurable? I dread to find out, but find out we shall when I return with Act 3. Oh, where are we? Oh, yes. Standing beside Inspector John Hilliard in front of a display in Scotland Yard of evidence relating to crimes unsolved. In his hand is a letter, perhaps the key to a mystery that has plagued the yard for years. 3 passengers disappeared from the Manchester Express one day, leaving only a corpse behind them and not enough clues for a solution. The word evidence derives from the Latin meaning to see more. Perhaps this letter the inspector is reading will enable him to see more.
Gentlemen of Scotland Yard, if I've gone into some detail, it is because I want you to understand the predicament I was in. The ship sailed, and I shared the cabin with my brother.
But as the days went on, I realized my hands were tied. Timothy had decided on the easy way, the wrong way to riches, and, well, he thought me a sanctimonious fool.
Are you going to follow me all over the world, St. Edwin? Watch over me as if I were a child? Oh, surely you must feel just a little bit idiotic.
I'll tell you what I feel. I feel ashamed. I thank the Lord Mother's not with us any longer, and that Father need never know what his favorite son turned out to be.
Now, if your lecture is over, I'd like to join some friends in the salon.
Oh, Timothy, listen, please. Look, here's Mother's little Bible, remember? The one she used to take to church.
Yes, I remember.
Oh, for her sake, give it up, this life of yours. You still can. Put your hand on Mother's Bible and this time promise.
Mac is waiting for me. I'd like to go now.
You have a good job in London. You're a good salesman.
I'm not cut out to be a salesman. Father was, you are, but not me.
Then why did you take this job?
Why not? The old fool paid my passage. I always wanted to travel the Atlantic on a steamship. Mac said we could clean up from Block Island to Southampton.
I couldn't give up. Somehow, I had to make Timothy see the error of his ways. In the ship's salon, I found him and that McGuire playing poker with 2 passengers. Two lambs about to be fleeced.
I knew that if I didn't warn them, I was no better than an accomplice. Gentlemen of Scotland Yard, as I walked over to the table, I kept saying to myself, this is the right thing to do. I'm not being a Judas betraying my brother. I'm saving him while there is still time.
Hello, Edwin.
Gentlemen, may I interrupt this game for a moment?
No, you may not. Go away. We're playing and we do not wish to be disturbed. Your dear Timothy.
Please, Edwin, will you go away? Now, don't make a nuisance of yourself.
Timothy, will you get your brother out of here?
This gentleman is Mac McGuire. Have you been introduced? You see, Mr. McGuire is one of the most notorious card sharpers in the United States.
Prove it, you meddlesome idiot.
Oh, I'd be glad to.
I'll sue you for slander. Will somebody fetch a captain?
Mr. McGuire, if you will turn up your right sleeve to the shoulder, well, go on. Don't you wish to sue me for slander? Well, go on, Timothy. Don't stop dealing the cards on my account. Why, gentlemen, look what we have here. Indeed, what have I picked up from my brother's lap? Well, do you know what this round little mirror is, gentlemen?
Give that back to me.
Oh, certainly, Timothy, take it. Well, gentlemen, let me tell you how it works. One sits back a bit from the table, lays the mirror face up on the lap, and as you deal... Aha! Why, you can see the face of every card you give your adversary. You see, one can learn a great deal about card sharping if one's brother is in the business.
I'm getting out of here. The game's over, gentlemen.
As I write this letter so many years later, I recall that Timothy was very quiet and reserved as we arrived in London. I installed him in a flat, and he seemed quite shaken by the scandal aboard ship. Or so I thought. He started the rounds of selling his American watches, and I was delighted he appeared to enjoy his work. It seemed to me he'd turned the corner, and I decided I could safely return to Rochester. I went along to the steamship line, purchased my ticket, and returned to the flat.
Well, who just walked in the door if it isn't Brother Edwin?
McGuire, what are you doing here?
He's helping me pack, can't you see?
Where are you going, Timothy, and why?
Well, it's rather a long story, dear brother, and we don't have the time to tell it.
A little problem has presented itself, so we thought this might be a good time to go up north and enjoy the country air.
Have you been up to your old tricks with McGuire again? I thought you promised me that you would...
We met purely by accident and just happened to get into a little game at the Railroad Hotel.
Stupid loudmouth, all that shouting just because one of them bent down to tie his shoelace and found an extra ace on the floor. Hurry up, Timothy. Trains wait for no man.
Tim's not leaving here. If he's broken the law, it's about time he paid for it. I'm locking this door.
Give me that key, Brother Edwin. Now, don't be silly.
Take your hands off me.
Give me that key.
When I came to, McGuire and Timothy were gone. I thought I'd heard Timothy say something about the Manchester Express. I pulled myself together and hailed a cab to Euston Station. The express had not yet left. I promised myself I'd go all the way to Manchester, find my brother, and do everything in my power to get him back on the straight and narrow. I found a compartment at the smoking end, got inside, lit up a cigar, and waited for the train to leave.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I was looking for an unoccupied compartment for this gentleman and lady.
There's a man smoking in there. No, that won't do. The lady cannot abide smoking. Find us another one.
It was McGuire, disguised. And standing behind him in a long cape was Timothy, made up to look like a woman. A wig and a black veil down his face. His disguise, complete with lady's parasol, didn't fool me for a moment. When we stopped at Monmouth to take on mail, I quickly changed compartments. There were no corridors between compartments like on American trains. The doors opened only to the platform. But nobody saw me.
I should have locked our compartment door. Didn't I tell you, Timothy? Brother Edwin would find his way in here. Well, how's your jaw?
Timothy, for heaven's sake, listen to me.
I've been listening to you all my life. Preach, preach, preach. That's all I've ever heard.
Oh, look at you. Wearing those ridiculous curls, a veil, pretending to be a woman.
I had to wear all this. How do you think I could get by the cops? It's good, isn't it?
Oh, Timothy, please come to your senses. Are you going to spend all your life cheating and running? Haven't you got more pride? What's happened to you?
Oh, do I have to sit here the whole way to Manchester listening to this Boy Scout brother of yours?
I'm not talking to you, McGuire.
Well, that suits me fine. Just don't cross me.
Oh, come on, Mac. You don't have to threaten anybody. He means well. It's just the way he is.
You don't see yourself at all, do you, Timothy?
The conductor's been around to punch tickets, so I'm taking this stuff off. I'll shove the wig and the veil and the cape into the Gladstone. Where'll I put the parasol?
Timothy, you can't go on like this for the rest of your life, stealing people's money and having to skip town.
I like this kind of life. There's excitement to it.
Oh, you're so stupid you don't even see that you're being used.
Why don't you go run a Sunday school, Brother Edwin? Don't listen to him, Timothy.
I'm not.
I can't breathe this stuff here with you two.
What are you doing?
Opening this window. Getting some fresh air. Give me that bag.
What are you doing?
There it goes. Out the window.
What did you throw the bag out for? It's got all my costumes in it, everything.
If nothing but disguises stands between you and jail, when we get to Manchester, to jail you'll go.
Listen, you, he's my partner. You're not going to bully him.
If prison's the only way to keep you out of Timothy's life, I'll make sure he gets there.
You see this, Brother Edwin?
Mac, don't do that. Put that gun away.
I'd like you to leave this compartment right now.
He can't get out now. The train's moving too fast.
Just jump out the window after the bag.
You know something, McGuire? You're crazy. I made a jump for McGuire's gun, and it went off, hitting Timothy right in the heart. He fell to the floor. We stood there, horrified. I knelt down and listened. He was dead. At that moment, the train started to slow down. Why? I don't know. McGuire saw his chance to escape, opened the compartment door and jumped. I jumped right after him. He wasn't going to get away from me. The two of us rolled down the embankment, and then I blacked out. When I came to, McGuire was mopping my head where it was cut with a handkerchief.
I couldn't leave you out here alone, Brother Edwin.
Oh, my head.
Just stop bleeding now.
Oh, I don't understand you. Or aren't you a dozen miles away?
Well, now, I couldn't run off with you lying here at the bottom of this embankment.
You shot Timothy.
You had a hand in it. The gun wouldn't have gone off if you hadn't jumped me.
Oh, good Lord, forgive me, so I did. My head's clearing now.
Well, you crashed right into that rock.
Oh, why are you still here, McGuire? You should have run away while I was unconscious.
Oh, I couldn't do that. I'm a gambler, not a murderer. You could have bled to death.
Oh, that would have made everything so simple for you.
You don't know me at all. The blood of the both of you on my hands in one day. I know you cared for Timothy, but so did I. Maybe by your standards, it was a funny way of showing it. But we didn't mean any harm. We only played men who had money to throw away.
I think of Timothy right now. Lying there in that compartment on that train. Alone. Dead, and that I should have... that I should be the cause of it.
It was my gun. We were both the cause of it.
I ask myself, shall I give myself up?
I'm ready to. This way, I don't think I'll ever get over his death. How else could I pay for it?
But if we do, everyone will know. It'll all come out about him. The news will certainly get back to America. Father will hear of it. It could finish him.
And if we each go our own way and not ever tell anyone, we'll be punished every day we see the sunshine.
Yes, and that may be the greater punishment. There you have it, gentlemen of Scotland Yard. I've come to the end of this letter. From being an avenger of crime, I had become a conspirator against justice. McGuire got out of the country. Went to Cairo, I think. And I returned to Rochester. And unless your methods have changed in the past 5 years, inspectors, whatever you found on my brother's body, maybe even the Gladstone bag of clothes if some tramp didn't make off with it, everything you found
is probably at this very moment in your display cabinet of crimes unsolved. My father passed away 6 months ago in peace, never knowing what both his sons had done. I have one favor to ask of you. If you have in your possession a pocket Bible, it was my mother's. May I have it back? It's of no use for evidence to anyone but me. Here is my address.
Inspector John Hilliard unlocked Scotland Yard's Cabinet of the Unsolved and withdrew a small pocket Bible. In its place, he pinned a letter he had been reading. Though the case of the Manchester Express murder was technically solved, it could never be called closed. I shall return shortly. And Cain rose up against his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is your brother?" And he answered, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" That is a question for all of us to answer in many ways. Are we our brother's keeper? I think we all are. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Bob Caliban, Lloyd Batista, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
The man in that picture, he's your husband? Yes. Well, perhaps you'd be interested to see a picture of my husband, Mrs. Reynolds. I believe I have one here in my purse. Well, yes, here. Jack. Your husband? But it's not possible. I think I will take that drink after all. This isn't possible. It's a very interesting turn, isn't it? As one of the characters in our novels might say. I came here expecting to find a plagiarist, and instead, we've uncovered a bigamist. I can't believe it. It must be a question of mistaken identities. I think that the only question, Mrs. Reynolds, is, now that we know the truth, what are we going to do about it?
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Man is the only living creature who has the power to leave the earth poorer than he found it. Indeed, there are those cynical souls who insist that the sun and the moon and the stars might have disappeared long ago had they been within the reach of predatory human hands. Now, wait a minute. We did reach the moon. Well, we can only wait and see. And hope.
Are you sure I won't be intruding?
No, never. These are fine people. I have every respect for a man of science, such as yourself. Come inside. Meet everyone. Friends, we have here Dr. Carstairs.
How do you do?
Now, Leopold, now.
Hey.
What was that for?
That was for nothing. Now we shall get down to business. Again, Leopold.
Our mystery drama, The Vanishing Point, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Egad, how irresistible you found that luxurious, elegant Buick Electra you saw last fall. But you judiciously opted to wait for the time of year when the price might well be more in your favor. Well, if one were to contact a Buick dealer right now, one might find him offering most agreeable deals. Buick Electra. Yes, you can. That's your Buick dealers.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Let sleeping dogs lie, said Mr. Dickens, and it may, on balance, be good advice. However, it would be much better if we could let lying dogs sleep. Much more conducive to our peace of mind, if not to the peace of the world. We are in the ancient German city of Munich. They like their festivals here, especially in October. And we're in the midst of one right now, in this mammoth beer garden just to our right. Now, there's a man, about
45-ish, and somehow you can tell he's an American, coming down the street. He pauses at the entrance, but no, he keeps going. He's evidently looking for an address. Ah, has he found it? He stops at a very old and narrow house, and he looks for, finds, and pulls at a bell.
Yes?
I wonder, could you help me? Fräulein, is it?
Yes?
I'm not even sure I know how to explain this.
No?
You do speak English?
Oh, yes.
Ah, that is rather fortunate. My German leaves a great deal to be desired. This is 71 Kohlen Street. Kohlenstrasse?
Yes.
There was someone who lived here a long time ago. This goes back many years, even before the war. I'm sure he wouldn't be alive today. Why do I say that? He could be. He would be in his 80s, perhaps his 90s. I wonder if by chance you might know something about him. His name is, or was, Franz Wilhelm Klust. Does that mean anything to you? Franz Wilhelm Klust. Maybe I'm not pronouncing it right. Perhaps it's Klust.
Franz Wilhelm Klust?
Yes.
No, I do not know the name.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I just thought I might find someone who could shed some light. I had this address, and that's all. Now I don't even know where to look.
You might ask at the town hall.
I did, and this was his last known address.
I see.
I'm so sorry I disturbed you. Dearest Millicent, the convention is not as stimulating as I had hoped, but things may pick up a bit tomorrow when I read my paper on dislocated ionic particles in a negatively charged nucleus. I thought I would look up a certain Professor Klust, whose monograph impressed me so much, but no one seems to know what became of him. Actually, I may be wrong, but I think there's a conspiracy of silence surrounding him. Just a minute. Someone seems to be knocking on the door. I haven't the faintest notion who it might be, but I shall find out. Yes?
You are Herr Dr. Willis Carstairs?
Yes, but I'm not a doctor of medicine. I have a Ph.D. in physics. I explain this because so many people
You
think
have
that
been inquiring for a Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust?
Oh, yes. Won't you come in, Mr.
Kellner.
I mean, Herr.
Kellner.
Ah.
Thank you.
Won't you sit down?
Danke. Thank you.
Well, now, what can you tell me about Professor Klust?
First, you must tell me why you are so interested.
Oh, certainly. I was doing research on, I suppose you could call it, displacement. Oh, that was quite a while ago, and I'm no longer actively concerned with it.
Displacement?
It's a highly technical and theoretical thing.
Ah.
Are you involved with science in any way, Herr Kellner?
No.
Ah. Well, it has to do with the disappearance of matter. At any rate, I came across a monograph by Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust of the University of Munich, written in the 30s.
And?
And what? It seems to me I'm being interrogated.
Oh, well, you must excuse me. You see, I am his nephew. He's an old man.
Ah, then he is still alive.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's marvelous.
But he's not strong. And so I wish to make sure that those who call him have an interest that is, how would you say, legitimate.
Of course. As I said, at one time, I was interested in his specialty, but I've since gone on to other things. And I just happened to be here at a conference. I remembered Professor Klust. Do you suppose I could see him?
Well, yes. Now that you have established your credentials, you'll be most welcome.
Oh, thank you. When might I be able to see him?
Now.
Now?
When one arrives at Professor Klust's age, one does not make long-range appointments.
I suppose not.
Unless you have another engagement.
No. I can think of nothing else I'd rather do.
Then I shall take you to him.
Is it much further?
No.
It's very kind of you to undertake such a long trip.
It will give my uncle pleasure.
Huh. I only read that one paper of his, but it showed such brilliance. And I never heard of him before or since. Why isn't Professor Kloos better known?
Who can say? Science is perhaps like other fields. You must know how to succeed.
That's true.
And this is his house.
We seem to be in the country.
My uncle needs the air. He always loved Einsamkeit. Aloneness.
Solitude.
Yes. Yeah. Now you shall see him.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's beautiful here. Lovely place to work. Is your uncle still active?
Very much so, yeah. Very much. Please come in. I should like you to meet my cousin, Leopold.
How do you do?
Jetzt, Leopold.
What is this?
Einmal. Noch einmal.
No. What happened? Where am I?
Try this cold compress. You feel better.
Wait. You and that...
Leopold?
Yes, that gorilla.
Please. While Leopold is unable to speak, his hearing is perfect. He doesn't like to be insulted.
What have you done? You brought me here and broken my jaw.
No. Leopold is very scientific. There's no lasting damage. Pain, yes, but for a purpose.
Oh, what purpose? You bring me, you lure me here under false pretenses.
No. You are the one who travels under Willis Carstairs.
Me?
This is why it was necessary for Leopold to teach you the rules.
What rules?
That we are serious people. That you must answer at once and truthfully.
Answer what?
The question. Why do you wish to see Professor Franz Wilhelm Kloos?
Well, sometimes you read something and you are impressed by the brilliance of the mind that wrote it. Isn't that so?
It would be better if you answered my question instead of asking one of your own.
But that's it. I was very much impressed at the time. It must have been 10... No, it was 12 years ago. And I just never forgot it. That's really all.
We are still, I see, at the very beginning of things. Leopold?
No.
Dr. Carstairs.
What?
You must wake up.
Wake up?
Are you all right?
No, I'm not all right.
Come.
Where? Wait. I know you. You're the woman who answered the door when I asked for Professor Kloos.
Yes.
Would you mind telling me just what...
There is no time. You must leave.
Oh, yes, I'm willing to do that.
Good. I have an automobile outside. You can walk?
I can even run if I have to.
Well, then hurry.
Who are you?
I cannot say.
And those men?
I cannot tell you.
And what is this thing about Professor Kloos?
I do not know.
Madame, I am grateful to you for getting me out of there. Although for all I know, you're the one who may have got me in there. However, you and I both know you're not telling me the truth.
Let me give you a word of advice. Forget everything that happened tonight.
Forget?
It was only a mistake on everyone's part. Therefore, it is best forgotten.
I was beaten up. Do you expect me just to forget that?
Well, sometimes that is the wisest thing.
Look here, Miss Fräulein or Frau or whatever. There's something going on here that's wrong, that's criminal. I do not intend to make believe it never happened.
You are warned. If you intend to make a fool of yourself, no power on the earth can stop you.
And so, Herr Inspector, you see, I felt it my duty to report this to the police.
Yes, of course. Quite right.
I haven't the foggiest notion what those people are up to. Do you?
It is important first to see if we have all the facts in hand, nicht wahr?
Certainly.
Now then, you are Willis Newton Carstairs, American citizen, doctor of physics, teaching at the University of California.
Yes.
You are attending an international convention of physicists here in München. And on the night of May 21st, on or about 7 p.m. on 1900 hours, you called at 71 Kölnstrasse to inquire as to the whereabouts of a certain Professor Franz Wilhelm Klüst.
That's right.
Now then, may I inquire, why do you wish to see this Professor Klüst?
If he's still alive, I'd like to discuss some ideas with him. He has a great mind.
Oh, yes?
And if he's dead, I just thought I'd like to chat with some of his associates or people who knew him. I had no idea it would stir up such a hornet's nest.
Well, you did wise to report the matter. We shall try to find these people and ascertain what is happening here.
But, Inspector, tell me, why should there be this fuss about Professor Klüst?
Well, I could not say.
The man was an obscure physicist. Why should the merest mention of his name get me into so much trouble? Hello?
Professor Carstairs?
Yes, this is he.
This is Inspector Müller of the police.
Oh, yes, Inspector.
Yes. We have your 3 people in custody.
Already? So soon?
Yes. Could you find it convenient to come down to police headquarters?
Of course, Inspector. At once.
Thank you.
Herr Dr. Carstairs, it's so good of you to come. Please be seated.
Thank you, sir.
Now, these 3 people, I trust you know them.
Oh, yes.
We have Fräulein Erika Bauer, we have Werner Kellner, and last but not least, Karl-Heinz Leopold.
Yes.
I have here your deposition, your story, this paper. And also, I have on my desk this paper. It is a deposition sworn to by this lady and these 2 gentlemen.
Yes?
Yes. There seems to be an Unstimmigkeit here, a discrepancy.
A what?
Well, it would seem, Herr Doctor, that they tell me a different story.
A different story? How can that be possible?
Well, they respectfully beg to differ with a distinguished visitor to our country. But they insist that you are not telling the complete truth.
Yes, perhaps we should have known. Things were moving much too smoothly, much too swiftly. Something had to be out of joint somewhere. What is this complete truth that our hero is supposedly not telling? Indeed, what is a complete truth to begin with? Truth is not divisible. A half-truth must eventually become a whole falsehood. But this is philosophy, and right now we're in a police station, and in a foreign country at that. You'd better not miss Act 2.
Hey, what you need is Lysol spray in the good old summertime.
Musty hot weather odors, Lysol disinfectant spray cleans them out of the air, leaves a clean, fresh scent. Lysol sprays away odors in mattresses, sheets, pillowcases, tennis, and golf shoes. Lysol gets rid of bathroom odors, too. Kills household germs on surfaces, including germs that cause odors.
Yeah, what you need is Lysol spray in the good old summertime.
You know how these things go. You have half a dozen witnesses to an event. When you finish collecting testimony, you may very well wind up with a half a dozen different stories. No 2 eyes will see exactly the same sight. No 2 ears will hear exactly the same sound. Sometimes you wonder how it's possible to prove anything at all in this world of ours.
What do you mean they tell a different story, Inspector? I told you what happened.
Herr Kellner, shall you repeat your sworn statement?
Ja, Inspector. On the night of October 21st, I was in Schanzer's beer garden on Kölnstrasse. I go there to listen to the music and enjoy a glass of beer.
Yes, continue.
The place, it was filled with a crowd. And I noticed this gentleman.
That isn't true. I was never in such a place.
Please, remain silent, Herr Doctor. You have already made your statement. Continue, Kellner.
Yeah, very good. I am standing at the bar next to this gentleman, and he says to me, I could tell he was an American by the way he spoke.
Well, hiya, pal.
Pal?
Buddy. Chum. Comrade.
Ah, comrade. Yeah.
Have a beer.
Thank you. I have one.
Bottoms up, old comrade. Hey, say that, bartender. Another round over here. Hey, listen, do you know where there's any action around here?
Action?
Hey, I don't mean noise. I mean action. Where a fella can act sociable, meet people. After all, I'm a guest in this country, huh? I'd like to meet the people, if you know what I mean.
Oh, well,
I'm a completely respectable guy. Look, see? My card.
Yeah.
Willis Newton Carstairs, Ph.D., University of California. See?
Yeah. I am going to a social gathering of friends. You could call it a party.
Hey, sounds great.
Perhaps you should like to come.
Hey there, old comrade. What are we waiting for? It's a lie.
Now, Herr Doctor...
I never went into that beer garden. I don't talk the way he said I did.
We deal here with a sworn statement.
The entire thing is a tissue of falsehoods.
We shall continue with Herr Kellner's affidavit.
But it isn't true.
Please, Doctor, you must at least have common courtesy.
You cannot place me in a position where I'm...
I must insist on silence. Yes, continue, Herr Kellner.
Thank you. And so, this gentleman and myself left the beer garden. It was to be a gathering of intellectual people. Fraulein Bauer here writes poetry, and I thought they would like to meet an American professor. And so I brought him to Fraulein Bauer's apartment. At once, I was sorry, because he behaved very badly.
Hey, who's she?
Fraulein Bauer, may I present Herr Dr. Carstairs?
How do you do?
Everyone I can, baby. Hey, Kellner, old comrade, is she a live one?
I beg your pardon, Herr Doctor.
Come on. Is there anything doing here?
Werner, who is this person?
Hey, don't pull that on me. I know what kind of a joint this is. Come on over here, sweetie.
How dare you?
Herr Doctor, I must ask you to leave. There seems to be a mistake.
What do you say, Erica, baby?
Please, leave this place at once.
Hey, take your hands off.
I must ask you to...
I said get your hands off.
Prince Otto, do something.
Come on, I'll take on the whole pack of you.
He was like a madman. It took 4 or 5 men, finally, to subdue him.
Do you actually believe this, Inspector? There isn't a word of truth in it.
Fräulein Bauer, Herr Kellner, do you, either of you, wish to bring charges?
Do they wish to bring charges?
No. True, he behaved in the most swinish manner, but he was drunk.
This affair might do him some damage at home.
Then you are willing to forget?
Yes.
But I'm not willing to forget.
Well, in that case, I shall detain you no longer, Fräulein Bauer, Herr Kellner, and Herr Leopold. Good day.
Good day.
Good day, Herr Dr. Carstairs. And if I may suggest, keep away from strong drink. It can create illusions.
Inspector.
Herr Doctor, the affair is closed.
Closed?
Yes. And consider yourself fortunate to be out of it. So cheaply.
Yes, we were informed of the incident, as a matter of course, here at the consulate.
Were you?
It concerned an American citizen.
Why haven't you done anything about it?
My dear fellow, what do you suggest?
In the first place, I suggest you don't call me your dear fellow.
Now, Dr. Carstairs...
Anytime anyone says to you, my dear fellow, it's a sure sign that you're about to be brushed off.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, but you're going to do it. In the end, you'll tell me to go home and forget it, won't you?
Now, look here, my dear... Dr. Carstairs...
Whose side are you on?
Side? Well, it's obvious what happened. You got drunk. You became obstreperous.
I don't drink enough to get drunk, and I'm never obstreperous.
Well, perhaps not at home, but when a man finds himself in a foreign country, his inhibitions...
I'm telling you the truth.
Dr. Carstairs, if you persist, you'll attract notice in the papers. The word will get home. Things could become very awkward for you.
But I am telling you the truth.
It doesn't matter.
The truth doesn't matter.
Doctor, just give people a chance to believe the worst and they'll do it. It's human nature. Now, you think about this very carefully, and you will see that I'm really concerned with your best interests. My dear fellow, I really am.
The head of the department is on sabbatical leave, Dr. Carstairs. I am Professor Lisa Lotte-Schmidt. May I help you?
I'm interested in a Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust.
Oh, you are going back a long time.
Do I detect a slight tone of disapproval, Professor?
Those days are finished, thankfully. That era is gone. And Klust is dead.
Well, I hadn't expected that he would still be alive.
What is it you wish to know about him?
Some time ago, I had come across a monograph he had written in the 30s on displacement.
Yes.
It had some very original ideas.
However, let us only speak well of the dead.
What are you trying to tell me, Professor?
You say it was written in the 30s, and that is correct. The late 30s. By that time, Klust was running things, academically speaking.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
As an American, you would not. You take academic freedom for granted. Klust was a powerful man in the party. He ran purge after purge in the university. I remember it well. I was a student here then.
It's hard to believe that such a brilliant scientist would
He wasn't that brilliant. If you wanted to teach, you would collaborate with Herr Professor Klust.
Are you saying, then, that the ideas in that monograph were not his?
I only know that the original research was started by a physicist named Neumann, who died of mysterious causes.
Oh?
Have I disillusioned you, Doctor? I'm sorry.
And whatever became of Klust?
He died near the end of the war, we think.
Isn't anyone sure?
Oh, things were hectic, confused in those last days. There was a rumor that the Soviets carried him off. I do not think so.
You don't?
He was not that good a scientist. Forgive me, I am prejudiced. I never liked the man.
Well, even if he were still alive, he would be a very old man.
In his 70s. Do you think that is old?
Dearest Millicent, I'm beginning to see daylight. Although I must tell you, I still do not know what to make of it. Here is what happened. Trying to be as unobtrusive as possible, I decided to revisit the neighborhood where I had gotten myself into trouble the first time. I passed by the beer garden, and it was packed solidly with people. I decided to go inside. I was hidden by the crowd, and although it was noisy there was one voice that was very, very familiar. It seemed to stand out.
Listen, friends. We shall succeed. Yes, we shall be a great nation. But we are a great nation. We shall be the greatest nation of all. We shall conquer through science. We have the greatest scientific genius of the world has ever known. He has been working with us, for our cause, all his life. Soon, he will be ready.
Yes, Herr Doctor. What may I do for you?
You might curb your impatience.
I beg your pardon?
You consider me a fool, a troublemaker.
Oh, Herr Doctor.
You consent to see me because it might be awkward not to.
Would you suppose you state your business?
That's better. Abrupt. Impersonal. First, are you aware of the existence of a political party called the National Restoration?
Yes.
Is it a neo-Nazi party?
Not just neo-Nazi, but neo-everything.
Were you aware of the fact that Werner Kellner, Karl-Heinz Leopold, and Erika Bauer are members?
The National Restoration is a completely legal party.
So were the Nazis.
Please, may I ask where this is going?
Why do you suppose they beat me up?
We have already been through all of that.
Come, Inspector. You know perfectly well I was telling the truth.
In the absence of disinterested witnesses, it was the word of 3 against the word of 1.
Have you listened to the propaganda of the National Restoration Party?
Oh, Herr Doctor. The streets are filled with all sorts of... there is such a marvelous American word for it. Kooks, yes, on the left, on the right, wherever you turn. Now, who has the patience to listen? Who can even hope to understand what they're saying?
I do. I understand what they're saying.
Yes, is that a fact?
They're saying they have a weapon that can conquer the world.
Is that what they're saying? Yes, it did seem that was what our friend Kellner seemed to be spouting back there in the saloon. But wasn't that just beer hall talk? And what if it was? Does that mean it shouldn't be taken seriously? Just how seriously is what you shall discover in Act 3.
Somehow you fought the temptation to buy a new Buick Century until now, because you figured that along about this time, your Buick dealer just might be as anxious to talk to you as you are to get a Century. Well, you shrewd rascal, you were right, which means you and that Century can get together now with a deal that may surprise you. Buick Century. Yes, you can. At your Buick dealers.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
We constantly teeter between sense and nonsense, and the problem is, it's difficult many times to distinguish one from the other, especially the way perceptions, conditions, and styles and attitudes keep changing. But haven't we the right to expect that a learned, dignified, conservative professor of physics would be aware of the difference? It all depends.
You're saying they have a weapon that can conquer the world?
I heard Kellner make that statement.
May I ask where?
In a beer garden.
Oh.
Look, Inspector, just before the war, in this very city...
that was before my time.
There was a professor of physics named Franz Wilhelm Klust.
Yes, I read about him. He died at the end of the war.
And that has never been established as a fact.
Please, if there is a point to all of this, make it.
The war is over. Klust is presumed dead.
Mm-hmm.
That's all right with him. There's a possibility he could be prosecuted for war crimes. He goes into hiding, but he needs help. He gets it from the newly formed National Restoration Party.
You have the facts to support this contention?
The years go by. The original Restoration Party members get old, pass from the scene. New ones join up. But the constant, the unifying force is Klust. He is working on the weapon that will make all things possible. The party members have one grand mission: support Klust, protect Klust, maintain a secrecy that will allow him to work, to finish, to perfect the weapon.
Yes, once again, the facts.
Suddenly, a shocking event occurs. One night, a stranger knocks on the door and inquires for Klust. Why? All these years, everyone thought Klust was dead. Obviously, the stranger must be a spy. So, they lure him to a lonely spot, where they try to force the truth from him. Then they decide to release him to see if he can lead them anywhere. But he doesn't. They are relieved. Obviously, he was telling the truth. He was just an innocent, blundering foreigner.
I must keep insisting. The facts.
Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust is working on a weapon which could very well change the course of history.
Yes, Herr Doctor, we shall look into the matter.
Yes, I'm sure you will.
But I cannot understand, Dr. Carstairs.
Just see that this is published, Professor Schmidt.
You are saying here that you believe you can complete the final formulation of Professor Franz Wilhelm Kluse's theory? Is this true?
I'm not sure.
Then why should we print this in our journal?
Professor Schmidt, I have been to the police and to the politicians. The first consider me a drunk. The second insist that I am a fool. You must help me.
Dr. Carstairs, there is no real evidence of any...
There are times when a scientist wants to be accepted on faith. Dearest Millicent, and now we shall find out. The journal appeared this morning. By this time, they will have read my article. If, indeed, there is a they, as I believe there is. Perhaps I shouldn't be doing this, but I cannot help myself. I cannot stop myself. I keep hoping now that I have been wrong. Millicent, there is a knock on the door. I knew there would be. I don't know what it means. I only know someone is knocking on the door. And now, of course, I must answer it. I've been waiting for it. Dear Millicent, to be continued. I hope. Just a moment. Herr Kellner and Herr Leopold. Won't you come in, gentlemen? I've been expecting you.
Herr Doctor, both Karl-Heinz here and myself, we are armed.
I understand.
And so, shall you come quietly?
The quiet way is always the best way. This seems to be a familiar neighborhood.
Yeah. There's the beer garden and Fräulein Bauer's house.
And unless I'm wrong, Professor Kluse as well. He's been here all these years, hasn't he?
We have built for him a very comfortable laboratory below the house.
And no one ever suspected the old man was still here, still alive. Well, what do you want with me?
The old man, yeah, he is old. And from time to time, his age, how can I say it, interferes, gets in the way.
I see.
He needs help. And because you have claimed that you are familiar with his work, you have been chosen to assist him.
At the point of a gun. And suppose I refuse?
You will be shot.
Obviously, you're up to no good.
Oh, I disagree. We wish to do good for all humanity.
And to prove it, you threaten to kill everyone who refuses to help you.
Humanity must always pay a price for progress. Ah, we have arrived. Escort your guest inside, Leopold. Yes, down here we are truly away from the world. Step inside, please. Here is the professor's living room and study. See how comfortable.
Oh, yes.
And that door, it leads to his laboratory. Come. Professor! Professor!
Yes. Oh, yes, Kellner.
Professor, this is an American.
An American, a prisoner of war. Where is his uniform?
Oh, an American scientist.
What, a scientist?
We have captured him.
Ah, so good. Yes, good.
Professor, he has read your paper.
Paper? What paper?
He, too, has been working on displacement.
Ah, he has. Also, yes. Well, we shall see about that. Come into the laboratory.
You will do as he says.
If you insist. So, you are Professor Franz Wilhelm Kluse.
Yes. Now, what do you know about displacement?
I know the theory.
Any fool knows the theory.
Position is positive. Volume is positive. How to negate position and volume? There must be a negative force.
Ah, the negative force. Yes, the negative force.
Neumann saw the negative force as a tool to help mankind.
Neumann? Who is Neumann?
Neumann saw it eliminate so much expensive, backbreaking, time-wasting labor. You could level mountains. You could clear fields. You could dig tunnels. A single ray of negative force could eliminate all matter that stood in its path.
Yes. Now I remember, yes.
Do you remember Neumann?
Neumann.
Neumann. You promised to save him if he told you his secret. But in the end, you betrayed him and sent him to a concentration camp.
No, Neumann. Who was Neumann?
When he died, you promised Hitler you would create the ultimate weapon for him.
Oh, yes, and I shall, yes.
You couldn't. You can't. You don't have the skill or the knowledge. You're a fraud.
No, please, I want it so much to be recognized. I am an old man. Have pity.
Pity?
I was not brilliant like Neumann and the rest of them. I wanted to be famous. So when the opportunity arose...
Do you expect me to help you?
You will help.
Never.
There are ways you can be made to help.
And I'm sure you know all of them.
I will share with you the credit. Also, I swear, look, I have isolated the negative force. I have constructed the generator.
Wait a minute. You can set up a limited field of force. But how can you reverse it?
Keep away. It is mine. You get out.
You know how to isolate the negative force, but you don't know how to stop it.
No, get out.
You don't know how to reverse it.
Get out.
Don't turn it on. It will destroy you.
No.
Don't. No. We must get out of this room.
I will destroy the world. You come back here.
Why have you left the laboratory? Have you the professor's permission?
Why don't you go inside and find out?
I shall. Leopold, Erika, guard him.
I warn you, no tricks.
What sort of tricks could I possibly play?
What is he doing in there?
Why don't you go inside and find out?
Leopold, knock on the door. Again. Open it, Leopold. What is that? Go see. What happened to him?
To whom?
Leopold, you walked inside the room, and now he's gone. How? And the professor, and Kellner. Oh, something is not right here.
Shall I tell you?
I shall see for myself, and do not try to escape. You cannot get away from us.
Yes, my dearest Millicent. What all of them did was walk into the field of the negative force, which displaced all of their positive atoms. In layman's language, simply made them disappear. So, deep down in a hidden cellar at 71 Kronstrasse in Munich is a negative force generator, which is creating a small negative force field, and it cannot be shut off. I don't know how to do it. I don't even think it's possible. And anyone who goes into that room and gets within range of the field, well, however, who is going to bother? The police? The consulate? No one believes me. Yes, it's a great weapon. Perhaps it's the ultimate. Because it destroys both killer and victim at the same time. Now, if only all weapons were like that.
If only.
And so the secret stays where it belongs, in a cellar, where no one is ever likely to disturb it. And if anyone does, well, it's too bad. There is a practical moral and a theoretical moral to our story. The practical moral is be careful when you're poking around in strange cellars. And if you want the theoretical moral, just wait for my return shortly.
Where's your brown bottle of Lysol?
The one in the red and yellow box?
Lysol brand disinfectant.
Oh, don't help me.
How about you, sir?
Yeah?
Where's your brown bottle of Lysol?
Oh, in this hot weather, I use it to clean the garbage pail. Keep it from smelling bad,
Don't
you know?
help me.
Yes, but where is it?
Don't help me.
Lysol kills household germs and germs that cause odors.
The glove compartment. No, the broom closet. No, I know.
But, sir,
We use Lysol in the bathroom to prevent mold and mildew on the tiles.
The china closet. No, that's wrong. The linen closet.
But, sir, where is your brown bottle of Lysol?
Hey, is this a trick question?
The first weapon was a man's, or even a woman's, fist. It was created by instinct. The second weapon was invented by science. It was a stick or a club. And once unleashed, science marched on. Over the centuries, it introduced and refined weapon after weapon. Ah, yes, we ask ourselves, where will it all end? Perhaps it will never end. Perhaps it will only disappear. Perhaps, as the title of our story suggests, we simply shall reach the vanishing point. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Bryna Rayburn, Court Benson, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
But who guided the flight of that bowl so it hit you?
Well, I reckon if you believe that he makes everything happen, you could say the good Lord.
Exactly. In his wrath, he struck you down and turned his back on you, which made you a free agent, son, open to all bidders. So we are going to exercise that option, and I'm here to take you with me.
Where's that, Mr. Conjurman?
A piece south of here. We call the team the Hellcats. We got quite a lineup. Come on, boy. It's time to go.
You mean it's all over for me? I'm going to be dead?
Well, now, Dusty boy, would I be here making an offer if we felt you would?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What did the famous Frenchman say? Mirrors should reflect a little before throwing back images. Yes, and perhaps we we should all reflect a little on questions before we start throwing back answers, especially on those deceptively simple questions which require such surprisingly complex answers, such as, is there really such a thing as a ghost?
Well, sir, here we are. You and I.
What do you want?
At one time, I wanted love. I couldn't have it. Then I wanted justice, but I couldn't get it. Now, I want revenge.
Revenge? But you've already had it.
No. Revenge is nothing but an appetite. It must always be fed.
Please don't kill me. I didn't do anything.
But you're part of it. Part of the revenge.
Our mystery drama, The Avenging Ghost of Kitty Morgan, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Be convinced of one thing. If you live long enough, you will learn the hard way never to bet your life on a sure thing. This is a story that takes place today, but it began almost 100 years ago near a little country village called Harrowwood in upstate New York. So for just a few moments, come back with me to a time in the 1880s.
Here we are, Mr. Chesney.
Yes, so I see.
Be back around midnight as usual?
No, Jim, I won't be staying tonight. You'd better wait.
You ain't gonna have supper, Mr. Chesney?
No. Jim, tonight's the night.
Uh-oh.
I expect there'll be some weeping and wailing, but I'll leave her a nice gift. That should help dry her tears.
I don't think you'll shake this one off so easy.
It's never easy, Jim.
Miss Kitty Morgan strikes me as a different kind of woman.
Well, you take it from an old campaigner. They're all the same.
I hope so. For your sake.
This won't take more than 5 minutes. I'm sorry, Kitty.
Sorry? What are you sorry about?
When you knew this thing between you and me, you knew it couldn't last.
How could I know that? Tell me. What are you sorry about?
You knew I was married.
Just tell me, why are you sorry?
Now, Kitty,
Sorry that it's over? Sorry that you lied to me?
I didn't lie to you. The terrible truth is you lied to yourself.
Yes, that is a terrible truth. Is that why you're sorry?
Oh, please, Kitty.
Are you sorry that some country woman like me...
You are not a country woman.
Oh, yes, I am. My Lord Robert Chesney, builder of railroads, owner of factories. I am a country woman in a tiny town who caught your eye and with whom you amused yourself for a while. Is that why you're sorry?
Kitty.
Are you sorry that I, too, am human? That I could dare to dream, presume to hope? That perhaps love can change anything, everything?
Kitty, I never said that I loved you. This is the way the world goes. There are the takers and the givers.
And you belong to the first group. I to the second.
Kitty, I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm about to do. But I want you to take this money.
How is it possible for me not to misunderstand?
Now, listen to me, Kitty.
To what? I've been deceived. Must I also be debased?
This is for services rendered. You helped me plan Harrowwood. You gave it the woman's touch. You endowed it with a certain grace.
I thought I was doing it for me. I thought it would be my house.
I only want to make this as easy and as pleasant as possible for both of us.
It is my house, you know. I put so much of myself into it. You won't get me out of there, Robert. I'll be there forever.
There's enough money here for you to travel. New York, Paris, London, Vienna. I'll see to it you'll never want for money as long as you live.
It's my house, Robert. No other woman will ever want to live there. Every other woman will feel like an intruder.
Now, Kitty, there's a reality to the world. Let's salvage as much as we can.
Good night, Robert.
Does it have to end like this?
Please, leave me, Robert. There's something I have to do.
Mr. Chesney!
Well?
Mr. Chesney! Wake up, Mr. Chesney!
What's that noise?
Mr. Chesney! Wake up!
All right, I'm up. Come in. What time is it?
6 in the morning, Mr. Chesney.
You know I sleep till 7.
I knew that.
What is it, Jim? I see something's wrong.
Yes, sir. Out at the mansion.
Well?
Pete Coulson, the night watchman.
Well, Jim, come on, get to the point.
He was making his rounds.
Yes?
You know, in the library, you got them high, thick, solid, exposed oak beams.
Jim?
Well, hanging on a rope, suspended from one of them beams, was Miss Kitty Morgan.
Hanging?
Yes, sir. Hanging. She was dead, too.
Kitty's dead?
Yes, sir. The coroner's already pronounced her. Mr. Chesney?
What is it, Jim?
The note she wrote, the suicide note, she wrote it to you?
All right. What about it?
Now that the inquest's over, the coroner says you can have it. Here.
Thank you, Jim.
You, planning to take a train into the city?
After a while.
I'll have the carriage ready.
Thank you, Jim. I'll call when I want you.
Yes, sir.
My dearest Robert, I told you I would never leave this house. And I never shall. Everything that was alive in me walked in here at sunrise this morning. And here it shall remain. Forever. In Harrowwood. Forever.
Borkin, I noticed the name Harrowwood on this list of company properties.
Yes, Mr. Chesney.
What is Harrowwood?
Oh, it's an estate in the Adirondack Mountains.
Yes?
There's a mansion, a Victorian mansion, I believe.
In the Adirondack?
Yes, sir. You see, during the 70s and 80s, I believe many millionaires constructed these enormous places, including your own great-grandfather. He built Harrowwood.
Oh, why have I never heard of it?
Because it was never used.
What do you mean, never used?
No one ever lived there.
You mean it's been empty for 100 years?
To the best of my knowledge.
Why?
Well, you see, the place is haunted.
Would you repeat that, please, Miss Borkin?
Haunted.
Now, what sort of nonsense is that?
Now, I'm only telling you what I know.
You know the place is haunted.
Well, I've been told the place is haunted.
No place can be haunted. There is no such thing as a haunted place.
If you say so, Mr. Chesney.
Look, here we are in the final quarter of the 20th century, and you tell me that a valuable piece of property is lying fallow, useless, simply because of some medieval superstition. Tell Powers to report in here at once. Then if the property cannot be utilized, why hasn't it been sold, Powers?
For the same reason, sir.
What reason?
The ghost.
An estate that's worth $1 or $2 million? Now, Powers, you and I know there is no such thing as a ghost.
I'm not sure I can be included in that remark.
Are you telling me you believe in ghosts? What's come over everybody?
Yes, Mr. Chesney.
Miss Borkin, see if you can arrange a lunch date for me with Tom Boulin.
Tell me, why have you brought me lunch, Joe?
Well, Tom, I owe you a favor.
Oh, now, Joe.
I mean it. I think back over the years, we've been good friends. You've always done a great many things for me. What have I ever done for you?
Oh, we shouldn't keep score in these things.
Well, I just found out that I own some property upstate.
Yes.
It could be developed and make a mint as a resort.
Uh-huh.
Now, we're not into this kind of thing. On the other hand, you fellows are always looking for a hotel situation, aren't you?
Sure.
All right. Now, how about 1,000 acres, Tom? With a 30-room mansion, a private lake, you could lay out a golf course, has access to the thruway. How's that sound so far?
Not bad.
You could have your own ski slopes, and you're generating income 12 months a year.
How much?
I'm going to let you steal it. $2 million.
What's the catch?
Tom, when you deal with me, is there ever a catch?
What's the name of this place?
Harrowwood.
No deal.
Why, what's wrong?
It's haunted.
What did you say?
It's haunted.
You? You believe in that kind of stuff?
Everybody knows it, Joe. A woman haunts that place. A woman who's been dead 100 years.
Oh, how can a dead woman haunt anything?
Well, it's possible. My great, add 7 or 8 more greats. Aunt. It's supposed to be haunting the Tower of London.
Tom, are you serious?
You mean you never heard of Anne Boleyn, the second wife of King Henry VIII?
Come on, now, let's get down to brass.
He cut her head off. Didn't you know that?
Yes, I know.
Well, my old man, to whom this kind of thing is important, traces our lineage back to Anne Boleyn's brother.
Tom, can't we try to be serious?
I am serious, Joe. As far as the existence of ghosts is concerned, I have an open mind, as befits a man of my ancestry.
Are you going to pass up the buy of a lifetime?
Let's face it, Joseph. What are you really trying to sell me? A haunted house.
Has the whole world suddenly gone mad? How can sane, sensible people seriously entertain the idea of ghosts? Or is their sanity and civilization just a veneer? Well, now that I was aware of Harrowwood, I decided to check the matter out further with my Aunt Sylvia.
Harrowwood? Oh, dear boy, shall you have some tea?
Well, Aunt Sylvia, we just had our tea about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, did we?
Yes. Now, about Harrowwood, Aunt Sylvia.
I have no recollection of having drunk my tea.
Oh, I assure you we did, and we enjoyed it.
I can recall so clearly what happened when I was a little girl, almost 80 years ago.
Do you recall Harrowwood?
Oh, yes. Harrowwood. Your great-grandfather built it.
Well, why have I never heard about it?
Are you sure we had tea?
I guess the only thing I can do is go up there myself.
Oh, no, you can't do that.
Why not?
Oh, because something will happen to you.
What?
First I'd better ring for tea. We'll all be the better for a nice hot cup. And we'll have some of those sweet little cakes.
What will happen to me up at Harrowwood?
Oh, who said anything will happen to you up at Harrowwood?
You did.
Oh, would you rather have scones? Oh, why don't we have a little bit of everything? Now I remember.
What do you remember?
What will happen to you if you go up to Harrowwood?
Yes?
You'll be murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, murdered.
Why? How? By whom?
Oh, here comes Forrest. We'll talk about it later. First, we must have a cup of tea.
Yes, we're going to have a cup. And how appropriate is Mr. Fielding's remark on the subject. Love and scandal are the best sweeteners of tea. And as you might expect, on this show, we can very easily add a third. Murder. We'll stir this brew a bit when I return shortly with Act 2. The gift of prophecy. It pops up in the most peculiar places. Prophecy, the ability to read the future. But if you analyze it closely, it is based on an ability to understand the past. Outside of the Bible, as far as ordinary everyday people are concerned, the best prophets are usually children and elderly ladies, such as the one we have here.
Aunt Sylvia, why will I be murdered?
Oh, my goodness. Whoever said you'll be murdered, Joseph?
You did.
Did I? Oh, what a horrible thought. Oh, why would I
It has to do with going up to Harrowwood.
Oh, well, yes, I remember now. Oh, and here's Forrest with our tea. Set it down, please, Forrest. Thank you so much. Oh, see? She brought us little cakes and scones and nice buttered toast. And she didn't have to be told.
Aunt Sylvia.
Now you must let me pour.
No, I really don't care for any more tea.
Oh, nonsense. It's good for you.
About Harrowwood.
Well, your great-grandfather was murdered up there, you know.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, yes. You see, some silly girl committed suicide there. A local girl. Absolutely no breeding. And she also has the bad taste to haunt the place.
What do you mean, haunt?
What does anybody mean by haunt? The thing is obvious. Your great-grandfather, brought your great-grandmother up there, and this dead girl's ghost just drove her out of the house.
I don't believe it.
You don't believe it. It's true. Your great-grandfather said, "No ghost, not even the ghost of Kitty Morgan, will drive me out of my own house." Oh, he was a great one for ringing declarations.
But...
So he stayed on. And one morning, he was found dead.
Dead?
The ghost had killed him.
How?
Oh, how do ghosts kill? They scare you to death.
Oh, he could have had a heart attack or something of the sort.
Oh, the man was as strong as a bull. Well, anyway, since then, everybody knows that it's death for any male descendant of Robert Chesney to enter that house.
Everybody knows. What nonsense.
Oh, I'm so glad you could visit your poor old aunt. Why don't I ring for Forrest and have her bring us a nice hot cup of tea?
Who was it that said the lunatics have taken over the asylum? Well, whoever he was, the man is a true prophet. Here I am surrounded by people who suddenly seem to have taken leave of their senses. Ghosts. Well, the matter had to be cleared up once and for all.
Yes, Mr. Chesney.
Miss Borkin, find out from Powers who is looking after the property up at Harrowwood and make arrangements for me to go up there.
You're going up there?
Yes, Miss Borkin.
But
But what?
is that wise
Wise?
in view of the curse?
What are you saying, Miss Borkin?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, you must be Mr. Chesney. Oh, please come in. Miss Borkin phoned and said to expect you.
Thank you.
I'm Julie Miller. My dad is caretaker of the Harrowwood estate. He's out there now. I expect him home soon. May I offer you a drink?
Julie Miller. She had the blondest hair, the brightest blue eyes, the fairest complexion I had ever seen. She was like a sunburst. Everything about her shone and sparkled. Had I fallen in love with her at first sight? Ridiculous. There is no such thing as love at first sight. Just as there is no such thing as a ghost either.
Miss Borkin said you'd be here several days. So Dad told her we'd put you up here.
Oh, well, thank you, but that won't be necessary. I can stay at a motel.
But you can't.
Why not?
Because there isn't any.
There's no motel?
Or hotel for 40 miles in either direction.
I find that hard to believe.
Well, it's true. You see, the folks here about sort of discourage that sort of thing.
What sort of thing?
Oh, how can I describe it? Tourism.
I don't understand. Tourism means money. Why should anybody be against that?
Tourism also means people.
Oh. You have anything against people, Miss Miller?
No. Just against some of the things people bring.
Yes?
Roads, traffic, fumes, stores and stands, shopping centers.
Well, that's progress.
And who needs it?
Civilization.
And who needs civilization?
Miss Miller, you can't be serious.
Well, most of us would like to see the place remain unspoiled.
I see.
What do you see, Mr. Chesney?
I see now why the estate is supposed to be haunted. It's a legend that you folks nourish very carefully to discourage the invasion of civilization.
How clever of you to figure that out.
And that's why the house is haunted.
Oh, I would disagree. The house is haunted because Kitty Morgan will have her revenge on Robert Chesney.
Now, just between you and me, Miss Miller, do you believe that?
Of course. Kitty Morgan was my great aunt.
Oh, you seem like such a sensible girl. How can you possibly swallow this nonsense?
Oh, it goes down easily enough. And you, sir, should be careful not to describe the beliefs of others as nonsense.
Do you really believe that Kitty Morgan's ghost murdered Robert Chesney?
Well, that's what the coroner's report said.
The coroner's report said Kitty's ghost murdered my great-grandfather?
It said death was due to causes unknown. A ghost is unknown. Can you deny that? There is Harrowwood. Oh, Magnificent, isn't it?
Yes.
Dad has a crew that keeps the place up.
Appears to be in very good shape.
Are you sure you want to spend the night here?
That was the reason I came.
Well,
Are you saying that I have something to fear?
I better not say anything.
Why?
Because it might set us off on a discussion where we would simply never agree.
About ghosts?
And other things.
I have a 30-room mansion, Miss Miller. I understand it has heat, light, water. It's my home.
No.
No?
It's Kitty Morgan's home.
Oh, Miss Miller. All right. I see you really believe it. So I shall respect it.
I wish you wouldn't go in there.
But I must.
Then I suppose this is goodbye.
Well, it's good night.
Good night.
The way you said that sounds as if you're sure you'll never see me again.
You were warned.
Warned? Oh, that has an ominous ring to it.
There's nothing I can say or do to persuade you.
I'll see you tomorrow morning, Miss Miller.
You're not at all what I expected.
Oh, what'd you expect?
Joseph Chesney, the rich, powerful Joseph Chesney. The man who'd be coming up here to ruin our lives.
Why would I be ruining your life?
Well, you'd be changing it. You'd turn us into one of those noisy, crowded, grimy resorts. All the peace and loveliness would be gone forever.
Well, now.
I thought you'd be a crabby, sour, grasping old man.
Me?
But you're not.
I should hope so.
You're young. You're nice-looking. You're so easygoing.
Me?
Yes, you.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're nice-looking, too. What are you doing up here?
I like it up here.
You know something? I think I'm beginning to like it up here, too.
Well, then, don't do anything to change it.
I'll see you in the morning.
Please. Please be careful.
She kissed me suddenly. Then she was gone. I walked up to the massive front door. I turned the handle. It swung open smoothly, and I was in the house. I found a switch, flooded the place with light. I was in a magnificent entryway. I could see what a house this was. I lighted my way from room to room. Each was a delight. How beautifully this Kitty Morgan had designed Harrowwood. I walked into the handsomely finished library, and I sank into an easy chair. So this is where Kitty Morgan had chosen to end her life. I looked up reflectively at the ceiling beams. From which one? I sat there thinking for a long time, and then someone said,
What a lovely, comfortable room.
Yes.
High windows. Not just for light, but to enjoy the view.
Excellent arrangement.
A library should be light and airy.
I agree.
It's best for the books. They can be ruined by mustiness and damp. Isn't that so?
Yes, that... Wait a minute. Who are you?
Kitty Morgan. Who else should I be?
Kitty Morgan? Well, you're a...
I am what you claim does not exist. I am a ghost.
A ghost?
Now, Mr. Joseph Chesney, what has become of all your theories and convictions and strongly stated opinions? Will you still say there is no such thing as a ghost?
I'm dreaming.
Are you?
Well, I must be.
But you know that you are wide awake.
How can you be Kitty Morgan?
I was born Kitty Morgan.
Well, it can't be real. It can't be.
But here you are. Here I am.
Oh, this must be some trick.
On whose part?
What do you want?
At one time I wanted love. I couldn't have it. Then I wanted justice. I couldn't get it. Now, I want revenge.
Revenge?
I discovered that revenge is nothing but an appetite. Must always be fed. It wasn't enough to kill Robert Chesney.
You killed Robert Chesney?
And so I swore that I would kill every Chesney who came in here.
You want to kill me?
You look so much like him.
The same face, the same voice, the same smile that can be so warm and so cold. Do you have the same heart?
I don't know what you mean.
Yes. I should kill you, but I won't.
Well, thank you.
Don't be sarcastic, young man. I could do it. Quite easily. You think I'm a woman, and so I can be overpowered. But I'm not a woman. I'm a ghost. My strength, my power, is not of this world.
I think I understand why you would want to kill me. But why have you changed your mind?
Why?
Yes. Why?
Well, young Mr. Chesney, I believe I have other plans for you.
We think of ghosts as floating, ethereal, disembodied, things that merely drift along. But a ghost as a reasoning, calculating, plan-making entity? This, indeed, must be something new in the chronicles of ghosthood, ghostdom. I shall return shortly with Ectoplasm for Act 3. Life is real, said the poet, and from that it must follow that death is also real. We know that death is the end of life, but is death also the end of existence? Tricky questions? Perplexing propositions? Maybe we even have to question basic definitions. What is life? What is death? What is existence?
You say you have plans for me, Miss Morgan. You are Miss Morgan. That is, it is correct to address a ghost by the name that she had in...
Yes, entirely correct.
Well, may I ask, what are those plans?
I'm tired.
Can a ghost be tired?
Oh, yes. You have no idea how tired. And Robert, your great-grandfather Robert, his soul, wherever it is, must be tired, too.
How do you know?
I know. Robert and I, we're one.
How can you say that?
It's true. He married the woman who became your great-grandmother, but he never loved her. He only loved me.
Well, if he loved you, then why...
Why didn't he leave her for me?
Yes.
He was too cowardly.
Oh, no. That's the one thing you cannot say about my great-grandfather. He was afraid of nothing.
You're wrong. He was afraid of many things. But it doesn't matter now. It can end happily. Robert and I can find fulfillment through those who came after us.
I don't understand.
Through you and Julie Miller.
I still don't understand.
You're Robert's great-grandson. I am Julie's great-aunt. We shall live again. Through you.
Through us?
Through your love.
What love?
You love her, Joe. Don't deny it. And she loves you.
Well, how can that be?
That's what Robert and I also asked ourselves that night so long ago. 100 years ago.
What are you saying about Julie and me?
And that's how it shall end. The terrible past shall end with the beginning of a wonderful future. Good night, Joseph.
Good night.
I know now you'll sleep and dream of Julie. Dream of her, Joseph. Dream of her soft beauty. Dream of your happiness. Joe.
Julie?
Come in. Dad went up to the mansion.
Yes, I know. I saw him.
I knew you'd be by. I made you some breakfast. 3-minute eggs.
3 minutes, no more, no less. How did you know?
Oh, I know a great many things. Instinctively.
Well, Julie, as you can see, I spent the night at Harrowwood.
And nothing happened.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't?
A great many things happened.
Yes?
I fell in love.
With whom? The ghost of Kitty Morgan?
No. With the great-grandniece of Kitty Morgan.
Oh.
Yes. I do love you, Julie.
I know. I know.
How do you know?
Because I love you.
Julie.
And you see, when you love someone, really love someone, it's part of a chord. It's never a single note. They also love you.
You never heard of unrequited love?
You can only love if you're loved. The other thing, well, it's a state of mind.
You'd have a quarrel with most of the writers of romances.
Do I have a quarrel with you?
With me? No, darling, never.
That's good. We must never quarrel.
You happy, Julie?
This is more than being happy.
No, I wish it would never end.
Why should it end? Love is forever, isn't it?
You know, we sound like one of those romantic novels that you buy at newsstands.
Do you read those books?
Oh, sometimes. When you're waiting around an airport for hours, you read just about anything and everything.
Why should you be stuck at airports? Why should you even be at airports?
Because I have to travel.
Why?
To make money.
Oh, don't you already have enough money?
Well, you have to protect what you have.
If you look at that deep blue in the sky, and the whiteness of the clouds, and the reflection in the still waters of the lake, and you listen to the birds, you realize how inconsequential all talk of money is.
Well,
admit it. Go ahead. Admit it.
Come over here, and I'll admit it. So the days passed. One just seemed to flow into another. Everything was so wonderful. It was like a Garden of Eden. I had never met another girl, I should say another woman like Julie. I was happy, content. But this wasn't the world. The real world. The real world rang the telephone one morning.
Mr. Chesney, I've been trying to reach you.
What's up, Miss Borkin?
It has to do with financing for that transnational deal.
Well, I thought we had that all lined up. What seems to be the problem?
Tom Bullen isn't too happy.
Oh, what's bothering Mr. Bullen?
He's on his way up there. He'll tell you in person.
Anything else, Miss Borkin?
No, sir. I should think that would be enough.
May I pour anyone some more coffee?
I'll have half a cup.
I'm fine, thanks.
Well, I can see you gentlemen have important business to discuss, and I have shopping to do, so I'm sure you'll excuse me.
See you later, darling.
That's what's bothering me, Joe.
What do you mean?
Julie.
I don't think that's any of your business, Tom.
Tell me, Joe, does she know you're married?
Well, if you want the truth, she never asked me.
Oh, Joseph.
The fact still remains that it isn't any of your business.
That's where you're wrong.
My personal life
Come off it, Joe. A little affair here and there and occasional infidelity now and then is one thing, but this particular situation has gotten out of hand.
I still say it's none of your business.
Aside from being cruel, yes, cruel's the only word to describe it, to a lovely young woman.
Look, she's my age. She's mature. She knows the risks she runs.
What a way to put it.
And the bottom line is still, it is none of your business.
I'm glad you mentioned the bottom line, Joe. That's why I'm here. Do you know the bottom line for the transnational deal?
I'm afraid I don't follow you.
It's a tremendous deal. It could be worth close to $100 million if we get it rolling.
We've got it rolling. What's the problem?
I'm putting up 1/3 of the startup money. You're putting up 1/3. And the other third is supposed to come from Marcella's father.
What do you mean supposed to? I have his word.
What does a word mean to a man like you is the way her father's starting to think. After all, you stood before a minister and gave your word to be true to his daughter.
Do you mean the old guy wants to back out?
What we're getting back in town are reports, rumors, allegations, you name it, of an extremely hot and heavy romance between you and a girl up here.
Tom, it's just...
Just what?
It's just one of those things.
No, it isn't, Joe. I look at that girl's face. I watch her as she sits there and listens to you. Joe, she's in love.
That's just one of those things, too.
I'll tell you something else, Joe. I've watched your face when you look at her. You're in love, too.
Oh, you're crazy, Tom.
Let me tell you this. If you're in love with her, marry her. What? Divorce Marcella and marry her.
Divorce Marcella?
It's all over between the two of you, and everyone knows it. Be truthful with yourself.
I can't afford to divorce Marcella.
Why not?
Because her father doesn't believe in divorce.
What do you care about what he believes?
Tom, I'm in hock. I owe him more than I'm worth.
Joe. A Chesney fortune? How could
I blow it? Easy. Bad advice here, bad investments there, bad luck someplace else. It can happen.
I don't give a damn about transnational. Tell the old guy off and marry Julie.
And live on what?
At least you'll live.
Tom, listen.
You've only got one life. You'll never meet another woman like Julie.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Good for you, Joe. Don't you want to answer that?
Hello.
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Chesney.
Well, what is it, Miss Borkin?
Your father-in-law wants to see you at lunch tomorrow.
Oh. Well,
I'm to tell you this, off the record, Mr. Chesney.
Tell me what?
Well, my spies in his office have let me know that he won't do anything drastic.
Drastic? What are you talking about?
Oh, excuse me. I'm talking about what we talk about all the time. After every one of your escapades, you always want me to talk to my friend, your father-in-law's secretary, and assess the damage.
Yes. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Miss Borkin.
Well, he'll want assurances, but she says you've managed to weather the storm. You have to be back in town tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you, Miss Borkin. I'll do better than that. I'll be back in town by tonight.
What are you talking about?
I'm leaving.
When?
Now, this minute.
Aren't you going to say anything to Julie?
No.
No!
I have nothing to say. It was fun. Look, it was fun while it lasted. Now it's all over.
You're just going to sneak out of her life.
Well, you could put it that way.
But at least...
At least what? Have a confrontation, a scene?
Do you mind if I don't drive you back in my car?
I have my own.
You're no good, Joe.
I never said I was. All I had to do was go back to the mansion and get my clothes. I was all packed. I looked at the place in the bright sunshine. How could anyone think there could be a ghost here? When suddenly, everything seemed to grow dark. Was it my imagination? Or had a sudden storm blown up? Now the library was filled with shadows. And I heard a noise. It was like a sigh. And then a voice.
Don't leave her, Joe.
No. This is my imagination. I know it's my imagination.
Don't leave her, Joe.
I have to.
You'll be sorry for the rest of your life. And more.
More?
For the rest of eternity.
I don't believe this. I don't believe any of this.
Ask him.
Ask whom?
Your great-grandfather, Robert Chesney.
He's dead.
We're all dead.
Not me. I'm alive.
No, you're dead. Everything that was alive in you died when you decided to leave Julie. You're dead.
I don't believe you.
Believe her.
Who are you?
I'm Robert Chesney. And you died the way I died. You should have never come back to this house.
I'm not dead. I'm not.
I didn't know I was dead at first. My wife had the money. That's why I was afraid to leave her. That's what killed me.
I want to get out of here.
It's too late.
Please.
Poor Robert. Poor Joseph. Poor Kitty. Poor Julie.
Let me out of here.
Where would you go? Crawling to your father-in-law, just as I did. Admit it. Admit it. Yes. You're better off dead, just as I was. Yes. Yes.
Don't fight it, Joseph. Don't fight it. I don't believe it.
No one knows why. It must have been the ghost.
The ghost of Kitty Morgan. Why didn't he listen to me? She killed him. Why?
Because she must have had a reason.
Do you believe that? Do you really believe that?
Yes.
You mean you actually believe that there is a ghost of Kitty Morgan? Just as I do?
Yes. I believe it.
Oh, you're a very kind, understanding, and sympathetic person, Tom.
He certainly is. And so, what are we to make of our ghost story? Was it all in the mind? Did Joseph Chesney die of remorse? Perhaps of frustration because he was unable to do what he really wanted? Could lively Julie have taken a hand in it? Or is there actually an avenging ghost of Kitty Morgan? I shall return with a partial answer shortly. Your ghost will walk, said the poet. And so, what are we to expect? It is said that we give up the ghost at that moment when the mortal essence leaves the body. Yes, we give up, but the ghost remains. It holds on to memories and desires, and it roams the earth. And who is to say that at a certain time, when we're in a certain place and feeling a certain mood, we cannot see and hear the ghosts of what we once were, long ago, in another world. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Evie Juster, Bryna Rayburn, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale. Jimmy, why did you have to go and meet my little brother before you did me?
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't tell me when I move close to you, you don't respond. Don't tell me you don't recognize that you should have been my woman from the start.
I think you must be out of your mind.
I am about you.
But I am your brother's wife.
What you really want to be.
You know it is. Now, you just get your hands off of me.
I can't convince you otherwise. The moment I saw you, I said, that's my woman, the one I've been waiting for. You don't believe that?
It doesn't matter what I believe or what you believe. It's what is. I am your brother's wife, and I want you to let me go.
I'll never let you go, Jenny. As long as you're here, you're going to have to make your choice between my brother and me.
I've already made my choice.
Have you, Jenny? Have you really?
You must be playing crazy. I love your brother. And every breathing moment he's alive, I always will.
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If you were to make a guess which of the 10 Commandments is most often broken, which would you pick? The first? The fourth? Or would you agree with me that human nature being what it is, the most probable is the 10th? Beg pardon? Oh, well, just in case the burden of it has slipped your mind, these are some of the words of it. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. That's what this story is all about.
I love you, Uncle Will, but I love you like a father.
Well, that's not the way I'm thinking of me being to you right now, Virginia.
You can't feel any other way. It wouldn't be right.
I can't help it. I only see you as a woman now. And I need a woman. You're the one I want.
Our mystery drama, The Sixth Commandment, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Terry Keane. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The changes in farm life in the generation since World War II, and even before that, have been astonishing. And yet, as the French say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more things change, the more they remain the same. It still is a lonely life on the farm, and emotions can build and twist with no outlet until at last long-suppressed love or hatred can explode with all the force and devastation of a volcano.
I've been driving this tractor, or one like it, most about as long as I can remember. I'm 7 years older than my brother Jody, but he was always a favorite. Oh, I've always been big and husky for my age, and all the chores always fell to me. I pulled out of high school when Ma died, and Pa and me brought up Jody. Jody was the one who got to be educated. When Pa died, since I was working and running the whole spread, I figured the farm would be left to me, or at least between the two of us. And when it turned up in his will, it was left to Jody and me only as long as I worked it. I was furious. That's when I first knew I'd made my big mistake. It was my brother I had to kill.
Now, that's Trail's Corners, I think. Oh, darn this rain. It's hard to see.
Don't knock the rain, Jody. Looks mighty good to a farm gal from Texas.
I'm not knocking it. We need it up our way for the crop, Jenny.
It takes a brand new graduate from Texas A&M with his degree in agriculture to figure that out.
You can kid me all you want, Jenny. I got the last word.
What's that?
I plucked you from the vine. And you're mine.
Only because I was ripe for it. And you were the one I picked to pick me. Crazy, the whole thing. And your brother Clem doesn't even know.
Oh, we didn't know ourselves till the last minute. You got any regrets?
Not a one.
Well, I'm not all that much of a catch.
2,500 acres in the breadbasket of the nation? I don't think I did so badly. After all, I'm the first little old girl out of Texas that wasn't rich.
Oh, but you're gonna be. I'm going to give you the life to which you ought to become accustomed.
I thank you. But honest, I'm more than satisfied with what I have now. I just wish I'd met your brother. He does know you're coming home.
Oh, he sure better. If he don't meet this bus at Indian Ridge, we're going to have a long, rough trek getting there.
Yeah. I only hope your brother likes me.
Yeah. How could he do anything else?
There were a million chores had to be taken care of on the farm. The last thing I needed was to drive 5 miles in the rain over the washed-out roads to pick up a brother I wished had never even been born. But you do what you have to do. And I met them at the bus depot in Indian Ridge. The way it was, I was going to meet him. But then, suddenly there was her.
Hey, Clem!
Hey, Jody! Welcome home!
Now watch the bear hug. I'm a little tender, 4 years away from the great outdoors.
You just give me a month on the farm with you, and I'll toughen you up. You and me, Jody, we're going to wake up this old farm and make it the greatest producers in...
Did I say something wrong?
No, it's just... well, we can talk about that later.
Oh, sure.
See, I didn't come alone.
What? Alone?
I want you to meet Virginia. She's my wife.
Hello, Clem.
Oh, hello, Virginia.
It's my name, but it seems a bit formal for family.
Yes, I agree. Hello, Jenny. Why, welcome. Why didn't you warn me, Jody? This isn't quite fair.
Well, I know, Clem. It was just that, well, we didn't expect it either. I was going to come back and tell you and try to arrange a wedding up here, but it didn't make sense.
Why not?
Well, see, Jenny's an orphan. She doesn't have any folk.
If I had, I would have insisted on having the whole wedding back in Prairie View or even Waco or Houston.
You went to college with Jody?
I haven't that kind of background. I was just a waitress in a restaurant near Texas A&M.
Oh, but she's a lot more than a waitress, this gal of mine, Clem.
Maybe it means I grew up on a farm, so I'm not all that much out of my class.
Oh, that's one thing I can sure tell right off. Class is what you are.
Why, thank you. But
I told you, Jenny, you two would get along. My brother Clem is one smart guy.
Well, not as bright as my little brother. I'm a few years beyond him, and I haven't been smart enough to find me a woman like you, Jenny. I'm sure glad he brought you home. I never seen a woman in my life grab me like that. She had wheat blonde hair and eyes bluer than August skies. I never seen anything in my life I wanted more than her. She was my woman. And I could tell, though maybe she never wanted to admit it, she wanted me. Except she'd never give in to that as long as Jody was around. So now I knew more than ever he had to go.
look at that beautiful dog.
Oh, that's my hound, Rusty.
I told you about Rusty, Jenny.
I had to bring him with me, only there ain't all that much room in the ranch wagon. Now, here, boy. Sat.
Oh, come on, easy, Rusty, easy. I'm going to be home from now on. There's no call to knock me down.
Down, boy, down.
Don't be mad at him. I guess he's just glad to see me.
I never seen the day he didn't come to heel when I spoke. Down, boy.
Clem, don't score him too much. He's just so glad to see me.
Well, sure, that's fine. First off, he's got to know his manners. Love me, love my dog, the man says. But to have my dog love someone better than me, slavering over Jody like he was his master, not reacting lickety-split to my command. I can't take that. Not only that, but the way Jody took over right from the moment he was back. Though it took him a month or so to get around to it.
Clem? Clem?
Right here by the barn, Jody.
Well, I've been trying to catch up with you and go over a couple of things.
It's hard to catch up with me, Jody. You run a farm this size, a man's got to keep moving.
I know. And I'm going to be right there helping you from now on. It's just about these books.
Books? What books?
Well, we run a business. Books have to be kept. Well, they're sort of in arrears.
Oh, what's your complaint?
Oh, it isn't a complaint, Clem. It's just I learned a few things in college about keeping a tight set of books.
You don't think I've been running things right while you were chasing around being a fancy college boy?
Now, that is not what I said, but we can run a more efficient business. I think maybe we could discuss it. Would you like me to take over?
What choice do I have? By the terms of the will, it's your farm.
Oh, Clem, what's a will? It's our farm. All I want to do is make the most of it that I can. For us. And for Jenny.
For us. And for Jenny. Jenny, okay, that was some kind of woman. But for a brother who never lifted a hand to keep it going except Summers, that gives him the right to walk onto my land, tell me how I ought to run it? Oh, no. It won't be that easy. This here's the hay barn, Jenny.
I don't think in the month you've been here you ever got down and take a good look at it.
Jody and I have been so busy settling in, I haven't had much time to do anything else.
It seems to me, new married, Jody would spend a whole lot more time with you.
Well, he's been away from his farm so long, there just isn't enough time for him to catch up on all that's been happening since he left.
Well, doesn't he want to come back here now he's seen the world?
This is his life, to carry on what your father started here. But it's hard for me to imagine why his father wanted him, both of you, to keep the farm going.
Well, why?
Well, your father didn't want to. He decided to give up living. Isn't this where it happened?
Well, not quite. Ginny, you want to understand it all the way?
Not really.
Well, maybe you'd better if you want to understand Jody and me and the whole family.
I don't know if I want to.
Well, I want you to. Just look up there.
Where?
You can see that big arm coming out from the barn with the wheel on it and the rope and the hook.
Oh, I can see it like a scaffold.
Yeah, that's the hay lift. When we hay later in the season, that hook picks up the bales, and then by hand, using the pulley, we swing them inside and then store them up here for the winter in the hayloft.
Why do you want to show it to me?
Because that there is where Jody's daddy and mine hung herself. He swung in the hook to the hayloft there and secured it long enough to hook on a short rope he had about his neck with a noose. And then he jumped. Probably the fall broke his neck right away. I hope so. But whatever happened, he was dead before they cut him down.
I still say, Clem, why would you want to show it to me?
You're a part of the family now. I want you to know the truth. And I'm the only one who can tell it to you all the way. Jenny, why did you have to go and meet my little brother before you did me?
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't tell me when I move close to you, you don't respond. Don't tell me you don't recognize that you should have been my woman from the start.
I think you must be out of your mind.
I am about you.
But I am your brother's wife.
Is that what you really want to be?
You know it is. Now, you just get your hands off of me.
I can't convince you otherwise. The moment I saw you, I said, that's my woman, the one I've been waiting for. You don't believe that?
It isn't a matter what I believe or what you believe. It's what is. I am your brother's wife, and I want you to let me go.
I'll never let you go, Jenny. Long as you're here, you're going to have to make your choice between my brother and me.
I've already made my choice.
Have you, Jenny? Have you really?
You must be plain crazy. I love your brother. And every breathing moment he's alive, I always will. Now, you better leave me alone.
I left her alone for the moment. I was willing to wait, only not too long. It made little mind to me that my father had hung himself, or so folks said. There was no more than he deserved for cheating me the way he did. And I was happy to help him do it. It wouldn't worry me the least bit more how my brother went. Just so his death couldn't be laid at my door either.
It's a terrifying thing when a man commits himself to a unilateral course of action that has to end in murder. When all rationale ceases. We live in a world that these aberrant people share. The terrorists, the hijackers, the anarchists, they are the ones who should be marked for destruction. For there is no reason for their existence. I shall return shortly with Act 2. How often have you heard, or even spoken, the phrase, "It's all in the point of view"? We have seen from inside his mind one man's point of view on this particular version of the human triangle. We will see later as this story of suspense winds inevitably to the final tragic explosion just how the other man feels. But before that, it seems only fair to allow the woman her point of view.
I never should have married Jody. He didn't know enough about me. But he was just so sweet, and I was so
tired. I remember how happy I'd been on the farm until... I never knew my parents. I suppose even my mother never could have been quite sure who my father was, and she abandoned me the moment I was born. I grew up in a foster home with Aunt and Uncle Watkins. They had a small truck farm in northwest Texas. It was a good life until I got into my teens, and then Aunt Mattie died. And suddenly I was alone, keeping house for Uncle Will. It all came to a head.
Hello, Virginia.
Well, don't you look nice, all showered and shaved. Sure hope I didn't scorch the dinner keeping it waiting for you.
Oh, let it wait a while longer. I want to talk to you.
Yes, sir?
You know, Jenny, it's been almighty lonely since Mattie went.
I reckon we both feel the same way, Uncle Will.
See, Virginia, a man just naturally has to have a woman in his life, a real man. And I have to tell you, I'm desperate lonely.
I know you must be.
Mattie and me, we never could have a child because of, well, that don't matter no more. But instead, we had you.
And I'll be forever grateful.
But you see, you're not my child. I mean, you ain't something I created.
No, sir.
But I love you just so deeply, all the same.
Just as I love you, Uncle Will. As a father.
That's not the way I'm thinking of me being to you right now.
You can't feel any other way. It just wouldn't be right.
I can't help it. I just see you as a woman now, Jenny, and I need a woman, and you're the one I want.
There was nothing for me to do but get out. There was a young guy I knew who'd been kind of on the make and who had to make the long drive to Houston every week. I was ashamed at first how I teased him into helping me get away. I was still innocent enough not to know you don't get anything for nothing. Oh, I managed to fight him off that time, all right, but a month later, when my money ran out and I was really desperate, it was something else again. Who is it?
It's Duke, Jenny.
I don't want to see you.
I think maybe you'd better.
Just go away.
You want me to tell your father where to find you?
He's not my father.
He's looking for you.
All right. Come on in.
I brought us some fried chicken and stuff. Cold beer.
I'm not hungry.
You know that ain't true. I talked to the landlady. You're even behind in your rent. You don't even look like yourself. Circles under your eyes. You've lost weight. Come on. Let's eat first. Talk later.
I hadn't eaten anything but a can of soup and some old moldy crackers in 2 days. I was 18 without a cent or a friend in the world except maybe Duke. And how many times had I fobbed him off? And that night, he was so sweet. How could I deny him anything?
You were powerful hungry, Ginny, baby.
I was. I can't tell you how grateful I am to you, Duke.
You don't have to. Just show me.
Are we going to start all that again?
Don't make it sound that way, Ginny. I love you.
You do?
Would I still be hanging around any other way, you figure?
Oh, Duke, I don't know. I don't know any way to think. I'm out of money. I can't find a job. I can't go back to the only home I know.
You don't have to. You could let me take care of you.
You mean marry me?
Why not, hon? We're both young. It could work out real swell.
Why, I don't know what to say, Duke.
Why don't you just relax and say yes, Ginny? Be yourself and do what comes natural.
I don't know if I love you, Duke.
Let time take care of that.
Oh, Duke, I'm so tired and so lost. I don't know what to do. Take care of me, please. I never saw him again after that night. But he did leave me some money, enough for me to hold out till I drifted into a long series of jobs, mostly waiting on table. But whatever they were, it always turned out that they included being nice to the customer. Sometimes I was, if I wanted to be. Most times I wasn't. And then 3 years later, I was sick of my life and myself, and I got a job as a waitress near the college, only to find out that college boys weren't all that different. Till Jody. Yes, sir, what'll it be?
Oh, I don't know. Cola, I guess?
That all?
Yeah, I reckon.
Yes, sir. One cola coming up.
You're new here, aren't you?
That's right.
You've been here a week and a half. A week and 4 days, to be exact.
So?
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to be friendly.
Will there be anything else?
Well, I was just wondering if,
No.
But I haven't even said what I wanted.
You don't have to, mister. Here's your check. Pay the cashier. I just wanted to be alone. But I didn't discourage Jody. He kept coming back no matter what I said to him. And I was lonely, and he seemed something I could handle.
Hello, Jenny.
Did I keep you waiting?
Here.
What is it?
It's, my mother would have called it a posy. Like a corsage, you know? Some flowers you can wear.
Oh, it's beautiful. Violets.
They, sort of go with your eyes.
Well, where on earth could you find violets this time of year?
Oh, I got a friend at the college. He's deep in hothouse cultivation and all that. Talked him into letting some of his violets go.
So you could bring them to me?
Well, I wanted to have something special for you.
Oh, they're very special, Jody. And I thank you. Would you like to pin them on for me?
Yes, ma'am.
He was very close to me, touching me. And I waited for the pass. It never came. He was a gentleman. And I loved him with all my heart. I couldn't wait to get back to the farm and start our real life together and start raising children. I was a new woman. The woman I'd always wanted to be. But from the moment Clem laid eyes on me, I knew he recognized me for what I'd been. I'd no right to be in Kansas City with you, Jody. There's so much washing and cleaning and straightening up still to be done on the farm, the chores.
Well, that's just why I brought you along, Jenny, to get you away from that for a while. Also, to have you to myself for a change. For the 2 months we've been married and back on the farm, I don't hardly seem to see you at all. Are you, sure you're not sorry you married me?
I am sure. I just wish I could let you know how glad I am you did.
Well, we'll make this a kind of honeymoon and try to let each other know just how much it means to us. But so long as I know being back in a big town like Kansas City doesn't spoil it for you, being hid away on a farm with just a husband and a brother for company.
My husband is all I want and need.
But you do like Clem, don't you?
Well, of course.
Oh, he's the best, old Clem. All my life I wanted to grow up to be just like him. Well, I didn't make it.
Now, you listen to me, Jody. You grew up to be all the man any woman could ever want, including me, and don't you ever forget it. Besides, why do you think your father left you the farm instead of Clem?
Well, I don't know exactly. For some reason, I was always his favorite.
Oh, Jody, I love you so.
Well, it couldn't be more than the way I do you. But, Jeannie, I'm jealous. I warn you, sometimes at night I dream that if you ever had anything to do with another man, I'd go wild enough to kill you. Or him. And myself.
You'll never have to worry about me now, Jody. I promise you. You'll never have to worry. I meant it with every breath in my body. But haunting me deep in the back of my mind, although I swear I was speaking truth, was the specter of Clem. As we turned in to drive up to the house, Clem was coming up from the fields with Rusty running along by him. As we stopped and Jody got out, the dog broke immediately from his side and headed for us, paying no heed to Clem. Even at that distance, I could see the fury and hurt pride and hate on Clem's face.
Rusty, heel.
Hello, Rusty boy. You miss me? Hey, good dog, Rusty. Now, down, boy, down. He's all right, Clem. Just glad to see the rest of his family back.
That hound has got to learn his manners. Come when he's called. I'm going to teach him a lesson.
Oh, shucks, Clem, he's just glad to see us home. Aren't you?
Why, sure, sister. You got a hello kiss for your ever-loving brother?
Why, of course.
Well, how's everything since we've been gone?
Oh, well, little star, your favorite mare is in foal. That's with her now. Maybe you want to go and take a look.
Oh, I sure want to. You mind, Jenny?
No. On you go.
Well, I won't be long. Clem will help you unload the ranch wagon. Come on, Rusty.
You have a nice little fling with Jody?
We had a honeymoon.
Oh, now that's real nice. Oh, by the by, you remember when you left that feed salesman who come driving up?
I can't say I noticed him, no.
He sure did notice you, though. Yes, sir. His name is Fred Whitaker. You remember?
Why should I remember?
Oh, seems he used to have the Houston territory. He remembered you right off. Tells me you were kicking up your heels some in those days. Had quite a reputation. Or maybe I'd say lack of it.
What is it you want, Clem?
A lot of things, Jenny, you included, and I aim to get them one way or another. Don't you ever forget it. Now, let's get you settled back in.
I could have killed him right at that moment, in a mad blood rage if there'd been anything to hand. Thank the Lord there wasn't. But that didn't mean I wasn't going to. Because I've learned enough about men to know about this one. He'd destroy anything to get me, even his brother. I didn't care about me right then, just Jody. And I knew, sure as I breathed, that if I didn't kill Clem first, one way or another, he'd be the death of his brother.
Two sides of the triangle well defined. From inside Clem's mind, we know he wants to get rid of his brother. From inside Jenny's, we know that she feels her only protection, and Jody's, is to kill Clem first. What about the third member? The quiet and gentle Jody? What hidden violences burn inside that calm exterior? We'll learn more about that when I return with Act 3. At some time in everyone's life, he is ready to kill someone. But obviously we don't carry out the impulse. On the other hand, there are perfectly normal people who do translate the fantasy into reality. And the tighter knit and more interwoven the situation that drives towards the impetus, the greater danger of reality. The third side of this triangle is the only one we have not examined at first hand. What lies inside Jody's mind?
It zapped me out when Dad took his life. I mean, I know he never got over Mother and all, but he was so full of life and plans. We'd spent this great time together the summer of my junior year, and there were all these ideas for when I graduated, and how we were going to replace old machinery, pep up the whole operation, maybe even buy some more acreage. The three of us, Dad and Clem and me, had sketched it all out before I went back for senior year and graduation. And when Clem called me to bring me back after Dad took his life, I remember I was like a zombie or someone in a dream. Right here, Clem?
Right here, Jody.
But how?
Well, it must have been around sundown. Earlier that morning, we'd brought up a couple of loads of baled hay on the lift to stack here in the loft. We were planning to bring in some more the next day, so we just left the hook kind of hanging there as it swung out after the last bale. He came up here with a piece of rope from the barn down below, made this kind of noose around his neck, and fished in the hook from the lift with a hay fork or something, latched onto the hook, and stepped off.
But why?
Oh, we just missed Mom that much, I guess. Didn't have anything more to live for.
Now what happens?
Well, tomorrow morning, Lawyer Ridges will read the will, and then you better get back to college.
I remember a sleepless night and the ache for Dad, gone so young. I remember how I cringed and thanked God it was Clem who had to cut him down and face the reality. But most of all, I remember, how could I ever forget, the reading of the will.
I give and bequeath to my natural son all the rest, residue, and remainder of my estate, with the following provisos. 1, that so long as my adopted son Clement shall remain working on the farm, he shall be accorded 1/2 share in all profits deriving therefrom. 2, if he, Clement, should leave the farm and seek work elsewhere, his share and interest in said farm would devolve upon my true son, Jody Henry Poland.
Just a minute, Mr. Ridges.
Yes, Jody?
What's all this about true sons and natural sons?
The circumstances are, and believe me, I regret having to reveal them, when Joshua married your mother, that is, your mother, Jody. Oh, dear me, no, that's not correct. She was, of course, your mother, too, Clement, but...
Mom was already pregnant. I wasn't his child.
That sums it up.
And you mean to say that all these years later, Dad suddenly held that against Clem? Well, when was this will drawn?
Just before you returned to college for your last year.
Well... Look, I don't have to accept the will.
I suggest you go along as you have been doing and wait till the will is final. Then you and Clem may make whatever disposition of assets you decide between you.
I remember at the time I was amazed that Clem took the whole thing so well, particularly the parentage thing. I went back to college, met Ginny, graduated, got married, and brought Ginny home. The first couple of months back, digging into things, I was appalled at how run down the farm was. Our equipment old and obsolete. The books haphazard, tangled. But that was only the beginning. I never told Ginny I had another reason for being in Kansas City outside of buying new machinery and having a real honeymoon. I was there mainly because Mr. Ridges had sent me a secret message.
I'm going to be blunt. You intimated you might cross your father's wishes and turn over an equal share of the farm to your... Well, for the sake of clarity, shall we just call him your brother?
We can just call him Clem. And yes, that's my intention.
In all conscience, I must say I feel it is my duty to persuade you not to.
Why?
Jody, your father was my friend for over 50 years. We grew up together. I think I knew him as well as any one man can know another. Of course, your mother's untimely death shook him to the roots. But I can't believe it destroyed him.
He destroyed himself.
I don't believe it. Joshua Poland was incapable of suicide, Jody.
What are you suggesting, Mr. Ridges?
If Josh didn't take his own life, there was only one person who might have thought he would gain by taking it for him.
Clem?
Who else? That's why I think at the very least you should respect your father's will.
Mr. Ridges, that is a terrible accusation to make against him.
I'm sorry. As a lawyer, I only want to protect Joshua's son. As a friend, I wish I knew how to find justice for my friend.
Lawyer Ridge's obscene suggestion did many things to me. Not that I believed him. Not, Clem, that I'd grown up hero-worshipping. But worst of all, his suggestion had invaded my dreams, and I was racked and haunted by a terrible nightmare.
Why does Jody get all the best and I keep taking the leavings, Paul?
It's my decision. Here, tie off the line. Help me swing this bale in.
All right. But you haven't answered my question.
If you have to know, because you're not my son.
What do you mean, not my son?
Your mother was pregnant when I married her, but the son she carried was not by me. I have to protect Jody. I have to protect my own.
Then I have to protect myself, too.
What are you doing?
I'm just making sure I get my share before you decide to change your will.
No. Now, listen, boy. I have... You're choking me. I can't breathe.
Father? Paul? Paul, I didn't mean to. Yeah, sure, of course I did. Why should I care about you or anyone but myself? And now I've got to protect myself. Strangle her. No, I can make it look like he hung himself.
Hung himself. Hung himself.
Jody, honey.
What is it?
You were having some kind of a nightmare, darling. I didn't want to wake you, but...
No. I'm glad you did.
What were you dreaming about?
Oh, nothing, darling. Nothing. Forget it.
How can I? Jody, the honeymoon was so special and so sweet till just this last morning when you came back from the lawyer's. Then it all seemed to have changed somehow. What was it, darling?
Just something I got to handle as soon as I get back.
Can't I know?
Better you don't.
I could smell trouble in the way Jody greeted me. That damn lawyer, he'd had his innings alone with Jody, and I could guess that I was out. But they couldn't know I killed the old man. I'd covered my tracks too well for that. The big question was, how do I get away with murdering Jody as well?
I knew I had to face Clem. I saw him by the tractor, cutting wood logs on the big 20-inch saw he had hooked up. He was alone. Clem?
Just a moment, Jody. Yeah?
I want to talk to you.
Well, go ahead.
Well, can't you turn that off?
Waste not one now, little brother. I want to get these logs out.
Well, I've got something more important to talk to you about.
You look loaded for bear. Go ahead. I can hear you.
I want to talk to you about how Father died.
Why, has old man Ridges been giving you some fancy stories?
Clem, did he commit suicide?
Of course he committed suicide.
I don't believe you.
Oh, that's your privilege.
Now, look, I'm giving you one chance. Get out of here now and don't come back.
What about my share in the farm?
Well, if you don't work it, you don't get it.
What is this, some deal you and the lawyer set up? You can't kick me off my farm.
Not any part of it is yours. Even after you tried to steal it, you couldn't keep it running right.
What do you mean, try to steal it?
I think you murdered Dad. If it wasn't for Ginny, I'd take the law in my own hands and kill you. Now, you get out before I do.
I could fold you up with one hand as for the kind of woman you married.
That does it.
You asked for it, and since it's just between us... Yes, I killed the old man. He had it coming to him. Just as you have it coming to you right now.
You are not going to get away with murder.
What? This is going to be an accident. You tripped and fell into the saw.
No, I won't let you.
You haven't the string. Goodbye, little brother. No, Rusty. No, Rusty.
No, Rusty. No. Lawyer Ridges. What are you doing here on the farm?
Son, me and the sheriff got to talking after you left. We both began to have some worries about your safety. Feeling the way we did about your father, we got here just in time to see what happened.
You don't think I tried to kill him?
No, Jody. We both saw he tried to kill you. What happened afterwards with the dog was the will of God or an accident. Whichever it was, you're in the clear.
Well, where's Ginny?
I'm here, Jody. If you want me.
Want you? Why shouldn't I?
Anything Clem said about me could have been true.
Well, I told him I didn't care what you were before us.
So I'm in the clear, too?
My darling, you and I have to shut out the past. The only thing that matters for both of us is a long, long future.
All of us have hidden corners, buried shadows, which can haunt and torment us. Most of them are not serious enough to haul out into the light of day. But when they are deep and troubling enough, when individual effort is not enough to exorcise them, sometimes a violent explosion that reveals all the festering, concealed sores is the only way to find adjustment and content. I'll be back shortly. In the beginning, I speculated which commandment is the most often broken. Now, in the end, I find myself not speculating, but knowing that the one which must be the least broken is the sixth commandment. Thou shalt not commit murder. It is, of course, the one which never should be broken. But that would be asking for perfection. And as Oscar Wilde said, none of us is perfect. I myself am peculiarly susceptible to drafts. Our cast included Terry Keane, Russell Horton, Ian Martin, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. To put us in the frame of mind to accept the deviousness of man, we reach into that philosophical legacy bequeathed us by the immortal bard, Shakespeare. Men, he says, should be what they seem, or those that be not, would they might seem none. The lie or the truth? Who is false, who is not? And we have 60 minutes to find out.
We find it peculiar, Professor VERSEGY, that the man who robbed your safe left cigarette stubs of a brand you say are made only for you.
Let me see. They are mine. I cannot deny it.
Isn't cannot deny a peculiar way of putting it?
I don't understand you, police. I report a robbery and you treat me as if I had stolen from myself, as if I were the criminal.
That, sir, is entirely possible.
Our mystery drama, The VERSEGY case, adapted from the classic German story by Karl Rosner, is dramatized especially for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane and stars Arnold Moss.
It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
We are in Budapest, in the era of wine, women, songs, and swindlers. In many ways, life in the 1800s is as exciting as life in our century. There are just as many good men and certainly just as many bad. Where then to begin? Why, at that address at which you'll find both good and bad, the Central Police Office.
Plout? Plout, come in here. Good morning, Commissioner. What's the problem? Shut the door behind you, will you, Plout? Secrets. No more than the usual in this place. Now, I thought it better for the morale of the other detectives and police if I extended my compliments to you in private. Compliments? Commissioner, are you not feeling well? Well, the department greatly appreciates your rounding up all those Romanian swindlers. Thank you.
But I must see him. I must see the commissioner of police without
who is that out there? Someone who must see you, I would say.
No. I do not wish to see the lieutenant, nor do I wish to see the captain.
Either a nut or rich. Perhaps both. I'll take care of it. I am Detective Plout. Perhaps I can help.
There has been a terrible robbery, and I am the victim. That is my wife and I. You must tell the commissioner I am here. Professor Sandor VERSEGY.
Professor VERSEGY, if you would be good enough to wait, I shall tell him the moment he is free.
No, I cannot wait. I will not wait. Which door is it? Oh, yes, there I see it.
No, you cannot go in there.
Can't I, though? Commissioner Franz?
Yes, Professor VERSEGY. Come in.
How do you know my name?
I would say there isn't anyone in this entire building who is not aware of your presence. I am sorry, Commissioner. The gentleman insisted. No, Plout, stay here.
It's all nerve. I took such nerve for me to come here to the police station. I am on the edge all the time. You see, let me explain. As you have probably gathered, I am, at least the doctors say I am extremely nervous. I am in a highly nervous state, very excitable.
Professor, sit down. Now, go ahead. The chair won't bite you.
Yeah, well, what I wish to explain
Detective Plout, would you pour the professor some water from the pitcher by the window, please? Some water? 2 glasses there, Plout. Fill them both and give one to the professor.
Oh, that's very kind of you, sir, but I am not thirsty.
Here is your glass, Professor.
Well, why not?
Professor, would you be kind enough to drink the entire glass of water?
Glad to. I am thirsty after all.
Splendid. It is a scientific fact that water is an effective tranquilizer. Now, quietly, and as reasonably as possible, will you tell us why you are here?
I am attached to the Budapest University, from which I had to retire last year because of nervous disorder. Last night, my wife and I returned from Vienna, where I had gone for treatment, and I was very tired from the journey. I went to bed immediately. This morning, to think of it.
Plout, the other glass of water, quickly.
No, I'm all right. I'm perfectly all right.
This morning, you discovered you had been robbed.
Commissioner Franz, how extraordinary. You should know that. I was told you had a sixth sense.
It is Detective Richard Plout here who is blessed with a sixth sense. I have only the other 5. Now, to continue, Professor, you were robbed?
In my study, I have a safe. The safe was open. I looked inside, 150,000 gulden worth of securities and almost all my wife's best jewelry are gone.
And is there anyone in your household who might have a duplicate key?
No one. We live in an apartment. It's very nice, third floor on the Körnerstrasse. When we are there, a cleaning woman comes in every day. Downstairs is the janitor, but no one has any keys.
Yeah. Do you suspect anyone you know who might rob you?
Someone I know?
Exactly what I said, Professor.
Someone... Oh, no. Decidedly no.
You are married, Professor?
Yes. My wife accompanied me to the sanatorium near Vienna. She was with me the whole time. We closed up the apartment.
Your wife was actually in the sanatorium while you were there?
Oh, yes. They have accommodations for relatives. It was not very pleasant for her, but she is a devoted wife, and she wants me to be well again and get rid of this hateful nervous disorder. Fortunately, I have only been plagued with it this past year. Oh, she has been wonderful. One could not ask for more. I am a lucky man, and I know it. Why, I am 50 years old, and Helena is half my age.
Indeed. 25, huh? That would interest you, Detective Plout, wouldn't it?
And extremely beautiful, I am proud to say.
Detective Plout, I would like you to take on this case. Knowing your interests and expertise, I think you might enjoy it. I mean, solve it. Well, there's nothing more we wait for. Professor, take your umbrella and let us all go directly to your apartment.
This is my study. Look at it. Everything upside down. My papers everywhere.
Where is the safe, Professor VERSEGY?
No, here. Against the wall. I have touched nothing.
This is just as you found it, Professor. You haven't changed anything in the room?
No, exactly as I found it this morning. I did examine the inside of the safe when I found the door open, but I touched nothing. My wife said I should not until it has been examined by the police. Oh, Helena, there you are.
Good day, gentlemen.
Oh, my dear. Oh, this is my wife, Helena, gentlemen. These gentlemen are from the police.
You haven't been overdoing it, have you?
Oh, the professor did not exaggerate. She is stunning. Mrs. VERSEGY, this is Commissioner Franz. My name is Richard Plout.
My pleasure.
Do you know whether any other pieces of furniture were damaged? Or whether anything else was stolen besides, I understand, the securities and your jewels?
I would say no to both questions, Mr. Plout.
The jewels and the securities were in a small box. It is still there. You can see it. But empty. That thief got himself quite a lot for his trouble.
Plout, over here. Used matches, pieces of burnt candles. And what's this? I would say pieces of iron broken off. And there on the floor, that piece looks like it was broken from a file. That's strange. I'll slip these into our envelopes. Anything else? I've already taken the cigarette ashes and the stubs. A very careless robber leaving the ends of cigarettes about.
You are both very careful about your work.
We try. Whatever is found at the scene of a crime is like handwriting. A personal message, in this case, from the thief.
And you can trace the criminal with cigarette stubs and so on?
We hope to.
Commissioner, I would like your opinion over here, please.
What is it, Plout?
Will you examine the door of the safe? It's been hacked about. The hinges and the lock have been filed in a haphazard way. And if you look more closely, those marks have nothing to do with opening the safe.
Yeah. You're right, Plout. The door was opened with a key.
You agree, then?
Oh, absolutely. The marks are made on the safe door after it was opened.
An amateur trying to make it look as if it had been forced open.
What are you two looking at now?
These marks.
Yeah, whoever it was certainly made a mess trying to open it.
A mess, exactly, Professor. Have you an axe in the house?
An axe? Oh, you had better ask Helena. She runs the household. Do we have an axe, dear?
Or a hatchet?
I'll go see. I'll be back in a minute.
I don't understand.
Professor, this safe has not been subjected to what we might call professional treatment.
You mean you can tell what kind of a person did this?
No, there isn't a burglar tool used by a professional thief that does not leave its mark. We know them all. Here, however...
This is our hatchet. We keep it in the kitchen. Will it do?
Very nicely. Commissioner, would you like to do the matching?
Thank you. Uh-huh. Yes. Here, too. Yes.
Yes, what?
This hatchet and these deep scratches and cuts match.
Is that unusual?
I don't think the professor understands what you are getting at, Commissioner.
Unusual? Yes. I find it remarkable, sir, that the thieves should have maltreated your safe with your own hatchet.
Obviously, to those who follow the workings of detection, Commissioner Frank of the Budapest Police has already made up his mind. But then, if renowned Sandor Versegyi has falsified a robbery, there must be a reason. That may be the most interesting path to follow. Not the how, but the why. We shall pick up the trail exactly where we left off when I return shortly with Act 2. Semblance, dissemblance. That is the theme of this performance at Mystery Theater. Who is performing? Who speaks the truth? Sometimes people are so adept at disguising their true selves, they begin to believe they are what they pretend. Detective Richard Plout and the commissioner resume the investigation.
Now, as to these papers lying about here on the floor, is this exactly the way you found them?
I think so.
I hold up this insurance policy. Is it yours?
Is it mine? Does it have my name on it?
What does it say, Plout? Sandor Versegyi insures himself against robbery with certain itemized pieces of jewelry and a sum of 150,000 gulden.
Then you're insured against robbery, Professor. You didn't think to inform us of that.
Didn't you tell the gentleman that we were insured? Oh, Sandor, how could you forget a thing like that? Why, that's the reason, sir, that we can meet this loss with a certain amount of calm.
Calm? I would say that Professor Versegyi has been quite excited about this robbery. It was his nervousness which first attracted our attention when he came to report the incident at the police station. And now we find he is insured so as to completely cover his loss. I cannot see any reason for his great excitement.
My husband is ill. Surely you have noticed that. We have just returned from the sanatorium where he was being treated. And now, to you gentlemen of the police, robbery may be an everyday occurrence. But to us, even though we were insured, the invasion of our home by strangers, well, it is...
Mrs. Versegyi, forgive us. We don't wish to add to your unhappiness. Commissioner, why don't we permit Mr. and Mrs. Versegyi to pass the rest of the day alone? I was unhappy to discover the Verseghys had been insured all along. No matter how I rationalized it, it was the old insurance game. I could see the professor was in a very nervous state and so perhaps not accountable for his actions. But Helena, his beautiful young wife, how could she know nothing of her husband's deception? How could she be innocent? The following morning, I was at their door.
I was expecting you earlier, Mr. Plow.
I came as soon as I could. I see you have not had time to unpack. How is your husband?
This robbery has undone a great deal of the good of his visit to the sanatorium. He's in his bedroom reading.
If you like, I shall be happy to bring in your suitcases from the hall.
Oh, no, I wouldn't dream of it.
That's a beautiful coat lying there. What is that for?
Seal. But it's the astrakhan collar my husband's so fond of. He takes it everywhere. It was much too hot for Vienna, so we left it with his stepbrother who lives there.
When did you leave Budapest?
The 27th of March. We first went to see Laos.
Laos?
My husband's stepbrother. He's written us insisting we spend a few days with him before going on to the sanatorium.
And where is that?
In a suburb of Vienna. In Kalden-Lötgeben. We stayed at the sanatorium until the 3rd of May, and my husband was really improving. And then 2 days with Laos, and then back here the day before yesterday.
There you are, Helena. Oh, you have a visitor. Mr. I've forgotten your name.
Plaut, Richard Plaut, Mr. Verseggy. I was going to ask if I might continue examining your study.
I have no objection. Follow me.
Mr. Plaut, may I offer you a glass of wine?
Oh, don't tempt me. Police regulations forbid that while a man is on duty.
A great pity. Still, I am not a policeman, so I shall have a glass.
Thunder, don't. You know what the doctor said. It's a stimulant, and for the present, no stimulants.
Is a cigarette all right?
Oh, don't be silly. Of course it is. Especially since you brought back your special favorites from Vienna.
May I have one, Professor?
Yes, glad to. You will enjoy them. Made especially for me in Vienna. You can't get them here. Nobody smokes them in Budapest.
Oh, really? And you are quite certain this room was thoroughly cleaned before you went away?
Housekeeping is my pride and joy, Mr. Plaut.
And the cigarette you're smoking, Professor, have you smoked in here since you returned?
No, I have not.
Why all this questioning about cigarettes?
Let me show you something. In this envelope are 2 cigarette stubs we picked up in this room yesterday. Now, isn't it rather remarkable that whoever plundered your safe smoked the same cigarettes as you do? A brand, you say, which is unattainable in Budapest. See for yourself. Open the envelopes.
Well, he's right, Sandor. These stubs are the same, but how is it possible?
Let me see. He is right. Those stubs are mine. I cannot deny it.
You said I cannot deny. Isn't that a peculiar word to use under the circumstances?
Well, it's nothing. Just words. I did not mean anything by it. I do not understand you, police. I report a crime to you, and you treat me as if I were the criminal.
Sandor, please. Mr. Plaut, if your investigation results in a kind of 3rd degree, I must ask you to leave. My husband tires easily. Sandor, will you go lie down? I shall be with you in a moment. I'll see Mr. Plaut to the door.
All right, then. But don't be long.
Mr. Plaut, you were asking about household tools yesterday? Well, I was getting out the checkbook, and I found this broken piece of metal in my husband's desk. I thought I'd better give it to you. Now, what do you suppose it is?
It's what they call a file. The end is broken off.
Is it helpful for you to have it?
I regret to say, Mrs. Verseggy, this broken file in your husband's desk is extremely helpful. To say I was shocked is putting it mildly. I could draw only 2 conclusions. In attacking his safe to simulate a robbery, the professor had broken the file himself, or Mrs. Verseggy was trying to implicate her husband. I went downstairs and asked if the janitor would see me.
This is a respectable house. Why are the police asking me questions?
When a robbery has been reported, we ask everybody.
A robbery? Who? Where?
Professor Verseggy, upstairs on the third.
Oh, he's quite mad. He complains about my children making noise. I don't think he's quite right in the head. If I wasn't sorry for his wife, I could make a few complaints myself.
Indeed.
Oh, he thinks he can make all the noises he wants, and that's all right. But if my children happen to run up and downstairs, it's not.
What noises? I thought they were away for a month.
Don't you think I know what's going on here? What kind of a janitor do you think I am? The professor came back one afternoon and evening about a week after they left. And the noise he made in his apartment, you thought he was chopping up the furniture.
You're quite certain it was Professor Verseggy?
I don't say anything unless I'm sure of it. It was the 3rd or 4th of April, early in the evening. My door was open. I looked up. There he was in his brown fur coat with the African collar. He didn't even say hello. I thought, that's pretty silly. Such a hot day, his face buried in the collar. And he went right upstairs. And after making all that noise, he comes down again, doesn't say a word, all bundled up he is. Now he reports a robbery. If you ask me, it takes all kinds in this world. Anything else, officer?
I think not.
How is the case going, Plout?
It's not going very well.
I'm sorry. I have some information that might cheer you. That list of Verseggy's stolen securities we sent out. Here's a wire from a bank in Vienna. As per your inquiry, on April 6th, Hungarian bonds valued 40,000 gulden presented at Anglo Bank, Vienna. Money paid out. What do you say to that, Plout? Our man is supposed to be in a sanatorium, and he cashes in some of his own bonds.
I better take the overnight train to Vienna.
If you're going to the Anglo Bank to get a description of who cashed in the securities, you might also visit the Austrian bank. I have their telegram, and they bought 60,000 gulden worth of Verseggy's securities.
May I have both telegrams, please?
Certainly. Have a good trip, Plout, and try to keep away from the ladies.
Hello, Plout. Is that you?
Yes, Commissioner Franz. I'm calling you from Vienna. I have been to both banks. The man who cashed in the securities in each could not have been Verseggy, nor are the signatures for the money his signatures.
Verseggy could have had an accomplice.
Oh, yes, that's possible. But why would an accomplice be that stupid, A, to sign Verseggy's name, and B, to wear a conspicuous overcoat in both banks?
The Astrakhan collar, eh?
The same one. Just to be completely certain, I am going to the sanatorium in Kalten-Leutgeben to make sure Mr. and Mrs. Verseggy remain the entire month there. Then I am going to have a chat with Verseggy's stepbrother, this Lajos. See what he can tell me.
So you won't be back in Budapest before Wednesday?
I don't expect so. But you can always reach me at the central Vienna police station.
I think I may go pay Verseggy a visit.
No, I would not do that.
No? Why not?
I think by tomorrow I may have evidence that clears him. And he's such an excitable man, I wouldn't like anything to push him over the edge. Promise me you won't go see him before I get back.
It's open and shut. There's no question.
You promise. I would like to be the first to see the professor.
All right. Till Wednesday, then.
I never got to see Sandor Verseggy. The next morning, I was handed a telegram at the Vienna police station from Commissioner Franz. Stop further investigation in Verseggy case. Guilt proven by me beyond doubt. Unfortunately, immediately after arrest, criminal committed suicide. Come back.
Detective Richard Plout was stunned. That Sandor VERSEGY should take his own life at the very moment his innocence might be proven. Why had he killed himself? Police records are full of cases of those who are unable to withstand pressure, who prefer death to dishonor. No, suicide is not always an admission of guilt. More when I return shortly with Act 3. A trained investigator leaves not one stone unturned, whether it be a slight case of theft or a serious case of murder. It is the very nature of the man to seek after the truth, however cleverly it may be hidden. Such a man is our detective, Richard Plout. He takes up the story.
Versegyi Lajos, Schwind Street 3 was the address in the directory. I know that the Versegy's had stayed with his stepbrother before and after the professor's month in the sanatorium. Lajos Versegyi was a heavily built, clean-shaven man with thick black hair. He sat me in his drawing room, his back to the window, keeping his face in the shadow, an old trick.
So you are from the police, are you? Is something the matter?
You have a stepbrother in Budapest?
Yes, indeed. Sandor, very fine professor at the university.
I have just received a message from Budapest, Mr. Versegyi, which tells me your stepbrother was completely crushed by the suspicion. More than that, that he is dead by his own hand.
Oh, no. Oh, merciful heavens. The poor man. How unfair, how wicked. Look, I'm sorry. You must think me absurdly emotional. He was my stepbrother, and only a few days ago he was in this very room. He and his wife, they stayed in my guest room at the end of the hall, and we... How terrible this all is.
Your stepbrother's death just at this time places Mrs. Versegyi in a very painful position. His suicide will appear it was all true. People will say he died to escape punishment and dishonor. So unless we succeed in discovering the real thief, his name will be destroyed.
The real thief? Oh, then you don't believe Sandor had any connection with the theft?
Oh, no. No, the real thief is quite another person. That's why I came to see you.
But how can I help you?
We have discovered traces here in Vienna of the man who apparently is the robber. Now, obviously, this man knew the professor's habits and must have met him while he was here. Do you know of any such person he might have seen?
No, I really don't. When Sandor and Helena came here, I saw very little of them. I know that Sandor visited several old Viennese friends, but who they were, I don't know. My sister-in-law should be able to tell you.
I expect you're right. I shall leave now. I am sorry to have been the bearer of such bad news.
It's incredible. Awful. Please, if there is any further way I can be of help, don't hesitate to call on me.
I certainly shall. Commissioner, how did this happen?
I expected it. The man was always guilty, and he knew it.
Just tell me what happened.
Well, we had his house watched, naturally. A man on the roof over his apartment. One morning, the janitor was seen moving a small trunk from the basement. When questioned, he said the professor was taking a trip. Now, if you were in my shoes, Plout, what would you have done? What I did. I went to see him directly.
Commissioner, what are you doing here? Where are you going, pushing your way in here?
You appear to be packing to go on a trip. That's rather odd.
Yes, I am. Well, what I do, where I am going, is no business of yours.
It is my business. You are going to Vienna.
Well, since you know it, why do you bother me with questions? Now, please, I'm in a hurry. I've sent for a cab to take me to the station.
Spare yourself the trouble, Professor. The cab will not be here. We have had this house under surveillance, and no one comes or goes without our permission.
How dare you? But what do you want of me? How dare the police put a watch upon me?
I want to know what takes you to Vienna.
I owe you no accounting.
As you like, but then I shall be obliged to forbid your departure. Professor VERSEGY, I must do my duty, hard it may be. And my duty, after all the evidence we have against you, is to arrest you. Professor, come back here.
What happened then?
He ran down the stairs, but I had a policeman on duty there. So he turned around and raced up the stairs, crying all the time, "I am innocent, I am innocent." He went up another flight, calling out to his wife, who hadn't come home yet.
Oh, how ghastly, the poor, demented man.
Another one of our men came downstairs from the roof. VERSEGY kept running back and forth, calling, "Helena, Helena." Then I think he lost his head completely. I tried to reach him, but he eluded me on the stairs, ran out into the street blindly, right into a big van which could not stop. He was dead when I got to his side.
It's good of you to see me, Mrs. VERSEGY.
It's so hard. Anyone connected with the police,
I know. You have every reason to despise us.
They drove him to his death with their suspicions. Sander was the kindest, gentlest man who ever lived.
Mrs. VERSEGY, I am certain your husband had nothing to do with the crime.
You believe in him?
Yes, I do. How well did your husband get along with his stepbrother?
Well, for a year, they've been very good friends.
And before that? Mrs. VERSEGY, it's important for me to know that.
They avoided each other for many years.
And why was that?
It was because of me. My husband married very late in life. I was a student of his at the university. We'd only been married for 5 years.
Believe me, I would do anything to spare you this ordeal.
No, it's all right. When Sander and I were engaged, Lars, his stepbrother, came to visit. I didn't know him. I was friendly in a natural, normal way. I mean, the brother and my fiancé. But he misunderstood it. One night I happened to be alone with him, and he put his arms around me. Oh, I hate to think of it. Fortunately, Sander came in. There were words. Sander literally threw him out. And until a year ago, they never spoke.
Well, how did they become friends again?
It was Sander. I told you what a kind man he was. He heard that Lars had business difficulties, and he sent him money. Later, Lars paid it back and apologized, and that was that. So when he heard we were going to Vienna to the sanatorium, he wrote and he insisted that we stay with him first.
You did not ask to stay with him. He asked you.
That's right. Why?
One last question. Have you any idea why the professor wanted to go to Vienna?
Well, he was very quiet about it. I think he was going to see Lars. Why, I don't know. He did say I wasn't to go with him. Mr. Plaut, is it possible? Is there any chance of finding the real criminal soon?
Soon?
By tomorrow. The funeral is tomorrow.
I know what you are going to say. I can promise you that your husband will be laid to rest with his honor and reputation cleared.
It's almost too good to be true.
That's the least we can do for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Plaut, I did not expect you back in Vienna so soon. Please forgive this confusion, but I am here in the midst of work. I am extremely busy, so it is going to be impossible for me to go to Budapest for the funeral.
You have probably seen in the newspapers that officially the police believe your stepbrother guilty, and they have stopped any further action in the case.
Yes, I read that. Poor Sandor. If he had not been in such a state, he would never have arranged a pretended robbery to collect the insurance.
Then you now believe him guilty?
There is so much that points to him. I don't know what to think.
Well, that is why I came here today with the good news that your stepbrother is innocent.
What?
Oh, I thought you would be pleased. Yes, proof positive.
You have proof?
Do you remember my asking you who your stepbrother might have met while in Vienna? Let's say it was some man he hadn't seen in a long time. A relative, perhaps. Let us assume this man to be in financial straits. He learns the professor has a large fortune in securities, jewels, and so forth, left in a closed and unoccupied apartment in Budapest. If I remember, you yourself told me the professor was very frank in talking about his own affairs.
I don't remember saying anything of the kind.
Oh, didn't you? Oh, then I must be mistaken. But it doesn't matter. We're only talking about possibilities. Let's assume Professor VERSEGY told this interesting fact say, to you, for instance. Yes, to you. Or to anyone else, let's say, to the robber who took the money eventually. We know for a fact the robbery took place April 4th, 2 days after the professor entered the sanatorium. The janitor saw the robber pass in and out and thought he was the professor because he wore the professor's fur overcoat. The police took for granted the robbery was faked, since keys had been used to enter the apartment and to open the safe, and a certain kind of cigarette had been smoked, marks made on the safe by a kitchen hatchet, etc., etc., etc.
Did they find all these things?
Oh, they did. But in my opinion, these things prove the professor's innocence.
I really cannot understand.
It looks to me as if the real robber wanted to throw suspicion on your stepbrother. Don't you think so?
I don't know.
There is one missing link in our chain of evidence. How did the robber come into possession of Professor VERSEGY's overcoat and his keys? Any ideas?
I am up to my neck in work. I'm no detective, and I would very much prefer that you follow up your investigations alone until you really need my help.
I need it now. You see, Mr. VERSEGY, my theory for the solution is very simple. I believe your brother left his overcoat and his keys with the robber here in Vienna in some place where he thought them safe. A great deal warmer in Vienna than Budapest. It would be natural to leave it here with you. Let us say in the room you had given him, huh? Will you excuse me if I ring for your maid?
What right do you have to come barging in here and to...
You rang, sir.
Would you please show me the room occupied recently by Professor and Mrs. VERSEGY?
Certainly, sir. This way.
Madame, do you remember the professor's visit early this month? Did he leave anything here when he went to the sanatorium?
Oh, yes, sir. This was their room. He left his fur overcoat and some other things. They were locked in that cupboard.
Uh-huh. Who had the keys to this cupboard?
Mr. VERSEGY gave the key to the professor. He took it with him.
Oh, dear me. Someone must have mislaid the key. The door has been forced from its hinges. Look carefully.
What are you doing?
Mr. VERSEGY, the police are the ones who ask the questions. Notice, sir, someone has tampered with the hinges of this cupboard door.
What do you mean?
I have found the missing link in the chain of evidence. Lajos VERSEGY I arrest you in the name of the law.
Detective Richard Plout kept his word. On the following day, Sando VERSEGY was buried with honor and dignity befitting an honest man. Perhaps in death, the professor has a lesson for all of us. How sacredly reputation must be guarded. How fragile a thing it is. And should it be lost, it is rarely regained. More on this when I return shortly. We began today's story with a word from Shakespeare, a favorite pastime of ours. For the tragedy of Sando VERSEGY was also the tragedy of Othello, who said, "Who steals my purse steals trash. 'Tis something, nothing, 'twas mine, 'tis his, and has been slave to thousands. But he that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him, and makes me poor indeed." Our cast included Arnold Moss, William Griffiths, Carol Teitel, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. My wise old grandmother, whom I've had occasion to quote to you before, had sayings for almost everything. And almost always Grandma was 100% on the button right. One of her favorite maxims was, "Do unto others as if you were the others." Prejudice and its wicked power is what she was talking about. And the story which Conan Doyle tells us now illustrates how far misjudgment can take you, even as far as murder.
Pop, are you going to let that fella marry Susan? Eduardo? Yes, I think I am. You mean you don't mind? But he's a foreigner. Well, I can't say I do. Some of us in town think pretty highly of him. I think you've all gone crazy, and I don't aim to stand for it. Now, we here in Winter Harbor have a tradition to uphold, and marrying an outsider could mean lots of trouble.
Our mystery drama, Dr. Eduardo, adapted from a story by A. Conan Doyle, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. One has to remember when America was first settled, there were no roads or telephone or telegraph to link one town with another. So the settlers had to go it alone. The years passed, life became more standardized, more the same. But those folk who were there first, the town founders and their sons and daughters, always felt very special. And outsiders had better stay out.
Hey, Pop, there's a letter for you.
How many times do I have to tell you that when I'm here at work in my office, it is not hey, Pop, it's Mr. Mayor. And not hey, Mr. Mayor either. Do you understand that, Matthew?
Gee, I forgot, Pop. I mean,
But you're Pop at home. Mom calls you Pop. Sue calls you Pop.
Dad.
It's hard for me to remember that when you're in the mayor's office, you're not my Pop, you're Mr. Mayor. Here's a letter for you.
Thank you. Put it on my desk.
Well, gee, Pop, ain't you going to open it? But this is the first letter we got in Winter Harbor since the spring thaw.
Matthew, haven't you anything better to do than stand around jawing? It's 8:45, and you've got a great many windows to wash in our public buildings, so get to it.
Oh, Pop, Mr. Mayor, haven't you got a better job for me than the wash windows?
As long as you're on the public payroll, I expect you to do an honest day's work. Oh, I almost forgot. Hold on, Matthew. We put in new locks in the library and the courthouse. You keep these keys so you can get in early in the morning to do your work. All right, now beat it. Where's your sister, Sue? It's almost 9.
Oh, Miss Goody Two-Shoes will be here on time. She always is.
Now, don't speak disparagingly of your sister. She gives the taxpayers their money's worth.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Beautiful morning, isn't it?
You see, Matthew? She doesn't call me Pop. She says, good morning, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it is good morning, Susan. We had a letter this morning. You may begin by dealing with that. Matthew, don't stand there 1 foot in the cranberry bog. And don't use too much soap cleaning windows. This town's not made of money, you know.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
What's in that letter addressed to me?
Mr. Mayor, we're getting ourselves a doctor.
A real live doctor for Winter Harbor?
That's what the gentleman says. He's decided to come to Winter Harbor to set up a practice.
What's his name?
Eduardo Columbus. Eduardo, that's Spanish for Edward.
A Spanish doctor? Here in Winter Harbor?
Think of all the Portuguese fishermen who live in town. He'll be perfect for them.
Portuguese, is that the same as Spanish?
Well, pretty close. And they make up most of the folks who work here.
Well, what about the rest of us? We get sick, too. How do we know he speaks American?
He writes American. After all, his kinfolk came here before we did. They could have been on that boat with Christopher Columbus.
Susan, the best time of the evening is when your mother's gone to bed and I can rock peacefully in my rocking chair on the front porch.
Dad, what do you think of Dr. Columbus?
Well, let's see now. How long has he been in town?
6 months.
I think most folks like him. Some don't. Why?
Nothing.
Nothing. Don't tell me nothing, Susan. When it comes to a woman and a man, there's no such thing as nothing.
Dad, there's a fire down the street.
What? Whose house is it?
I'm not sure. I wonder if...
Here comes Matthew on the run. He probably knows.
Matthew, whose house is on fire?
What's that? Is there fire?
How can you be so stupid? Don't you see it?
Oh, no, I came the other way.
You did not. I saw you back there crossing the street.
Well, I better get myself over there. That crowd's getting bigger, and there'll be sparks and danger. Someone's got to restore order. Doctor, have another cup of coffee.
I'm not going to sleep much tonight anyway. Yes, coffee.
Susan, more coffee.
Dad, Mom's gone to bed. You want to wake the whole house?
Oh, I'm sorry. Bring the coffee pot from the stove, will you? The doctor could use another cup.
Why do people do things like that?
People do what?
Here, let me fill your cup, Eduardo. Are you all right?
Excuse me. Thank you, Susan. I'm sorry if I'm a little... You see, this has never happened to me before, to see my house go up in smoke.
There hasn't been a fire like that in Winter Harbor for 100 years. There's no way it could get started.
There is a way, Mayor Greeley. I wish I did not know it.
Eduardo? You mean you saw something?
6 months I have been here. I thought we could be friends. I love this town, but I see that feeling goes only one way. The town does not love me.
What are you saying? Everybody likes you. Well, sure, in the beginning...
You do know something, don't you? About how the fire got started.
One must be thankful. Only my clothes and books are gone. The medical equipment is safe in my office.
Eduardo, there is something. Dad, it wasn't an accident. That's what he's saying.
How do you know?
I bring here your son's wallet. Take it, please. It is your son's, is it not?
Matthew! Matthew, come down here.
This is very sad for me. Why would he do it?
Are you sure? Maybe he dropped it another time.
Your brother is not the only person in Winter Harbor who thinks I do not belong here.
Gee, Pop, I was asleep. What's the problem?
Here's your wallet, son.
Hey, thanks. Where'd you find it?
Where did you find it, Doctor?
By the back steps of my house. I picked it up after the fire.
Oh, gosh, I must have dropped it there when I went to watch.
You told me you weren't anywhere near there. You didn't even know the house was burning.
Also, the fire chief and I, we went inside, and he found a can of gasoline all burned. And I picked up these keys. Do you know whose keys they are, Mr. Mayor?
Dad, I'm sure Matthew didn't realize what he was doing.
I am so sorry it happened.
Eduardo, what are you going to do?
Well, I shall have to forget.
You're not going to press charges?
Oh, please. That is only for criminals. For the boy's sake, I hope it will be a lesson.
Dad, Eduardo has no place to go. Could we put him up until he finds a new house?
Would you stay with us, Doctor?
Oh, that is very kind.
After all this business with Matthew, I wasn't sure you'd want to be under the same roof.
I should be delighted.
I'm so glad. I'll go make up the extra room.
It's funny how the right words don't come when you want to say them. There you are, burned out of your home, no place to stay, and my boy and what he did, and all I can think of is, I wonder if my pajamas will fit him. Eduardo, you know what day it is today?
Oh, let me see. No, Mr. Mayor, I do not think I do.
It's exactly 1 year since you hung out your shingle on Main Street.
That long, Mayor Greeley?
I asked you personally to come to my office for 2 reasons. One, I want to thank you for everything you've done for Winter Harbor. We haven't lost a baby. No measles, no chicken pox. And that child care center is really a fine thing. Just the same, though, you worry me.
I do?
You're probably the most eligible young man in town. Most of our boys have gone off to the big cities. But I never see you with a young lady. We have square dances, hoedowns, sleigh rides, social...
It is only because a doctor does not have much time for those things.
Well, anyway, I've said it. My wife asked me to ask you, and I've asked you. Well, I've said it. I guess the young ladies in town will just have to take care of themselves, huh? Anyway, on Saturday, we're having a special birthday party for you. Just us menfolk. At the Fisherman's Hall.
But it is not my birthday.
No, but it's the town's birthday. And we thought, good. We'll celebrate 1 year of having the best doctor in the state right in our own backyard.
Well, I do not know what to say.
Well, you be there at 7 o'clock. Eduardo, I'm going to make a little speech. You know, this town is over 200 years old. We don't take to strangers. But when we do, we do. And that brings me to the other reason I asked you to stop by here.
Yes?
Eduardo, I wanted to ask you, now that we know each other a little better, Eduardo, can I call you Eddie? It's more American.
Smell that sea air. Susan, I do not think you realize how lucky you are to live here. The ocean. I love the ocean.
Eduardo, I've lived here all my life, and I never came to this spot until you and I started picnicking here.
It is a little dangerous for a young lady alone. The lighthouse behind us, the steep cliffs to the sea. Where I was born in Spain, a little town like this, it is called Vigo.
In Spain, you have lighthouses, too.
Oh, yes. It has been my dream to live in one.
What a coincidence. Mine, too. That's the truth.
You know, your Winter Harbor is much like Vigo. We have Portuguese fishermen there also.
You miss Spain.
Oh, no. America is my home now.
You know, I think our town has finally accepted you.
Susan, it is not the people in the town who have made me feel at home. It is you.
You think anyone watches us taking walks, spending time together?
Now, what does it matter? Your father has no idea. He asked me why I did not take one of the local beauties on outings and dances. I had to stop myself from saying, Mr. Mayor, I am in love with your daughter. Susan, let us do it. Will you marry me?
Oh, yes, Eduardo.
Are you going to let that Spaniard marry Susan? What? He proposed to her and she accepted. I heard them.
Dr. Columbus? Eddie? Where were you?
Right behind them, cleaning the windows of the Bear Point Lighthouse.
Well, I wondered who was going to grab him off. I never thought our Susan.
You mean you don't mind?
No, I can't say I do. Eddie's a good man.
Well, I don't like it. And I don't aim to stand for it.
Well, I'm afraid there's nothing you can do about it. I don't imagine they're going to ask for your permission, Matthew.
It is not right. We here in Winter Harbor, we have a tradition to uphold. And marrying an outsider, it's wrong. It is a disgrace to our family.
I'll give you some advice, Matthew. Don't stick your nose where it ain't wanted.
First a fire, then a threat. Danger signals to watch for from the prophetic pen of Conan Doyle. How far will bias and blind spots push our tale into tragedy? People like the mayor's son are hard nuts to crack. For, as they say, there are none so blind as those who will not see. I shall return shortly with Act 2. A fine young doctor born in Spain takes up residence in a New England seacoast village. Most folks in town admire him for the good medicine he practices. Yet some, one in particular, do not. Of course, one can't like everyone. There's nothing sinful in disliking someone, but not for the wrong reasons.
And so, fellow citizens of Winter Harbor, in recognition of our doctor's service to the community, I propose he be made an honorary citizen of our town. Now, may I have a show of hands? That looks pretty unanimous. Motion carried. Eddie Columbus, please stand up.
I thank you all for this honor. You know, coming from another country, you have to take your medical examinations all over again. But I did it because I wanted it so bad. I also wanted to be an American so bad that I changed my name. My real name is Eduardo Colombo, which I changed to that good American name, Columbus. Anyway, I thank you. You have made me feel very welcome, and I would like to add a little announcement of my own. Friends, Mr. Mayor, your daughter Susan and I are planning to get married.
Hey, Pop, did you know the doctor got a letter with a foreign stamp on it today?
Matthew, I couldn't care less. Matthew, you're getting to be a gossipy old maid. So why shouldn't Eddie get mail? Everybody else does.
Pop, you don't seem to realize we don't know one darn thing about him. He shows up. Now, who knows who he really is, huh?
Some people, my boy, show you what they are by what they do. Others are just a lot of wind.
Yeah? Well, did you know he bought that old lighthouse on Bear Point?
Of course I did. That's where they're going to live. Remember that little incident of the fire, Matthew? We've hushed it up. Kept it inside the family. And Eddie marrying Susan will make sure it stays there. Now, don't make a pest of yourself. I'm asking you nicely. Stop this vendetta you've got against Eddie Columbus just because he wasn't born in Winter Harbor.
Eduardo, is that you? Oh, it is. What did you tell your patients? Go home, I have to go to my lighthouse to see how my fiancé is sewing up our curtains. Oh, let me hug you. What is it, darling? You haven't said a word.
Susan, I do not know what to say.
Oh, you don't have to be so serious. You're acting positively tragic.
You have done so much for me, so much.
Well, not for you alone, silly. For us. The little study is finished. I unpacked all the medical books you ordered from Boston, and I put that big photograph of me right on your desk.
Oh, Susan.
The bedroom's all finished. The curtains hung, the coverlet made. Oh, I haven't told you. Mr. Harvey's retiring from being dog catcher. His sister told me he's going to hate doing nothing, so I hired him to come take care of us. He can live up on top where the light used to be. He said he'd love it, and he'll make himself right-handed. I just wish we weren't waiting till June to get married, don't you?
Susan, sit down.
You sound so ominous.
Darling, you know I love you, don't you? And whatever I feel I have to do, nothing will change that. You understand?
What happened?
I do not think we should get married.
Oh?
Not now. Not right away. Not now.
Is there some reason? Why not?
Yes, there is, I'm afraid.
I see.
You don't see, do you?
You haven't given me very much to go on. You just said no marriage.
It is all that I can say right now.
Don't you trust me enough to tell me why?
It has nothing to do with you, darling. It is all part of me and who I am and who I was before I ever came to Winter Harbor.
Is there a date on your decision, a time limit?
I wish I could know. Of course, it is not forever. I mean, I am not breaking off just like that. How could I?
You seem to be doing it very well.
Susan, do not be angry, please.
Angry? Out of the blue, you say the wedding's off and no date for when it's on? If it's ever on? And you expect me not to be angry? You won't share your problem, whatever it is, with me?
I can't. I could not make you understand.
So how can I share my feelings with you? Right now, this is just the worst thing that could ever happen to me. But I can't share it because I don't think I could make you understand either.
Pop, are you going to let that foreigner treat Susan this way and do nothing?
Matthew, it's between the two of them.
Yeah, well, I think he ought to be run out of town.
Oh, Matthew, use your head. What good will it do Susan to stir things up?
There are plenty of folks around here who never liked him. People who weren't raised here are different from us. They speak different. They are different.
Well, of course, you're upset. So am I. I keep telling myself it's a lover's quarrel. They'll make up and everything will be all right.
Yeah, well, that's not what Susan says. It's off, over, finished. I asked her to give any reason, and she just shook her head and went up to her room to cry. Listen, I'm not hanging around this town any longer. Everything about it gives me the creeps. My sister gets kicked in the teeth, and my pop says, well. Well, I don't see it that way. She can't protect herself. But I am not letting that guy get away with it.
Horace, Mayor Greeley.
I'm coming.
What? Harry, what are you doing here at 5:30 in the morning all dolled up in your police chief's outfit?
You'd better get yourself dressed, Horace. And hurry.
Well, would you mind telling me why?
There's been a murder.
What? Here? In Winter Harbor?
What are you doing, Dad? Standing in the open door this time of the morning? Oh, hello, Chief Tanner.
Harry's just been telling me...
Do you mind if I come in? Horace, I'd rather you didn't discuss what I just mentioned.
Oh, all right. I only came down to see what all the noise was about. See you at breakfast, Dad.
You could have talked about the murder in front of Susan. She's not squeamish that way.
No, not me. I wasn't going to be the one. Horace, get a move on, will you? I've got the car outside.
What do you mean you didn't want to be the one?
To tell Susan. That's what I meant.
Harry, who's been murdered?
The doctor. The man she was going to marry. Eduardo. Hey, this is quite a place he picked out. Imagine wanting to live in an old lighthouse.
Wait till you go inside. Susan's made this into a really nice place to live.
As I was inside an hour ago when old Harvey first called me.
There he is.
Oh, back again, Chief Teller? Morning, Mayor Greeley.
Yeah, well, you haven't touched anything, have you, Harvey?
Oh, no, sir. I left the body just as you saw it.
Good. Well, a few questions before we go inside. First of all, Harvey, what are you doing here?
What? I live here.
Thought you lived with your sister.
The doctor hired me to take care of the place.
Mm-hmm. When did you last see the doctor alive?
Well, I didn't exactly see him, but I heard him.
Well, tell me, go on.
About 11:15 last night, I heard the doctor call out, so I went down the stairs. You should see those stairs, Mr. Mayor. They wind down and down like a corkscrew. I'm way up top where they used to burn the light.
Mm-hmm.
The lantern gallery. Oh, what a view.
Well, you came downstairs.
11:15, and I knocked on the door, and I said, "Did you call?" And he said, "No, I didn't call, and go back up to bed and don't annoy me." Well, I was kind of surprised. He never talked so snappy-like to me before.
Well, did you go right up to bed?
No, I didn't. I'm not used to living on the top of a lighthouse yet. So I opened the little door, and there's a railing, and I can walk around the light. It was a clear night. You could see for miles.
And then you went to bed.
After I saw Matthew.
Matthew?
Yes, Matthew. May have been about midnight, maybe later. There he comes along the path with a flashlight. Then he turns out the light, and I do not see him anymore.
Are you sure it was my son?
Oh, yeah, I'd know Matthew anywhere. He was just taking a walk, I guess.
And when did you discover the body?
About 4 o'clock, I'd say. What time did I call you, Chief? There was very little noise. And I woke up all of a sudden. Mind you, I'm up there at the top of the lighthouse. What's that? 50 feet up, 75. And I hear the front door squeaking open. And I'm thinking, what's going on? Maybe it took me 5 or 10 minutes to find my slippers and put my pants on. I come downstairs, and there's a light on in the room where the doctor has his books. So I knock on the door. I'm thinking he was reading or something and fell asleep. No answer. I open the door, and there he is, dead on the sofa.
All right. Let's go inside and have a look.
We will have order, please. Order. Quiet, everybody. Coroner's inquest in and for the town of Winter Harbor in Summit County is in session in the matter of the apparent murder of Dr. Eduardo Combo. I am George Payson, the coroner, and witnesses will come forward as they're called. Will Chief Police Harry Tanner step forward to give evidence? Chief Tanner?
Yes, sir.
In what condition did you find the deceased?
The deceased was lying on his back on a sofa, and it was evident he'd been subjected to violence. And while he was fully dressed and had on his slippers, the soles of which were perfectly clean.
Chief, was there any traces of the assailant?
The inside of the door in the carpet had traces of dirt and boot marks, presumably made by the murderer, the assailant. From the size of the footprints, I would say it was clearly a man.
Evidence of robbery?
Oh, I would say no. Only one item appears missing, and that's an 8x10 photograph which has been removed from a frame on the doctor's desk.
You know who this photograph was of?
No, sir.
Is there anyone present who knows who the photograph was of?
I do.
Oh, Miss Greeley, if you don't mind, would you step forward, please? Harry, let her get closer to the bench.
I know whose picture it was. It was of me.
Yeah, and it's missing. Thank you, Miss Greeley. You may return to your seat. Yes, sir?
May I have a word with you, George?
What is it?
Well, my theory is Susan's brother, Matthew, may have a good deal to do with this case, sir. I'll explain later.
Where is he?
That's just it, George. He's disappeared.
It puts quite a different complexion on this case, don't it?
Well, we've got a couple of leads. I think in a day or so, we'll be able to bring him in.
Good enough. We'll adjourn then. Ladies and gentlemen, this inquest will stand adjourned to further notice. You each be notified when to appear. I caution each of you here today not to leave town.
Running away has always been considered as an admission of guilt. Yes, going back as far as the days of Adam and Cain. As the good book says, the wicked flee when no man pursueth.
However, the devotees of Mystery Theater know better than to accept what seems for what is. We'll be back shortly with the hard evidence of Act 3. It's a well-known fact that the smaller the town, the quicker the justice. Unlike in a city where the courts are clogged and backlogged for years. The murder trial in Winter Harbor began right away, and although the coroner's verdict was death by person or persons unknown, it was no surprise when Matthew Greeley was found, suspected, accused, and held. It is now the second week of the trial.
Horace, I can't tell you how terribly I feel that your boy is charged with this crime. I understand you had to bring him in, Harry. He hasn't given me a satisfactory answer why he left town. He keeps saying he didn't know anything about Eddie being murdered. That there weren't any newspapers up near that cabin.
I kind of believe that. I know that boy. He may talk big all over town about what he'd do for the honor of his sister, but he's gentle.
What went badly was him admitting he had gone to see the doctor that night, but then didn't, and decided to leave town.
Who's being put on the witness stand today?
Susan. I said to Jack Smite she was on the stand yesterday. Why do you have to call her again today? She really loved Eddie. This must be traumatic for the poor child.
Here we go. The judge is coming through the door.
Your Honor, I'd like to recall Susan Greeley to the stand. And may I remind the witness that she is still under oath? Now, Susan, yesterday you told us that your engagement to Dr. Columbus had been broken at the doctor's request. Did he tell you why?
I understood there were personal reasons connected with his family.
Mm-hmm. And your brother, Matthew, how did he take the news of the broken engagement?
Well, not very well, I'm afraid.
Do you harbor any ill feelings toward Dr. Columbus?
Oh, no. He acted in a perfectly honorable manner.
Did you ever hear your brother, Matthew, utter any threats against the doctor?
Yes, I'm afraid I did. But he couldn't have killed him.
Well, why do you say that, Susan?
Because Dr. Eduardo Columbus is not dead.
With your Honor's permission, I would like to resume questioning Miss Greeley. Now, would you tell the court, Susan, how you know Dr. Columbus is not dead?
Because I have received a letter from him since the date of his supposed death.
Have you the letter?
Yes, I have it with me in my handbag, but I should prefer not to show it.
Well, may we see the envelope?
Yes.
Would you take it out, please, and tell us the postmark?
Portland.
And the date?
June 5th. Please excuse me. I'm not feeling very well.
I'm sorry, Miss Greeley. These questions must be painful to you.
It's not that. It's just that...
Can you tell us what is particularly upsetting?
Well, you see, June 5th was the date on which Eduardo and I were going to get married.
Susan, are you prepared to swear that this letter is in the actual handwriting of Dr. Eduardo Columbus?
Yes, I am.
Now, Susan, there will be those who say you have been in possession of this letter during the proceedings at the inquest. And then when your brother was apprehended by the police, and at the beginning of this trial. Why did you continue to conceal evidence which might have brought these proceedings to an end?
Dr. Columbus wrote, asking me to keep his secret.
Now then, why have you made it public now?
To save my brother.
I ask the indulgence of the court to declare a recess until tomorrow. We shall bring forth witnesses to verify that the letter is indeed in Dr. Columbus's handwriting. However, it does present us with a dilemma. That if the deceased is not Dr. Columbus, then who is he? Your Honor, this morning before the court resumed, with the consent of the prosecution, Miss Susan Greeley has been excused from cross-examination. I now call the next witness, Dr. Eduardo Columbus.
Did you know about this, Horace? No, I sure didn't. Don't tell me this is a surprise to you, too, Harry. Well, until they brought up that letter, I was sure the deceased was the doctor. I wasn't. For one thing, didn't the autopsy show the deceased had a congenital heart defect? Eddie didn't have a bad heart. Yeah. Doesn't look the better for wear today, does he? I'm looking at Susan. She still loves that man. When you look at her, he's been sworn in. He's taking a stand.
Your full name, sir?
Dr. Eduardo Columbus.
Do I understand you wish to make a statement regarding the events on the night in question?
Yes, I do.
You are aware, Doctor, that anything you say in this trial may be used against you.
I am aware of that.
Proceed, Doctor.
Your Honor, a week or so before the night in question, I received a letter sent to me by my brother from Argentina. I have a twin brother whose resemblance to me is so great that when we were together in Spain, people could see no difference between us. Although it is painful for me to say this, from an early age I conceived a horror of him. Because of him and his dishonest actions, I was compelled to leave Spain and seek a new life and a new career in America. The letter told me he had discovered my whereabouts and would shortly be here. On the night in question, I was sitting in my study in the lower part of the lighthouse by the window. Your Honor, I saw his face looking in at me through the window. The resemblance between us was still so great that for an instant I thought it was my own reflection in the glass. I went to the door and admitted him.
My dear Eduardo, you look well.
Enzo, what has happened to you? For heaven's sake, brother, come over here. Sit down. Look at those shoes.
What's left of them, eh? Of course, Eduardo, you wouldn't know what it is to travel by foot.
Enzo, I cannot believe you came all the way from Argentina looking like that.
Oh, but I did. In these ragged clothes, I blend perfectly with the bales and boxes in the airplane baggage compartment. Not the best way to travel, although the cheapest. You see, they don't heat the baggage at 25,000 feet. You can freeze. But frozen or not, I had this urge to visit you.
Enzo, why were you in Argentina? When did you leave Spain?
Well, the police became impatient. They thought I had broken the law once too often. And besides, there was a little matter of a watchman with a crushed skull in a warehouse.
Oh, Enzo, stealing, housebreaking, robbery. How did you come to it?
Very easily. When you have no profession, no ambition. And a watchman, stupid man. He died. What he deserved, trying to resist me. So I disappeared. Had to. I went to Argentina and lived like a dog.
I do not suppose you wish anything to eat.
Oh, well, you remember my dear brother. No food, thank you. But the largest bottle of the strongest drink will be appreciated.
I'll see what I can do. I am not really installed yet.
Oh, I'm freezing to death. There's nothing worse than a chill when the weather turns warm.
Here.
Give it to me.
Do you want a glass?
What for? The neck of the bottle fits into my mouth.
Enzo, I know you are past reasoning with. You should look at yourself. You're sick, not only in mind, but in body. You have abused yourself like a sick animal. You always had a weak heart. You have diseased your liver. Your face is swollen. I cannot believe you are my twin brother. I cannot.
That's better. Well, thank you for the medical lecture, dear brother. But now let us be serious. First of all, you can have these rags. I want clothes. Good clothes. Then money. All the money you have here. And don't think you shall be rid of me when I leave. Oh, no. I shall return whenever I feel like it, and you shall give me more money.
What was it Cain said to the Almighty? Am I my brother's keeper? Well, so you are, Eduardo. For as long as I choose, you shall be my keeper.
Ancio, sit still. Let me help you. There.
Enough. Stop. You see, you do have some brotherly affection for Enzo. But believe me, it is quite one-sided, for I despise you, Eduardo. Detest you. Always have. Always will. Saints in heaven, how I hate you. Oh! Oh!
I lifted Enzo up from the floor and carried him to the sofa. I felt his pulse, but the hand I held in mine became cold and clammy. His diseased heart had broken down. His own violence had killed him. Your Honor, I am not very proud of my cowardice or my fears. Although Enzo lay dead and was no longer a threat, I had seen enough of the people here. Hasty judgments, unkindness, prejudice. Now, suddenly, I had the chance to make a clean break with the past. I dressed Enzo in my clothes, and I put on his. I would be discovered dead, and that would be the end of it.
And so, to cut all ties with this town, you left that night?
No one saw me. I did not think about tomorrow, what would become of me, the career I was throwing away. All I wanted was to leave a dead brother and a dead town behind me.
Where did you go?
I'm sure I could find the places on the map. I did odd jobs. People were friendly, but I thought, once they get to know you, they're not so friendly. I traveled light. All I carried was a photograph of the woman I loved.
And you wrote to her? To Susan Greeley?
Oh, yes, almost right away. I told her not to grieve, that the body in the lighthouse was not mine. I told her to forget me, that I could never return to Winter Harbor. It never occurred to me that someone might be accused of killing me. I got as far as the border of Canada when I happened to see the story in a newspaper.
And so you returned to Winter Harbor of your own free will, Doctor?
How free one's will is, who can say? No, not free will. But what alternative did I have but to come back and explain?
Your Honor, the defense rests.
I said at the beginning that Conan Doyle had invented for us a story of prejudice and crime. I'm happy to inform you that shortly after the trial was over and the town returned to normal, Susan Greeley became Mrs. Eduardo Columbus. Did I say the town returned to normal? No, Winter Harbor was never again the same. I shall be back shortly. Sometimes I think it a little presumptuous of me to be trotting out maxims and proverbs by way of warning or encouragement as we ring down the curtain on Mystery Theater. Frankly, I'm really too down to earth to believe people take too much preaching. But sometimes our story reminds me of a truth so clear I just have to pass it along. And this one happens to be, let he who is without sin among you cast the first stone. Our cast included Norman Rose, Betsy Beard, Lloyd Batista, Earl Hammond, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
He was smoking a pipe. How is he smoking it?
Upside down.
That's him. Yes, that's what he does. Smokes on the bridge of a ship that way.
Well, I thought because it was raining he smoked his pipe upside down.
Did you see his face?
Yes, he had lots of freckles and a sharp, pointed nose. I could see by his glasses.
That's him, he's here. It's him. Oh, heaven protect me now. I can't sit still like this, like a rat in a trap.
What am I going to do? Uncle, you're living in a civilized country. There is a law if people threaten you. Now, let me drive over to the county police station tomorrow morning.
No, it's too late.
And I'll see that those sailors are taken care of.
No. He's coming. He's cruel. He'll kill me this time for sure.
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Above our heads, a myriad of airplanes trace their contrail patterns in the sky. Beyond them and the stratosphere, countless satellites ride their fixed orbits. We have conquered the air. We are reaching towards space. But on a globe, 4/5 of which is covered by water, beneath the surface of the restless sea lies the real unknown. This story will take us there.
I've made up my mind, Steve. It's up to you to decide.
What's to decide? Count me in, Mr. Hunter.
That's what I need to hear. Oh, one more thing. The name is J.C. Partners. Can't be strangers.
We live through this one, we won't be. Anything this big, one way or another, none of us will ever be quite the same.
Our mystery drama, Raptures of the Deep, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Tolan. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Grease stain, oil stain, mud stain, and chocolate. When you want to talk stain out, shout it out.
Now you can prove Shout's a mom's best friend. Before washing, just spray it on a tough stain. Wait a few seconds. Turn over the fabric and see how Shout penetrates right through to the other side.
That's right. Shout saturates, really penetrates. It's almost like spraying both sides of the stain at the same time.
So when you want to talk stain out, shout it out.
I like pickles, but they don't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
I like pizza, but it doesn't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
Digel's special combination of antacid and anti-gas ingredients gives you fast, gentle relief from acid indigestion, heartburn, and gas in just minutes.
I like hot dogs, but they don't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
For occasional use only as directed.
There is a vast difference between the mysteries of the sea and those of the infinite space beyond the envelope of air that surrounds us. In space, man must cover vast distances by machine to delve into the unknown. Under the sea, machines can travel and observe, but there is so much terrain, so much life, and movement is so limited that eventually only man himself, unencumbered, is the ultimate explorer. The diver, and in particular, that special breed of men, the scuba divers.
Hey, Cobb, you old son of a gun, the Marines have landed.
Get your butt off that helicopter and report for duty. Where's your gear?
Johnny, the pilot's going to dig it out for me. It's stowed in the tail.
There's no time. This is a big one. You can dig out your own gear. I'll help you with it. I got a car waiting, and I'm driving you straight to the Pandora.
The what?
Pandora. That's the name of J. Calvin Hunter's ship.
Ship?
You can decide if you want to call her a boat when you see her. By me, the Pandora's a ship.
The dame who opened up the box and let all hell loose.
That's her.
Well, why would he want to call his yacht that?
Better ask him.
I don't know. It smells like trouble.
When have you and me ever got into anything else? This one, we'll never forget.
The name is Steve Carr, but it didn't start out that way. The real name, the ethnic one, is Stefanos Karalis. Both my mom and dad are from Greece, and I still speak Greek as well as I do English. Me and Cobb Straker were in the Navy together, frogmen. And after we got out, we went into the salvage business. What I mean is, we handled a lot of jobs, but only on the number one jobs did we work together. Matter of fact, we hadn't seen each other in 6 months. I'd been working on some offshore oil rigs around Galveston, while Cobb had been keeping a finger on the pulse of what we really care about. Buried treasure. He stayed with the firm's base in Freeport, Bahamas. We had a lot to catch up on in the car.
So Galveston worked out?
Yeah, finally. What happened to your cake?
Oh, we found the Estrelita okay, in about 40 fathoms.
And?
Just the ribs, and pretty well broken up. The keel was still there, and enough of the stern to identify her. 2 cannons, one eaten away so badly it was scarcely worth raising. The other in fair condition.
But the treasure?
Who knows, buddy boy? You fish around the Bahamas, the Caribbean. A lot of folks might have been there first.
Or storms, drifting tides, or maybe she didn't have gold aboard in the first place.
Well, the hazards of our business.
So tell me about this prize pigeon.
J. Calvin Hunter? No.
Why not?
Because I want you to set up and listen to him yourself. This could be big, Steve. Really big. Or just so much hogwash. I want to let you judge that for yourself.
We hadn't far to go to the wharf where the Pandora was moored. Cobb was right. This was a ship in every sense of the word. She was almost 200 feet overall, beamy, and for sure well over 2,000 tons. One glance at her silhouette told me she had every kind of device to handle deep diving, and the equipment to go with it. I felt a tingling anticipation. I could sniff an explosive future. We parked the wagon and unloaded my gear. Mr. Hunter was waiting for us on the fantail. He was taller even than Cobb, but thin, all whipcord and steel. He had eyes like bullets that shot out from under heavy, dark eyebrows.
You made good time.
This is Steve Carr, Mr. Hunter.
He's almost as big as you are, Cobb.
Not quite, sir. How do you do?
Welcome aboard the Pandora, sir. Sit down. Well, now, did Cobb brief you on what all this is about?
No, sir. He wanted to let you tell me yourself.
So you could make up your mind whether or not I was a nut or not,
I didn't say that, sir.
No, I did. And I'll lay you 100 to 1. Cobb did also.
It's a beautiful ship, Mr. Hunter.
Well, it ought to be. Cost enough. But it's going to pay for itself one of these days.
Why do you call it the Pandora?
Because once I decided to have her rebuilt, I really opened up a can of worms. Cost me 10 times the original estimate before it was finished. A regular Pandora's box of troubles let loose. I was beginning to think she was jinxed.
Then why saddle her with the name?
It suited my whim. Besides, after Pandora opened the box, all the evils and bad luck were let loose on the world. Do you know the one thing that was left?
No, sir.
Hope. According to some versions of the legend. So, that's good enough for me. We're going to need a lot of it where we're going.
Just where is that, sir?
I'll make it short and sweet. In 1663, April of that year, the Spanish sent out a convoy guarded by their heavier ships of war bound for Spain. While it was carrying some valuable cargo, it was merely a decoy, as all the supposed merchant ships were heavily armed.
To decoy the British into attacking?
Right.
A decoy for what, sir?
First off, to try to lure enough British and French privateers into destruction and clear the seas.
And second, to draw away attention from a real prize.
Right, Steve. The Alhambra. A colossus of a merchant ship that they had built, which was loaded to the waterline with gold, silver, and precious jewels. The value even then was in the millions. Today, it could at least run to $500 million, perhaps more.
They sent her out alone?
No. She was convoyed by 2 smaller men of war, and she took a different route.
But either the British and French weren't fooled, or enough of them were smart enough to smell a rat.
No, they were fooled. Most of them. But not 3 heavily gunned British privateers who were lying in wait for them. The weather was lucky for the British. They came out of a fog bank and sank the first man of war without taking a broadside in return. Then they turned their attention to the second, and with a bit more trouble, sank her. But when they turned to take their prize, they had a blow.
She'd slipped away in the fog?
No. She was too big and lumbering to elude them. So instead, the captain, following his sealed orders, commanded everyone into the boats and lit a fuse to gunpowder charges that had been set for just such an eventuality.
He blew his ship out of the water?
Not quite. He blew the keel and half the bottom out of her, and she foundered and sank like a stone.
Huh. Right off the coast here somewhere.
That's my secret. I have a lot of them, because I have to be careful, gentlemen. My captain, for example, has his coordinates. He knows where to sail, but not why. You boys know why, but not where. And nobody but us 3 knows what I'm after.
How do you know all this, Mr. Hunter?
Money.
Beg pardon?
It buys a lot of information. A little here, a little there. Till finally, I could put it all together.
But how can you be sure the information is legit?
The captain of one of the British ships was one of my more colorful ancestors. He kept a very full and detailed log, which has been preserved as a family curiosity for the 10 generations since it was written.
You know where the ship went down?
Exactly.
300 years ago. And at what depth?
That I don't know. With luck, it could be one side or the other of the trough.
Which trough?
That would be the start of telling, wouldn't it? Until I know you're committed.
Well, what do you say, buddy? Heard enough?
No. How do we split?
That's simple. Since I'm paying you your regular salvage rates, I carry all the financial risks. But I'm not greedy. 60% for me. You split the other 40 as you will. If there's anything to split.
That's very generous, Mr. Hunter.
Well, it's worth it for the very best. The tide is turning. We should sail with it, if we can. Have you heard enough to decide?
Well, I've made up my mind. Up to you, Steve.
What's to decide? Count me in, Mr. Hunter.
That's all I need to hear. Oh, one more thing. The name is J.C. Partners can't be strangers.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah?
You know where we are?
Well, I can look at the sun. I don't have instruments. Roughly the eastern Atlantic, not too far south.
Yeah, but where are we headed?
The man told you. His secret.
We're the ones have to dive.
You said it.
How deep?
You mean free or with heavy equipment?
If we're going to explore, you know it has to be free.
How deep can you go? What's the record? 400-something feet? You can't work there. What's the problem?
Like right now, I think we're over the eastern trough. What, 4,000 meters, maybe 3 miles. You want to dive that?
He's got that little bathysphere we're lugging.
That's for observation, a gimmick. You can't salvage anything with that. You know what I'm thinking he's counting on?
The Atlantic Ridge?
Check. The Azores, the Canary Islands, something like that where the ocean bottom is within reach.
Wherever that is. Maybe we'll turn up the lost continent of Atlantis or something. Who knows?
Well, it's worth a whirl.
At these prices, any day. What have we got to lose? Hold it. What's that?
They cut the engines.
had dropped anchor in 25 fathoms. That's a long way down. 6 feet to a fathom, 150 feet. Everyone was out on deck when we got there. It was just at sunrise, maybe 4:20 in the morning. J.C. signaled us. He wanted us down in his quarters. There was coffee there, and a large chart on a table marked out in a grid. He pointed to a dot in the middle.
This is our position right here. You and Cobb will take sectors and scout them. We'll use marker buoys to indicate what has been searched. Blue. With the red one, in case we turn up what we're looking for. Now, when do we start?
How about this morning?
Just what I wanted to hear. Suit up. Let's get going.
You going over with us, J.C.?
No. I'm a little old for these depths.
Oh, maybe we all are.
Now, look. We have a decompression chamber. I want you to take the least amount of time on the bottom that's safe. If it's too deep, we'll helmet you and put you on the air compressors.
It's deep, all right.
How long will you be down?
Oh, something like an hour and a half, figuring we spend 30 minutes maximum at 160 feet odd.
Well, it'll take 45 minutes staging out on the way up to beat the bends.
Okay, don't push anything. We've got all the time and most of the money in the world. I have a syndicate backing me. Now, be careful.
Our middle names. Ready to go, Cobb? I went off a ladder from the scuppers and hit the water. I went down fast because I was heavily weighted. And going this deep, you don't want to waste time. I used the knotted guideline to help pull me down. The line was 175 feet long. It didn't reach all the way to the bottom. I stopped to consider what to do now. And then I saw her for the first time. The damnedest sight I ever saw. The sight that was to change my whole life.
What does a young man see in the ocean at nearly 30 fathoms deep that will change his life? And whatever it was, what does the term her mean? A female of some species? Or a female of the species? A woman? And if so, what kind of woman in the depths of the ocean? I'll return shortly with Act 2. Steve Carr has encountered whatever strange phenomenon has swum into his view far beneath the surface, his partner Cobb Straker has surfaced unexpectedly and now is being helped back aboard the ship. His relatively sudden reappearance has been a surprise to everyone aboard, and J.C. Hunter is the first to lend him a helping hand, reaching to take his fins as he shucks them in order to climb the ladder back aboard.
You all right?
Sure. I came up because there's no point to the dive.
What do you mean? Adams, take Mr. Straker's equipment. Help him out of the tanks.
I don't know what your anchor hook snagged, but it must be some kind of a hill or mountain.
What do you mean?
Well, we've got 175 feet out of weighted guidelines, but mine at least still don't reach bottom. Once I got to the end of the line, I chickened out. I wasn't going any deeper on my own. And what about Steve?
He's still down there.
Well, maybe he's lucky. He hit a slope or something. I'll catch my second wind till he comes up. Maybe we can replot this whole dive better.
How long will he be?
Well, any minute now, unless he narked out.
He what?
Nitrogen narcosis. Raptures of the deep. A sort of deep-sea drunk. Complete euphoria, and you lose all track of time. Hey, he went down before me. Where the devil is he?
Maybe you'd better go down after him.
Well, if he doesn't break water in the next couple of minutes, I sure as shooting will.
Oh, there he is.
Well, where you been, jerkola? What do you want to do? Give us all the hives? You all right?
Just cutting it. You want to gas me aboard, Cobb? Cobb, did you go all the way down?
Right to the end of the line.
See anything?
No. I just knew that any further and I was out of my depth.
You didn't see her?
Who?
The girl. In the sort of flowing robes. She looked like an anemone, sort of.
Well, maybe that's what you saw.
Oh, no. This was no anemone. A sea animal, maybe. But if she was the closest thing to the girl I dream about. And if that's where she lives, and man, let me live there, too.
You know what I think, Steve? I think you were narked.
No way, Cobb. My head was as clear as a bell. I'm going to tell you something right now, partner. I don't care about treasure ships. We stumbled on something far more special. If I can find her again. And right now I'm going over to see if I can. They couldn't talk me out of it. I asked for and got a longer guideline. 75 more feet took it to 250. Cobb was fit to be tied.
I still think you're crazy, Steve. I'm going down with you.
Oh, no, I want you up top on the line for signals so I know I'm safe.
What's the big deal? 250 feet? Trying to set a record?
Nowhere near it, and you know it. Who was the guy dived something near 400 breathing air?
Some Italian, and they fished him up unconscious.
I'm going nowhere near that. Now, wish me luck, buddy, because here I go.
Now, wait a minute.
I went down the guideline, hand over hand, like a circus flyer climbs to the trapeze platform. I wanted every minute I could have on the bottom, if I ever got there, or wherever I ran into her again, if I ever did. But outside of the beam from my torch, everything was as black as being locked in a closet.
Where is he, Cobb?
Last signal he gave me was at 225. Fruithead, it's too deep for free diving.
Signal him to come up.
Well, what do you think I've been doing? Hold it. He just reached the end of the line. Well, at least he ain't going no further.
I don't know how long I hung there, but at last I gave up. It was too dark to think of leaving the line, not without some ground underneath to read. I signaled I was on my way up. But before I could even start, they swam into the range of my light. I never saw anything like that. Man-shaped. Only they were scaled all over like fish. Not only did they wear foot fins, but their hands were the same. Their heads looked something like birds, with a sort of beak and the face scaly, too. There were too many to count, and they swam as swiftly as dolphins. And in back of them was the girl I'd seen before, in the flowing robe and the swirling hair. I had time only to send an urgent signal up the line before they swarmed over me.
What is it, Cobb?
I don't know. Alarm signal. Something's wrong. I'm going over and down there. Stand by the line. Keep your hand on it. One jerk means everything's Jake. 2 steady jerks, repeated, means we're on our way up by stages. 3 sharp jerks, repeat it or not, means you better have the decompression tank ready when we pop out like corks. You got it?
I have it. What do you suppose he's run into down there?
JC, there are so many mysteries in the black beneath that green cover. Who could even attempt to guess?
2 of the scaly porpoise things grabbed me by the arms and tore me away from the line. They were incredibly powerful, and I was helpless to resist. They started on a plunge deeper into the ocean on the command of one of them who seemed to be in charge. It was then my guardian angel acted, stopping them imperiously. Suddenly, in my confused state, I realized they were speaking to each other, quite freely. I could hear the sound of their voices and the words. But even more unbelievable, I could half understand them. They were speaking a strange, old-fashioned kind of Greek.
No, Stanislaus, you cannot take him deeper.
He has invaded our territory. He must be brought to mine, Nucleus. These are my orders.
Not as he is. He cannot stand the pressures. We must have an air tank.
It will meet us on the way.
I hope it's not too late. I don't think he has much air left.
He'll manage. He'll have to.
Couldn't we wait for the tank? I tell you, he may die.
Let him. He is the enemy. If we can take them alive, very well. If dead, What's the difference?
At least let me escort him. I order you let him go. He is my prisoner.
I was in a daze. My mind suspended in shock as my body tried to take these huge depths. How was it possible these strange entities could speak to each other freely? Then I thought of fish. And more than that, dolphins and whales who communicate without problem. I wanted to pull the mouthpiece out and try to speak myself, but I knew I was not adapted for that. But most of all, I was amazed that by the accident of birth, I had the ability to understand these creatures and the arcane Greek that they spoke. The only terror was that I could tell the air in my tanks was running out.
What happened, Cobb?
Search me. He's gone. There's no sign of him.
Gone where?
I don't know. Narked, I guess. Raptures of the deep. We've got to fight it all the time we go deep enough.
Oh, you think we've lost him?
No, not in my book. I wouldn't have come up except I ran out of air. Get me in the tank. Decompress me. I came up too fast, but I'm going down again first chance I get.
I don't want to lose you too, Cobb.
We haven't lost anyone. My buddy Steve is down there. All he needs is help.
We were going deeper and deeper, and I could feel the terrible pressure of the water. I wanted to scream out my protest to the lovely woman who swam, if that's what we were doing beside me. But to relinquish my mouthpiece would have meant instant drowning, which suddenly I faced. With the slightest of gurgles, my tanks were exhausted, and I spat out the mouthpiece and tried to say help. It was as if my word had been articulated, for in a moment her mouth was on mine, and she was breathing pure oxygen into my lungs. And in that moment, I saw some of the fish people swimming up towards me with a cylindrical tank just before I blacked out. When I came to, I was lying on a kind of couch on the inside of the tank, and beside me was the girl, woman, the apparition or whatever she was. The tank was transparent, and outside, like the men at the oars of some ancient slave ship, I could see we were being propelled by the fish things. I took a deep breath. Oh, a breath of delirious satisfaction and gratefulness. Whatever was ahead of me, at least I was breathing air again. As I did so, she opened her eyes and looked into mine.
You are all right?
I guess so.
You can breathe? Or shall we adjust the pressure?
No, it's fine. Just fine. Who are you?
I am a halfway and in Group 1. My name is Ariadne. And yours?
The name is Steve. Steve Carr.
Steve Carr. It is a strange name. And you are a stranger. Yet you speak our language.
Well, not quite. It's close to my family tongue. You see, my real name is Stephanos Karalis. I'm Greek.
Ah, Greek. I have heard legends of them. They are a people who borrowed our language.
Beg pardon?
They came in ships, so the great book says. But we drove them off and sank them in the sea. But some, it is recorded, escaped. And they stole our language and our culture.
What culture?
The one you are being brought home to. Oh, how I hope you can survive.
Don't worry, I'll make the attempt. But what am I going to survive to enjoy?
You do not like me?
Lady, that's beside the point at the moment. Where the devil are you taking me?
To my home. And the home of my fathers. To my country. To Atlantis.
One of the world's prime mysteries. Is it possible that here is the answer to that mythical island of Atlantis that was, in ancient times, believed to have existed in the Atlantic Ocean?
Could someone in our modern times actually have found his way to that fabled land? I shall return shortly with Act 3. The lost island of Atlantis was first mentioned by Plato, the Greek philosopher. Later, in the 1st century before Christ, Solon, the father of law, reported that he was told of it by an Egyptian priest who said that it had been overwhelmed by an earthquake or a shifting in the world's crust, that it had sunk in the sea 9,000 years before his time. This is only one of many legends of the lost Atlantis, including the one you are listening to in my present report.
I remember being propelled by the strange creatures through a thick, waving forest of kelp. The great undulating trunks, perhaps some 2 to 3 feet across, and reaching up from the ocean bed into infinity. From then on, everything was blank, until Ariadne woke me up.
You can come out of the cylinder with me now, Stephanos.
Where are we?
On the floor of the ocean.
Oh, no. No, Ariadne, I have no air. I can't breathe.
You will have air.
How? Did you fill my tanks?
No need of that. You will be able to breathe now.
No, you don't understand. I can't breathe underwater like you people.
Oh, but halfways like me can only breathe for a limited time. Only the androcytes are adapted fully to breathe underwater.
The androcytes? The men fish?
You see, they are no longer here.
Where is here?
In the home place. The island under the sea.
I looked through the transparent sides of the cylinder, and I couldn't believe it. A whole city covered the top of this giant floating island on the floor of the ocean. People were walking freely, chatting. The women dressed in flowing garments. The men in kilted skirts, their feet in sandals. I was back in the midst of a civilization older than Christianity and the Romans. Heaven only knows how many thousands of feet below the surface of the Atlantic. Ariadne now took me by the hand, and together we slipped out of the door that served as entrance or egress from the cylinder.
Don't look so terrified, Stephanos. There's plenty of oxygen. Try.
Hey. Well, all right. That's beautiful, but where does it come from?
I will let Minocles give what answers he deems proper to your questions.
Who is Minocles?
He is the ruler, the autocrat, the only one of which there is but one. Come, we must make haste. It is not good to keep him waiting. I have brought the outsider, Minocles, as you commanded.
Bring him forward, that we may talk. Welcome to Atlantis. What is his name?
Stephanos.
He is Greek? I know of Greece. You came in your ships and we sank them.
When was this, sir?
Time for us is different than it is for you. In your terms, let us say in centuries. Perhaps 12,000 of them ago.
12,000?
More or less. Before the sea closed the waters of its doors above our heads and we became the lost Atlantis.
What happened, sir?
You may call me Minocles. I do not know this other word.
Was it an earthquake?
At the end, yes. A convulsion of the earth that plunged us forever beneath the water.
But how could you have lived?
We had our warnings. Oh, yes, we were warned.
How?
In the second passage of the seasons after I was named as autocrat, 2 significant discoveries were made which were to preserve us even in the face of disaster. One was that our island had begun to sink slowly. and that our civilization was doomed unless we could prepare to adapt. Come with me. Once I could look from these heights across Atlantis to the sun setting on a sea that stretched beyond the wall about our island.
The wall?
You see? Stone piled on stone and sealed stone to stone to shut out the encroaching waters.
Like Holland and the dikes.
What'd you say?
Just another people who had to shut out the sea.
Like us?
No, not like you. They never sank into it. What did you do when that happened?
First the wall, and then the dome.
I don't understand.
Look up, Stephanos. From the top of the wall, arching above us, we are sealed in one huge envelope.
A giant sort of plastic bubble. You live in the opposite of a goldfish bowl.
A world of our own.
Within this protected area, we manufacture the breath of life.
How?
By pumps, which extract the oxygen from the sea, very much as fish gills do.
But how long did this take to build?
We had 1,000 times the wheeling of the seasons.
1,000 years?
Long enough to be ready for the convulsion that cast us to the bottom of the sea.
How do you live? What do you feed yourselves?
We had to adapt a breed, a phylum, which could cultivate our sea farms outside the protection of this, what you call, bubble.
The androcides.
Exactly. Simply a matter of selective breeding to reverse the process of man's rise to land from the mother sea.
You mean they breathe like fish through gills and no longer can sustain life on air?
Exactly.
But why would they work for you? Couldn't they abandon you and make their own state?
No.
Why?
Because they cannot reproduce. The secret of parthenogenesis. No man or woman or creature that you have encountered in our society was born. He, she, it was created spontaneously. The fabric built from some living cell taken from another.
Cloning?
What is that word?
It means taking a cell from any given body, man or woman, then introducing it into the ova of a woman from whom part of the nucleus has been removed, and producing, after full term, a mirror image of the person from whom the cell was taken.
Substantially correct.
But that's a recent discovery.
In your world, perhaps. It was a technique we perfected nearly 600 generations ago. You must learn to live with it.
What does that mean?
You are a fresh impetus for us. You bring new ideas and knowledge of wider horizons. Since you are to be with us, we must have you duplicated as soon as possible.
My protests were waved away by the imperious Minocles, and in spite of Ariadne's attempts to calm me down, I was finally dragged away by a swarm of guards. The prison room in which I was confined was classic, and its dampness worried me because it brought back too vividly the immense pressure of the sea all about this relatively tiny bubble of air in the midst of the vast oceans of the sea. I don't know how she managed it, but Ariadne came to me. Ariadne.
Shh. Not so loud.
How did you get here?
I have privileges. I am a halfway, but there is royal blood in my veins.
What are we going to do?
Do?
I can't fit in here. How can I?
You can. After the operation tomorrow, you will go to adaptation training and become a halfway like me. And you will be reproduced.
What operation?
To sterilize you.
To what? I won't let them.
But why not? If you are to be among us, we cannot have someone who can reproduce at will. It would tear apart the whole fabric of our lives.
I don't want to do that. I can't be part of what you are, Ariadne.
What else can you do?
I can go back. Back where I came from.
The autocrat would never allow you to do that.
Then you must help me escape.
How? It is impossible. You are not adapted. How could you breathe long enough out there?
Fill my tanks with enough air.
But you could not stand the pressures.
Then we'll have to steal a cylinder like the one you brought me here in.
Impossible. Even if I did, the androcytes would capture us, and we have no way to move it.
You say you are adapted. You could move us up high enough so that I could come out safely.
There is only one chance. I must help you escape.
The details of the escape don't matter. Somehow we got away and started up towards the surface. And we're lucky enough, or Ariadne was smart enough, that we didn't encounter any of the fishmen. Unerringly, she led me back to the spot I had left. How long ago? And there was my weighted rope, its knots climbing towards the surface and my world. I had my arm about her waist, but suddenly she squirmed free, and she spoke to me, while I was helpless to answer.
Goodbye, Stephanos. I wish I had been born as you were. But we are from different worlds, and there is no bridge between them. Only let me say one thing. I have something to take away with me which makes me different. Makes me an individual in a world where such a thing does not exist. I am glad I knew that, even if only briefly. Goodbye, Stephanos.
She darted away from me so fast I couldn't follow. Her loose robes billowing like a flower. I couldn't have followed her anyway, because suddenly the androcytes were all about seizing her and dragging her down. Some of them came for me, and I had no choice but to drop my heavily weighted belt and shoot to the surface in a haze of bubbles. Exploded out of the ocean as if I'd been a champagne cork.
Cobb, there he is. It's Steve. He came up without being decompressed. Get that chamber ready.
Okay. Oh.
Okay, Steve. Take it easy.
No, I've got to follow her. To save... Where am I?
You're in the hospital, Steve. And I'm your buddy, Cobb Straker. And you just about copped it, friend.
I've got to get back. I got to get back.
Steve, you ain't going nowhere. Not if I have to sit on you till you come out of all of this.
But Ariadne...
The dame, sure. Lost Atlantis, sure. You got to be kidding, man. Steve, sooner or later, you've got to face up to it. You zonked out down there. You were narked.
The raptures of the deep.
You said it, Steve, not me. But that's all it was.
It's what I've had to settle for. Leave it at that or end in a funny farm. But the memory of it, and of a girl named Ariadne, her hair and her loose garments stirred by the water as if they were the petals of a sea flower, will haunt me all my life. We never did find J. Calvin Hunter's treasure, but I found my own. I only wish I could have kept it.
A curiously unforgettable story, which I find haunts me, too. Not only the girl, but that strange and beautiful city-state that Steve also imagined, or visited, briefly. The legend of Atlantis dies hard. Could one imagine that it still does exist, buried somewhere so deep in the Atlantic East Trough that man has as yet no way to find the way there? I'll be back shortly.
Did you know that Goodyear services cars?
I didn't know that.
Lots of people don't. Say Goodyear, they'll say tires almost every time.
Good for them.
Yeah, well, how do we tell them Goodyear services cars?
Why don't we tell them about the limited warranty?
The what?
Tell everyone that if you get your car serviced at Goodyear, the service and parts are backed by Goodyear with a warranty good for 90 days or 3,000 miles.
Oh, which?
Whichever comes first.
Oh.
And if the work isn't done right, and you're more than 50 miles from where you got it serviced, you can take your car to any of over 1,500 Goodyear service stores, and they'll redo it at no charge.
Say, that's a great deal.
Yep.
Look, I thought you said you didn't know Goodyear services cars.
I didn't. I must have read it somewhere.
Well, where would you read that?
Probably in my warranty.
Oh, yeah.
Smooth out your rough-running engine with a tune-up at your Goodyear service store for just $39.88 for six-cylinder cars. Includes new points, plugs, rotor, and condenser. No extra charge for air conditioning or labor. Call for an appointment now. Price is slightly higher in California.
Recently, I read that Steve and Cobb had traced the drifting of a long-sunk Spanish galleon, and that all along the path had come up with gold and artifacts worth a king's ransom. I'm glad Steve struck it rich. I hope he enjoys his hard-bought wealth. I wonder if he would exchange it for that other treasure he found, or thought he found. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Catherine Byers, Ray Owens, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale. Who's Marla?
You wouldn't understand.
You could explain it.
You wouldn't believe it.
Look, your name is Howard Spurlow.
I know my name.
You are about to be tried for murder.
I know that, too.
I'm the attorney appointed to defend you.
We've been through all this. Why don't you let me alone?
You have to have a defense.
Why?
Why did you kill him?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Premeditated murder, first degree, puts you in jail for life.
I don't care.
You don't care now. Wait. This state of shock you're in will wear off. You'll care.
I wish you'd let me alone.
On the other hand, second degree or manslaughter or lesser charges, you could get a maximum of 10 years. Maybe as low as 3 or 4. Tell me, why did you kill him?
Why don't you let me alone?
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Dostoevsky defines man as a being who can get used to anything. But, he adds, don't ask us how we do it. Perhaps one of the hardest things for us to get used to is also one of the most obvious, that we are responsible beings who must accept the consequences of our actions. How hard it is to do that sometimes. Imagine, then, a situation where you are asked to accept the consequences of an action not of your making. And imagine further that it is a matter of life and death.
I've got to go to the police, Lucy.
You can't.
It's my duty as a citizen.
Well, what about your duty as my husband? Well, if you go to the police, Langston's men will kill you.
Honey, if I don't go to the police, Langston's enemies will kill me.
Our mystery drama, CROSSFIRE, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Help!
Help!
It's hay fever.
Help!
And the whole world seems like one big pollen farm. Don't give up. Arm yourself with ARM, allergy relief medicine. ARM gives you full antihistamine relief for dripping and sneezing, plus congestion relief for freer breathing, clearer sinuses. Antihistamine relief plus congestion relief equals ARM.
Don't give up. Arm yourself with ARM.
Take when needed, only as directed.
German philosopher Schopenhauer claimed that mankind was doomed to vacillate eternally between the two extremes of distress and boredom. That is an extremely pessimistic view of life, yet we must admit it contains a certain amount of truth. The central character in our story is a man named Frank Grove, and one might say that distress and boredom were occupational hazards in his profession, driving a cab in New York City. As we pick up his story on a fashionable side street in Midtown Manhattan, boredom has definitely had the upper hand on the evening. But, as they say, the night is still young.
Hello? Hey, mister.
Huh?
Are you taking fares?
Sure. Hop in.
Applaud your ability to sleep in all this traffic.
That's not too hard to do on a slow night. You're not from New York, huh?
No, Miami. You won't take advantage of me, will you?
Well, not intentionally. Where to?
132 Clarkson Avenue.
Clarkson. That's in the Bronx.
Yes.
Yeah, the South Bronx. It's not a very safe section of town.
Look, I've tried 3 drivers already, and none of them would take me there. I have to be there by 8:30. If you won't take me, just say so.
No. Just so long as you know what you're doing, all I have to know is where you're going. You, ever been up to this area of town before?
No.
You can see a lot of the buildings have been burned out and abandoned.
Yeah.
I guess you could say it was instinct.
Hey? What was?
Well, my decision to drive you up here. After a while in this line of work, you develop instincts about people. You have to if you want to avoid trouble.
And I struck you as a harmless type?
Oh, yeah, you could say it that way. Oh, no offense meant. I won't say it isn't strange, however. I mean, I think to myself, I'm not trying to pry, but I think to myself, what kind of business could this guy have up here? I pick him up in front of one of the classiest hotels in the city. He's wearing good clothes.
Look, isn't that Clarkson Street right up there ahead?
Oh, yeah. Hey, sorry, I guess I'm talking too much.
Oh, there's 132.
Hey. Are you sure you got the right address? That building looks deserted.
How much do I owe you?
Oh, $8.35.
Oh.
What's the matter?
This is embarrassing. I don't have my wallet. I must have left it at the hotel.
You don't have any money on you?
No, only some change.
Look, mister, I normally don't do this, but if you want to write out a check, I'll...
Look, just wait here. I'll get some money from the person I've come to see.
Now, listen, it's all right. I'd rather not hang around. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a card with my address, and you can mail
it... Just hang on, okay? It'll only take a minute.
Hey, mister! On a slow night, everything goes wrong. Boy, this area looks the way Berlin must have after the war. Did you get the money okay?
Get us out of here quickly.
What?
Come on. Go, move.
What's going on?
Take me back to the hotel where you picked me up.
Hey, mister, look, there's the matter of my...
Never mind that. Look, I got plenty of money.
Well, I thought you weren't carrying any cash.
Just get going.
Well, we're here, mister. This is where I picked you up, the Belleville Hotel.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's see, that was $8.35 for the trip up, $8.50 coming back, $16.85 altogether.
All right. Here you go.
Oh, hey, this is a $100 bill. I can't change for that.
The smallest bill I have.
In that whole wad there, you've got nothing smaller than 100?
I'm sorry.
Well, obviously, 1685 isn't much to you, but to me, it's a lot. Look, I'll wait here while you get change in the hotel, okay?
Listen, may I ask you a question?
What?
This cab, do you own it, or is it part of a fleet?
Well, it's mine. I own it. Why?
So you keep your own hours, right?
Yeah. Look, mister...
when do you start work tomorrow?
3:30, it depends, whenever I feel like it.
All right. Tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, I want you to drive along 62nd Street between 1st and York. Now, there'll be a man in a long, dark overcoat walking along the south side of the street. You got it? He'll hail you. He'll identify himself as Mr. Meacham. I want you to pick him up and take him wherever he wishes to go.
No, thanks. Look, if you just change that bill...
I'm not asking this just as a favor. I'm prepared to make it worth your while.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm not asking any questions, okay? I don't know what's going on, and I don't want to know.
I won't change this bill.
What?
This $100 bill. It's yours.
$100?
The whole thing. And I'll see that my friend Meacham gives you the same.
Mister, is this something illegal?
4 o'clock tomorrow. Is it a deal?
Hey, I'm sorry, but I don't know what this is. You got to understand it from my position. I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I don't know what the consequences are.
Ignorance is bliss. And in this case, it's also $200.
Well, why me? Why does it have to be me? My cab?
The question of timing is very important. We have to know there'll be a cab available to Mr. Meacham at precisely 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, but getting a cab in this city isn't hard unless it's raining.
Well, then let's just say we're willing to pay $200 so we won't have to worry about the weather tomorrow. Now, no more questions, okay? $100. Is it a deal?
And another 100 tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a deal.
Frank?
Oh, hi, honey.
Oh, why are you home so early tonight? Did you have a fair in the neighborhood?
No.
It's only 10 o'clock. Aren't you feeling well?
I gotta talk to you, Luce.
What's the matter?
I just made $100.
100? Well, how?
That's just it. I don't know. I pick up this guy in Midtown, right?
Yeah.
Nice-looking businessman type, well-dressed. I mean, real well-dressed. And he asks me to take him to this address in the South Bronx. We get there, it's an abandoned tenement, and he's got no money.
No money?
Yeah, to pay for the cab. All I want to do is get out of there, but he insists on going inside to get money to pay me. Now, 5 seconds later, he runs out, jumps back in the cab, flashes a roll of $100 bills in my face, and tells me to step on it.
And he paid you $100?
Yeah. And tomorrow he wants me to drive down a particular street at a certain time and pick up some other guy he says will also give me $100.
What for?
Just to drive him wherever he wants to go.
Oh, well, you're not going to do it, are you? What is their plan to hurt you?
Why?
Well, you could identify the man you drove up there, now, couldn't you?
Of course.
Well, that makes you a witness.
Hey, you're right, Luce. You know, I'm going to do what I should have done the minute I walked in the door. Call the police.
Oh, no.
They have to know about this. They have to check out that building.
No. We shouldn't get involved.
We are already involved, whether we like it or not. I took the guy up there. I accepted this $100 bill.
No, Frank, no, please, don't call him.
Now, we have to, Lucy. It's our responsibility as citizens. Operator, get me the police. Well, the officer I spoke to said they'd send up a patrol car right away to that address.
I heard you give them our name.
Well, of course. Well, what if they find something and they want to ask more questions? If I can be of any help to them, that's what I should do.
Well, and then what?
What?
If those crooks find out you went to the police, now what do you think they'll do?
Well, how do you know they're crooks?
Oh, Frank, something obviously happened in that building.
Okay, but how will they find out I called the police? Look, I just won't go pick up that man. Tomorrow it'll be all over. You'll get another cab, no big deal. And if the police don't find anything wrong up there, I'll get him myself and make us another $100 without having to worry or have a bad conscience, okay?
Well, okay.
And in any case, we're $100 richer. Nothing to worry about. Hey, let's get our coats and go down to the Tyrolean Gardens for a late-night dinner with some of this money, okay? Who could that be at this hour?
Frank, be careful. I'm scared.
Now calm down. Yes?
You Frank Grove?
Yes, I am.
My name is Gilbert Stokes. This gentleman here is Jim Watson. We're with the police department.
You police?
Yes, ma'am. Detectives, plainclothes.
Oh.
What can I do for you?
You are a cab driver, is that right?
Yes.
You went to 132 Clarkson Street earlier this evening, eh?
Yeah.
About 8:30 to be exact?
Yeah. I remember the time because he was very definite about wanting to get there by exactly 8:30.
Who was very definite?
Well, the man we're talking about, the man I drove up there.
All right, let's go, Mr. Grove.
Well, my wife and I were about to go out to dinner. Do I have to come all the way down to the station?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Please don't get me wrong. I want to be all the help to you guys I can, but couldn't I just answer whatever questions you got here?
You don't seem to get it, Mr. Grove.
What do you mean?
A guy was killed at 132 Clarkson Street tonight, and we're taking you into custody on suspicion of first-degree murder.
A good conscience is the best pillow, goes an old proverb. If that is so, then Frank Grove shouldn't have a great deal to worry about. But then what is so is not always clear. Who, for example, could have predicted this turn of events? Perhaps Frank Grove is involved in something and just doesn't know about it yet. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
Now you can enjoy chewing gum again. Feel free to chew Freedent, the gum that won't stick to most dental work.
Feel free to chew Freedent. It's fresh and delicious to chew. Freedent gum, peppermint in the green pack, and spearmint in the pack that's blue. Feel free to chew Freedent.
It won't stick to most dental work.
Freedent gum.
Albert Einstein observed that everything is relative depending on the vantage point from which it is viewed. From our point of view, Frank Grove is an innocent man. At most, he is guilty of taking a $100 bill from someone who might be involved in shady dealings. But from the point of view of the detectives on his doorstep, he is guilty of far more than that. Where does the truth lie?
Officer, you're making a mistake.
If so, we'll get it straightened out down at the police station.
Now, my husband isn't a murderer.
Well, he admits going to the address where the body was found. Is that right?
Well, yes, because I had a fare. Some guy asked me to drive him there, but I never even got out of the cab.
This guy you claim you drove. Tell me, where did you pick him up?
In Midtown?
Where?
In front of the Bellevue Hotel. I dropped him at the same place.
I see. Is he staying there?
Well, I couldn't say that for certain.
Oh, Frank.
Well, I couldn't, really, honey, not for sure. I mean, I didn't actually see him come out of the hotel or go into it.
Do you know his name?
Well, why would he tell me his name?
I'm just checking, okay? Now, we got to cover all the angles. What do you look like?
Oh, he was very well dressed. Silk suit, good-looking shoes, nice
Do you think you could identify him if you saw him again?
Oh, sure. I got a good look at him under the streetlight. And after he got back in the cab, he made me so nervous, I kept an eye on him in the rearview mirror.
Well, why did he make you nervous?
Well, 1 minute he said he didn't have any money. A few seconds later, he comes running out of that building. He had a whole fistful of bills.
The Bellevue Hotel. Huh?
Yeah. Oh, I remember. He said he was from out of town, Miami.
Uh-huh.
You see, Lucy, there's no problem. They're just doing their job.
Well, I still don't think you should have gotten involved.
Involved? What do you mean?
I just don't think he should have called the police at all.
Oh, you called the police? When?
Well, maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. Isn't that why you're here?
Yeah. A patrol car in the area checked it out and radioed us to pick you up. That's all we know. So come on, let's go.
You're still going to arrest him?
Now, Lucy, there's nothing to worry about. I've just got to cooperate with them.
They aren't even listening to you. Why don't they go find this man from Miami?
Because, Mrs. Grove, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
It's kind of exciting getting arrested when you know you're innocent. It's a chance to see how you fellas operate.
You think only innocent people get arrested, huh?
Oh, no. I just meant that... Hey, where are we going? There's the police station. You just passed it.
Yeah, that's right.
Where are you taking me?
Your wife had a good point, Mr. Grove. We ought to find your passenger.
Oh, so you do believe I took someone up there?
Oh, of course we do.
I don't get it.
You don't have to.
Who is it?
Police.
What do you want now?
Mrs. Grove?
Yeah.
I'm Lieutenant Thompson, Homicide Division. Here's my ID.
Well?
I'd like to speak to your husband.
Yeah, if you want to speak to my husband, what are you doing here?
Excuse me. This is the home of Frank Grove, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, he drives a cab by profession?
Yeah. Okay. How many times are we going to go through this?
Well, I'm sorry. Maybe your husband didn't tell you, but he called in this evening with a lead on some possible trouble at an uptown address.
Well, now, no kidding.
Well, we checked it out. He was right. We found a body. A man was murdered, and we'd like to get some further details from your husband about the passenger he said he drove up there.
Well, then why don't you just turn around and go back to the police headquarters?
I beg your pardon?
Well, that's where your men have taken him.
My men?
2 plainclothes detectives were here not 15 minutes ago.
And they took your husband?
They arrested him.
On what charge?
They claim he murdered that man.
Mrs. Grove, these 2 men, did you see their identification?
They didn't show us any. Why?
I said, did they give their names?
Yeah. Gilbert Stokes and something Watson. I didn't get his first name.
Mrs. Grove, I don't know who those 2 men were, but they were not police. There's no one in our division by those names.
They weren't the police? Well, then who were they? And how did they know Frank went to that address tonight?
This is the place?
The Bellevue Hotel, yeah. I picked them up right out in front. Now, but I cannot say for a fact that he was staying here. I mean, he never actually said...
All right. We'll check it out. Hey, Watson.
Yes, boss?
You'd better go back out and stay with the car. It's in a no parking zone.
You mean you guys have to worry about getting tickets?
Yeah. Come on.
Well, I'll do my best, officer, but this is a big hotel. I don't even know this guy's name.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, may I help you?
Yeah, we're looking for someone who might be staying here. Mm-hmm. Okay, Grove, you're on.
Yes. Well, it's a man. He's about 6 feet tall.
Perhaps if you just told me his name.
I don't know his name. I'm sorry. But he was a very distinguished-looking guy.
We have a lot of people staying with us, and we specialize in distinguished-looking people.
He was from Miami. He told me that.
Oh, all right. I suppose I can look down our register here. I only see one guest from Miami, Mr. Langston.
Langston?
Frederick Langston. He checked in earlier today.
Fine-boned, broad-shouldered, about 45, a bit gray at the temples.
Sir, I do not examine every guest.
Wearing a dark green silk suit?
Langston? Oh, yes. Oh, I know who you're talking about.
What room is he in?
Oh, room 212, but you won't find him in.
Why not?
Well, he was taken away about a half an hour ago by the police.
Get in, Grove.
You find him, boss?
The police got him.
The police? What for?
I don't know.
Look, can't we just go down to the station and get this all cleared up?
You shut up, Grove.
Yeah, but if the man we're looking for is already in custody...
Forget it, all right?
Oh, sure, I'm sorry. I guess you fellas know what you're doing.
Yeah. Go on, beat it.
Huh?
Go on home.
Well, I thought I was under arrest.
Yeah, we don't need you anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, maybe I could still help you.
How?
This Mr. Langston asked me to pick somebody up tomorrow afternoon.
Who?
Somebody named Meacham. Does that name mean anything to you?
Where are you picking him up, huh?
Oh, on 62nd Street between York and 1st at 4 o'clock.
And then what?
Well, I'm just supposed to take him somewhere, but I don't know where. Langston said Meacham would tell me once he was in the cab. Langston gave me $100, which I guess I should have told you right away. I didn't mean to withhold evidence, but...
Will you just forget it? Just keep the money. This gives us a second chance, don't it, Watson?
Yeah, if we know where Meacham's gonna be tomorrow.
No. He wouldn't cooperate with us. We'll let Mr. Grove here pick him up and lead us right to what we're after.
Hey, we can't let him go. Remember, he said he called the cops.
Shut up.
The cops will have been to his house by now. His wife will have figured out what's going on. Hey, what is going on?
Just relax, Grove.
Hey, you guys aren't cops at all, are you? Who are you? How did you know that I was the cab driver who drove that man up to Clarkson Street?
How do you think?
You must have been there. You got my cab number and then got my name and address from the dispatcher. You were inside that house. You're the guys Mr. Langston ran out to get away from, but then you must be the guys that murdered that man.
That's right, Mr. Grove.
What are you gonna do with me?
We're gonna let you go.
Hey, Stu!
Shut up, Watson. Mr. Grove here isn't gonna go to the police. Are you, Mr. Grove? Just bear with me for a minute, Mr. Grove. I'm gonna paint a picture for you. Now, Watson and I are what you might call agents. We work for what you might call a corporation.
You mean organized crime?
A corporation, Mr. Grove. All right? Now, we are after something, and you're going to help lead us to it by picking Meacham up tomorrow. And every time you have the itch to call the cops, just remember, we're just a couple of small chips on a very large iceberg.
Frank? Oh, Frank, you're home. Are you all right?
Yeah. The two detectives that arrested me, they realized they'd made a mistake, so they let me go.
Oh, you don't need to lie, Frank. I know the truth.
What?
I know those two men weren't police. A real detective was here about an hour ago. Oh, I thought I might never see you alive again. How did you escape from them?
Well, they let me go.
Oh, thank the Lord it's over.
No, it's not. It would be if I hadn't opened my big, helpful mouth before I realized they weren't cops. See, I told them about this guy Meacham I'm supposed to pick up tomorrow. So now they're going to shadow me until they get what they're after.
Well, what are they after?
I don't know.
Oh, this poor Meacham. What do you think they'll do to him?
Oh, it doesn't matter. They're all a bunch of crooks.
Well, now, how do you know that?
Because the police, the real police, have taken Langston into custody.
Langston?
Oh, yeah, that's the guy I drove up to Clarkson Street in the first place, the start of all this trouble. When we got to the Bellevue Hotel, the desk clerk told us the cops had just been there and taken him away. Obviously, I've gotten caught in a crossfire between two gangs. Langston must have been on his way to make a connection with the man Stokes and Watson murdered. He realized something had gone wrong and ducked out before they got him, too.
Frank, I'm scared. Are you going to call the police again?
No. No, I have had it being good citizen Frank. I'm going to pick up Meacham, take him wherever he wants to go, let him out, and get away as fast as I can. And let the lot of them fight it out over whatever it is they're after.
Morning, dear.
Oh, morning, Luce. I got breakfast on.
Oh, here's the morning paper. Oh, I'll take the vacuum out and clean the cab while the eggs are cooking.
Okay.
Don't you get so wrapped up in the paper you forget to keep an eye on the stove. Frank? Frank!
Huh? Did the eggs burn?
Look what I found in the cab.
A velvet pouch. Where was it?
Stuffed down behind the back seat.
One of my customers must have dropped it.
Oh, look what's inside.
Diamonds? Diamonds. There must be dozens of them here. Look at the size. Honey, these must be worth a fortune.
What people are ashamed of usually makes a good story, says a character in one of F. Scott Fitzgerald's novels. And by the same token, what people try to hide can also make an interesting tale. Is it safe to assume that we have finally discovered the object of all the mystery? If so, Frank may not be as close to extricating himself from his unwilling involvement as he had thought. Of course, the big question is, what will he do? We'll find out when I return with Act 3. How we respond to things is a fairly accurate yardstick for measuring who we are. Frank Grove has already demonstrated that by nature he is a law-abiding citizen, ready and willing to be as helpful to the authorities as he can. Lucy, his wife, has been somewhat less civic-minded, but then she may have something else on her mind, like staying alive.
Diamonds. Look, Lucy, look how they catch the morning light, how they reflect the sun. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful?
Frank, how did those diamonds get into your cab?
Of course. This must be it. This must be what all those guys are after.
Are you sure? I mean, couldn't someone have just dropped this by accident?
No, Langston was the only fare I took last night. It had to be him.
But you said he didn't even have any money on him until after he came out of that building.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he just said that so I'd be forced to wait for him. I never would have hung around that neighborhood otherwise, and he'd never have found another cab there, especially at night. So, these are what he was taking up there to deliver to that man who was murdered.
Then they must have slipped out of his pocket while you were driving him back to his hotel. Oh, and now he's been arrested.
You know something? I don't think he dropped them, Lucy.
Why not?
Well, this pouch is too bulky to have slipped down behind the seat by itself.
You mean you think he left them in your cab on purpose?
Yeah. And I think that's why I'm picking up this fellow Meacham this afternoon, so he can retrieve them. Langston must have suspected the police were onto him. That must be it. It had nothing to do with where I was supposed to take Meacham at all. The only thing that counted was that it was my cab he got into. And that's why it was worth $200 to him.
Well, what are we going to do?
I don't know. Maybe we should call the police again.
Well, you can't. Not now. Not if Meacham knows you have these. I mean, you have to deliver them.
But it's stolen property, Lucy. It doesn't belong to them.
Well, we don't know that. Not for certain.
Well, it has to be. I mean, why else was Langston acting so furtively? Why else would the police arrest him? I don't think I have any choice.
Well, think what Meacham will do if he doesn't find them.
Honey, we have got to do what's right.
One man has already been killed, Frank. Look, let him pick up the diamonds and let us get out of this nightmare.
But what if that isn't the end of it? I mean, how do I know I'll be safe after Meacham has the diamonds? What if he has orders to kill me anyway?
Why?
What's the phrase they always use in the movies? I know too much. I can identify Langston. I can identify Meacham. Honey, these are desperate men. The police are obviously on to them. One side's already shown they're ready to kill for these little pieces of rock. Why not the other?
It's not fair. It's not right that you should have gotten caught up in this.
But the fact is, I have got to go to the police. At least they can protect us.
Oh, from two mobs? How? Now, how are they going to protect us?
I don't know. One side knows I have the diamonds, is expecting me to deliver them. The other side doesn't know I have them, but is watching every move I make. Oh, maybe you're right. The least of all the evils is to put them back behind the seat where you found them, let Meacham pick them up, and just hope I'll be safe. I just hate the idea of helping that scum.
I know you do, dear, but it's not your fault. I mean, you can't help it.
Well, that doesn't matter. It's still breaking the law.
Look, you were ready to do it last night. I'll just pick Meacham up and take him wherever he wants to go, now you said.
It was easier when I didn't know exactly what it was I'd be doing. Well, at least we got $100 out of it.
Oh. No.
What?
The eggs. They're burnt.
I'm not hungry.
Breakfast is ruined.
Who cares?
I do. Oh, Frank. Frank, I'm so frightened.
Hey, Lucy. Now, I'll be okay. What's this?
What?
Well, this picture in the morning paper. It's him.
Who?
Langston. The man I took up to Clarkson Street last night.
Huh?
Well, there's a whole article on him.
Noted businessman seeks asylum. Businessman?
Frederick Langston, highly respected jeweler, has voluntarily placed himself in police custody prior to testimony he intends to give later this week to a grand jury. A grand jury investigating mob infiltration into the jewelry business.
Are you sure this is the same man?
Yeah, it says he's from Miami. Well, that's where this guy was from. And the picture, I recognized him right off.
Oh, but if he's a businessman...
It says here he has documented evidence of such infiltration, that honest businessmen have had to conduct large-scale transactions in secret, and that even so, a number of jewelry dealers have been murdered.
The man in that building in the Bronx.
Yeah. So Meacham must have been a colleague of his.
Yeah.
Well, I've got nothing to worry about. Except...
What?
Well, I can't take these diamonds to him now. Stokes and Watson will be right behind me. Meacham will be robbed, or worse.
But if you don't...
Lucy, those guys are murderers. Who's that?
Quick, get these diamonds out of sight. Okay.
Yes? Mr. Grove? Yes. I'm Detective Lieutenant Thompson with the police department.
Oh.
I was here yesterday. Didn't your wife tell you?
Oh, yes.
Yes, well, she said you were abducted by two men posing as police detectives.
I was, yes.
Two men probably connected in some way with the dead man we discovered up in the Bronx. In response, I might remind you to your phone call.
Yeah.
Well, excuse me, they let you go, or did you escape? Huh?
They, let me go.
You all right?
Yes, thank you.
Well, why didn't you call us?
Oh, I'm sorry. I only just got home.
See, well, I came by to speak to your wife to see if she'd had any word from you. You may have seen it in the morning paper that a Mr. Langston has sought police protection.
Yes.
That was the man you drove up to the Clarkson Street address?
Yes, it was.
And the two men, the ones who abducted you?
Oh, I think they're the men you're after. I mean, I think they're the murderers. They wanted me to take them to the hotel where I dropped Langston off.
Well, obviously we have to find them.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me anything about them? What kind of car they were driving?
Well, it was dark. I didn't notice.
Well, did they drop any clues about where they might be?
No. When they found that Mr. Langston had been taken away by the police, they just let me go.
And they said nothing?
Only that I wasn't any more use to them.
I see. Well, thank you.
I hope you don't think I'm withholding evidence.
No. I'm sure you're being of all the help you can be. Good day, Mr. Grove.
Thank you, Frank.
I'm a coward.
No, you're not.
I should have told him the whole truth.
Why? It's none of our business.
No, honey, an innocent man might get hurt.
Well, we never asked to get involved. Innocent? They're no more innocent than those crooks, using you for their business transactions, off which they'll turn a very nice profit, thank you very much. Langston had no right to involve you this way, against your knowledge. You could have been hurt. You still can be.
I know. I'll just put the diamonds back in the cab.
Taxi! Taxi!
Are you Mr. Meacham?
Yes. May I get in?
Sure.
Well, you're right on time, thanks.
Your friend last night said I was supposed to take you somewhere.
Yes. Just start driving, if you would, please. I'll give you directions in a moment. Suppose you're wondering what this is all about.
Well, Mr. Langston said I wasn't supposed to ask any questions.
How did you know his name?
What?
Has something gone wrong?
Oh, no. I saw it in the morning paper.
Oh. So you know what business we're in, anyway. Why we're having to be so cloak and dagger, as it were.
Mm-hmm. Where to?
Pardon?
Where am I supposed to take you?
Oh, well, as it turns out, it doesn't really matter. Right around this corner here will be fine.
Well, are you sure we're off the main avenue here?
Isn't that all right?
Well, sure. It's just that there's not very many people on these side streets.
No, but I don't see what difference that makes. I believe the price you agreed upon with my colleague was $200. Was it more?
Oh, no. 200.
Of which you've already been paid 100. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, then, here's the other 100, Mr. Grove.
How did you know my name?
Well, that's what it says on your taxi license there on the dashboard.
Oh, yeah.
Look here, are you sure everything's all right?
Yeah, sure.
All right, here's your money. It's been a pleasure doing business with you.
Wait. Don't get out. Shut the door.
What's the matter?
We're being followed.
By whom?
The two men who murdered that guy last night up on Clarkson Street. The one Mr. Langston was supposed to meet.
Well, that was Mr. Glover, my partner. Look here, are you sure we're being followed? How do you know?
Now, it's too long to try and explain now, but I know what's going on, Mr. Meacham. My wife discovered the diamonds, the ones you just picked up.
Do you know which car it is that's following us?
The white sedan behind us on the corner.
Oh, what can we do? If I get out of this cab now, I'm a dead man.
They threatened me if I tried to double-cross them. That's why I had to pick you up.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Grove. The problem was ours. We never should have gotten you involved.
Now, listen. I can put a call in to our dispatcher from the cab here and have him notify the police.
No. You've taken enough risks already. Besides, it's too late. Look, they're getting out of their car and they're coming toward us. Is there anything we can do?
Nothing. This is a dead-end street.
Good. I'll give them the diamonds, Mr. Grove. Hope that'll satisfy them.
Grove? What's going on here? You two having some kind of powwow?
No.
Is this Meacham?
Please, I know what it is you're after. If I give them to you, will you let us go?
Well, of course.
Well, then, here they are. And if they're cut properly, there should be $250,000 worth of diamonds there.
Hey, thanks. Well, that was easy. Hey, Watson? Do you have the silencer on your gun?
You said you wouldn't harm us.
Did I? Well, I'm sorry, I don't remember. Watson? Hey, what's that?
cops coming down the street.
Quick, get back to the car.
They've cut us off. We're trapped.
Sergeant, drop the gun. Hold it right there, the both of you.
Lucy?
Frank?
Huh?
Oh, Frank. Are you all right? Did the police get there in time?
Ooh, just barely. Lieutenant Thompson said it was you who called him, right?
Yeah. I told him where you were meeting Mr. Meacham.
Boy, you saved our lives. Honey, what made you change your mind?
Oh, well, after you left, I read the newspaper article on Mr. Langston again. And I thought, if he's not afraid to testify against those mobsters, then we shouldn't be afraid either.
Lieutenant Thompson told me that Langston's testimony will create enough publicity that we won't have to fear reprisals. Hey, what's this?
What?
How come you're all dressed up?
Oh, well, in case you'd forgotten, you asked me to go out to dinner last night.
Did I?
Yeah.
Well, maybe it'll all come back to me, while I'm changing into my suit.
Our actions, even our best deeds, are rarely heroic. But then, so often the situations in which we find ourselves are complex and enigmatic. The lines between right and wrong are clouded and uncertain, except in retrospect. Perhaps the one general statement we can make about ethics is that a good person is one who will stumble more often into the right than the wrong. I shall return in a moment with a final word. To know what is right and to be afraid, and yet to act upon your knowledge, that is the mark of a great person. So wrote the French man of letters, André Gide. It is interesting to realize that as Frank and Lucy Grove struggled with the dilemma that confronted them, not once did either suggest they simply take the diamonds for themselves. How many of you can say that thought never crossed your mind either? Our cast included Russell Horton, Ann Williams, Court Benson, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
See, Carlo, there is no doubt. This is a Lucifer man.
Lucifer? You mean the devil, Satan?
It was not always so that Lucifer meant evil. In ancient Latin, Lucifer meant bringer of light, the morning star.
But this animal is groveling under the floor here. You do not say he's a saintly man.
He is a slave of sin. See the way he looks at me. It knows I am its master. This creature is centuries old. Get up, demon soul. Stand up on your two rear legs. I shall will you not answer me?
Yes.
Speak now of a later time in your existence. What are you?
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Radio Mystery Theater presents
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever had the urge to peer through the windows of a strange house to see what transpires within? Have you ever wanted to open and read a letter not addressed to you? To intrude upon the confidences that do not concern you? Have you ever found yourself straining to catch the words that pass between two people you don't know and who don't know you? If you have, and I think there is no one who has not, then you have felt the itch of the eavesdropper, which is to learn secretly that which is private.
I reached out my hand and touched him. He felt cold. I whispered the question softly. Softly. Then, without hesitation, I clapped my hands over my ears. I swung around, away from him. I looked straight ahead, and I rushed out.
Our mystery drama, The Eavesdropper, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Terry Keane. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Hi. Those who eavesdrop never hear good of themselves. So goes the old adage. And like most old adages which have been handed down to us through the years, it contains its own kernel of truth. But what of another employment of eavesdropping? Employment to a specific purpose. One which predates the adage by many centuries. One which we propose to tell you about now.
It's so hard to tell what's right from what's wrong. Don't you think so?
Yeah.
I've always found it very difficult. Maybe you don't have that trouble. Some people don't. Do you?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. And my husband had no trouble at all. He always knows what's right. But, of course, Martin is very brilliant. Martin graduated in the top 10 percentile of his class. I don't even know what percentile means, but I know it's very good. You know what it means?
Percentage?
Yeah, something like that. Very near the top, almost the best, something like that. Yeah, I think I'd like another drink.
Sure about that?
Pretty sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. I'll go get it.
What in the world am I doing here? Who is this man I'm talking to? How did I get here? What have I done?
Okay. There you are.
Oh, thank you very much. Hey, listen, am I bothering you?
No, not at all.
Because if I am, just say so.
There's nobody else in the bar. It's still early.
I don't know if it's right, a woman sitting at the bar all by herself. You think it's all right?
Oh, they do it all the time these days.
In other bars, too?
All over.
I only come to this bar, never any others, just this one.
That's so?
Yeah, because the name of this one is the Hermes.
You like the name, huh?
Well, it's not that I like it so much. Listen, may I tell you something? It's kind of personal, but do you mind?
What have I got better to do?
The reason I started coming here to the Hermes Bar and Grill is because of something my husband Martin said one night around dinner time. He was sitting in his big chair, and I was sitting at the table. I just took a peek at the roast. It's almost done. Martin?
Huh?
The roast is almost done, I think.
Huh.
I cooked it a new way. Leg of lamb, Southern style, it's called.
Fascinating.
Wow. I don't know if it's fascinating exactly, but it's interesting. You roast it just like a regular leg of lamb, but then half an hour before it's done, you start basting it.
Fascinating.
With this sauce, it has lemon and vinegar and ketchup in it.
Absolutely fascinating.
You mean the ketchup part? Is that what you mean? I thought it was peculiar myself.
Myrtle.
Don't you think? Oh. Yes, Martin. What is it?
I am reading.
Oh. Yes. Well, I'm sorry.
If I have told you once, I've told you 500, 1,000 times, don't bother me when I'm reading.
I didn't realize that you
When you see me in this chair, under this lamp, with the light turned on and shining on a book which I am holding in my lap, when I am wearing my reading glasses...
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't you think you might deduce from all this circumstantial evidence that I am reading?
I should have, yes. I should have.
Well, now go baste your roast or whatever it is you're doing out there.
So, how did the roast turn out?
Oh, good. Very good. In fact, marvelous. You wouldn't think so, would you? But it was very good. I kid you not. I think I'd like another drink, if you don't mind.
Well, no.
I think I'm starting to feel better.
Don't get the feeling too good now.
Nice man. Very nice man. I like him. I really like him. I mean, I can talk to him. He listens. I mean, he really listens. And what's more, he hears me. I think he really hears me. I like him a lot.
Here's your drink.
Oh. What's your name?
Me?
My name's Myrtle Chapman. What's yours?
Charlie. Charles. Everybody calls me Charlie. Even my wife. Everybody named Charles gets to be called Charlie sooner or later. It's in the cards.
You married?
4 kids.
4?
Yeah. Take it easy with that drink. You don't mind a little advice?
Yeah, I want to finish what I was telling you.
About the leg of lamb?
Southern style. But it wasn't about that. It was about my husband, about my interrupting him when he was reading. Now, that was so dumb of me. I knew I wasn't supposed to do that. He told me over and over, but it seemed like when he was home, he was always reading. Always. Sometimes I'd take the Reader's Digest, I'd read that, but... Anyway, when the leg of lamb was almost done...
Fascinating.
Martin, coffee, tea, or milk? Martin? Do you want coffee, tea, or milk with your dinner, and do you want it with it, or do you want it later?
Do I want coffee, tea, or milk? And do I want it with or later?
I need to know.
I don't want any of them now, since I am reading this book.
I meant that
What I shall want later will depend upon how I feel later. Do you think you could wait until later to find out if I want coffee, tea, or milk?
Is it a good book?
Fascinating.
Oh, what's it about?
Greece.
Greece?
Ancient Greece.
Oh, you mean the country, Greece.
Greek civilization.
Uh-huh.
Its history, its mythology, its customs, its beliefs, everything.
Well, maybe I ought to read it sometime. What is it that's fascinating?
Well, for instance, the Oracle of Hermes.
Hermes?
An Olympian god, son of Zeus.
Like the bar.
What?
Down the block, the Hermes Bar and Grill. I've never been inside of it, but it looks like a nice place.
This is not about the Hermes Bar and Grill. It is about the Oracle of Hermes in Greece. There was a shrine there to the god Hermes, and when someone was depressed or in doubt, he would go to the shrine where there was a statue of Hermes.
Is that so? Hey. Well, I don't know if the Hermes Bar...
Are you interested in what I'm trying to tell you, or are you completely immersed in the Hermes Bar and Grill?
Well, both. I don't know. I just thought... Where are you going?
I'm going to make a phone call.
But dinner's almost ready.
Oh, dinner.
How long?
Till I'm off the phone.
Could I have another drink, Charlie?
I think you've had enough, Mrs. Chapman.
You called me Myrtle.
You're not used to drinking, Myrtle. I knew that the first time you came in here.
Yeah, but I'm getting used to it.
Well, that's my point.
And I like it.
But that's just it.
I don't like the taste of it. But I like what it does for me.
That's what they all say.
One more, please?
Just one. And that's all.
It was wrong. Well, maybe not wrong exactly, but it was sneaky. Not nice at all. I was ashamed of it. I told myself I shouldn't be doing it, but I did it anyway. And I'm glad I did it. Because here I am in this nice bar and grill with this nice man, this Charlie. You really never know how things are going to turn out.
Now, that's the last drink you're going to get out of me.
Oh, thank you, Charlie. You're such a nice man.
I don't know if I am or not.
I'll bet your children are crazy about you.
They're good kids.
Oh, I was telling about how Martin went into the bedroom where the phone was.
Oh, yeah.
Well, now, I couldn't imagine who he'd be calling up at that hour with dinner practically on the table. Now, I never, since the day we got married, I never interfered with Martin in any way, shape, manner, or form. I mean, what he did was his business. It was my business to be his wife. Take care of his home, see he had clean clothes, sometimes, take care of... How many children did you say you have?
4.
Yeah. What are their names? No, never mind. I was wanting to tell you the terrible, sneaky thing I did. Now, I hope you won't think that it's awful.
Oh, I doubt if I will.
I eavesdropped.
You what?
I eavesdropped. See, I listened in on his conversation. I listened to what he was saying on the telephone. Do you think that's awful?
What was he saying?
Well, I only heard part of it, but it was... Well, like he said, it was fascinating.
Fascinating, Karen. Absolutely fascinating. You've read the satires of Juvenal, of course. Yes, I was sure you had. Remember the part about women's passion for having their fortunes told? How they'd run to an astrologer, anyone at all who'd interpret a dream. Well, of course you remember. I forget you're almost as well read as I am. Well, I have a new one for you. It seems that in Farai there was a shrine to Hermes, and anyone who wanted an answer to a question, something troubling, perplexing, went to this shrine. There was a statue of Hermes there, and the troubled person, after making a donation, of course, to the shrine... Yes, a donation, what else? After that, he was permitted to ask a question of the god. Whisper it into the ear of the statue. Wait, hold on a minute, I'm not through. Right after asking the question, the questioner would, quick like a rabbit, put his fingers in his ears. Yes, stop up his ears so as not to hear anything. He'd keep his fingers in his ears till he left the shrine. Then, well, hold on. I'm about to tell you, Karen. Then he'd go about his business. Go home, wherever. Wait. I haven't given you the zinger. This is what makes it all so fascinating. On his way home, or wherever he was going, the very first thing he heard anybody say, anybody, anything, that was the answer to his question. How about that? I had to tell it to somebody, Karen. I knew you'd love it. What inventiveness, what imagination. Well, thanks for listening to me. I have to hang up anyway. Dinner on the table and all that. So long, Karen. See you tomorrow.
That's what I heard him say. Now, maybe I haven't got it all quite right, but that was the sense of it. And the part about the god Hermes and how to ask the question, then put your hands over your ears tight, and leave the bar. I mean the shrine. Then take your hands away and listen to the first thing you hear anybody say. No matter what they said, no matter who they were. That would be the answer to your question. I got that part right. I know I have. So, you see, Charlie, that's why I started coming here.
It is?
You do understand, don't you?
I don't know if I do, Myrtle. Why don't you let me bring you something to eat, huh? Like a sandwich?
No, I don't want
a chicken sandwich, a cup of coffee?
No,
How does that sound,
I don't want
Come on, you sit right there. You just sit right there. Next to the statue of Hermes, huh? All right, that's it. You just put your little hand on his foot and you sit right there while I tell the chef. Nice chicken sandwich, all white meat, okay? Okay. Just sit there. I'll be right back.
Oh, Hermes. I hope I've done the right thing. It's so hard to tell sometimes. Have I done the right thing this time?
There are so many questions. We spend our lives asking them, and no sooner is one answered than another arises. We go to our parents, we go to our teachers, we go to our priests, our rabbis, our ministers, and they do their best to give us answers, but the baffling truth is that while they are giving us answers, they are asking questions, too. I'll be back shortly. If our parents could not answer our questions, if our teachers could not, what really is wrong with going to a statue of Hermes, son of Zeus, and whispering in his ear, then stopping up our own ears with our hands and running away without waiting for an answer? Then, taking our hands from our ears, listening to the first overheard sentence uttered by anyone at all, and taking that for our answer. Makes as much sense to me as anything else.
Here's your sandwich and your coffee. I don't know if you take cream or sugar, but I brought you both.
Oh, thank you, Charlie. You're very nice.
Now, you be nice to me and eat it, okay?
Hey, place is starting to fill up, huh?
Oh, yes, won't really get busy for a while yet. Hey, you trying to get rid of me?
Oh, no.
Because I'm going to stand right here to eat that sandwich.
That lady that sits at the table by the window, the table for two, does she come in every day?
No, not every day. Some days. She got a friend she meets here sometimes.
Yeah, she was meeting somebody the first time I came in here, she told me.
Eat your sandwich, would you?
You see, after I heard Martin tell this Karen person over the phone about the shrine of Hermes, I thought to myself, why shouldn't it work here? What's so special about Greece? Don't you agree?
At least drink the coffee,
So
huh?
I came here. Well, when I walked in, the place was almost full. There was room at the bar, but there wasn't a single solitary table that didn't have people sitting at it. I didn't know what to do because I'd never been in this kind of a place before. I mean, no offense intended, Charlie.
None taken,
But I saw this woman sitting by herself at that table for two. And I walked over to her. Excuse me?
Yes.
I see you're sitting by yourself.
Yes, but
would you mind if I...
I'm expecting a friend.
Oh. Well.
But she's a little late. Or I'm a little early. If you want to sit down till she gets here.
Oh, thank you. I'm not used to bars. I hardly ever... Well, thank you.
My friend's shopping for furniture. She just got married.
Oh, really? I'm married.
I imagine she's staying in the stores till they all close. Oh, so hard picking out furniture.
And my husband picked out ours.
Really? You let him do that?
Well, he's got wonderful taste, and I have trouble, making up my mind about things. I never know what's right. He always knows.
Oh, I see my friend. She just turned the corner, and she's coming down the street. Look, I don't like to drive you away,
but... no, that's all right.
Oh, why don't you sit at the bar?
Could I do that?
Why not? This is a very nice place. Nobody's going to think you're here to pick up a man. There's a stool empty down at the end, right next to the bronze statue. Take that, why don't you?
Is that a statue of Hermes? The Greek god Hermes?
As a matter of fact, it is.
Hermes, son of Zeus?
They named the place after him.
You're not eating.
I will, if you give me another drink.
Not till you finish the sandwich.
I wanted to finish telling you about that day I first came in here when I met that lady. She was the one that showed me the statue of Hermes, this one here. I don't know if you remember that day, Charlie. There I was sitting here, right here next to Hermes, and pretty soon I would ask him the question that was perplexing me. I remember you came over to me and you asked me what I wanted to drink.
That's what bartenders do, as a rule.
Well, I didn't know what to order because I didn't know about things like that. And then you said... You remember what you said? You said, have a cream de menthe frap. And I said, all right. And you went off and you made it.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I remember because when I came back, you weren't here. After I went to all that trouble.
No, because while you were making the creme de menthe frap, do you know what I was doing, Charlie? Do you?
What were you doing?
I was standing up right here, like I am now, you see? You see how I can just reach Hermie's ear?
Yeah.
Well, I put my lips close to his ear, and I whispered into it. I whispered the question. Then I put my hands over my ears, and I ran out. But just as I got to the door, I took my hands away, and I heard that woman, I heard her say, just as plain, I can hear it now. She said, "If you don't like it, send it back." Just like that. If you don't like it, send it back. And that was the answer to my question. You see?
Myrtle, what was the question?
Oh, the question was, does my husband love me? Hey, Charlie, I've eaten all the coleslaw. Now, could I have another drink?
Yeah, I think I'll have one myself. Finish that sandwich.
I'll try.
So you whispered the question into the ear of Hermes here, his statue.
Mm-hmm.
You asked him, does my husband love me?
Mm-hmm.
Then you stopped up your ears and you hightailed it out of here, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But just as you got to the door, you heard the lady at the table by the window say, "If you don't like it, send it back." That right?
Mm-hmm.
And, that was supposed to be your answer, right?
That was my answer, Charlie.
Run that past me again, huh, Myrtle? I don't get it.
Charlie, the gods don't answer people just yes or no. They don't make it that easy. But the answer is there. You just have to find it.
Well, did you find it, the answer?
Not right away. The gods don't want you to find it right away. They want you to think about it. So after I left here, I went for a long walk to think. How could, if you don't like it, send it back? How could that be an answer to, does my husband love me?
Yeah, how could it?
Now, the first thing I thought was, this is silly. She's just talking to her friend about the furniture she was buying for her new home, her friend having just got married.
Oh, that sounds reasonable.
She was telling her if you don't like the furniture or some particular piece of furniture, why send it back to the department store where you bought it, right?
Right.
Then I thought, it popped into my mind what my mother told me.
Your mother?
When I was a little girl, I said to my mother, I said, "Mother, where did I come from? How did I get here?" You know how little girls ask these questions.
Boys, too.
Well, my mother got all red in the face and flustered, and she said, "Why, Myrtle, your father and I bought you at the department store." Well, of course, I know better now.
I hope so.
And I would never tell my little girl anything like that. If I had a little girl.
I hope not.
But that's what I was thinking when I was taking my walk. And I was remembering what happened a little while after I got married to Martin.
What happened?
I got pregnant.
You're what?
Pregnant. I'm pregnant.
You're not.
I'm going to have a baby, Martin.
Oh, no, you're not. It's out of the question.
But I am. What's wrong with that? We're married, and I love you. You love me. We're going to have a baby. What's wrong with that?
Everything conceivable is wrong with that.
I don't see what can be wrong about having a baby.
I have my work. I have my studies. I can't have a child in the house.
Why not?
Interfering with everything, disrupting everything, messing up everything. It's out of the question. Absolutely out of the question. Why didn't you consult me about this before you went ahead and got yourself pregnant?
I didn't get myself, Martin.
Yes, you did. Deliberately. Well, get rid of it.
Get rid of it? How can I get rid of it? It's here. Right here.
Not yet. There's still time. You get rid of it.
No, Martin, I couldn't do that. I couldn't possibly do that.
All right, I'll arrange for it. There's someone I can call. I'll do it tomorrow.
Someone you can call?
A friend of mine.
You sound like you were going to call up... a department store or something.
A good friend of mine.
And have them come and pick up something you decided you didn't want, just like that. I don't want it. Take it back. But this is a baby, Martin. It's not a table or a chair. It's a baby. Well, after I'd walked around for a while, thinking about the answer, thinking about the question, really, thinking about both of them, I did the shopping for dinner, and then I went home. Martin was sitting in his big chair under the reading lamp. I was very quiet. I walked on my tiptoes to the kitchen. I peeled the potatoes and shelled the peas very quietly. I put salt and pepper on the chops. This was all very soothing, you know what I mean? I mean, fixing food, getting it ready. It's very good for my nerves. Always has been. So after everything was prepared for cooking, I went into the living room where Martin was. Martin?
Huh?
I want to have a baby now, Martin.
What's that?
We've been married 8 years, and I think it's time to have
Out of the question.
I don't think it's out of the question at all.
Well, it is.
Just because you say so?
Yes. Just because I say so.
Please don't start reading your book again.
The subject is closed.
Just because you say it is.
Yes.
I see.
Good.
Martin?
Oh, for heaven's sake, what?
I'm going to.
Going to what?
Have a baby. And I'm not going to send this one back like the last time.
Are you trying to tell me you're pregnant right now?
Not yet, but I'm planning to get pregnant, and this time...
You'll do no such thing.
Oh, yes, I will. I'm a woman, I'm your wife, and we can afford it, and I'm going to get pregnant and have it. You can have your work and your books, and I'll have my baby.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will. I've made up my mind.
You won't. You won't because I won't give you the chance to. Do you understand? I won't come near you. I won't touch you. I won't have anything to do with you if that's what it takes to keep you from having a child. Do you understand that? Well, do you?
I'm going to start dinner.
What did you do?
I went out to the kitchen and started dinner.
You didn't say anything?
That's when I began coming in here regularly. I thought Hermes could help me, and in a way, he did. He gave me the answer, in a way. I asked him if my husband loved me, and I found out he didn't.
Son of a gun.
But that just left me with another question.
What was that?
Do I love my husband?
Life can be seen, if you so choose, as one question after another. Just as we find an answer, another question arises. Or, and this is enough to take the heart out of anyone, the answer we find turns out to be inadequate. The solution we arrive at, no solution at all. I really think it remarkable that we make our way through life. The best that can be said for us is that we keep trying. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The thing that interests me about the Oracle of Hermes is the stipulation that the questioner should not listen for the answer, should, in fact, go to great pains to avoid hearing it. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? How many answers lie ready at hand if only we would take our fingers from our ears and listen?
Oh, how could you love a man like that, Myrtle? You're entitled to have a kid. Every woman's entitled if she wants to.
That's true, isn't it?
Darn right.
Charlie, give me another drink, huh?
No, you had enough.
Please?
You just finished telling me what happened, and maybe I'll get you another drink. Maybe.
Well, as soon as I knew what the question was, I thought right away, I know what I'll do. I'll come here to the Hermes Bar and Grill and ask the statue the way I had before. And I started out the door to come here, but then I heard Martin on the telephone in the bedroom, and I eavesdropped the way I had before. And I heard him, and he was talking to her.
To who?
To Karen, the same woman he'd called the other time, to tell her about the Oracle of Hermes, because I was too stupid to understand.
Oh, come on, you're not stupid.
Wait. He was telling this Karen how he had to see her that night, the next day, as soon as possible. Well, I was so hurt.
Oh, sure.
I was jealous, is what I mean. I was really jealous. But then I thought, if I'm jealous, I must love him. Why would I be jealous if I didn't love him? But I couldn't be sure. Oh, Charlie, can't I have another drink now?
No. Finish what you're telling me, huh?
So it was very important that I come here and ask Hermes. And I did. I just left the dinner stuff in the kitchen and I came over here. I remember that same woman was sitting at that table by the window. Oh, she's there now.
Yeah, came in a minute ago.
Yeah. Guess she's waiting for a friend.
I guess so. Go on with what you were saying, huh?
I remember she spoke to me when I came in.
Hello there.
Oh, hello.
You want to sit down for a minute?
Oh, no, I have to sit at the bar. I have to sit at the end of the bar.
Have to?
I have to sit on the stool at the end of the bar next to the statue of Hermes.
Really? Is it so important where you sit?
Well, I have to ask Hermes a question.
You mean that?
It's something that's troubling me.
And you think Hermes will give you the answer?
Not right away.
Well, when?
Well, that's hard to say. You see, after I've asked the question, I won't listen for the answer.
Why ever not?
Well, that's the whole point. I don't listen for the answer. I put my hands over my ears and I leave. And then the first thing I hear after I've left, that's my answer.
That's, very interesting.
Yeah. Well, I'd better get on over to the bar before somebody takes the stool next to the statue.
And that's what you did, huh?
Yeah. I came over here and I sat on this very stool right here. Oh, well, I don't suppose you remember.
Oh, I can't say that I do.
Well, I sat here. I think I ordered a drink, but I don't really remember. Anyway, I stood up tall and I put my lips next to the ear of Hermes and I said, "Do I love my husband, Hermes?" And I stuck my fingers in my ears and I ran for the door. And just before the door closed behind me, I heard,
"Don't be stupid. If you hate it, get rid of it."
Don't be stupid. If you hate it, get rid of it. That's what I heard. That was the answer.
Some answer.
Well, that's how I felt at first, but I just let it sort of sink into my mind. I was positive that sooner or later I would know the real, true answer.
Well, did you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I did. It wasn't quite what I expected.
What was it?
Well, see, first I have to tell you what happened before the answer came to me. I was just fussing around the kitchen, getting dinner, making something fancy because, well, cooking is good for my nerves. I told you that.
Yeah, go on.
And Martin came into the kitchen.
What are you cooking?
What? Oh, I thought you were reading.
I was.
I didn't want to disturb you. Was I making too much noise?
What is that you're cooking?
Chicken moringo.
Oh, new, huh?
New recipe.
Oh, what's in it?
Are you really interested?
Well, sure, why not?
Well, you see here, I've already fried the chicken. It's in the oven now to keep it warm.
Yeah?
You really want to know?
Sure I do.
Okay. Now, in this pan where I fried the chicken, I'm making a sauce, see? There are 2 tablespoons of flour, 2 of butter, and a cup of soup stock. Next, I'm going to add some sliced mushrooms, some tomatoes all cut up, some sliced green olives, and a little white wine. And then I let the whole thing simmer for, maybe 10 minutes.
Swell. Great.
Then I'll take the chicken out of the oven and put it on a big platter, this one, you see?
Yeah?
And then I'll pour everything in the pan over the chicken. I mean, that's why it has to be a big platter, you see?
Yeah.
And then I put chow mein noodles in the center of the big platter. And I sprinkle some cooked peas over the whole thing and a whole lot of browned almonds. And, Martin, I was telling you... Where did you go? I was telling you how I... Martin?
He'd split, huh?
Walked right out on me, smack in the middle of me telling him about chicken Marengo. When I'd gone to all that trouble, he just walked out. Didn't say anything, just walked out of the kitchen and went back to the living room and picked up his book and started reading.
What did you do?
Why, I finished the chicken Marengo. The mushrooms and olives and the tomatoes and chow mein noodles and the peas and the almonds. I must say that platter looked something gorgeous when I got through with it.
Oh, I'll bet.
I was very proud of it.
Oh, sure you were.
I mean, all that trouble I went to.
Sure.
So I thought to myself, I'll show it to Martin. He'll be pleased.
Yeah.
Well, he wasn't pleased.
No?
I don't know why I thought he would be.
Oh, any man...
But I took it into the living room where he was reading to show it to him. Martin? Martin?
Huh?
Here's the chicken Marengo. You want to look at it?
Don't interrupt me when I'm reading.
I thought you might want to see it.
Please, Myrtle.
After you came in the kitchen and asked about it, I was so pleased.
For heaven's sake.
I really thought you were interested. Interested in something I was doing. Interested in me. But you weren't, were you? You were bored stiff. You were trying to act nice because you won't let me have the baby I want. You thought, let's kid the little idiot along. Let's make out like she means something. Give her a break. Let her feel important for a minute. I'm so bright. I'm so brilliant. I can afford to give her a minute or two of my time. Pretend that I'm interested. But you couldn't, could you? You couldn't even pretend. Not even for a minute. Not even for one lousy little minute.
Myrtle.
Hermes was right. Hermes gave me the answer.
No, Myrtle.
Don't be stupid, he said. If you hate it, get rid of it.
What happened?
I killed him, Charlie.
Oh, no, you didn't.
I brought that great big platter down on his head, and it broke all over him. And he fell down on the floor, and there was blood all over. All over the floor and all over his head. And some got on me, look, you see. And he didn't move, and he wasn't breathing at all, and I didn't know what to do.
Oh, no, wait, listen.
So I came here. I wanted to ask Hermes what to do. I wanted to ask somebody. Somebody's got to tell me now what to do.
Wait. Now, hold it. Dr. Haywood.
Because, see, I don't know what to do next.
Dr. Haywood.
Yes, Charles.
Could you come here for a minute, Dr. Haywood, please?
There's got to be somebody to tell me, somebody who knows what's the right thing to do now.
What's the matter, Charlie?
This lady here, she's Mrs. Chapman.
Chapman?
Mrs. Myrtle Chapman.
Oh, Mrs. Chapman, could you stop crying and tell me?
I'm sorry. I'm so ashamed. I didn't mean for you to...
She says she killed her husband.
Mrs. Chapman, Myrtle.
I killed him, and I don't know what to do.
Bring another drink, Charlie.
She's had a lot.
Bring her another one.
Oh, okay. You're the doctor.
I guess somebody ought to call the police.
Not right away.
He's dead. I killed him.
I don't think so.
I hit him over the head with a big platter, and he fell down, and there was blood all over.
But you didn't kill him.
I did.
No.
Yes, I remember. I wanted to kill him. I was standing there with a platter in my hand, and I wanted to kill him.
But you didn't. You cut him up quite a lot, but you
I meant to kill him.
That's a long ways from killing him.
Here's a drink, Doctor.
Fine. Now, drink this, Myrtle. Then I'm going to take you home. And when you get there, you'll see your husband's very much alive.
How can you be so sure?
I just am. Now drink up.
Who are you?
I'm Dr. Haywood.
You're a doctor?
I'm a therapist. As a matter of fact, I'm your husband's therapist.
But I didn't even know Martin had a therapist.
Oh, yes. He's been coming to me for quite a while now. Actually, he called me on the phone right after you walked out and came here. I told him to go to the nearest emergency station and get his head sewn up. He may be back home by now. Finish your drink.
I had enough.
Then let's take you home.
Okay. What did you say your name was?
Dr. Haywood. Karen Haywood.
Did you say Karen?
Yes. Come on. Let's get you home.
If you're complaining about the long arm of coincidence in our story, stop and think how large a part coincidence has played in your life. Had you gone to another place than the one you went to for your vacation, would things be precisely as they are now? Had you chosen the profession you really wanted instead of the one you settled for, would you be happier now or less so? It's impossible to tell, of course, but you just might find the answer by whispering in the ear of Hermes. I'll be back shortly. I hope you haven't found the oracle of Hermes a foolish, frivolous thing, because it is not. It is very profound. What it says to us is that we do not need answers to our questions from the gods or anyone we think to be superior. That starting any place at all, we need only follow our own thoughts to arrive at the answer to our question. But the question must be serious, and we must have a serious reason for asking. Our cast included Terry Keane, Charles Irving, Ralph Bell, and Maureen Rouse. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Lou isn't going to change because of the trial. He's an insanely jealous man, and he might very well do the same thing again.
Oh, you're awful. I thought you were so nice, Mr. Murray, but you're terrible.
I had to let you know how things are with Lou. He got away with murder, and that makes me sick to my stomach. There's not much I can do about it, but maybe you can do something, Mrs. Rydell.
Me?
You can be careful. Do you understand?
No.
You've got to make sure he never has any reason to be jealous.
Listen, if you think I play around...
Even if he misunderstands your behavior, somebody else might get Lou's hands around his throat. It might even be easier for him the next time. He got away with it once. Please, Mrs. Rydell, for his sake. All right, for mine. Don't make your husband kill again.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
How aware are you of Denver's air pollution problem? Denver has the highest number of motor vehicles per person in the nation. Cars at high altitude emit twice as much carbon monoxide as at sea level. Carbon monoxide levels exceeded federal standards in the Denver area on more than 100 days in 1976. The Pollutant Standards Index rated Denver's air as good for only 8 mornings and no afternoons during June, July, and August of 1977. Do you contribute to making Denver the second most polluted city in the nation? You've probably heard it before. Stopping air pollution is up to you. One person can make a difference, a decisive difference, when that one person is joined by thousands of others. If you're part of the problem, be a part of the solution. Find out what you can do. Call the Clean Air Coalition at 320-4747. A message of this station and NEHA, the National Environmental Health Association.
This is the voice of the Rocky Mountain West. Radio 85, KOA Denver. CBS News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I can think of no better opening for this tale than a quote from Matthew Lewis, a writer and poet of the late 18th century. Pale terror, trembling, guards the fountain's head, and rouses fancy on her wakeful bed. From realms of viewless spirits tears the veil, and there reveals the unutterable tale. Strong medicine, but once again, that is the burden of our story.
Our little mouse has jumped at the chance, Headley.
Will we move in, Hester?
For a week or two. The sicker she gets, the more nursing she needs. How long will it take?
One can never be quite sure. We should manage to dispose of her within 6 weeks.
Our mystery drama, Will the Real Amy Stand Up?, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jennifer Harmon. I'll be back shortly with Act One. When the pain and stress of today's lifestyle whipsaws your nerves to a frazzle, do you sometimes long for a more sedate and structured life? Does the Victorian era ever capture your imagination? A time when the hydrogen bomb didn't threaten, the ecology hadn't begun to be strangled, war was the business of soldiers, and the telephone was a novelty instead of a necessity. Or, if you had been Amy Trowbridge of Lynn, Massachusetts, on the north shore of Boston Bay, wouldn't you have longed for more modern communications or an expert in psychiatry? I'll let you decide for yourselves.
You can take the rig on down to the stable, Silas, but don't unhitch till I send word. I don't know how long I'll be.
Oh, it's you, Lawyer Clough. Come in.
Well, what's the word, Mrs. Donnelly?
Oh, about the Commodore. He's mighty low. Dr. Fennell and Miss Amy are with him now.
I'm sorry to hear the news, but I was forewarned.
In the midst of life, we are in death.
Don't remind me, Mrs. Dunn. I'm not so young myself.
We don't matter. It's Amy. She's the one who's had to bear the brunt. If I had my way of it...
I see Dr. Fennell is on his way down. You can leave us alone, Mrs. Donnelly. We have things to talk about.
I'm sure you have. And I know I'd be in the way. Oh, how is he, Doctor?
Yeah, he's still with us, Mrs. Donnelly. But maybe you'd go up and give little Miss Amy some sport.
Oh, I'll do that very thing.
Well, seeing you here confirms my diagnosis, Ephraim.
What the Sam Hill does that mean?
It takes the scent of wills about to be probated and property about to be distributed to flush out a lawyer.
He's that bad, huh?
No chance. Matter of hours, maybe a day.
Does Amy know?
In a general way. I haven't forced her to face up to specifics yet.
Ross, what's going to happen to her?
I don't know, Ephraim. Pretty bleak future.
Well, maybe it ain't all that bad. I mean, between us, she's going to be a very rich young lady.
In worldly goods, perhaps. That's your business. I could only wish Commodore Stacy Trowbridge had left her a better world in my bailiwick.
Meaning?
I esteemed the Commodore, but as a doctor, I have to face the fact that he was a difficult, selfish man. And even in dying, he's tearing that poor little girl apart.
Well, maybe I'd better go up.
No, I think this is a final gasp. Allow them that. But once the Commodore is gone, what are we going to do for Amy? Since Molly died, the Commodore has been her life. How can we protect her from falling apart once the center of her universe is ripped away?
Well, there's always the housekeeper. Thank the Lord for Martha Dorney.
I wouldn't be too hasty to offer thanks. Mrs. Donnelly has her own problems. She has an enlarged heart. She wants to get out of service. As a doctor, I can't argue that she shouldn't. This big house, everything here, it's too much for her and Amy.
Well, now, I think I know what to do.
You do?
I cannot, of course, reveal the terms of the will, but because of it, I know there are two rather obscure relatives who are, well, small beneficiaries, a niece of the Commodore's and her husband. I think I must contact them cautiously. It might be that our little Amy could find a home with them.
Dr. Fennell, Miss Amy says she needs you there quick. She's afraid her father is sinking.
I wish I could tell her anything but the same truth.
Martha, you think this is it?
Oh, I do.
How's Miss Amy?
Oh, brave as brave. Hanging on to every bit of strength she can find to support her.
But you'll stay on with her.
Oh, I'll try. Oh, she's my baby. But I don't know how long I'm for this world myself. She needs more than me.
Well, there are these cousins. But let's just see what the good Lord provides.
Well, here we are in Boston.
Doesn't seem all that different from Chicago, Father.
Oh, let's hope it will be, Mother.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't call me Mother.
Just habit, Esther. You call me Father. Allow me to get the bags down.
I wonder if there will be anyone to meet us.
No, I should think so.
Our dear little cousin Amy.
I rather doubt that. From Mr. Clough's letters, she's not feeling quite up to scratch since the Commodore sailed his last voyage.
Oh, such a pity we had to be late for the funeral.
Isn't it? Well, then, the bags are down. And we're in the station.
Your pardon, but would you, by chance, be Mr. and Mrs. Hedley Spence of Wamshut, Illinois?
Oh, we are indeed, Mr.
Ephraim Clough is the name.
No, you're the lawyer who's written us.
Yes, I am. I could have wished you could have gotten here sooner.
Well, we came as fast as ever we could.
Oh, my dear Mrs. Spence, I implied no criticism of you or your husband. I merely meant that, unfortunately, the The obsequies could not wait.
You mean we missed the funeral?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I tried to reach you by telegram, but...
Oh, well, as it happened, we were no longer at the address that you had for us. Mail was being forwarded to us in Chicago.
Ah, then you were settled there.
Well...
Oh, yes and no.
As it happened, I had closed out my business affairs in Wamshuta when your first letter reached us.
And we had decided on a move to Chicago.
More scope for a man to expand.
Then when you contacted us, I said, Father?
Father?
A fond name I call my husband sometimes. Why must it be Chicago? I wanted the East and the sea and the coastline where I was born. So it was absolute manna from heaven when your letter came. I mean, voiding the sad circumstances under which it was written.
Yes, now, if we are referring to the will, I must tell you that...
The will? Oh, that is of no importance. As you said, we are minor beneficiaries.
Well, to be frank, it's only a matter of perhaps $1,000.
Well, when I realized how much my poor little niece or second cousin or whatever the relationship is exactly needs someone to take care of her, well, I made up my mind.
And when she makes up her mind, nothing else is going to change it.
Just what did you make up your mind to, Mrs. Spence?
Why, sakes alive, that Headley and me were going to come here and take care of poor little Amy till she found herself again.
Oh, why, I never asked you to... As it happens, there is the housekeeper, Mrs. Durnley, who is still with Amy.
A housekeeper, Mr. Clough? Well, now, I ask you, at a moment like this, when the child needs flesh and blood...
Mr. Spence, I will be frank. Mrs. Durnley is no longer robust.
You see? So Amy needs us. If she wants us, of course.
Oh, you could very easily be her only salvation.
How do you do, Cousin Hester? Oh, my poor, dear little lost lamb. Oh, let me give you a hug. Oh, I thank you. No thanks to you, honey. I just want to gather you up in my heart and hold you safe. Oh, that's very sweet of you. Just right out honest, the way I feel.
Me too, Amy.
It's very kind of you.
Oh, don't you believe it? We're kind of selfish, I reckon.
Well, how come?
Well, because I know my beloved Hester so well. I see just what she sees in you.
What's that?
The child that we never had. The daughter that the two of us always wanted.
Oh, well, I'm very touched. And I'm sorry you weren't here to see Father before he... Oh, now, don't you worry your head about that for a moment. I'm just upset about so many things. Mrs. Durnley is getting a room ready for you. Child, if we're to be any bother, don't you fret about us staying. Oh, after coming all the way half across the country and traipsing out to Lynn like this, I insist you stay the night.
Now, I must warn you again of something, Mr. and Mrs. Spence.
Oh, what's that, Mr. Clough?
Even though I dragged you all the way here to Lynn for the reading of the will, there's very little recompense in it for you.
I don't quite understand.
Well, the Commodore's bequest to you is a token one. In all, not much more than $1,000. The entire estate is left to Amy. It's a remarkably sizable amount, I must say. But then, in a sense, you are major testatee, since in the case of Amy's demise, the entire estate would devolve upon you.
Oh, lawyers, why must you all be so morbid? Headley and I are not here with our hands out. What concerns us is that poor child. She's a nervous wreck. Well, what's going to become of her?
I don't know. Dr. Fennell is seriously concerned about her. You see, her father was a demanding man. All through his long sickness, he kept Amy quite literally chained to him in this old dark house all alone, just as shut in as he was.
Well, I think, always supposing Amy would like us to, that for a while we should stay on with her, help her to find herself.
Now, that's most generous of you. I'm sure Amy will jump at the chance.
Well, Hester?
Our little mouse has jumped at the chance.
We move in?
For a week or two.
That doesn't give us quite enough time.
Oh, there will be ways to prolong our stay. The sicker she gets, the more she needs nursing. How long will it take?
One can never be quite sure. The young have more resistance. And we must take care. Oh, still, I should imagine within 6 weeks.
Oh, and we'll be rich again.
Forever, my love. Once little Amy joins the Commodore in, if you'll excuse the pleasantry, Davy Jones' locker, you and I will be set for life.
Remember my quote at the top of this story? And there reveals the unutterable tale? Well, we've had our first revelation. This kindly, compassionate couple are not at all what they seem. Worse than that, they are not only capable of murder, but seem to have already accomplished more than one. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
You ready?
Ready.
I'll say Goodyear.
I'll say tires.
Uh-oh.
What?
Well, whenever you say Goodyear, people think tires. Even though Goodyear does service on all kinds of cars.
Somebody should tell people about that.
Yeah, how?
Carrier pigeons.
Messy.
Well, drop leaflets.
Litter.
Letters.
Listen, why don't we just tell people to go to Goodyear for car service or repair? Goodyear for car service.
Fortune cookies.
Crummy.
Get a front-end alignment and tire rotation for just $15.88 for most American cars except front-wheel drive. Price is slightly higher in California. Call your Goodyear service store today.
Let's review the situation quickly. A young woman, Amy Trowbridge, just past her 21st birthday, finds herself alone and suddenly very rich. But many years of caring for her invalided father has left her ill-equipped to face life. The family doctor fears for her sanity. The family lawyer is concerned for her physical well-being. And at this moment, two kindly and compassionate cousins turn up as if they were an answer from heaven. Is their offer to care for Amy accepted?
There now, darling. You're all tucked in. Your cousins, or whatever they are, wanted to say good night. But I think it's better you just drop off without any more excitement.
Oh, they're very sweet, but I'd rather not see them tonight.
Well, then let Martha handle that. Is it right, what I hear?
What, Martha?
Well, that Mr. and Mrs. Spence are going to stay here for a while.
Well, it's been discussed. Would you mind?
Oh, me? Mind? Whatever for, child?
Well, this is your home. This will always be your home as long as you want to make it so.
You mean to stay on here, Miss Amy?
Well, what else would I do?
Oh, sell it. Blow all the cobwebs out of your dear little head. Go to Boston. Start fresh. Begin to enjoy life for a change.
Oh, wouldn't I love to? But it's not for me, Martha.
Why not? You're young. You should be looking forward to what life can offer you, what it could be.
Only I can't. Only look backwards and see how it was a long time ago. If only I'd realized then how happy I was. I wish it could be that way again.
Well, you and me will make it that way. So, as long as you want to stay on here in the only house I've ever known as home, I'll stay with you.
Well, now I can sleep. Except, what about my cousins?
Oh, well, if they want to stay on for a while, why not? They're extra company. And the good Lord knows you could use that better than solitude.
Good night, Martha.
Oh, good night, my baby.
And still I'm afraid. In spite of all the people who will protect me, I've always been afraid. Why? Was it because I was so sound asleep that night when Mother was crying out and we were all alone in the house? And I never heard her until it was too late to call the doctor. Dr. Fennell. Dear Dr. Fennell, He said there was nothing that could have been done even if I had wakened. It was a heart attack and took her mercifully. Not like Father. Not like the Commodore. All those years in pain till I hated him as much as I loved him. Only now he's gone. What am I going to do? What do I have left to live for?
I just talked to the housekeeper, Martha Durnley.
About her retiring as she wants to do?
No, damn it, about her staying on as she wants to do.
Oh, why would she want to stay on?
Oh, I haven't time or patience to divine her thoughts. I only know that for our purposes, that woman has got to go. Esther, we must have that girl without interference, so that the whole scheme will be a success.
We will, my beloved, we will. If Martha Durnley has to go, we'll figure a way.
Well, I already have it in mind. The main object is to get the girl totally isolated. Drive her into an insane asylum or bury her 6 feet deep like my former wives, just as long as the estate comes to us.
Well, how are you going to get rid of the Durnley woman?
Hand me a pillow from the bed.
What?
Do as I say.
Oh, yes, of course, Hedley, dear. Here.
This should do it. Nice and solid.
Oh, what are you planning?
It has worked before, Hester. No reason why it shouldn't again. You do remember that my poor first wife had a weak heart?
Oh, yes.
So does the housekeeper, I understand. It won't be all that surprising, will it? That with all the excitement and the nervous pressures of the Commodore's death, that at her age it suddenly gave out.
What was that? Who is it? Who's there? Don't touch me,
Good night, Mrs. Durnley. Sleep tight.
Horses are getting restless. I'd best be off for Boston.
Well, I'm sorry you have to rush away, Mr. Clark.
Well, I don't think I'm needed here. And I do have busy practice back in the city. I had wanted to say goodbye to Amy.
Oh, the poor lamb was just exhausted last night. She's still asleep. But I'll go waken her if you want.
No. Let her sleep. More important for her health. I did intend, though, to have a few words with Mrs. Durnley. Have either of you seen her this morning?
Well, I suspect she overslept, too, with all the emotional turmoil.
Lord help us, what was that?
It sounded like Amy.
Oh, then let's get to her.
Come on. Inside the house.
Amy, girl, what is it?
Oh, Mr. Clark, it's Martha.
All right, now, what about her? Just try to pull yourself together.
She's dead. She's lying in her bed, and I think she had a heart attack. But she's dead. She's dead.
Hush now, child, hush.
Give her to me, Lawyer Clough. This is woman's business.
Mr. Clough, why don't you do what you can for poor Mrs. Durnley while I go fetch the doctor?
What was it, Doctor?
Not surprising, given her condition and her age.
She's dead?
Oh, yes. Must have happened during the night. Yeah, I'll issue a death certificate. But where will I see...
Well, as far as I know, there are no relatives. This was the only home she had. And I suppose it's the main reason she put up with the Commodore as long as she did. That and Amy, how is she, Ross?
Well, it isn't exactly the therapy I'd have prescribed on top of her father's death. I'm worried about that child.
Well, should you put her in the hospital for a rest cure?
I don't think so. Could be the worst possible thing for her. Then she might give up entirely.
What do you mean?
I wish I knew. That child has been dependent and manipulated so long by people and circumstances. She's lost herself. She has to find herself right here where she got lost in the first place.
Don't forget to keep in touch.
We will, Mr. Clough. Won't we, Amy?
Oh, yes, yes. Any promises she will. I will, Uncle Ephraim. I will. Oh, it's getting some chilly.
Amy?
Hmm? Are you all right, dear?
Oh, yes, yes, it's just...
Oh, there, you see, it is cold. Come on now, children. Everyone inside. All right, dearie?
Oh, I'm all right. I'm just... I don't know how to say it.
Feeling a little strange with us, hmm?
Oh, I didn't say that.
Oh, my love, you don't have to. Of course you feel strange with us. But that'll pass. I promise you.
Now, Hedley, don't bother poor little Amy.
Oh, he's not bothering me.
Something is?
Well, yes, it's silly, isn't it? But I don't know what to call you.
Oh, well, now. There's a silly state of affairs if we're all going to be living together. We'll have to solve that right away.
Well, I mean, I can't call you Mr. Spence and Mrs. Spence. That doesn't seem right. But then neither does Hester or Hedley.
Because we're so much older?
Well, I didn't mean to say that.
Why, the devil not. It's true enough.
Hedley, stop teasing. I tell you what would be good, if you like, Amy. I know Hedley and I would. How about Uncle Hedley and Aunt Hester?
I couldn't have asked two people to be more kind or attentive to me. They were so good that I was ashamed of myself for not being able to lavish the same affection on them. But something seemed to hold me back. Maybe it was because in the days that followed, I just didn't feel well. I'd get such cramps in my stomach after eating sometimes. And my hair and my nails were sort of dry and brittle. Dr. Fennell dropped by to see me and gave me quite a lecture.
You've got to stop dwelling on the past, Amy. You're making yourself a nervous wreck.
I know. It's just that I was so used to taking care of Daddy and having Martha take care of me. I'm just all out of kilter.
Amy, I'm leaving day after tomorrow for New York to attend a seminar. I want you to be a good girl. Take care of yourself while I'm gone.
I promise. When will you be back?
10 days, 2 weeks. Young Dr. Marble will be covering for me while I'm gone.
Well, I'm sure I won't need to call on him.
No, I hope not. Try to eat, drink plenty of water, and most of all, try to find your real self, Amy Trowbridge. Once you do, you won't have a worry in the world.
He was such a sweet man. I never had been able to explain to him the real problem. How alone I felt. Abandoned. Ever since Mom died. Just me, Amy, locked away in this seaside house with a father who didn't know how demanding he was, burying me day by day, week by week, year by year. I suppose everybody feels alone sometime, but I can't believe many people are like me, so alone all the time. Amy. Amy. What? Who's that? Don't you remember me? How could you have forgotten? It's Clara. Clara. Clara? That's right. I haven't thought of you in years. I know. Because you didn't need me again. Till now. What do you mean, need you? You're all alone. That's the way I happened in the first place. I was just a little girl then. I had to have a companion. Every little girl who's lonely makes up an imaginary companion, doesn't she? I don't know.
I only know about me. That's why I came back.
But I'm too old for childish fantasies now.
Not too old for me, Amy. You need me.
For what?
What they're trying to do to you. Why were you so afraid to mention it to the doctor? I would have. Next time you see him, I'll make sure you do it. But what are you going to do in the meantime?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. What you suspect. What you're afraid to recognize. Are you going to let them kill you?
Lying on the bed, in the dark, on a night heavy with the threat of an impending storm, Amy is frozen in terror. Is there really someone else with her? Or is what she fears herself, and what Dr. Fennell fears, happening to her at last? Can she be losing her mind? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Grease stain, oil stain, mud stain, and chocolate. When you want a tough stain out, shout it out.
Now you can prove Shout's a mom's best friend. Before washing, just spray it on a tough stain. Wait a few seconds. Turn over the fabric and see how Shout penetrates right through to the other side.
That's right. Shout saturates, really penetrates. It's almost like spraying both sides of the stain at the same time.
So when you want a tough stain out, shout it out.
Desperately, Amy's eyes try to pierce the darkness in the room. Is that a deeper shadow against the gloom? The shifting outlines of a girl about her own age, from which the tantalizingly familiar voice comes? The voice which speaks a horrifying fact she thought was buried too deep within her for anyone to know. A thought she had never, till this moment, allowed herself to imagine might be reality, and which now she is still afraid to countenance.
When I was a little girl, I needed a playmate. I didn't have anyone else, so I had to make one up.
You didn't make me up. I was always here.
But I'm too old for that kind of thing now. I mean, people who have dream companions no one else can see or hear are sick.
It isn't I who's making you sick, Amy.
What are you trying to say?
What I said before. You never had pains in the stomach before they came. Are you just going to let them kill you?
Them?
Uncle Headley and dear Aunt Hester. It's up to you. You're the only one who can decide. Decide.
Amy, dear, can I come in?
Oh, just a moment. Clara. Oh, she's gone. Yes, Auntie. Come in.
Oh, were you asleep?
I think I must have drifted off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just came up to make sure you'd taken your pills and bring you a nice cup of cocoa.
Oh, thanks, but I don't...
Oh, now, just what you need on a stormy night like this. Oh, you want me to light your lamp for you?
I don't think so. Maybe if you could just leave some matches.
Oh, well, I have some in the pocket of my apron. I'll just put my lamp down. And the cocoa. And here are the matches. Oh, it's quite a storm. Now, drink up your cocoa like a good girl while it's still hot.
I really don't want it. I'm feeling a little sick to my stomach.
Oh, just what you need to settle it.
I'll drink it later.
Now, I warn you, I'll sneak back once you're asleep to make sure. Well, I reckon I should get along.
Good night, Aunt Hester.
Good night, Amy.
Go ahead, Amy. Why don't you drink the cocoa?
Why don't you go away, Clara? I don't feel like playing games.
This isn't a game.
You really think they want to poison me?
Why take a chance?
But what do they want?
The money, Amy. What else?
They can't be so evil. No one could be like that.
What about Martha?
Martha?
Funny she should die so suddenly.
She had a weak heart.
Did she? Just look out for yourself.
How?
First off, don't drink the cocoa, whatever you do. Pour it down the sink. And tomorrow, get away from here. And then, you can afford it.
Well, you're right about one thing. I'm not going to drink the cocoa. I'll take it to the bathroom and pour it down the drain. Right, Clara? Clara? Oh, I want to see you. I can't even remember what you look like or who you are.
If you want to see me, look in the mirror. The mirror.
The mirror? All right.
Well, what did you expect to see? There's nobody there but you. A pale, sick, wasted, silly-looking little girl. Whatever became of the girl you once were? Amy Henderson Clara Trope.
Clara. She said her name was Clara. But that's my name. That's me.
Amy, my dear girl, what are you doing up?
Why, Uncle Hadley.
Oh, you didn't have to wash your cup if you were finished, dear. You know I always... But you haven't drunk any of it.
I just didn't feel like it tonight.
What were you going to do? Pour it out and pretend that you drank it?
I was just taking it to the bathroom.
Now, you know you're supposed to have that relaxing drink every night. Doctor's orders.
Well, if she doesn't want it one night...
Oh, no. If we're to take care of Amy, she has to follow orders.
I take my pills. What difference does it make if I don't drink some old chocolate or whatever it is?
Well, you know what it is.
And you're going to drink it.
Don't you try to order me around the way my father did. You're just my uncle, and I don't have to take orders anymore. I can do what I want.
That may be what you think, but while I'm in charge, you are
Get your hands off of me.
You're going to drink that.
Henry, I wouldn't. The way you act. If I had to kill myself first, I wouldn't touch it. There. You can't make me drink it now.
You little hellcat. If you think breaking a cup is going to stop me from getting...
Hedley, you should be ashamed.
I'm sorry.
Of course, nothing is going to stop us from doing our duty and trying to care for Amy as the doctor prescribed. But there's such a thing as overdoing. If Amy doesn't want a hot drink at night, she's a big girl now. There's no reason why she has to be treated like a child.
I know, Hester, love. I'm ashamed of myself. Please, forgive me, Amy.
Yes, it's all right.
What am I going to do? I know now that they mean to kill me. But where can I go? Where can I run to on a night like this, even if they'd let me run? I'm all alone. Clara? Clara? Where are you now? I need you. Clara.
There is no Clara, Amy. I was always only in your mind. I am you. The real you. It's time you faced that and made your own fight.
I have to find a way to protect myself. The revolver. Father's revolver. It's in the chest. If I have that, they can't stop me. I can get to the stables and escape. There's nobody left to count on but myself.
She knows. I don't know how, but she knows.
Knows what?
That we've been trying to kill her. What else? She has to go tonight.
How?
On a night like this, 1,000 ways. Perhaps with a pillow like the housekeeper. Oh, whatever way we can devise.
But don't be so sure, just because you've gotten away with it so often before. When you lose your temper, you don't remember to think. We have to be very careful.
Why? Nobody knows us in this part of the country. We've buried the past. The thing to do is to strike and get out fast as we can. And take care of this little girl. As long as we know she's alone and helpless.
Who is it?
Oh, shall I raise the lamp to let you know? It's Uncle Headley.
And Aunt Hester. Stay where you are. Why, Amy, darling, what's come over you? I want you to get out of my room.
Well, I'm afraid that's impossible. We have some things to settle.
Not any closer, Uncle. This is a gun, and it is loaded. Have you lost your mind, Amy? We're your friends.
Of course we are.
I haven't any friends. I've just learned I have to depend on myself.
You need a gun for that?
To save my life.
Would you have the nerve to shoot it?
Yes? Who the devil...
Dr. Fennell, I apologize for knocking so late. I'm from Illinois. My name is Lieutenant Detective Worth, Wamshutter Police. I need to talk to you, sir. If you'll let me in, I think you may find it as urgent as I think it is.
Bless my soul. Yes, come in, young fellow. Come in, by all means, do. I can't quite comprehend it. This man, Headley, has already murdered 2 wives?
Yes, sir, we know he has, but we don't have enough proof.
Ah. And you think Amy Trowbridge is in danger?
Look, I traced Headley Spence to Chicago. From there, through a lucky break, to Mr. Ephraim Clough in Boston. He referred me to you, so I came straight on down here by train. If it hadn't been for this weather, I'd have been here at a reasonable time.
Well, now that you are here, what should we do?
Well, I don't have any warrant for an arrest in your state yet. If I had, I'd have broken into that house tonight. All I ask is you to take me there. We may not be able to catch him yet, but at least we might prevent another tragedy.
There's someone at the door. Oh, what shall I do? Headley!
Nothing. Wait. Maybe they'll go away.
They can see lights. Why should they?
Well, then if we're trapped, things still have to be as we planned.
Headley, what are you going to do?
She has to be dead for us to win out. Now, don't point that gun at me, Amy. You wouldn't dare shoot.
To save my life?
Give me the gun.
Stay away.
You wouldn't dare shoot. That's something I never planned on.
I never meant to pull the trigger, but I knew it was my life or his.
Hush now, Amy. It was self-defense.
If you'll excuse me, Miss Trowbridge. This man has already killed 2 wives in cold blood with the help of his woman partner. It's almost certain we can prove he killed your housekeeper, and he certainly intended to kill you. The man was an executioner, not worth a single regret.
Thank you, Lieutenant. But I just wish that I hadn't been the executioner.
It's our fault. I never should have left you alone.
Oh, I wasn't alone.
What's that?
I had Clara back with me. That's what really saved me.
Clara?
My childhood playmate. My other self.
Amy, perhaps this has all been too much for you. I'll give you a sedative now.
Oh, dear Dr. Fennell, don't look so worried. I'm not a candidate for a sanitarium. You know who Clara really is?
Who?
She's me. The real me. The one that's been buried all these years. It just took a big enough shot for me to let her out.
Amy, my dear, you...
No, Doctor.
I'm not going to be Amy anymore. And you're going to have a big problem off your hands. Now that I've found myself, I'm going to be Clara. It's one of my names anyway. Clara Trowbridge. And I promise you, she can take care of herself.
Esther and Hedley Spence were charged with attempted murder and the homicide of Martha Durnley, the housekeeper. But first, they were taken back to Illinois, where they were indicted for the murders of the two women Hadley had poisoned there. Amy sold the house in Lynn and moved to Boston, where she began a new life as her alter ego, Clara Trowbridge. I'll be back shortly. What's in a name? That which we call a rose, by any other name, would smell as sweet. It's a sound truism, but like all truisms, must have its exceptions. Amy Trowbridge wouldn't have agreed with Juliet, for with a new name, she found a new personality and a new life. So let's round this out with another quote. Who hath not owned, with rapture framed, the power of grace, the magic of a name? Our cast included Jennifer Harmon, Ian Martin, Ray Owens, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There are parts of California that haven't changed in centuries. Along the coastline, the waves of the Pacific beat on the shores just as they did during the gold rush. Mansions built in the 1800s stand ghost-like and untenanted. One of them, with 10 rooms, 40 windows, has been empty for most of 30 years. Until today.
They found Mr. Slade Brown in front of the fireplace, dead. And Mr. James Burns holding a gun. So he was arrested and found guilty of murder.
But James Burns said he didn't remember anything about the shooting.
That's what he said. But the jury didn't believe him.
Suppose he didn't do it after all.
That would be a terrible shame. He would have gone to prison for 30 years. For nothing.
Our mystery drama, The Secret of Crow's Nest, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane and stars Mandel Kramer and Carol Teitel. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Why has this house withstood the bulldozer and the developers? One reason, no one thinks it's for sale. Another, there is no way to build a clutch of cottages or ranch houses off a road that winds like a corkscrew up a mountainside. So there it stands. Crow's Nest, it's called. A wooden mansion of many secrets, shutters shut, doors locked, the iron gates below the house rusted as they stand open.
What happened here 30 years ago? It looks like whoever left that mountain lodge left in an awful hurry. But now, a visitor.
Hello? Hello? Anybody home?
Yes.
The real estate office in Trudeau said it was all right to have a look around.
What for?
I've got a letter from him, Williamson. Here, you see, permit bearer to, They told me this house could be viewed any day between noon and 6 o'clock. Afraid it's awfully close to 6, but I had a flat tire on my way up the mountain, so I had to leave my car and walk.
You aiming to live here?
Oh, I don't know. I'd like to have a look around first.
Crow's Nest is not for sale.
Sports update from WBBM. The unanimous winner tonight, Muhammad Ali, the winner and new world heavyweight champion.
And Williamson's gave me to understand that it might be.
Well, all right then. It's no use you standing out there. Come on inside. Now, if you wait a minute here in the hall, I'll go get some candles.
Why, they shut off the electricity?
Oh, we never had any electricity. When Mr. and Mrs. Burns lived here, they kept to the old ways, you know, coal stoves, wood in the fireplace, candles, kerosene lights. It was the way they liked it.
Mm-hmm. I guess you're the housekeeper, the caretaker here?
Well, shall we say I do take care of the place. I'm not much on titles.
No, neither am I. Now, let's see, the main hall is through there, and beyond that, the trophy room.
Hey, mister, have you been here before?
Why do you ask?
Well, not many people know about the trophy room or where it was. I keep the kitchen here pretty much in order. I heat up a meal when I'm cleaning. The main hall is through that door. It's where the Burnses used to eat in front of the fire in wintertime. It's an informal place, you might say. I suppose you noticed those big logs that make up the timbered walls.
Oh, yes, very handsome. What else can you tell me about Crow's Nest?
Well, it was built by Mrs. Burns' great-grandfather. They say he made his money in the gold rush up at Sutter's Mill. 4 generations lived here. I'm real surprised the real estate people said that Crow's Nest was for sale. Now, you see, off the main hall are the bedrooms. 3 of them on this side and 1 over on the other. So, so you're thinking of buying, huh?
No, I'm thinking of having a look around.
Well, we don't get many people up this way.
Do you live here?
No, I live down at the bottom of the mountain, in Trudeau. I come up here to take care of things. Do you know the town?
Trudeau? Came through it on my way up. Tell me, how long has the lodge been unoccupied?
Oh, a long time. It's changed hands a few times in 30 years, but it's in good shape. See, this place needs a special kind of owner. You know, people who like the mountain. People who don't need other people too much.
Mm-hmm. Is that what the Burnses were like?
How did you know their name?
You told me.
I did?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes, I guess I did.
They say this place is haunted. Is that so?
People are always talking.
This is, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Miss Mantle.
Miss Mantle. I'm asking about the house because I want to know. I'm not making idle gossip.
I appreciate that. And if Williamson told you to come and have a look around, I'll do what I can to help. It's only, well...
What?
Well, if I say what I think, perhaps no one will want the place.
Let me be the judge of that, Miss Mantle. Unless your idea is to scare people away.
I don't have to. There are funny noises, but old houses always make noises.
Well, depends what they are. People moving around, voices.
Oh, it's most probably in people's imaginations.
Yours too? What do you hear?
Well, when the wind blows down that main chimney, it makes quite a draft. Sometimes I'm cleaning in one of the rooms, and it makes real loud noises.
Do you hear words?
Well, if I were a nervous person, I guess I could think so.
Who pays you, Miss Mantle?
Look, I'm not here to talk about me.
Oh, sounds like one of our mountain storms coming up.
Well, I'd better make sure everything's shut tight. That wind down the chimney. I'd be upstairs and... See, I'd hear a loud bang, a loose door getting caught by the draft.
A bang? From any particular place?
Oh, the trophy room. That door is awful loose.
A bang? Like a shot being fired?
What did you say?
I said a bang like a shot being fired.
How did you know? Maybe.
Has anyone else ever heard the sound of a shot in this house?
Maybe. People hear all kinds of things, and they say all kinds of things. And when there's been a tragedy in the house, well, you know what people are like.
A tragedy, yes. Have you ever seen anything out of the ordinary, Miss Mantle?
No, never. I've heard things, but I say to myself, you're hearing things. And if I didn't tell myself I was hearing things, why, a body could go crazy.
It happens that often?
When it's dark. So it's mostly in the wintertime. When it gets dark early, I usually try to get down the mountain while it's still light, but sometimes you can't. But my Jeep takes me most anywhere.
There's a storm coming up now. I'd like to talk to you a little more. Come along to the trophy room. I'll start up a fire. Is there wood?
No, I'd rather not go in there.
Why not? A great deal more I want to know.
No, not in there. Please, not me.
That's where it happened. In the trophy room.
You could light a fire in the main hall. Good fireplace there. And if you wouldn't mind, I'd prefer it.
It's burning nicely.
You did that like an expert.
These old fireplaces. They knew how to build them in those days. Sit a little closer, Miss Mantle.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm all right where I am.
I did as you asked. I lit a fire in the main hall. So tell me what you know about Crow's Nest.
Well, 30 years ago, Mr. and Mrs. Burns, that's Hayward James Burns, and his wife lived here. He'd inherited the lodge from his father. Oh, goes back generations. They loved this place. They'd go camping, backpacking, hunting.
What about Slade Brown?
How did you know that name?
Tell me what you know about him.
He was a guest here. One day, Mr. Burns went out hunting and accidentally injured his toe, so he had to stay indoors for a while. But Mrs. Burns and Mr. Slade would go out every day together. Mr. Burns didn't want his wife to stay cooped up here just because of his foot.
You seem to know the story pretty well.
You couldn't help knowing because of what happened. One day, they found Mr. Slade Brown dead on the floor of the trophy room. And Mr. Burns, he was holding the rifle. He didn't remember anything, he said, but they put him in prison for 30 years. If he's still alive, he must be out by now.
Do people around here still think Mr. Burns killed his friend?
What else can they think?
But he said he didn't remember anything, that he didn't do it.
Oh, it was him. He had to have done it. His lawyer tried to say he was insane or blacked out or something, but the jury didn't believe that. You see, there was talk about Mrs. Burns and this Slade Brown. They must have figured it could have been jealousy.
You think Jim Burns did it too, don't you, Miss Mantle?
Yes, I do. It was sad. James Burns never knew how sad it was.
Sad?
Maybe there wasn't anything going on between Mrs. Burns and Slade Brown, but Mr. Burns must have thought there was. That's why I said it was sad.
So you, too, believe Jim Burns killed Slade?
It was his rifle. The bullet came from it. One bullet. And there was no one else in the house but Mrs. Burns.
Miss Mantle, I'm going to tell you something. I went to school with Jim Burns. He wouldn't kill anyone. Oh, sure, he liked game hunting and fishing and target practice and all the outdoor things. But kill a human being? Never. I knew him as well as my right hand. If he said he didn't remember firing that gun, he didn't. And as for being jealous of Slade Brown, it wasn't possible. Jim was crazy about his wife, and she loved him. 5 years they'd been married, and they shared Crow's Nest. It was their heaven on earth, this old lodge. I'm sorry, Miss Mantle. I didn't mean to scare you. I knew all about this place. But I wanted to know what you knew. Here's Jim Burns dying by inches in jail for 30 years for something he didn't do.
How else could it have happened?
I wish I knew.
What do you want? What are you going to do?
I want to stay on here tonight.
No, that's not possible. I couldn't agree to that.
Even if you stayed in the house?
Oh, not me. Never. So, if you don't mind, I'll be locking up and start back.
Weather's pretty nasty out there.
Well, don't worry. My Jeep can make it in any weather.
But I haven't looked the whole place over yet.
Well, you arrived here too late.
Surely I had to walk up half the mountain. As long as I'm here, what difference does it make to you?
Look, come back the day after tomorrow. That's when I'm at Crow's Nest again.
If you don't mind, Miss Mantle, I think I'll stay. I have my reasons.
No, you don't. I'm going to have to insist you go. I'm locking up.
But I've hardly spent any time here at all.
I am leaving here now, and so are you.
All right. Hadn't I better put out the fire?
Oh, yes. You're a strange man.
Why do you say that?
The way you suddenly gave up. All right, you said. I'll go.
I can wait. I've waited this long.
I can give you a ride down the mountain back to Trudeau.
Tell me, Miss Mantle, what would you have done if I had absolutely refused to leave?
I would have told the police in the morning.
What, that I spent the night here, that I was trespassing?
No. Because you are James Burns. And I think the police would like to know where you are.
How did you know?
I guessed. Are you James Burns?
Yes.
For 30 years, a man serves out his prison term for a crime he has no recollection of committing. Now he has returned to where it happened, to where he lived happily with his wife, to where his best friend was killed. It's unusual for Mystery Theater to bring you the end of the story before the beginning, threads woven into a design of death. But what we hope we shall unravel is the how and the why. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Finer voices than mine have told a similar tale. It's 300 years old, and the plot is almost identical. Said Christopher Marlowe, to suffer at the hands of fate, to suffer punishment unjustly. Oh, to outlive that memory, those spent tears, those unhealed wounds, and turn back time to the innocence of a happier day. Now, to the present. From Marlowe to Mystery Theater, to a woman who guards a haunted house, and a man who has served his time.
Oh, wouldn't you know it?
Well, keep trying.
Oh, no, better not. It's probably flooded.
Okay, we'll wait. Wasn't coming down so hard we could walk.
Huh, would you? It's 5 miles.
Oh, I often have. And come back. Should we go back inside?
I don't think we have any choice.
Well, I got the fire started again. Where will you sleep, Miss Mantle?
In the kitchen. I can light the stove. It'll be warm enough. Mr. Burns, why did you come back to Crow's Nest pretending you wanted to buy this place?
I'm here to find out something. What happened there in that trophy room 30 years ago is known only to the Lord himself. Slade is dead. My memory's dead. I've been waiting a long time to find out.
Do you think the walls will speak to you?
I suppose it depends on who was haunting this place.
I think you're crazy.
A lot of people have said that. Did you know me 30 years ago?
I didn't recognize you today, if that's what you mean.
No, because of this beard. This big, white, bushy beard I grew in jail.
No, not only that. Your eyes are different. Even your voice isn't the same. A man of 55 is not much like a boy of 25.
Yeah, when you've lived longer in a cell than in a house, you change a great deal.
But there's always something, though, some little thing.
Back then, you did know me.
Yes.
Did I know you?
I don't think you did. Not very well.
Incredible. I guess you saw me around here in Trudeau, maybe?
I did. There and other places.
I'm sorry to say that I don't recall you.
White hair changes a woman, too.
All right. Good night, then. I'll take this candle. You take the other one. I'm going into the trophy room.
No, please don't.
Why? Why do you care?
I wish you wouldn't go in there.
I must. Don't you understand?
No, there's wickedness in there.
This was my house. And that room is my only way to find out.
Not at night. Can't you wait till it's daylight?
Miss Mantle, why do you care what room I go to? Good night.
Let me go in with you for a moment to see if there's a proper place for you to sleep. Most of the furniture was taken away years ago.
Look at that. It hasn't changed much. Just as I remember it. Can't believe that no one's been in here in all these years. It's so clean. Miss Mantle, you never came in here?
I used to. Sometimes. In the middle of the day. But not in the last few years. I'm not as strong as I was.
I tell you, it's a miracle. Look here, the glass on the gun case is just as it was. Not a crack in it. A lot of beautiful historic rifles used to stand in there.
Are you going to stay in here the whole night?
I don't know for how long, Miss Mantle.
Well, where will you sleep? There's not a stick of furniture.
I'll start this fire. Lie down on the hearth. The mantelpiece, how smooth it is. And the paneling. Where is it now? Where is that?
Well, there's nothing on the mantelpiece, I'm afraid, but dust.
Ah, yes, there is. It's still there.
What is?
And this wood panel over the center of the fireplace.
What did you find?
A bullet hole. It's still here. That bullet hole.
Was that made by the shot that
killed Slade? I believe it was. Good night, Miss Mantle.
You are absolutely certain you wish to remain in this room?
The answer is definitely yes. Now, good night. I'll see you in the morning. Oh, and Miss Mantle, should you hear any sounds or voices in the night, it will only be me.
You're going to talk to yourself?
And to whatever spirits these four walls contain. You should be able to get a good night's rest. The storm is passing over. So remember, if you hear anyone talking, it's most likely me. Good night. I have come back, Slade. Slade, do you hear me? I, Hayward James Burns. I'm standing in exactly the same spot where I stood 30 years ago. Why did you die, Slade? Who shot you? You must have the answer. Do you remember Jeff Conroy? He was at school with us. Jeff was my lawyer. The day I was found guilty of killing you, Jeff came to my cell. I asked him the same question.
Jimmy, I feel awful. I'm terribly sorry, but we didn't have a chance. There was nothing I could do.
Who killed him, Jeff? Who was it? Why was he killed?
You don't remember anything still?
About that night? I've told you over and over, Jeff. I told it all on the witness stand.
We tried. We said you blacked out. Don't you remember? They didn't believe us.
You did your best. But there's a reason for all this. There's got to be. If I did shoot Slade, why don't I remember?
I think the jury suspected you were jealous of Slade.
All that talk about Martha and Slade, it wasn't true. Not Slade. He would never have come between Martha and me. Never.
It would have helped if we could have gotten her to the stand.
Couldn't those 12 good men and true get it through their heads that she's still in shock? In a hospital? The doctor said she might endanger her life if we had her testify. Couldn't they understand that?
Well, sure, Jimmy. They believe she was ill from the shock. But what brought that shock about is what turned the verdict against you.
Stupid fools.
If only you could remember, Jimmy.
Jeff, I swear to you, as I did the first day you undertook to defend me, I do not remember.
Sure, I believe that. Well, I'm getting up an appeal. That'll help gain us time. And by the time the case is heard again, Martha will have recovered enough to testify.
Poor girl, what I've brought on her head.
She's our only hope. If Martha tells what she knows, she might save you.
You mean save my life?
Oh, no. The death penalty doesn't exist in this state. But the judge could hang 20 to 30 years around your neck.
Good Lord, Jeff, I'll be an old man by then.
All right, Jimmy, I'm going now. And as soon as Martha's well enough, I'll go see her. Pray every day, too. Everything helps. Martha? Martha, it's me, Jeff Conroy. How's it going?
Oh, hello, Jeff. Pretty well, I guess. When are they going to let me get out of bed?
Oh, I talked to the doctors, and they said in a week or two. Isn't that good news?
I don't understand, Jeff. Where is everybody?
I'm the first person who's been allowed to see you. And I sure had to pull a lot of strings to do it.
Where's Jimmy? Has he been to see me?
Don't you know?
Well, it's all been such a whirl in my head. I don't even know why I'm in the hospital. Nobody tells you anything here.
Oh, well, you suffered a shock.
Oh, what kind of a shock? Why isn't Jimmy here?
He'd be here if he could. Martha, the reason I'm here, and I'm here not only as a friend, but...
I want to know how long I've been in this place. What did I do? What do you mean, shock?
Hey, hold on, Martha. One question at a time, huh? I want you to try to remember...
Look, Jeff, stop playing with me. How long have I been here?
4 weeks.
I've been in the hospital for 4 weeks.
Well, you were sort of in a coma, and then you were delirious, and the doctors thought it advisable to remain quiet until you got better.
4 weeks?
Martha, this is very important. I'm talking to you not only as an old friend, but as Jimmy's lawyer.
Lawyer?
Do you remember that night at Crow's Nest that you and Slade Brown had been out backpacking and you came home around dinner time?
Slade? Yes. Oh, yes, I think so. Jimmy had shot his own toe off for something equally stupid, and he was laid up all week. I think he couldn't make the day trips with Slade and me.
Do you remember what happened when you and Slade came back?
Came back? When? Well, we went out each day on different trails. You know, sometimes to Mount Baldy, sometimes to the Clay Pass. Which day? Why?
Well, on this day, Slade and Jimmy had a fight about something.
They did?
Well, Jimmy was cleaning one of his guns in the trophy room. Do you remember now? There was a quarrel.
Oh, why don't you ask Slade? Maybe he remembers.
You don't recall having been in the trophy room with Slade Brown and your husband and a gun going off?
What?
What happened, Martha? What happened?
A gun? Whose gun? Oh, why don't you ask Slade? I don't know what you're talking about.
I can't ask Slade. He's dead.
Oh, no.
Martha, try to remember, please.
Yes. Yes, that time we'd... Yes. Slade and Jimmy. I brought them drinks. They were angry. They were both very angry. Jimmy, he said things.
And then?
I don't know.
You mean you don't remember anymore?
Slade is dead?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Martha. Jimmy's been found guilty of killing him. I have an appeal in the works, but I need a witness. You're the only one who can save him.
I wish I were dreaming all this.
Won't you please try to tell me?
I can't tell you anything, Jeff. I wasn't there.
You left the room?
I walked out of the trophy room, and they stayed in there. What they said and what they did, I don't know. And after that, I remember absolutely nothing.
You're sure now? You're sure? You don't remember the police arriving or anything?
What police? No, I don't remember any of that. Just waking up and being here.
So you were not in the room, you saw nothing, and you heard nothing.
All I know is I wasn't in that room.
Okay. I guess that's what I'll have to tell Jimmy.
If
Martha says she wasn't in the trophy room. That's the truth, Jeff. I've never known her to lie.
Yes? Who knows?
Why do you say who knows?
Look, Jimmy, I'll tell you why. After years of practicing law, you develop an instinct when a person is telling the truth and when he isn't. In your case, I'll be honest with you, I do believe your mind went blank. I do believe you don't remember what happened that night. Unfortunately, all the evidence of fingerprints in your rifle where Slade's body fell, the bullet they dug out of the wall, all of this is irrefutable. But you still, and I honestly believe this, are telling me the truth. But in the hospital yesterday when I talked to Martha, Jimmy, I didn't believe her. I sensed she knew something she wasn't about to tell me.
Does she know now that I've been sentenced for murder? That I'm here in prison?
She didn't know, but I told her.
Does she know Slade is dead?
Yes. And Jimmy, believe me, the way she took that, it was strange. Very strange. I can't say any more.
No, say it. Go ahead, say it.
Jimmy, I know you love Martha, but what came across to me was that of the two men who were in your trophy room together...
I know what you're going to say, Jeff. That she was heartbroken. Slade was killed. Well, why shouldn't she be?
Oh, no, it was more than that, Jimmy. I had the strong impression that her sorrow was because the wrong man had died.
What so many of our tales of mystery boil down to is who is telling the truth. One has to weigh that question against who has got the most to lose or the most to gain by lying. Hayward James Burns has already paid society's price. What he has to gain now is peace of mind. And what of his wife of 30 years ago? Where is she now? We will undoubtedly have all the answers when I return shortly with Act 3.
This is WBBM Chicago News Radio 78. 72 degrees at Midway. 4 minutes after 11 o'clock, Muhammad Ali has regained his World Championship boxing crown.
Is it possible for a man to will the past to life? To force himself to remember the forgotten? 30 years ago, in a mountain lodge high in the California hills, a man was shot to death. Another man was accused, sentenced, and served time for a crime he cannot remember committing. Now, alone in the very room where death took place, he agonizes over that blank in his memory.
Slade, come back to me. Make me remember what happened.
Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns, are you all right?
Go away. I'm fine. I'm all right.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Burns. Who can sleep with such goings on?
What are you saying?
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I permitted you to remain in that room on condition you'd be quiet and not make a fuss. All this shouting and screaming, it's too much. Do you understand, Mr. Burns? It's too much.
I'm sorry, Miss Mantle. I'll do my best to keep my voice down.
Such a night. They should never have let you come up here. It was a big mistake.
I said I'd be quiet. Now, will you please go?
Whatever are you doing in that room? That's what I'd like to know.
Get out. Get out before I lose my temper. Now go! Slade, I'm standing on the exact spot where I was. I'm looking out the window, and I see you and Martha coming back to the lodge. You're walking slowly, holding hands. Martha's whispering something into your ear. She's pointing to this window. Neither of you can see me. I'm standing behind a curtain, Slade. I want you to come up here to the trophy room. Do you hear me, Slade?
Hi, Jim, old buddy. How's the foot? Huh. See you standing up, putting some weight on it.
You and Martha have a good time?
Found a new trail and deer. Too bad it's not the hunting season.
Oh, which way'd you go?
Oh, we took the North Fork up by Old Baldy. You know, this morning when we left at 5, you was still snoozing away. Martha and I want to try the same trail tomorrow if the weather holds out and just keep going a little further. Say, where is that wife of yours? I told her to fix me a drink. Come on in.
I hate to be laid up like this. Miss all those hikes.
Oh, that toe ought to heal soon. I mean, I'd like to be sympathetic, old buddy, but it sure was stupid shooting yourself in the foot.
Oh, I agree entirely. That jittery old New England hunting rifle. You know, when I'm loading her, I always point her down at the ground. Well, my foot must have slipped on a rock, and away she went. Lucky it was only a toe.
Hey, Martha, hurry it up with that drink, huh? You know, Jimmy, old buddy, you sure got a lot of beauties in this gun case.
Oh, you like them? Most of these are black powder guns. Now, here's one. Heft that. That's called the Connecticut Valley. Actually, it's a spitting image of a Kentucky rifle. And here's one that was used by my great-grandfather when he came over from Kentucky territory. You know, since I have so much time in my hands, I've been pulling them down and giving them all a cleaning.
Hey, maybe I'll come back here for the deer season.
I wish you would. You could use this gun. You know, this is so accurate that in the old days, a frontiersman could bring down a squirrel from the top of a tree or drop a deer at 100 yards with it. Look at the lock plate. Just look at that workmanship. Go on, heft it. Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, hello, Martha.
Oh, what a perfect day it's been. Oh, sorry you couldn't be with us, Jimmy. Here you are, Slade. Here's your glass.
Thank you.
Oh, look, I almost spilled it. I don't know what I have to be nervous about. And one for you, too, Jimmy.
Where's yours, honey?
Oh, I didn't feel much like a drink.
You don't look like you need to pick me up. Your cheeks are all flushed. You look great.
I'm still picking leaves and twigs out of my hair. Slade and I found this little valley on the other side of Old Baldy, completely protected. I don't think a human being's been there since the beginning of time.
Well, cheers, Martha. Cheers, Jimmy.
Cheers.
Well, now that I've brought you boys your drinks, I'm going down to do something about dinner. Slade said he'd like a big fat steak. Would that suit you, Jimmy?
Anything Slade wants is all right with me.
Oh, and I made a chestnut pie for dessert.
Hey, no kidding. That's my favorite.
See, old pal, you come up here for a week of backpacking and you get the royal treatment.
I'll call you both as soon as it's on the table.
Slade, can I ask you something?
Why, anything at all, old buddy.
How come you never got married?
Oh, you know why?
Must have been other girls.
I kid you not. When Martha chose you, I knew I'd never find anybody I cared for as much, so I just stopped looking.
Did you ever tell Martha that?
No, never did. Until this week. The day after you were laid up, remember? She was so disappointed to have to take to the trails alone. I said, well, I'll go along.
Mm-hmm. You didn't take much convincing.
Well, I came up here to get some outdoor air in my lungs. I didn't know you couldn't shoot straight. Well, anyway, that first day on the trail, we sort of got talking. And I said, what was it like being married to you for 5 years? And she said, why? And I said, well, just that I'd never gotten her out of my mind.
Slade, I've been doing a lot of thinking this past week. You two going off every day alone?
Oh, now come on, old buddy.
Wondering if I were you... and you were in my shoes, stuck here, what would I have done?
About what?
Staking a claim.
Oh, now, Jimmy, old buddy, you got me all wrong.
Don't old buddy me, old pal. I know just what you two have been up to.
Well, you must be crazy.
Martha, the way she looks at you.
Now, you letting your imagination get the best of you. If it makes any difference to you, I'll pack up and go back home to San Francisco tonight. I don't want to make any enemies.
I'll run for it,
And it isn't really very nice what you're saying about your own wife, either. You ever think of that?
Look, I know her. It's taken me 5 years, but I know her.
Jimmy? Jimmy, I can't find the corkscrew for the wine. Jimmy. Hey, what is it with you two?
Nothing. We were just talking. Here, let me have that rifle back, Slade. I'll return it to the case. Careful how you hand it to me.
Why, is it loaded?
Some of them are. I'm not quite sure which ones. Well, let go of it, Slade. Will you give me the gun back?
Oh, you coward.
Slade, what's the matter?
You gun-happy coward.
Will you give me that gun?
He's been telling me that you and I have been enjoying ourselves up in the forest while he's been here.
What do you mean? Sure we have.
That's not what he meant, Martha. I told Jimmy what I told you a couple of days ago, the way I've always felt.
Oh, Slade, why did you? What was the point of that?
When Jimmy asked me,
Yes, if you want to know I love her, that's the truth.
And how do you feel about Slade, Martha?
Slade, please put that gun down.
Oh, it's an antique. It's not loaded.
Martha, I asked you a question. How do you feel about Slade?
Oh, tell her, Martha.
I'm not saying anything until that gun is back in the case where it belongs.
Okay, old buddy, take the darn thing.
All right, now you, Jimmy.
All right, I've put it away.
Look, we're just friends, like the two of you.
Is that the truth?
Did I ever lie to you? Ever?
No, but maybe it isn't all the truth.
Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy, what's the use? You and I know we aren't getting along. We live together, but who are we kidding? Ourselves?
You disgust me.
Hey, now, wait a minute,
That's
Jimmy.
the word, Martha.
I think I fell out of love with you, Jimmy, when I found out that without guns and hunting and all this campfire kind of a life, you weren't much of anybody.
You made me believe you liked it.
I had to make myself believe that.
So do you. I'm nobody.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. I didn't realize it myself until I saw Slade again.
I knew it.
I don't want to hurt you, and I don't really think it'll take you very long to get over losing me. You've got too much pride. Anyway, look, let's behave ourselves. We're up here, the three of us, alone. I'm sure we can all act in a civilized way. Now, I'll have dinner ready in half an hour. I'll get that bottle of wine open somehow.
Well, she's a sensible girl. Jimmy, old buddy. Jimmy, what are you...
Miss Conroy?
Yeah, I'm Jeffrey Conroy. I came as soon as I got your call.
You know Mr. James Burns?
Well, I'm his lawyer. He was just paroled from prison.
Yes, I know. I'm Sheriff Clark, County Homicide.
That's some haul up this mountain. What is it with Mr. Burns? Is he up here at Crow's Nest?
I'm afraid we have some sad news. Mr. Burns was found yesterday in one of these rooms here. Dead, sir.
Oh, that's awful. He's been in prison for 30 years, and a few days after he gets out, he's dead? How did he die, Sheriff?
That's heart failure, according to the coroner.
Heart failure? Well, at least he made it up here. This lodge was the only home he ever had.
Yes, we've been checking our files about this place. Seems there's a murder here about 30 years ago.
Yes, that's right. Jimmy's best friend was shot here.
I brought some old file photographs with me. They're in the room where we found the body. If you'll follow me, Mr. Conroy.
Oh, sure. Oh, how I know this place. Jimmy used to keep his guns here, these silver cups and trophies. He called it his trophy room.
Yes, now take a look at this photograph, if you will. This was taken 30 years ago, a bullet hole above that mantelpiece.
Where did they find Jimmy's body?
Right there on the floor, in front of the fireplace. Just take a look at this photograph here. See the bullet hole?
No, I don't have to. I was right here 30 years ago. I don't have to look at your file photo. The hole is right there in the middle of that panel.
And just take a closer look, Miss Conroy.
Oh, my Lord. Is that a...
Yes. A second bullet hole. The same size, right next to it. That's why we wanted you to come up here. Now, is this old photograph accurate? Was there only one bullet hole at that time?
Why, I don't understand the second one at all. It looks new.
Yeah, neither do we. There's no rifle, no gun of any kind found on the premises. House is absolutely empty. Dust 3 inches deep in the hall, in the rooms, and only one set of footprints in the outside all the way to this room. There were Mr. Burns.
Sheriff, what do you make of it?
Yeah, there is something else. We made inquiries down in Trudeau. We learned that Mr. Burns' wife was living in some rented rooms and had been there for years under an assumed name. She called herself Miss Mantle.
Martha. I lost track of her so long ago. She just disappeared.
I better get back to town and break the news to her.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, sir. Last night, we went along to where she was staying. She was dead.
She's dead?
Yes. A seizure. Also heart.
That's uncanny.
That's not the half of it, sir. What's most peculiar of all, the coroner ascertained the exact hour at which Mr. Burns died up here. Mrs. Burns, down there in town, apparently died at exactly the same time.
Crow's Nest still stands on a mountain top on the California coast. The lodge is still empty, except for the secret it contains. We have come as close to discovering it as anyone, but even we don't know the whole story. How many of the old mansions and deserted dwellings in your neighborhood have hidden lives? More than you'd think. I'll be back shortly. Back to our old friend Chris Marlowe, who reminds us it lies not in our power to love or hate, for will in us is overruled by fate. Chris's old drinking companion, Will Shakespeare, saw fate a little differently. The fault, he said, lies not in our stars, but in ourselves. Somewhere between ourselves and our fates probably lies the truth. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Carol Teitel, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, come on. All I'm saying is there could be a secret room.
All right. And inside is a lady that's playing the piano.
Well, that ain't too far off. Old J.J. Cartwright, he had a daughter. She was going to be a piano player.
Uh-huh.
She was going to give concerts. But in them days, you didn't have this women's lib. So ladies didn't do things in public, you know what I mean?
You're off again. You should have been a writer.
Anyhow, this daughter of his, she was murdered.
Yeah? By who?
Well, they don't know by who. She was found murdered in her room. They figure maybe some prowler did it. I figure something else. Maybe it was a boyfriend.
It don't matter now, does it?
I'm only bringing the whole thing up to prove that there could have been a secret room.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There is a land of the living and a land of the dead, and the bridge is love. Love is the only survival, the only meaning. Yes, in the end, only love remains. Only love can prove and validate our existence. Therefore, we can say, where there was love, there was no death.
Okay, Mr. Brooks, what's the beef?
Listen.
To what?
To the piano.
What piano?
She keeps playing that piano next door without any rest.
What piano are you talking about?
Are you trying to tell me you don't hear a piano?
That's right. I don't hear no piano.
Our mystery drama, It's Hard to Be Rich, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Lloyd Battista. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
The hardest part is getting your backside over the edge of the cliff for that first move.
You have a rope, a mountain, and yourself. The challenge is to get down.
But when I got to the bottom, I felt like I wanted to go back up and try it again and do it faster.
Wanna hear you cry, wanna see you grin.
In the Army, your mind and body are challenged every day because the most important thing you have to depend on is you.
Until you experience jumping off of a mountain, driving a truck, learning how to ski, or learning how to survive by yourself, that is a learning process to overcome the unknown.
That's happened to me a lot in the Army. I've learned that I can do more than I thought I could. I believe it's a matter of mind over body.
Physical challenge in the Army is a real great motivator.
For more information about challenges in today's Army, see your local Army representative. Listed in the yellow pages under recruiting.
Go on. That's my husband, Charlie, in his football game. If your Charlie's like my Charlie, he'll watch a lot of football this year. And you know I'll see my share of games, too. But there really is more to fall than football. And fortunately, Northwest Federal Savings agrees with me. They're celebrating the football season with gifts everyone can enjoy, whether you're a fan or not. All you do is make a deposit of $250 or more at any Northwest Federal Savings Center, and you get to choose one of many nice gifts free or for special low prices. And because Northwest Federal is open 63 hours a week, there's plenty of time to make a selection. I could have picked a set of Federal glassware, a GE electric knife, or a Better Homes and Gardens cookbook. But you know what I got instead? A beautiful stadium blanket to keep us cozy at the games. You know, Charlie, you're a very lucky guy.
It's a seedy, sagging, down-at-the-heels building. It even looks tired. Well, it should. It's at least 100 years old. It was built originally as a mammoth showplace, as the sumptuous, luxurious townhouse of a self-made, freshly minted millionaire. But all that was part of a distant past, in another world, during a different incarnation. It has long since been converted into apartments. I suppose flats would be a more descriptive term. There is no longer even the slightest hint of style or grace. And obviously, the people who live there cannot afford anything better.
I heard you the first time.
Are you the superintendent?
A joint like this don't have no superintendent. I'm the janitor.
Oh, the rental office sent me.
Oh, that's for 2G, huh?
The vacant apartment.
Yeah. It's one flight of stairs in the back.
It's all right.
Up the stairs. We don't have no elevator.
That's all right.
Okay, let's go. You want to watch your step in the dark. There's a light bulb halfway up, but it burned out. I forgot to put in a new one.
It's all right.
With you, everything's all right, huh? What do you do?
I'm a writer.
Yes, she is. 2G. Step into the parlor, said the spider to the fly. Yeah, this is it. You got your bedroom in there, the kitchen's over there, and that way's the bathroom. You don't like the furniture, you can buy your own.
I'll take it.
You ain't even looked at it.
It's all right.
So, you're a writer, huh? What do you write? Should I ever heard of you? What's your name?
Brooks. Stephen Brooks.
Don't ring a bell. What do you write? Books, movies, TV?
No.
Well, you got to write something if you're a writer.
I beg your pardon.
I was just asking, what do you write?
Essays.
Oh, yeah? You know, I always wanted to be a writer. Oh, some of the stories I could tell you. Why'd you want to live in a hole like this?
It's really quite nice.
Yeah, well, to each their own. When do you want to move in?
When? Oh, today, I suppose, if it's ready.
Pal, she's as ready as she'll ever be.
Yes?
Hello. I'm Hilda.
Yes.
Hilda. Hugo's wife.
Hugo?
Hugo, the superintendent.
Oh,
You must be Mr. Brooks, the new tenant.
yes.
Would you want me to come in a couple or 3 times a week and clean the place up? You know, vacuum the rug in here, mop the floors in the kitchen and bathroom, the windows, and so forth. If you're thinking maybe you can get somebody cheaper someplace else, good luck. But I'm in the same building. You don't have to pay me car fare.
Well, yes, I suppose it might be a good idea.
Let me start right now. The place is all messed up.
Why don't you stop by tomorrow?
Funny duck.
Who?
Upstairs in 2G.
Oh, him.
Something's wrong there.
Pass me some more of that spaghetti.
That's what packs the lard on you.
Then why do you make it?
Because a sensible person eats a sensible amount.
Why do you think 2G's a funny duck, huh?
You're changing the subject.
Well, you brought it up.
What's he doing here?
What do you mean, what's he doing here? He's living here.
But why here? Why in a place like this?
The price is right.
Come on, Hugo. This is a guy with dough.
Yeah. Who told you?
He told me.
Well, what did he tell you?
This is a guy that went to one of them big Ivy League colleges.
Yeah.
A guy that spends a fortune on clothes.
What'd you do? Ask him?
I never said a word.
And what made him volunteer this kind of information?
He didn't know he was telling it to me.
Yeah? What was he doing? Talking in his sleep?
I ring the bell. He opens the door. He says, yes. That's all he says. Just yes. And right off, I had him cold.
Yeah?
I heard that yes before.
Where?
Where I used to work, upstairs maid at the Pembertons. They're the old money, the real old money. They've been millionaires for hundreds of years. All the people that would come there, they were all cut out of the same cloth. That's how they'd all say yes, with that little whistle at the end.
You know what'd be great with this spaghetti? Wine.
And the way they say, oh, as if they're chewing on it and don't want to ever let go.
Hey, Hilda, what are you building here?
And they never, ever give you a direct order. Like they won't say, come here tomorrow. They say, why don't you stop by tomorrow?
Yeah, well, that's great. Now leave us have some red wine.
This guy is loaded, Hugo.
How do you know? Did you count his money?
The suit he's wearing. You know what it goes for? That wool's imported from Scotland.
Of course. You've seen the price tag. What do we got for dessert?
The shoes. Did you see the shoes? Always look at the shoes. That's the tip-off. I seen shoes. I polish shoes like them at Pemberton's. They're referred to as boots. They come from England.
What happened to that cake I bought last night?
So just by looking at this guy without saying one single word, I can vouch for the fact he's rich.
How'd you know he didn't steal the clothes?
He's rich, Hugo. Did you look at his hands? Those are the kind of soft, white hands that never done a day's work. This is a society guy.
If the cake's gone, I'll take ice cream.
This is real society. Old line, old-time society. You know what I mean?
Okay. So what?
You're not curious?
Listen, maybe you got some pie?
And he's wearing a watch.
Yeah, I seen the watch.
How much do you think that watch is worth?
Oh, $50,000.
Not 50, but I've seen watches like that before, and they go 2-3 grand.
Very good. It's just like you said, the guy's loaded.
Hugo, why would a man in his position want to live here?
Well, it's a free country, ain't it?
But what's here?
I can see there ain't going to be no dessert. Well, at least we're going to have some coffee.
Why in this crummy neighborhood?
The neighborhood ain't that bad.
For him. And why does he want that dark, dingy little apartment?
Look, so long as he pays the rent and behaves himself, who cares? Now, who's that right in the middle of dinner?
Well, why don't you answer it?
Yeah. Oh, it's Mr. Brooks.
Good evening, Mr. Brooks. Won't you please come in?
I don't wish to disturb anyone.
That's what we're here for, Mr. Brooks, to be disturbed. Ain't that so, Hugo?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Could I offer you a cup of coffee, Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks?
Who is playing the piano?
The piano?
Well, there ain't nobody playing the piano in this place.
Nobody in any of the apartments has a piano.
But someone is playing. I don't mind. It's just I don't particularly care for the melody.
Mr. Brooks, I don't see how it's possible.
It's a dinky little melody at best. I suppose she has the right to practice it.
She?
Well, the touch is surely that of a woman. But I do find it very loud from time to time.
Oh, somebody's playing the TV or radio too loud.
This is not the radio or the TV. Someone is practicing.
Well, I don't know who that could be.
Perhaps you might be kind enough to come upstairs and listen for yourself. Right here in this room. It's very loud and quite clear.
You hear something, Hilda?
Nah.
Me neither.
She's evidently stopped. Well, she does that from time to time for several minutes. And then she resumes.
Well, it can't be coming from in the house.
Maybe somebody was down in the street and they was playing a radio very loud.
I'm sorry I disturbed you.
It's okay.
Let us hope this is the end of it. It happens to be my most unfavorite melody.
Good night, Mr. Brooks.
Yeah, good night.
There it goes again.
What's that, Mr. Brooks?
The music.
The music?
What music?
Well, listen. There, don't you recognize it? That's for Elise.
Are you sure? I don't hear anything.
How can you not hear anything?
Hugo, do you hear?
Just a second.
How can you not hear? Well, it's certainly clear enough. Loud enough.
Hugo, did you hear?
Obviously, someone next door is practicing.
But there isn't anybody next door who could...
Listen. You hear it, don't you, Hugo?
Well, yeah, sure, I hear it.
Hugo.
And don't you think it's rather loud?
Yeah, I guess it is.
I don't wish to be unreasonable.
Yeah,
but...
sure. Well, Mr. Brooks, I understand. I can take care of it right away. You want to come on, Hilda?
Yeah, I better.
Thank you, Hugo.
Oh, it was my pleasure. Let's go, Hilda.
Good night, Mr. Brooks. Hey, Hugo.
Don't say nothing.
There was no music.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
You're right. There was no music.
He's standing there. He says, you hear the music, Hugo? And you say, yeah, I hear it. I tell the truth, and so I'm the one that looks like a nut.
Who asked you to tell the truth?
But there's no music. Nobody's playing the piano.
But he hears it.
How can he hear it?
He thinks he hears it.
Then he has to be crazy. Hugo, you gotta do something.
What do you want me to do?
I don't know. But I'm scared.
Scared of what?
I don't know that either.
Oh, look, honey, it takes all kinds. And he looks harmless.
And so we have, we might say, an eccentric gentleman who hears music that is not audible to anybody else. Does that mean a weakness in his sense of perception or theirs? Of course, we all hear a different drummer. Yes, a different drum. But we didn't say anything about a different piano. We shall have a great deal more to say when Act Two arrives shortly.
Help!
It's hay fever.
Help!
And the whole world seems like one big pollen farm. Don't give up. Arm yourself with ARM, allergy relief medicine. ARM gives you full antihistamine relief for dripping and sneezing, plus congestion relief for freer breathing, clearer sinuses. Antihistamine relief plus congestion relief equals ARM.
Don't give up. Arm yourself with ARM.
Take when needed, only as directed.
It's a comfort to know that when you retire, you can count on regular monthly checks if you've worked long enough under Social Security. But it's even more reassuring to know you can also get Social Security payments if you become disabled and can't work for a year or more. To find out more about disability protection, ask any Social Security office for a free copy of the pamphlet, If You Become Disabled.
Some need to help the country, some have to test themselves, and someone was so confused inside. You'll find us here, America, in today's Army Reserve. We're part of what you were described.
If you're looking for a head start on a career, look into a part-time career in the Army Reserve. The Army Reserve needs people right now to train for a wide variety of important Army career fields. Based on the needs of your local unit, you can pick your own specialty. After a few months of full-time Army training, you'll be back home with a valuable skill, earning a nice extra income in a job you can be proud of.
We're right here, America, in today's Army Reserve. We're part of what you were described.
For more information, contact your local Army Reserve Center, listed in the white pages under U.S. Government.
It is not given to all of us to hear all the sounds of music, says the philosopher. Some are deaf to the melody of the wind, the song of the rain, the ballad of the ocean, the rhythm of the rippling seas of grain. True. But what about a piano in the next apartment?
Yes?
It's me, Hilda. You said to come back and clean today.
Oh, well,
It won't take long. I'll get this place ship-shape in no time. Look, you want me to do some shopping for you?
Shopping?
Well, lots of times men don't like to shop for food, you know.
Oh.
Unless you want to eat all your meals out. Although that could be expensive, you know what I mean? Well, I better get started. Do the rugging here first.
Wait.
What's that?
Would you like to turn that off, please?
Is something the matter?
There she goes again.
There who goes again?
Where is it coming from? Did your husband speak to her?
He
should.
Mr. Brooks, you say you hear someone playing a piano.
I certainly do. It's coming from the next apartment.
There is no next apartment. Mr. Brooks, that wall over there that you're looking at, there's no apartment on the other side of it. It's just the stairway and the hall.
I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself, Hilda, but surely we may reach some accommodation. I've been unable to work. I cannot concentrate.
Well, I'm sorry.
I came here to get away from everything. Do you understand?
What I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Brooks, is that there is no...
I must do this vitally important work. It was necessary for me to isolate from all distractions, and so I found this place where no one knows me, where no one who does know me would ever look. Do you understand?
Yeah, sure.
It's difficult work. It will affect the entire course of my future life. But every time I sit down and begin to work, there's that music again.
Music.
If someone chooses to practice an hour a day, or even 2, perhaps 3, but to play continuously.
Mr. Brooks, all I'm trying to tell you is that there's no place that music could be coming from.
My dear lady, it is coming from the next apartment.
If you want to look for yourself, you'll see that it's like I told you. There's no apartment on that side. And the only other 2 apartments on the floor here, they don't have pianos.
And now we have a brief respite. And so I shall sit down to my work again. But just as I immerse myself, she will begin again. Hilda, I'm afraid I must insist.
Sure. Okay. I'll talk to Hugo about it.
Could you do that right now, please?
Yeah. I'll be back right away.
This is absolutely impossible. She must be made to stop. Really, it's gone too far. Would you please allow people to know just a little bit of peace now and then?
He's hearing that thing again.
Yeah?
You better go up there, Hugo.
After supper.
I don't think it can wait.
What's the difference when I go up? What am I going to do about it?
I don't know. It bothers me, Hugo.
Some people see things, and then you got some people that hear things. What's the big deal?
Hugo, I'm scared.
That guy's harmless.
Would you please go up there?
If he hears music, he don't need me. He needs them guys in a white coats.
Please come in, Hugo. Now then, who has been in my apartment?
What? I don't know what you mean, Mr. Brooks.
Well, I should think it's obvious.
Not to me.
Well, late this afternoon, I went out for a walk. I wandered about for an hour or two, and when I came back, I knew someone had been in here.
Well, I don't see how anybody could have been in
A
here.
lady. There was a definite odor of Berceuse.
Yeah?
It's a very distinctive French perfume. I know it quite well. Who has been in here?
Nobody. I know I didn't give the key to nobody.
And yet, what can you say about the perfume? How did it get in here?
How?
Do you dismiss the evidence of your own nose? Surely you will admit that Berceuse has a most unique aroma.
Well, yeah, if you say so.
Oh, Hugo, I simply must be allowed to do my work in peace. Now, what with some woman playing a piano next door?
But I don't...
And with some other woman making free to enter my apartment and leave behind her the distracting fragrance of Berceuse.
Mr. Brooks, you know, it could be... maybe you ain't feeling well.
What are you saying, Hugo?
Oh, don't get me wrong. It's just, you could be under the weather.
No, this impossible woman. There she goes again. Hugo, put an end to it now.
I'll do my best. You say it's coming from the other side of that wall?
Well, it's obvious.
You want to step this way just a second?
What for?
Well, I got to show you something. It won't take a second.
Yes?
Well, if you just come out here.
Well?
We've been trying, me and Hilda, to convince you that past this wall here is nothing. No other apartment. You can see now.
Well, then where is that coming from?
Where is what coming from?
Very well, Hugo. That will be all. I shall take the matter to the building management office.
Oh, now, you don't want to know nothing like that, Mr. Brooks.
No, you leave me no alternative. I make a legitimate complaint. And you react by casting doubt on my sanity.
Oh, look, Mr. Brooks, if you say you hear a piano and I don't, well, I'm the one who could be crazy as far as that goes.
There must be a room. A hidden room. A secret room.
Yeah, sure. That makes sense.
Well, there's no other possibility.
You're saying there's a dame in a secret hidden room and she's playing the piano?
Obviously.
Okay. So that's your answer. I guess we solved that one, huh?
Yeah, but what do you intend to do about it?
Yeah. All right. Here's what's going to happen. I'll write up a report to the manager, you know. I'll give him the full details, and then he's got the ball, and he'll have to run with it.
But meanwhile, that woman is driving me mad.
Well, you got to admit, Mr. Brooks, we're doing the best we can.
All right.
Why don't you go inside and relax? Take it from me, everything's going to be okay. Good night.
Good night. Oh, stop it. Stop it.
You needn't shout.
Well, I'm sorry. My nerves are...
What?
Well, I've had a very difficult time.
So have I.
But I... Who are you?
I'm Jenny.
What are you doing here?
I live here.
Oh, but...
I may ask, who are you? And what are you doing in my suite?
Your suite?
Oh, yes. Daddy actually had them build a suite for each of the children. I have a bedroom, a sitting room, and a music studio. Do you like it?
I don't see...
Now, how did you get in here?
Versus. You're wearing Versus.
Do you like it? It's the very latest perfume from Paris. Very expensive. That's why Daddy bought it.
I must be... No, I am. I'm dreaming.
You must tell me how you managed to get in here. Are you a thief?
Well, no, I just rented the apartment.
I can't follow a word you say. But you have very nice brown eyes. What would Daddy say if he knew there was a man up here? He'd probably have Higgins thrash you within an inch of your life.
Higgins?
Oh, Higgins is a mountain of a man. He fought in the ring. Yes. He lost to John L. Sullivan. But surely there's no disgrace in that.
Your father employs a man who fought against John L. Sullivan?
Of course.
Oh, that's impossible.
Why?
Well, because that would be every bit of 100 years ago.
Oh, my goodness. What are you saying? It was last Christmas.
Who are you?
I told you, I'm Jenny. Jenny Cartwright, J.J.'s daughter. J.J. Cartwright?
J.J. Cartwright?
You've never heard of J.J. Cartwright?
J.J. Cartwright? That name is familiar.
It should be. Daddy owns half of New York.
Ah, Cartwright. He was one of those millionaires who were made by the Civil War. He sold goods to both sides.
Well, as Daddy always says, business is business.
And he built a magnificent mansion on... Wait. Downtown.
Everybody knows that.
This is the old Cartwright mansion.
Oh, no. This is the new Cartwright mansion. I like you. You say the most extravagant things. Oh, you better go now.
Go?
I think I hear Daddy coming.
But...
Besides, I should be practicing.
Jenny, where are you? Where did you go?
You're gonna what?
I'm gonna report this thing to Mr. Freeman.
He'll think you're a nut.
Tenants complain, you send it on to the manager.
But the manager only disregards it.
Okay, leave him disregard it. This way I'm covered.
So he claims there's a secret room.
Yeah.
So, what more do you need to prove he's a nut?
Well, there could be a secret room.
Wait a minute. What'd you say?
I said there could be a secret room.
Oh, we could have another nut growing here.
Well, you know what this place was first.
Yeah, I know what it was.
The old Cartwright mansion.
So,
there's all kind of walls and passageways.
Where?
Well, it's all been bricked up, sealed off.
Yeah.
Who knows what this place must have looked like? How it's been changed around. There could be a secret room.
It's my fault. I put you on this diet. It's good for your heart, but it's bad for your head.
Oh, come on. All I'm saying is there could be a secret room.
All right. And inside is a lady that's playing the piano.
Well, that ain't too far off. Old J.J. Cartwright, he had a daughter. She was going to be a piano player.
Uh-huh.
She was going to give concerts. But in them days, you didn't have this women's lib. So ladies didn't do things in public, you know what I mean?
You're off again. You should have been a writer.
Anyhow, this daughter of his, she was murdered.
Yeah? By who?
Well, they don't know by who. She was found murdered in her room. They figure maybe some prowler did it. I figure something else. Maybe it was a boyfriend.
It don't matter now, does it?
I'm only bringing the whole thing up to prove that there could have been a secret room.
And inside is a lady who's been dead maybe 80, 90 years, and she's playing the piano.
I didn't say that.
This Mr. Brooks, I told you before, he scares me.
And I told you he's just a harmless nut.
Well, if I didn't tell you before, Hugo, I should have. There's no such thing as a harmless nut.
Oh, Hilda.
You never know.
Hey, where you going?
Hugo, I'm going to settle this thing once and for all.
And when a woman gets that certain tone in her voice, respect it and believe her. Our friend Hilda is one of those smart, no-nonsense ladies who always manages to move right into the heart of the matter. Yet what is there she can say to Mr. Stephen Brooks? We know he's a hard man to convince. But wait, who said she's going to see Mr. Brooks? For further developments, we await Act 3.
Since the very beginning and far into the future, all the wondrous things man sees, experiences, and imagines, invents, discovers, dreams, and fantasizes are what a new magazine called Omni is all about. Omni, the world's first major magazine of science fact, fiction, and fantasy. Stunningly illustrated, written in a style that's easily understandable and entertaining. Omni will use the greatest writers, artists, and thinkers of our day as it explores the mysteries of existence, of the planet we live on, the seas and stars around us, the mysteries of the mind. And that invisible thread called time, which weaves it all together. There's never been a magazine like Omni before because there's never been an age like ours before. The first edition of Omni is on your newsstand now. Pick up a copy to keep and pass down to your descendants. I'm giving it up.
Giving up what?
Smoking.
Congratulations.
I'm doing it for you and the kids.
For me and the kids? But we don't smoke.
You're wrong. I saw this lung association message. You know what? We smokers are making you non-smokers smokers just like us.
Whatever are you talking about?
I'm talking about secondhand smoking. The lung association says I'm doing myself in, as if I didn't know. But my smoke is trouble for everybody in my neighborhood. Do you realize every puff I smoke, I'm puffing out a smoke screen of carbon monoxide, nicotine, benzopyrene, to say nothing of hydrocarbons.
Ooh, you sound positively poisonous.
I feel poisonous. I'm quitting.
For me, darling.
Yes, and for me, darling, I want to be loved.
Your lung association says the smoker who quits for more than one person. He's clearing the air for everybody. You might say it's a matter of love and breath.
As far as some women are concerned, you play with fire when you arouse their passions. With others, you handle dynamite when you pique their curiosity. In either case, your meddling may be fatal. For didn't the Roman philosopher say, a woman walks through life on two legs? One is called curiosity, the other is called passion. Yes, that's exactly what he said.
Hello there, O'Malley.
Well, it's Hilda.
I see you're on foot these days.
Well, they took us out of the cars. Get close to the people, they said.
Walking's good for you, Officer O'Malley.
If I'd wanted to walk, I'd have joined the post office.
Maybe I can get you off the beat.
Oh, this is worth listening to.
We have a fellow rented a flat. Name of Brooks. Stephen Brooks. Is he wanted for something?
Something like what?
He's rich.
Well, then why should he rent a flat down here?
That's what you should be investigating. He's nuts.
If we arrested every nut in the city, the streets would be deserted.
Stephen Brooks talks like a legitimate swell, wears clothes that cost a fortune, has a watch worth $2,000-3,000. Why does he come here? Is he hiding, running away?
From what?
If I were pounding a beat and wanted to make detective, I'd look around and ask around, maybe find out.
Stephen Brooks, you say his name is, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, perhaps this does bear a little looking into.
Here, wrapped up in this handkerchief.
What is it?
I swiped it from the kitchen. It's a glass with his fingerprints on it.
Well, now.
So, do you want to get started, or do you expect me to do all your work for you? I meant to ask. Did you ever send that thing in to the manager about Mr. Brooks?
Yeah.
And?
And he tore it up and said the guy's a nut.
We established that already. Although I noticed the last couple of days we haven't heard from him.
Yeah, that's right. No complaints either. You been up there to clean?
I rang the bell a couple of times. He won't let me. Too busy. I knock on the door, and while I'm waiting, I listen. He seems to be talking to somebody.
Yeah, to himself.
No, to somebody. To a woman. I think her name is Jenny.
What does he say?
I can't make it out exactly.
Ah.
But it proves he's crazy.
Oh, just because he talks to himself? In an ordinary guy, maybe. But he's a writer.
What does that have to do with it?
Maybe he's writing, speeches, and he's saying them out loud.
Sure.
Look, as long as he don't bother nobody.
Okay. Oh, it's you again.
I'm trying to work.
At what?
At my book, and your piano playing. It disturbs me.
Something should disturb you.
What did you say?
I read what you've been writing. And...
Yes. And?
It's too... placid.
Placid?
To begin, you have no original ideas of your own. So you pick at the writings of other men.
Well, that's criticism.
But criticism should also have an original insight. Poor Stephen.
Why do you say, poor Stephen?
You could also say, poor Jenny.
Oh, but why?
We're so alike, you and I.
In what way?
We're children of the very rich, both of us. Nobody considers our problems.
What problems?
Everyone worries about the children of the poor.
Well, shouldn't they?
Of course. But meanwhile, what about us? It isn't easy to be born rich. You never know.
What do you never know?
Stop pretending, Stephen. You never know anything. Your friends. Do you have them because of your money? Or because of you? And it's the same with love. Don't say it isn't.
Well?
But the worst part is if you want to do something, be somebody on your own. Other people have to work for it. You don't. Daddy buys it. Daddy invites people to hear me play. Do you know who has listened to me? Mr. Tchaikovsky, Mr. Rubinstein, Mr. Verdi, Mr. Offenbach.
And what did they say?
They all smiled. And they all said, very good.
Well?
But were they thinking of how much money Daddy gives to orchestras and operas and concert halls and conservatories?
But they liked you.
I don't know. I think my playing is like your writing.
I don't understand.
It doesn't have anything underneath.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm good.
Are you?
Yes.
We don't have it.
What don't we have? I mean, look at me. Look at me. I'm talking to... I think I'm talking. I delude myself into believing I'm talking to a girl who died long before I was born.
You are now as sane as you have ever been in your life.
Jenny Cartwright, spoiled daughter of a millionaire of the last century.
You are standing in my house, in my room.
Oh, no. Do you know what your house has become? A tenement. Do you know what your rooms are? A miserable little flat.
In your eyes. You know that you need inspiration and motivation to write, so you come here to pretend. To pretend you're poor, starving. But it doesn't help. It won't work.
I'll show you. I'll show everybody.
I was waiting for someone like you. Someone who is like me. Someone who has also deluded himself. We can help each other. Help me close the piano, and I'll help you forget your pens and paper.
You think I can't write? I'll show you. I'll prove something to you.
Well, come in, Officer O'Malley.
Hey, thank you.
Have you any news of our friend?
Yes, considerable news. He comes from a fabulously wealthy family.
I knew that all along.
They are, at present, living in England, although they do maintain establishments in New York, Palm Springs, and Paris. Rome, too, I believe.
Carry on, Officer O'Malley.
He was married, was your Mr. Brooks.
Ah.
But she is dead. Murdered.
Oh.
Yes. This is the news. She was alone in the townhouse in London. Jenny, her name was. Beautiful girl. Scarcely 30.
How was she murdered?
She was beaten.
Oh. By whom?
Well, that's not known. Suspicion falls upon her husband.
Stephen? Why?
Well, they'd been known to be arguing, very serious arguments, too.
About what?
According to the servants, about his writing.
What kind of arguments could they have been?
Well, according to the testimony, arguments about the quality of his work.
Quality?
It seems she didn't think much of it.
Oh. And that's why he killed her?
We must not say he killed her.
But if everyone thinks...
You still need evidence. Besides, the man had an alibi.
All these murderers always have alibis.
Now, Hilda, all murderers do not always have alibis. And a man is innocent until he's proven guilty.
Jenny.
Yes?
Stop that for a while and come here.
Why?
I want you to read this.
I already have.
You have?
Yes.
And?
It isn't really good. There's nothing to it.
You can't say that it isn't any good.
It has a certain charm.
Well?
And one or two ideas.
So?
Perhaps it's even good.
There you are. You just reversed yourself.
Good for an amateur. Good for a gentleman who dabbles in literature. Poor Stephen. You're the spoiled little rich boy again. You think you can buy anything, even talent, even genius.
I'll make it happen to me.
You'll end up mad, the way I did. Already, you're closing yourself away in a room, the way I did. Save yourself, Stephen.
I can't. It's too late.
It's never too late.
It is for me. I committed murder.
No.
Yes. She looked at me the way you're looking at me. She doubted me the way you're doubting me.
Stephen, you can still save yourself.
Oh, save myself for what?
For life.
You're talking the way she talked.
Let me help you.
Oh, the way she wanted to help me. To smother me with kindness, to drown me in pity. Oh, keep away from me.
Life has so much that's sweet, that's wonderful.
Not for me.
Stephen.
That's enough.
Listen.
I said be quiet.
I won't let you throw away your...
I'll make you shut up.
Oh, Stephen.
I said shut up.
Open up. Open up in there.
Mr. Brooks, are you okay?
Sounds like they fought the battle of the bulge in there. Come on now, open up. What's going on in here?
Mr. Brooks, what was all that noise for?
I killed her.
Killed who?
Can't you see?
I don't see any.
Hold it. Who did you kill, Mr. Brooks?
Jenny, I killed Jenny.
Yeah? You did?
But I don't see any.
I killed Jenny because she foolishly destroyed the last shreds of my illusions.
What's that mean?
You were saying, Mr. Brooks.
I've written it all down. I was too weak, too cowardly, too spoiled to face the truth. Why did I have to? Why did she not allow me to pursue my delusions to the end? Why did she insist on my facing the truth? I killed her. I killed her because she unloosed the terrible rage I have inside me.
I guess I'll have to ask you to come down to the station house.
But listen. She isn't dead.
She isn't?
I guess you'll want to notify the cops in London.
Don't you hear? Can't you hear?
Either you can hear or you can't. These old houses that have undergone so many metamorphoses, yet something always remains. We never completely leave a place where we have lived and loved. A part of us will always remain. A memory, a spirit, an essence. And I'm not leaving you for long either. I shall return shortly.
Hello, I'm Jack Jones.
For most American girls, the teen years are an exciting time of personal growth and learning. But today, 1 in 10 American teenage girls is a mother before she turns 18. The March of Dimes knows too well that adolescent motherhood is a tragedy that affects everyone concerned. The young mother, her child, her family. The teen mother is too often unprepared for the demands of motherhood, socially, economically, and physically. She and her unborn child are at a high medical risk because her body usually is too immature to support the new and demanding life forming inside her. Prenatal care is the only active way the expectant mother can help protect her unborn and newborn against the threat of birth defects. Making that care available to every pregnant woman, regardless of her age or social condition, is a major goal of the March of Dimes. This is Jack Jones reminding you that a healthy baby needs more than the love a mother can give. Prenatal care is a critical factor in preventing birth defects. Listen to the March of Dimes and take action now.
To which murder did Stephen Brooks confess? It doesn't matter. He'll receive the same punishment. Ambition is a terrible master. It can devil us day and night. There is never surcease nor respite. The flame of ambition must constantly be fed. It demands unending sacrifice. And so, first, we destroy our loved ones. And in the end, we destroy ourselves. Which proves what? It isn't all that easy to be rich, either. Our cast included Lloyd Battista, Martha Greenhouse, Jada Rowland, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Evidently, robbery was not a motive. Was the door unlocked when the body was discovered?
The butler who discovered the deed told me it was.
That would account for it.
Account for what?
The old man looks out the window, is hit on the head, falls back inside, and either the killer or somebody else enters and acts like a college boy on a rampage, turning the place topsy-turvy.
You're of the opinion, then, that all this was some sort of prank?
Well, look on the floor there, Inspector, near the door. The vases, the pipe rack, the pipes, the Chelsea and Staffordshire figurines are lined up on the floor as though they were marching out the door. Who would bother to play tricks with furniture, having just killed a man?
A young lady, as I have said, a madman.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WBBM News Radio 78.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Oh, yes, Lord Hamlet, or in yours, or mine, or anyone. Even that of the man who made you out of his own talent, the sweet, the adored Will Shakespeare. And the story that follows will try to tell of one such thing, and even attempt, however feebly, to explain it.
Do you trust me?
I think I do, Doctor.
Well, that's not enough.
I do. I do trust you.
Completely? Utterly? In mind, in soul, in heart? You think about it. For this is serious business.
Our mystery drama, The Beheading, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Terry Keane. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Let me quote you a few lines from the same play as before, by the same imperishable playwright. I could a tale unfold whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul, freeze thy young blood, make thy two eyes like stars start from their spheres. Something resembling such a tale we bring you now in the story called The Beheading.
The minute I laid eyes on him, there was something about him that... Are you sure you don't mind listening to all this?
I don't mind in the least.
It's so absolutely marvelous to have someone to tell it to. You've no idea.
I think I have some idea.
I never thought I'd be able to tell it to anyone. It's such a relief.
Well, you still haven't told me.
Well, it's not as though I know you very well.
This isn't the first time we've met.
No, but those other times, they were so, I don't know, so casual, so trivial, so nothing. Did you think so? Well, didn't you?
No, not entirely trivial or casual. But go on with what you started to tell me.
Oh, about him. The remarkable him.
Yes, him.
Do you want to know something absolutely astounding?
What's that?
I can't remember his name.
You can't?
No, I can't. I'm sure he had one. Well, I mean, of course he had one, but I can't think what it was.
Well, what did he look like?
Well, he wasn't staggeringly handsome. Lord, no. He was bald. Really, yes. Not completely bald. He had a little ring of hair that ran around the base of his skull, but bald on top with freckles. You know how some men get.
Yes, I know.
And pale blue eyes. Quite pale blue, actually. Actually, they were too pale. But with a twinkle, a sparkle, like sunlight on water, and white skin like paper. Really, it was that thin, that white, except where the veins showed through. Am I making him sound terribly unattractive?
No.
Because he wasn't, you know. He wasn't at all. He stood there looking at me in the sweetest way. He had such sweetness, such dearness, such lovableness. Dear Lord, I'm crying.
Well, that's all right.
I'm such a fool.
You're not a fool at all.
But why should I be crying? I mean, it's not as though there's anything to cry about.
Yes. Why are you crying?
I haven't the slightest idea. It's just so stupid.
You must have some idea, Joyce.
Joyce? You called me Joyce.
Well, it's your name.
Yes, but you never did before.
Do you mind?
No. It's just that we don't know each other very well, and... Well, look, would it be awful if I called you Hester?
Oh, not awful at all.
Well, then, I will.
Fine. Now, tell me why you were crying.
Oh, I think it was because when I was talking about him, describing him, you know, how he looked, the skin, the hair, the lack of it, and the light-colored eyes, that's sort of what my father looked like.
Oh, really?
Well, no, not really, but sort of. And the other part, the sweetness, the dearness, that's what set me off, I guess. My father was very sweet and dear. Very.
Yes?
He was never what you'd call a big success, my father. For that matter, he wasn't even a small success. Actually, he was very close to being a failure. Oh, what the heck? He was a failure, this being a truth-telling time. If it hadn't been for my mother...
What about your mother?
She managed. That was a favorite word of hers, manage. When friends of hers would marvel at the way she ran the house and all of that with so little money coming in, she'd heave a big sigh and say, I managed somehow. And she did. I will give her that. But she managed in other ways, too. Managed her parents, managed my brother, managed my father. He was a champion manager of all time. If she was alive today, she'd be president of something big. But she never managed me.
How did that happen?
I bided my time till that fateful day when I told her what I meant to do with my life. What I wanted to be.
An actress? You don't mean that.
I do mean it, and I'm going to.
A floozy. That's what you'll be.
No, I won't.
A tart, a tramp. Oh, I've read about those women. Floozies, every one of them.
That doesn't mean I'll be.
What have I brought you up for? Fed you, clothed you, taught you manners, sent you to school so you could throw your life away. Is that why I did it?
I don't know why you did it.
So you could marry a decent, intelligent, hard-working man. That's why I did it. And live in style. That's why. Not like me.
No, Mother.
Having to sprint and save and go without year after year. So you could have the nice things in life. Security and respectability. And being able to hold your head up. That's why I did all that I did for you. And now you stand there and tell me you want to be an actress?
And you did become an actress.
Yes, I did. And I managed to stay respectable, too.
I'm sure you did.
And had more security than I'd ever dreamed of. First in television, then the movies. Made quite a lot of money.
What about him? The remarkable him, who appears not to have a name.
Oh, yes. Well, there he was in this big room with pots of flowers at all the windows and the sun streaming in. And there he stood in his rumpled gray slacks and his short-sleeved shirt, just looking at me with his pale blue eyes through his rimless glasses. Did I tell you he wore eyeglasses without any rims?
No, you didn't.
They gave him an old-fashioned look. Everything about him was a little old-fashioned. He was so dear.
Go on, Joyce.
Well, we greeted each other quite conventionally, I think. And then...
Now, suppose you sit down right there. Yes, good. And I'll sit across the desk from you, like this, eh? And you tell me all about yourself. How long have you been tortured by this asthma?
Oh, years, Doctor. Years and years and years.
Since you were a small child?
Oh, 4 or 5, I think.
Too bad.
It really is torture.
Of course it is.
You're the first doctor I've talked to who seemed to realize that.
Oh, have you seen many doctors before me?
Oh, dozens, it seems like. Here, in Philadelphia, in New York, Chicago. I even went to a clinic in Switzerland. I'm hopeless.
Perhaps not.
Unless you can help me. Oh, Doctor, can you please say you can? I am an actress. You see, I'm in the movies.
Yes, I know. I've seen you. You're very good.
And I have to go on working. My husband...
Yes, your husband. What about him?
Well, he's an actor once in a while. The money isn't very regular.
I don't believe you told me about your husband. I don't have your married name, just your theatrical.
Well, it doesn't really matter about him. Really, it doesn't take my word for it. Whatever I decide, he'll go along with it.
Tell me, did anyone ever suggest psychoanalysis?
Oh, everyone did. They all said a dozen trips to an analyst would clear it up. Well, I tripped for a year.
And it didn't clear it up?
It's as bad as ever.
How often do you have these asthmatic episodes?
Often. Oftener than I used to. And it gets worse all the time. Sometimes every day, sometimes twice a week.
Oh, dear, that's bad. That's really too bad. Well, that can't be allowed to go on. That's really dreadful.
Doctor, can you help me? I will do anything at all.
Do you mean that?
I'll move to another state. I'll move to another country. It won't be convenient, but I'll manage somehow.
Let's not rush this thing. Let's take it step by step. All right?
Yes, all right. Whatever you say.
Now, I don't know how much these other practitioners have told you about bronchial asthma.
A little, not much.
I don't even know how much they know.
Well, neither do I. But what can be done about it? I mean, there's got to be something that can be done.
Well, there is. Dear lady, there is. If you will but trust me.
Of course I trust you.
Now, this is our first encounter, after all. We must proceed slowly and with deliberation. Sit back in your chair. Relax.
I'll try.
I am a bit of a, shall we say, a conquistador. You know what that is, a conquistador?
No, I don't.
Well, it's what they called the leaders of the Spanish conquest of Mexico and Peru in the 16th century. It's possible that I have some of their blood in my veins. I don't know for certain. At any rate, dear lady, a conquistador is a conqueror, a vanquisher, one who intrudes upon new territories and subdues them. Do you understand, dear lady, what I'm saying?
I think so.
You're saying to yourself, but what does this have to do with me? A poor actress who's racked with torment of asthma. Is that what you're thinking?
Yes, it is.
Well, then I shall tell you what I propose to do in your case.
Oh, please tell me.
Something new, something innovative, something daring.
What? Tell me what?
Something that will require all my skill, all my wits, all my concentration. I intend to think of nothing else for weeks ahead of time.
What is it you're going to do?
Before I tell you, before I even whisper in your tiny little ear what it is I propose to do, I must be absolutely certain, beyond the peradventure of a doubt, that you trust me.
I do, Doctor.
Now, think about it, dear lady, before you answer.
I do. I do trust you, absolutely. Now tell me, please.
I propose, little lady, I propose to remove your head.
It's not for no reason that our television screens are jam-packed with doctors and nurses and patients and nervous friends and relatives, with operating rooms and respirators and machines that carry little jigging lines and go beep. The horrid fascination of life versus death compels our interest, and like it or not, we can hardly wait to see how the story comes out. I'll continue with Act 2 shortly. Doctors don't always tell you to take 2 aspirins and call them in the morning. They don't always prescribe plenty of bed rest and advise you to give up smoking. Nor do they invariably suggest a minor operation whose scar won't show and you'll be back home in a week to 10 days. No. If we are to believe what has transpired so far in this little tale, at least one doctor has recommended decapitation.
Would you mind repeating that, Joyce?
Repeat what?
What the remarkable doctor said.
Oh, he said, I propose to remove your head.
Just like that. I propose to remove your head.
Well, what other way was there to say it?
Oh, none, I suppose.
You see, that was what was wonderful about him. He didn't beat about the bush. He just came right out with it.
How did it make you feel when he came right out with it?
Oh, I felt wonderful. I mean, it was so simple. It was so obvious. It would be the end of all my troubles. I wondered why nobody else had thought of it. I wonder why I didn't think of it myself. And when you've had asthma for years and years, as far back as you can remember...
Oh, yes, I can imagine.
Well, I don't know if you can, if anybody can. All you want is to be free of it. Taking off your head seems good, right, the absolutely correct thing to do.
You didn't feel any fright at all?
Oh, no, none at all. No fright. None whatsoever.
Well, not even a little anxiety?
No, because I believed every word he said. He was so kind, so benign, so
loving.
Well, maybe loving. Though I've told you he wasn't handsome or anything like that, and he was a lot older than me. I didn't want him to make love to me. It wasn't anything like that.
What did you want?
To put my hand in his hand and follow him wherever he wanted me to go. Wherever it turned out to be, I knew for sure it was where I wanted to go. Oh, it would be peaceful and beautiful and no more pain, no more struggle. It would be like being with God.
I see. We call God our Heavenly Father, don't we?
What?
No, never mind.
I don't know what you're talking about, Hester. What's the point?
Later on. Now, what about your husband?
What about him?
Well, did you think at all about what he would say?
Say about what?
About severing your heads from your body?
Well, what did Peter have to do with it? Peter's your husband? My second husband, but he doesn't matter. Whatever I decided, Peter would say, okay, go ahead. He always does.
Always?
Always. Just the other day.
You said Peter's an actor.
Well, kind of. He doesn't work too much.
Well, what does he do?
Well, right now he's trying to sell real estate. I started to tell you just the other day. You sure you really want to hear all of this?
I'm really sure.
Well, I came home from the studio. They had kept us late, some tricky scene that they couldn't get to work right. And there was Peter, pacing the floor.
Joyce? That you, Joyce?
What's left of me?
Oh, you tired?
That's one word for it. What's with you?
Look, you know the Johnson house?
The mansion on Alameda Drive?
Yeah, asking price $195,000. That's the one. Well, this sheik of Araby, oil's coming out his ears, offers $175,000. And Johnson just came down to $190. Are you listening?
Just taking off my shoes.
Oh, your feet hurt? Well, anyway, I got the Arab up to 180 and Johnson down to 187, and I thought, wow, I've got a sale going here for a lousy $7,000. I've just got to get them together. Each one give a little, so I set up a meet at the house this morning. I showed up in my best slacks and loafers, full of confidence and charm, and you know what happened?
Tell me.
The Arab wouldn't budge. Johnson wouldn't budge. How do you like that?
Well, that's terrible.
Wait, you haven't heard the worst.
There's more?
The charm was just oozing out of me, and the confidence was flowing downhill like a mountain stream when Johnson, or the other one, I forget which, said, how about you cutting your listing commission?
You should cut your listing commission?
Me, cut my commission. Me, sacrifice half my profit. Whichever bloated creep suggested it, the other one said, yeah, what a cool idea, and they congratulated each other on being so brilliant.
And what did you say?
I said, not in your life. I've never cut a listing commission in my life. Other people do it, I know that, but all you have to do is start that kind of thing, and they've got you pegged.
Well, I suppose that's right.
Well, you know it's right. I've told you how these things work.
Well, then don't do it.
Well, that's easy for you to say.
No, it isn't.
I haven't made a sale in 6 months. How do you think that makes me feel?
Lousy, I imagine.
Oh, worse than that.
What's worse than lousy?
Like a nothing. A grown man living off his wife. Able-bodied male can't put food on the table. It's humiliating. It's degrading.
Well, if that's how you feel...
It is, believe me.
Then cut your commission and make the sale.
But I can't do that. I've told you.
Peter, what is it that you want from me?
I want you to tell me what to do.
Just leave everything. Leave everything the way it is.
Joyce, you all right?
You just keep your integrity. Don't cut your commission.
Is it starting up again?
I think I may have another picture in a cup. Oh, Lord, I can't breathe. Look, never mind about the money. I will manage somehow.
Oh, what do I do? There must be something I can do.
Nothing anybody can do.
Well, tell me.
Just leave me alone. I'll manage.
Now, isn't that amazing?
What? What's amazing?
You're saying, I'll manage, even when you felt an attack coming on.
Oh, that.
Whose words were they? I'll manage somehow. I'll manage.
They're mine.
Where did you hear them?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. Who said them first?
Who? Oh, all right, my mother.
Yes.
That was completely different.
Was it?
Completely.
I don't think so.
Anyway, what difference does it make?
Things have a way of repeating themselves, Joyce, or we have ways of repeating things. We think we struggle to change, be better, be wiser, be happier. But, it's a little like the Queen in Alice in Wonderland. We run all day just to stay in the same place.
I really don't know what you're talking about.
You don't? No, maybe you don't.
Anyway, I didn't come here to talk about my mother or Peter or Vinny.
Who's Vinny?
Oh, my first husband. But that is ancient history. I haven't thought about Vinny in years.
I'd like to hear about it.
No. I want to tell you about the doctor and what he said. Now, you keep talking about other things.
All right. Let's stick to the remarkable doctor and what he said.
And did. I haven't even gotten to that part yet.
Well, you just got to the part where he said to you, I propose to remove your head, and you felt no fear at all. So you said.
I trusted him.
Well, even so, decapitation seems a little drastic.
Not to me, not when he said it.
When he said it. What was your reaction?
All I remember is looking up into that dear, sweet face and reaching out and taking him by the hand.
What do you say, dear little lady?
Oh, yes. Yes. If that's what you want to do, yes.
Yours is a drastic case. We need to take drastic action.
I understand. I really do.
But you must have questions, things you want to know.
Well, okay, when?
When?
When are you going to do it?
Well, I don't know precisely.
Tomorrow?
No, not tomorrow.
Because I could make arrangements.
Well, I don't think you realize the seriousness of this thing.
Oh, I think I do.
It's not like removing a wart, you know.
Well, no, I didn't think it was.
It's removing your head.
But I know that if you say it's the right thing to do, then it must be the right thing to do.
You trust me that much, do
I
you?
trust you the way I trust my own father.
I'm very touched.
So, when are we going to take off my head?
Well, as soon as we find a donor.
A what? A donor, you said?
Dear lady. Oh, my dear little girl. Sit down.
Did you say a donor?
Please, sit down.
No, but you said a donor.
I know what I said. Now sit down. You didn't think I was going to leave you with no head at all, did you?
I don't know. I didn't think about it.
Little one, would I do something like that to you?
Well, no, of course you wouldn't, but...
No, my dear. This will be a transplant operation.
Oh, a transplant. Of course, a transplant.
You've heard of kidney transplants, haven't you?
I know somebody who had one of those.
Yes, of course you do. And you know about heart transplants.
Well, everybody knows about them by now. They're famous.
Well, it's all very simple, really. On you, we shall perform a head transplant.
Of course. Of course.
Your affliction will be eliminated, and your troubles will be over.
Oh, of course. Oh, doctor. Oh, you are so good. You're so kind. Oh, why didn't I meet you a long time ago? Everything would have been so different. My whole life would have been so different.
Now, little girl.
Doctor, could I sit in your lap?
Why, yes, if you'd like to.
I would. Oh, I would very much like to.
Well, then come right ahead. There. Comfy?
Yes. Thank you, Doctor. Are you?
Yes, quite comfy. Now, you see, my dear, we can't do the transplant till there's a donor.
And when would that be?
Well, it's hard to say. It could happen tomorrow, or it could take weeks, even months.
That long?
Well, after all, a head transplant has never been attempted before. So while people in general are accustomed to the idea of donating their hearts or their kidneys, no one so far as I know, has heretofore volunteered his head. Or, as it'll be in your case, her head.
I suppose you're right.
To be on the safe side, I think the donor should be somebody right here in the hospital. So the transplant can be accomplished without delay.
That sounds right, yes. No delay.
And I shall want you to have a special nurse.
All right.
I have someone in mind. If she meets with your approval.
Whoever you say.
Well, I'll ring for her to come in and meet you, if that's all right.
Yes. All right.
Just press that button on the desk by your elbow.
This one?
Yes, that's it. Now, Miss Van Kampen, the special duty nurse I have in mind for you, is also my surgical nurse. She'll be in the operating room with us. And then with you in recovery, and so on.
Yes, Doctor.
Well, come in, Miss Van Kampen. No, don't move, little lady. I just want you and Miss Van Kampen to get acquainted.
Well, how are you, my dear? All right.
Miss Van Kampen, we have found our first candidate for a head transplant.
Oh, that's wonderful, Doctor.
You'll assist me in a while.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Well, not at all, Miss Van Kampen. You've earned the honor.
Will it look like me?
You mean, will it be pretty like you?
I guess that's what I mean.
Dear child, would I give you a new head that was unattractive?
No, I didn't think you would.
No. I propose to give you a head that is as pretty as yours and prettier. As fresh as yours and fresher. As young as yours and younger. Now, what do you say to that?
Whatever you say, Doctor. I trust you.
Would you like to change heads? If you could, and I make no promises, you understand, what sort of head would you like? One with long, flowing hair and a tilted nose? Or one with the intellect of a Socrates? Or perhaps one with the disposition of a saint? Personally, I believe I would drive myself quite mad trying to decide. So, perhaps it is just as well that, as of now at least, I must keep the one I have. Do you know the story of the trouble tree? The fabled tree on which everyone could hang their troubles and so be rid of them. But in return, you must take on the troubles of someone else who had come to the trouble tree for the same purpose. And do you know that no one, absolutely no one, would accept that condition? That all preferred to return home with their own troubles, which at least had the virtue of familiarity. And the trouble tree withered and died.
Why didn't you tell me about your first marriage?
What for?
What was his name? Vinny?
What do you care about Vinny?
Oh, well, I don't know. I was just wondering.
It's just a long time ago, part of the dead past.
Oh, is the past ever really dead?
What are you doing? Going philosophically on me? I mean, here I am trying to tell you about this fabulous transplant, and you want to know about poor old Vinny. Well, all right. Vinny was a writer, not a very good writer, a very mediocre writer. When he wrote, he didn't write very often. Well, what did he do? What did he do?
With his time.
Why, I don't know what he did with his time.
Well, he must have done something.
He played quite a lot of tennis, I think. And he liked to call people up on the telephone and talk to them.
What about?
Heavens, I don't know. Vinny was very good at talking to people, much better than I was. I used to be jealous of him, the way he could talk to people, all witty and amusing. Everybody liked Vinny.
Did you?
I couldn't have liked him very much if I divorced him.
I can't imagine a wife not knowing what her husband was doing with his time.
How could I keep track of what he was doing? I was working.
Oh, yes, I see.
He went to the movies a lot. I remember that because he used to tell me the plots when I got home.
Does Vinny remind you of anyone?
I hardly remember him.
The way you describe him, he reminds me of Peter.
Oh, no.
In relation to you, I mean. They both left you holding the bag, didn't they?
Oh. Well, I guess so, yes. Actually, they did. everything was up to me.
And somehow you managed. You know, Joyce, you made the same marriage twice.
I don't follow you at all.
No, I guess you don't. Well, let's get back to the wonderful doctor and his transplant operation, if that's what you want to talk about.
All right. Well, I was in the hospital. The doctor had me check in there because he wanted me to be ready. You can understand that he would.
Oh, yes.
I didn't have any calls for work at the moment anyway, so I took this beautiful big room with lots of sunlight. I was really terribly excited about the whole thing. And Miss Van Kampen was with me all the time, round the clock.
Not getting bored, are you? Waiting around?
Oh, how could I get bored? I'm going to have a new head.
Well, won't you miss the old one?
Oh, no. I am so sick of it. You have no idea. And the doctor promised me an attractive one. I think it's thrilling. A whole new me.
What about your career?
What?
Your acting career. What about that?
Oh, that.
Well, what's going to happen when you show up with an entirely new head?
Well, I don't know.
After all, you've been on television and film. What are people going to think?
Well, that I've changed.
Oh, there's Doctor. Maybe he's got news. Oh, Doctor, we thought it might be you.
I am the bearer of glad tidings. I found a donor.
Oh, is
Precisely your age. A little fairer, golden hair, and eyes even bluer than your own. A skin like rose petals, without flaws.
Oh, I can hardly believe it. It's really going to happen.
The day has arrived. Oh, Doctor.
Yes, well, we must move quickly now.
Oh, of course, Doctor.
I've ordered the operating room. I've procured the best anesthesiologists in the city. I feel myself in top form, ready to go.
Oh, I too, Doctor.
And you, little girl, are you ready?
I think so, Doctor.
Of course she is.
Yes, I am. Oh, it will be wonderful.
Well, then, you'll prep her, nurse. Now go and scrub up.
Yes, Doctor.
I remember being on the stretcher and being wheeled down a long corridor and into an elevator and then off the elevator. And I could hear Miss Van Kampen's voice, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. And then there was the operating room, and I was lifted onto the table, and there were stands holding bottles and tubes going into my arm, and voices. And then the voices changed a little, and I knew the doctor, the great doctor, must have arrived, though I couldn't see him. But I thought I heard his voice. And then,
Yes. And then?
I had one last fleeting thought. They are taking my head. They are taking my asthma. And then nothing. Nothing at all. Just nothing.
Go on, Joyce.
When I woke up, not really wide awake, just not completely out, I heard voices very faint, far away, but near, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I do. Go on.
I couldn't move, not even a finger. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't speak. I couldn't do anything. It was like being both dead and alive at the same time. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Go on.
Then I heard his voice.
The doctor's.
We did it, Van Kampen. We did it.
We really did it, Doctor.
We pulled it off.
Indeed we did. Oh, Doctor.
The first head transplant ever.
You've made medical history, Doctor.
Wait till I tell them the details at the next medical convention.
Oh, yes. Everyone will be there.
I suppose they'll name the operation after me.
Why, of course they will.
Oh, it's all very gratifying. It really is. Really most gratifying. Well, I'll write out the order for the medication and leave it at the desk.
Yes, Doctor.
You stay with her and go back to her room with her.
Oh, of course.
I do hope she likes a new head.
Oh, she will.
I did my best. That's all I know. I did my level best.
Joyce? Joyce?
Is it over?
Oh, yes, Joyce.
Is it really over?
Really over?
Nurse, how do I look?
Oh, pretty as a picture.
I wish I could see myself.
Oh, as soon as we get you back to your room, then I'll bring you a mirror and you can take a good look.
Will I like it, Nurse? Will I like what I see?
Oh, you're going to love it. Take my word.
I'd like to go to my room now. May I, please?
Oh, I don't see why not. I'll wheel you back myself.
Oh, it all seems too good to be true.
Oh, it's true, all right.
It's so incredible.
Oh, you're a modern medical miracle, that's what you are.
Really?
Really?
How can I ever thank the doctor?
Oh, that reminds me. I have to pick up the order for your medication at the desk. Oh, here we are. This is it.
It's so hard to believe.
Oh, you'll believe it all right once you see yourself. Oh, hold the elevator. Thank you. 3, please. Thank you.
Nurse, who was the woman who gave me her... Who was the donor?
I don't know.
Somebody must know.
Oh, I'm sure it's all in the records.
Does the doctor know?
Oh, of course he does.
Will he tell me?
Oh, I don't see why not. Oh, getting out here. Thank you. Oh, now we'll have you back in your own little beddy in 2 shakes.
I wish I could thank her.
Oh, who's that?
The woman who gave me her head.
Oh, well, now that's just not possible, is it, dear?
No, it's not.
Seeing as how she's dead. Well, here's your room. In you go. Bed all made up nice and fresh. That's good.
And Nurse, you're not leaving, are you?
Oh, just to fetch an orderly to help me lift you onto the bed.
Nurse, before you do that.
Yes?
What did the donor, what did she die of?
Oh, why, I believe it was asthma. Yes, it was asthma.
And then I woke up. That was the end of the dream.
You felt anxiety when you woke up?
Oh, much worse than that. Horror, terror, an awful sort of dread.
I can well imagine.
To have gone through all that and then to have to face it all over again.
Joyce, haven't you understood anything I've been trying to tell you?
Like what?
How we repeat ourselves over and over again. We think we don't want to, but we can't help it. What we've done, we must do again and again and again. Endless repetition.
I don't want to believe that.
But that's what the dream is telling you.
But is it hopeless then? Isn't there any hope at all?
Well, it can be. If we can get to the heart of the compulsion to repeat. That's what you and I are trying to do here.
If we can do that, I might even get over my asthma. Mightn't I?
It's entirely possible. See you tomorrow, same time.
No one knows who first said history repeats itself. It's a proverb that dates back at least 2,000 years. And every year since, we have been presented with evidence that it is true. What we are now beginning to recognize, however dimly, is that people repeat themselves too, over and over again. And perhaps that's why history repeats itself. Because people do. I'll be back shortly. Would you like to live your life all over again? You would? But hold on there. Think. It is your life you must live over. And you must live it over exactly as you did the first time. Leaving out nothing, changing nothing, adding nothing. Now, I ask you again, would you like to live your life, your own particular life? Would you like to live it for the second time? Think before you answer. Our cast included Terry Keane, Grace Matthews, Court Benson, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Talking about marriage, Miguel Cervantes defines it as a noose. The Greek philosopher Menander calls it an evil. Shakespeare also takes a swipe at it and says that a young man married is a young man marred. Finally, there's Pongulo, who notes that marriage and murder both begin with M. By now, you should have a pretty good idea of what our story is going to encompass.
Mrs. Pilbeam, you have survived 6 husbands.
6. That is correct, Mr. Poindexter.
All of them died less than 2 years after their marriage to you. Is that not true, Mrs. Pilbeam?
Yes, that is true.
Each of them was insured. Is that not a fact?
That is a fact.
Tell me, how do you account for it, Mrs. Pilbeam?
Coincidence, Mr. Poindexter. Coincidence.
Our mystery drama, Lady Bluebeard, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. According to Charles Dickens, Bluebeard may have been a victim of excessive connubiality, which would mean, I suppose, that it was married life that drove him to do it. Ah, yes, married life, wedded bliss. However, putting aside the poets and romantics for the moment, marriage is whatever you make of it. It is an edifice constructed by a man and a woman, and there are those who erect a magnificent cathedral, others who slap together a ramshackle shanty. We're back at the turn of the century.
You wish to see me, Poindexter?
Yes, Mr. Hotchkiss.
Well, have a chair.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Now then.
In reference to this claim, sir.
Which claim, Poindexter? The company has over 50,000 policyholders. Be definite.
Yes, sir.
And brisk. I should think your recent term of service with Colonel Roosevelt's cavalry regiment would have taught you to be brisk.
Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
He's a brisk man, that Theodore Roosevelt?
Indeed he is, sir.
Well, then emulate him. Plunge in, forge ahead, state the issue with no further ado. Present the facts.
Well, sir, there may not be any facts.
No facts?
No facts as such. I am merely voicing suspicions.
Suspicions?
Oh, I see now I am mistaken. Therefore, I shall waste no more of your time, sir.
No. Suspicions are the lifeblood, more, the beating heart, as it were, of the insurance business. Why, sometimes one healthy, robust suspicion is worth more than 100 weak and anemic facts. Dive in, my boy. What have you got there?
The company holds a policy, sir, on the life of one Ebenezer Pilbeam.
Continue.
In the amount of $2,000.
A modest sum.
Payable on his death to his beneficiary, his wife, one Luana Pilbeam.
And the aforementioned Mr. Pilbeam has just departed this vale of tears.
He has indeed, sir.
And the bereaved spouse, the aforementioned Mrs. Luana Pilbeam, has just submitted a claim for payment.
Yes, sir.
Well, then I suppose we shall have to pay it. But unless there's some way we can do her out of it, legally, of course.
Oh, you don't mean that seriously, Mr. Hotchkiss. You're joking, sir.
The policy is in order, I take it.
Oh, yes, sir.
Then, with a smiling face but a breaking heart, I must authorize the payment. Prepare the check for my signature.
Yes, sir.
Unless, of course, there may be something to your suspicions.
Well, sir, Mr. Pilbeam was 70.
Yes, he left us in the fullness of his years, the biblical 70.
Whereas Mrs. Pilbeam is 35.
Uh-huh.
They had only been married for 2 years, sir.
Continue.
Therefore, at the time of the wedding, she was 35. He was 67. Now, sir, why would a woman wish to marry a man more than twice her age?
Why? Well, there are 2 reasons. First, because she may have been attracted by his maturity, his wisdom, his kindness. Second, she may have been attracted by his fortune. And if he were a weak and sickly 67, she would not have to wait long.
Yes, sir. However, sir, Mr. Pilbeam had neither education nor fortune. He was employed as a streetcar conductor.
Cause of death?
Heart attack.
And this, of course, kindles your suspicions.
Yes, sir. There is no history of any heart ailment. He was known to have been in good physical condition, sir, even for a man of his years. Indeed, you might say he was notorious for his good health.
What you're saying, then, is that he did not die of a heart attack.
That is what I am suspecting, sir.
And how do you suspect Mr. Pilbeam met with his untimely end?
Poison.
Administered by whom?
His wife.
Mrs. Luana Pilbeam.
Yes, sir.
For $2,000.
Right, sir.
Isn't that a rather modest sum?
If I may refresh your memory, sir, this is the second time you used the word modest to describe the sum of $2,000.
Oh, so I have. Would a woman murder her husband for $2,000?
She might, sir. And precisely because it is a modest sum, one that would not draw attention, cause comment, create suspicion. Furthermore, it also gives her an income of $1,000 a year.
For 2 years?
Sir, 2 years ago, a Mrs. Louisa Plowright cashed a policy for $2,000 on the life of her husband, Harold. Mrs. Plowright was 33 years old. 4 years ago, a Mrs. Laverne Preston was paid $2,000 on the death of her husband, Percy. Mrs. Preston was 31, sir.
Are you saying that Luana Pilbeam, Louisa Plowright, and Laverne Preston may be one and the same person?
And 2 years before that, sir, a Mrs. Lillian Pumice collected $2,000 on the death of her husband, Leander. Mrs. Pumice was 29 years old, sir.
And I am to assume that all the husbands were elderly gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
And all passed away from heart attacks?
So the physicians stated, sir.
How do you account for the fact that she seems to marry men whose names begin with P?
Well, sir, it would seem then to be unnecessary for her to change the monogram on her linens and silver.
Oh, yeah. Well, Poindexter, what is your recommendation?
I suggest, sir, that we investigate the matter thoroughly before we pay Mrs. Pilbeam a penny. My name is Raymond Netherby Poindexter. When people discover that I'm an investigator for an insurance company, they always say, well, you certainly don't look like an insurance investigator. And when they find out I was a member of the Colonel Theodore Roosevelt's Rough Riders, they exclaim, "Well, you certainly don't look like a Rough Rider." Well, you see, the truth is, I really don't look like anyone, which is what an investigator should look like, if you know what I mean. Anyhow, the first thing I did was to call upon Dr. Morley Braithwaite.
Miss Poindexter, you certainly don't look like an insurance investigator.
Dr. Braithwaite, you signed a death certificate for a Mr. Ebenezer Pilbeam.
Yes, I did.
May I ask, Doctor, why did you sign it?
Well, I signed it because he was dead.
Yes. What I meant was...
Now, please, be specific, my good man.
Yes, sir.
Specificity. The cornerstone, the linchpin, as it were, of all science.
I agree, Doctor.
Then what is your specific question?
Why was he dead?
Because his heart had stopped beating.
Yes, sir. I believe that occurs in all cases of death. What I mean was, why did his heart stop beating?
If they only know.
But on the certificate, Doctor, you wrote heart attack.
No, not quite. Specifically, I wrote cardiac failure.
Doesn't that imply heart attack?
Well, if you choose to make that inference.
Why, Doctor, was the cardiac failure?
I've already answered that question. More specifically, I told you why I cannot answer that question. I don't know.
Doctor, do you mean Mr. Pilbeam died just like that?
I'm afraid so.
But, Doctor, is there a possibility that Mr. Pilbeam might have been poisoned?
Yes.
Well, Doctor, your report makes no mention of that fact.
Well, you asked me if there was a possibility. The answer to that question must always be yes. Anything is possible. However, I could find no evidence.
I see. Would you state categorically, Doctor, that Mr. Pilbeam was not killed by poison?
I would only state categorically that Mr. Pilbeam died because his heart stopped beating.
And you do not suspect foul play?
I could suspect foul play, but I couldn't prove it. But I would never rule it out.
Yes. I see. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Braithwaite.
That's inner help.
Actually, he was of no help at all. That is, to my insurance company. And so I decided to visit the recently bereaved widow, Mrs. Luana Pilbeam, herself. Perhaps I couldn't prove that she had actually poisoned her husband or murdered him in some other mysterious manner, but I might know enough to frighten her out of her demanding payment. I was not prepared for the Mrs. Luana Pilbeam who opened the door to me. She had soft, flowing black hair, radiant, creamy skin, and the largest, warmest brown eyes. I introduced myself, and she said...
Oh, Mr. Raymond Netherby Poindexter, you certainly don't look like an insurance investigator.
May I come in?
Certainly. Please, be seated.
Thank you.
Such a hot day. May I pour you a glass of lemonade?
Lemonade? No. No, thank you.
Uh-huh. Well, I suppose you're here about poor Ebenezer?
Yes. Mr. Pilbeam was somewhat older than you, I take it.
33 years, to be exact.
It would seem to be a rather wide gulf.
Oh, but love spans it so easily.
May I ask how
I fell in love with Mr. Pilbeam? Well, he drove the horse car that I would board each morning. He was such a handsome gentleman.
I dare say.
And he cracked his whip and twirled his mustache with such panache that I lost my heart completely.
He died quite unexpectedly.
Oh, no one ever dies unexpectedly, Mr. Poindexter. Is it not written, in the midst of life, we are in death?
Yes. Had Mr. Pilbeam been ill?
Oh, no. He was the picture of glowing health. He had an outdoor job, you know.
Mm-hmm. How did it happen?
One evening, we went to bed, as usual. The following morning, I woke up. He didn't.
Mrs. Pilbeam, the insurance company has received your request for payment.
Oh, yes. I really didn't. Still don't feel entirely comfortable about it.
May I ask why?
Well, it seems so
crass. A man dies, his widow is given a sum of money, as if that somehow balances the books and settles the account.
Oh, it's the way of the world.
And yet, what is a poor woman to do? It is Ebenezer's gift to me, from the grave. His way of saying, carry on, my darling. Live.
I see. You have, therefore, presented the insurance company with a claim for $2,000.
Yes, I have.
And no doubt you are under the impression that I have arrived here for the purpose of presenting you with the check?
I would assume this would be the object of your visit.
The object of my visit is to offer you a bargain.
A bargain, Mr. Poindexter?
Withdraw your claim.
Yes?
And in return, I can promise that you shall not be sent to prison.
Now, what kind of offer is that? Is it one that she cannot refuse? Suddenly, we're playing showdown. We know, or we think we know, the high cards he happens to be holding. What aces does she have in her hand or up her sleeve? Wait just a few minutes, and then we shall deal you the second act. As Mr. Carlyle put it, no man lives without jostling and being jostled. In all ways, he has to elbow himself through the world, giving and receiving offense. Certainly our Mr. Raymond Netherby Poindexter has chosen a profession where he gives offense and jostles people. Now, are we about to see how he himself reacts to being on the receiving end?
Permit me, Mr. Poindexter, to restate your proposition. If I withdraw my claim to my husband's insurance money, you will promise that I shall not be sent to prison.
Yes, Mrs. Pilbeam.
And why should I be sent to prison?
Fraud.
Ah.
May I have your answer? Or do you require a short interval of time to consider?
So, your name is Raymond Netherby Poindexter. A trace of Scottish ancestry there. Am I correct?
Mrs. Pilbeam, the subject of this discussion is not whether...
Netherby, a famous Highland name?
I would assume so.
Probably on your mother's side. Am I correct?
Yes, her name was Netherby. Now, see here...
You recall Sir Walter Scott's poem, Lochinvar?
Mrs. Pilbeam...
Oh, young Lochinvar has come out of the west. The next line?
Throughout the wide border, his steed is the best.
See, you do know it.
Yes, my mother used to recite it all the time.
Because she was a Netherby. Oh, the poor Netherbys. They were on the losing side, remember?
Well,
Bold Lochinvar was in love with fair Ellen Netherby. But, fearing him dead, she had decided to marry someone else. How did Scott put it?
For a laggard in love and a dastard in war had won the fair Ellen of bold Lochinvar.
Right. He came to Netherby Hall too late to stop the wedding, and so he stayed to have one dance with the bride, and whispered one word into her ear, and he swept her up onto his horse, and they were away.
Yes, and now, Mrs. Pilbeam, please, to the matter at hand.
For just a moment, the Netherbys were taken by surprise, but then the angry pursuit began. And oh, how Scott describes it. There was mounting amongst grains of the Netherby clan. Fosters, Fenwicks, and Musgraves. They rode and they ran. Help me with the next line, Mr. Poindexter.
There was racing and chasing on Canopy Lee.
But the lost bride of Netherby, they did never more see. Oh, such exciting poetry.
Yes. And now...
And now for a confession. We are distantly related. Your mother, you say, was a Netherby?
Yes, but...
My mother was a Fenwick. Do you know what else? My father was a Foster. I have cousins who are Musgraves. Oh, we are dyed-in-the-wool clan Netherbys. Oh, we must have a toast. You do not take spirituous beverages. I understand. I approve. lemonade.
If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather...
But it isn't all the same to me. We must pledge a toast to our newly discovered relationship. The Netherbees. You don't like the lemonade?
No, I do. It just seems a bit tart.
Oh, well, you see, I put something in there.
You put something in there?
Mm-hmm. A tiny little secret ingredient of my very, very own.
Really? What?
Oh, no, it's no use you asking. I'll never tell.
Mrs. Pilbeam, I shall not be distracted. I know your secret.
My secret?
You have married a series of men, and then you have proceeded to murder each of them for the insurance money.
Murder? Oh, dear me.
You deny it? Were you not also married to a Mr. Harold Plowright, to a Mr. Percy Preston, and to a Mr. Leander Pumice?
Of course.
Huh? You admit it?
You left out Mr. Beauregard Parrish and also Mr. Hubert Pollard.
You admit that there were others?
Were there? Let me think for a moment. No. Beauregard and Hubert complete the list.
Isn't it coincidental that each of the men you marry takes out an insurance policy and names you the beneficiary?
Most married men who can afford it buy insurance for their wives.
Yes, but most of them don't die.
Oh, I must correct you. All of them die eventually.
No. What I meant was they don't all die within 2 years after marriage, as all your husbands did.
I have been unfortunate.
Mr. Ebenezer Pilbeam shall have been your 6th husband.
A lady doesn't keep count. But now that you mention it, 6 would be the right number.
These men were all elderly.
Elderly, a relative term. Now, if I were to...
No. We shall not be distracted again. We shall pursue the matter at hand.
Which is?
We all know what you are doing.
Really?
Yes. You marry a man, he insures his life, and then you murder him.
I believe you've already made that statement.
Now then, the latest is Mr. Pilbeam.
Oh, Dr. Braithwaite found death due to natural causes.
Let us say you were able to fool Dr. Braithwaite.
Fool him?
You were careful. You employed a substance that is not easily traced. Were you as careful all the other times? What would happen if those cases were to be opened up again?
What could happen?
Mrs. Pilbeam, I offer both of us a way to cut our losses. You forget to press your claim, and we forget to investigate the past. Now, what is your answer?
But I have nothing to hide.
Think about it. Consider it. Sleep on it. I shall return tomorrow for your answer. And now, I must bid you good day.
Must you go so soon? Won't you have another glass of lemonade?
Before I could say another word, she had poured from the pitcher and refilled my glass. The lemonade, it was delicious. But it seemed to have a strange tart taste. Strange, but extremely pleasant. Delightfully different. An entirely new sensation. And she herself said...
Oh, yes, I put something in it. A tiny little secret ingredient of my very own.
Yes, but what was that ingredient? Why had she been so anxious to have me drink that lemonade? Was it poisoned? If not poisoned, perhaps drugged in some fashion? But would she dare? Why not? She'd already put away 6 husbands, and after all, didn't I represent a threat? Yes, there was something. My head felt feverish. My pulse was pounding. I could feel difficulty in breathing. What had she done?
There's something wrong. Your face seems flushed.
It's perhaps, it's warm in here.
Warm? I hadn't noticed. Indeed, I thought it was a rather mild day.
Yes, it's mild, but isn't it? It's a bit stuffy.
Oh, you must permit me to open some windows.
No, don't bother. I must be leaving.
Perhaps Another glass of lemonade?
Oh, no. Thank you. Good day, Mrs. Pilbeam. What is it, Doctor? What is it?
Your face appears flushed.
I can see that in the mirror.
Your pulse is rapid.
I can feel that, Doctor, without being told.
You're feverish.
It's obvious. What does that mean?
It means you can be suffering from any one of a number of things.
Doctor, I know what's wrong.
Oh, you do?
I know beyond a shadow of doubt.
Well, if you know, why'd you come to me?
I've been poisoned.
Poisoned, you say?
Yes. And these signs and symptoms are the indications.
Poisoned?
Yes. I've been poisoned by Mrs. Pilbeam.
Mrs. Pilbeam?
I was foolish enough to have consumed some glasses of lemonade in her home less than an hour ago.
Poisoned, but I...
Yes, Doctor, and you must save my life.
Wait a minute now, my dear fellow. Have you any idea of the type of poison?
How could I know that?
Well, in that case, how can I treat you? Each poison requires a specific treatment. What might neutralize one could very easily aggravate the destructive effects of another.
But in an hour or 2 or 3, Doctor, I could be dead.
Yes, that is a possibility. In that case, we could identify the poison.
Now,
Yes. We will perform a post-mortem examination.
But what good would that do for me?
Well, from a surface point of view, none. But you would be adding your tiny ray of candlelight to pierce the infinite darkness of our ignorance.
What if you could have some of that lemonade? Could you analyze it?
Of course. Oh, what a splendid idea. Well, it could quite possibly save your life. Now, why don't we ask Mrs. Pilbeam for a sample of her lemonade?
Well, why should she give us a sample when she knows it contains poison? Doctor, you were asking her to place a noose around her neck.
Oh, yes, I see. Yes, that's quite true. However, there is another possibility.
Yes, such as?
Mrs. Pilbeam may be quite innocent of any wrongdoing.
The woman places poison in my lemonade, and you believe she may be innocent.
She may be unaware that the substance she's using to flavor the lemonade may contain harmful properties.
Doctor, while we quibble in this useless debate, I may be dying.
It's possible. But what's the solution?
The solution? What indeed could the solution be? I felt weaker and more feverish with each passing moment. Yet, as the doctor had so patiently explained, each poison requires a specific antidote. How could we discover the nature of the poison? I presented the problem to no less an authority than Mr. Hotchkiss.
You say your symptoms occurred at Mrs. Pilbeam?
Yes, as I have already explained to you, sir.
Patience, my boy.
After I had drunk several glasses of lemonade, sir.
And you say there was a peculiar taste?
Yes, sir.
Well, should that not have alerted you on your very first swallow?
No, sir.
You said it was a peculiar taste.
Peculiar in the sense of being different, sir. New. And as a matter of fact, the basic meaning of peculiar is, I believe, sir, unique to itself.
Thank you for that enlightenment, Poindexter. What's done is done. However, inscribe it as a rule. When a woman has disposed of 6 husbands, one does not readily partake of refreshment in her parlor.
Yes, sir. I should like to live to obey that rule, sir.
And so you shall.
Sir, are you saying that...
Poindexter, I am saying that you are saved.
Oh, Mr. Hotchkiss. How?
Hopefully. Here we've had this almost insoluble problem, and it turns out that there can be a very simple solution. Of course, it's quite logical. The most difficult appearing questions usually have the most uncomplicated answers. I shall return with Act 3. It was Titus Lucretius Carus, the Roman philosopher, who said, "What is meat and drink to one is bitter poison to another." He said it almost 2,000 years ago. And, as you can see, those arrangements are still in force. Has Luana Pilbeam discovered some strange, subtle, untraceable, fatal substance?
How, Mr. Hotchkiss? Please, tell me. How am I saved?
The thing is simplicity itself. You require a sample of that lemonade.
Yes, sir. I thought we'd established that.
And she, quite naturally, will refuse to furnish you with one.
Understandably so.
So there's another possibility. You might steal it.
Steal it, sir?
The problem will be solved.
But to steal it, it does go against the grain, sir.
Whose grain?
Well, mine.
Why?
Mr. Hotchkiss, I was raised to despise theft.
A most noble sentiment. Does your parents credit?
And so, therefore, I could never see my way
But is this stealing in the traditional sense?
Well,
you do not seek to enrich yourself.
That's true.
And besides, the woman is attempting to murder you.
Yes?
So, therefore, you may proceed with a clear conscience.
I would. Yes, that's true. But suppose I'm caught, sir.
Caught?
And suppose someone were to see me and call the police.
A possibility.
Or suppose she were to discover me in the act.
Another possibility.
But even so, I have nothing to fear. Of course not. I could say, sir, I had not intended to rob the house of any valuables. I was there in the line of duty.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, and I had been advised by my employer to steal the lemonade.
But you were not so advised, Poindexter.
Didn't you just tell me to steal the lemonade?
I would suggest such an illegal, reprehensible act.
But, sir, you just...
Oh, no, my boy, no. We were merely discussing possibilities. There are an infinite number of these. I hold no particular brief for any of them.
But, sir, if the police ask me why...
You will have to get out of it as best you can. For if the police ask me, I shall deny completely any responsibility.
But, Mr. Hotchkiss...
My boy, use your head. Keep your wits. There's no reason why you should be caught. And besides, it's your only chance.
Yes, it was my only chance. And how well I knew it. And so, that very evening, I waited till all was quiet and dark. I made my way to Luana Pilbeam's home. The doors were locked, but fortunately, I found a partially open window in the rear of the house. I was able to make my way inside. And there I was in the kitchen. I found the icebox and the pitcher of lemonade. I was putting some in a small bottle when suddenly I became aware of a light in the room and a voice.
Why, it's Mr. Poindexter. Mr. Raymond Netherby Poindexter.
Oh, Mrs. Pilbeam.
You're having some lemonade, I see.
Yes, I must apologize for this intrusion. You see, the lemonade was so delicious, I simply had to have some more. Yes, and so I did not wish to disturb you at this hour. Therefore, you must forgive me.
But there need be no forgiveness when there is no offense.
Oh, that is most generous.
Are you taking some home with you, I see?
Yes, in the event that I should have an uncontrollable urge.
Oh, please, take some more.
Oh, no. I should not wish to impose.
I have a sudden desire for a glass myself. Please join me.
Oh, but really,
I do so hate to imbibe alone. I've always been a very social person, but you see, being a widow, one loses so many of one's friends.
I'm sure you must have many.
Oh, not really. One becomes a fifth wheel. Here, a nice, tall, cool glass.
A nice, tall, cool glass. One that contained the poison or the drug or whatever it was. She knew why I was there. She knew why I'd taken a sample of the lemonade. Was this how she planned to stop me? Would she poison me before I could leave the house?
And now, a glass for me. Oh, we must drink to something. What shall it be?
Well,
Of course, to Clan Netherby, the Highland Pride.
To Clan Netherby. A great weight lifted off my heart. The lemonade could not be poisoned. Not if she was going to drink some herself. It came from the same pitcher she had used earlier in the day. It was half full, which meant it was the same lemonade. Oh, what a relief. But, then the weight fell on me again. Of course, she was drinking the same lemonade. Since she knew what the poison was, she had already fortified herself with the antidote. I sipped slowly. Oh, and again the symptoms attacked me. I felt flushed. I knew my pulses were racing. My heart was beating violently. I stood up.
Must you go so soon?
I shall return, Mrs. Bilbeam.
I shall expect you, Mr. Poindexter.
Dr. Braithwaite! Dr. Braithwaite!
Who is making that infernal racket at this time of night?
Dr. Braithwaite! It's a matter of life and death.
All right, I'm coming. Why, it's Mr.
Poindexter.
What brings you here this time of night? My office hours are...
I have the lemonade, Doctor.
What? The lemonade?
Mrs. Bilbeam's poisoned lemonade.
Has it been definitely established that the lemonade is poisoned?
That's what you said you could discover if I brought you a sample.
Oh, yes. Bless my soul, of course.
Please, hurry, Doctor. I'm sick.
Yeah, come this way, Rick.
I'm even sicker. I've just had some more to drink, Doctor.
Well, how could you do that, knowing that the lemonade is at least suspicious?
Oh, it's a long story, Doctor. Can you analyze this lemonade quickly?
Well, let us step into my laboratory and we shall see what we can do. It's remarkable, yes.
Have you discovered anything, Doctor?
And now we apply heat, and we...
What is it, Doctor?
We add the dye.
Please, Doctor, tell me.
What? Tell you?
Tell me what is in the lemonade.
Mr. Poindexter, there is nothing in the lemonade.
What? Nothing?
Nothing but lemonade.
But that's impossible, Doctor.
Lemon and sugar and water, and, of course, to give it a dash of substance, some cinnamon and ginger.
That is all?
And to give it a dash of spirit, some bitters.
And nothing else?
No, my boy, nothing else. What an interesting lemonade.
But what is poisoning me?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Something is giving me this terrible pounding in my chest.
It cannot be the lemonade.
Could there be a drug or a poison in there that has managed to evade your detection?
Now, I would stake my professional reputation on the fact that this lemonade, this delicious lemonade, is completely innocent of any poison or drug. And to prove it...
Oh, no, don't drink it.
Oh, as I thought. Divine. The bitters are what does it.
Doctor, how do you feel?
Marvelous.
But look at me.
Oh, yes. You do appear a bit out of sorts. You need a drink. Here, try some of this lemonade.
You can't be serious.
It'll make you feel better in no time. Drink up.
And before I knew what I was doing, I had taken the glass of lemonade he pressed into my hand and swallowed most of it. And then it dawned on me. Of course, it was a plot. They were in it together. He had been helping her. He had supplied her with the drug. He had fooled me. Why? For the money? Perhaps, but more likely because they were lovers, and I had never suspected it. What could I do? It was probably too late to do anything, and yet, what was the matter with me? The pounding in my heart was easing a bit. My forehead felt cooler. My pulses no longer seemed to be racing.
Well, I must say, that lemonade appears to have done you quite a bit of good. Feel better?
Yes, I can't explain it. I do seem to feel better.
That should prove the lemonade is harmless. I don't feel any of your former symptoms.
But I can't account for it. I know it's the same lemonade.
The same lemonade, you say?
Yes, and this is the very first time I drank it without that feeling of that feverish feeling.
Tell me, Mr. Poindexter, this is also the first time you drank the lemonade without Mrs. Bilbeam being present.
Yes?
Then perhaps it wasn't the lemonade.
What could it have been?
Can't you guess?
No.
Why, it must have been Mrs. Bilbeam.
Mrs. Bilbeam?
Of course. Miss Bilbeam causes you to have a fever, a racing pulse, and a pounding heart.
But why would she have... How could she do that?
Oh, come on. What do you think? You're in love with her.
Love? Oh, That's ridiculous.
How can you say that?
I've never been in love. I have no intention of being in love.
You asked me to isolate the fever and name the ailment. I have done so. You have an acute case of amour.
I don't believe it.
Well, test it for yourself. Visit her again. Do not drink lemonade. And see if you suffer from the same symptoms.
A glass of lemonade, Mr. Poindexter?
No. I must refuse. Steadfastly.
Oh, is something wrong, Mr. Poindexter? You seem flushed. Is it warm in here?
Mrs. Pilbeam, my heart, it is pounding very hard.
Oh, Mr. Poindexter. Why?
I have a weakness. My heart is not of the strongest.
Oh, but you appear in such robust health.
Can you forgive me for those evil things I said about you?
I have long since forgotten them.
You see, I know the secret ingredient you put into the lemonade, and I know why Dr. Braithwaite couldn't find it. Only I could find it.
Only you?
Only me. And Mr. Pollard. And Mr. Parrish. And Mr. Pumice. And Mr. Preston. And Mr. Plowright. And Mr. Pilbeam. We all discovered it. We knew what it is.
Do you, Mr. Poindexter?
And so do you. It is love.
Love?
Yes. Love. Delightful, delirious love. I love you, Mrs. Pilbeam.
And I love you, Mr. Poindexter. Shall we toast each other in another glass of lemonade?
Was it in her eyes, or was it a secret drug in the lemonade? Was she a warm, wonderful woman, or a scheming murderess? The fact is, she had killed 6 husbands. Perhaps she had killed them with love. Yes, that was it. That was how it was done. And I was to become the 7th. Well, it wasn't the worst way in the world to die. But what could ever I write in the report to Mr. Hotchkiss?
Dear Mr. Hotchkiss, this is to inform you that I intend to marry a woman who has collected insurance money on 6 dead husbands. If I become the 7th, please pay her the value of the policy. I shall have died happily. Well, that's what we would have written in our report. I shall also have another report for you in just a few moments. Our final text for this day comes from the poet Longus, who in the 3rd century wrote, "There was never any yet that wholly could escape love, and never shall there be any as long as beauty shall be and as long as eyes can see." Since it's in the cards for everyone to fall in love, you should be well advised to be careful whom you fall in love with. I'm sure you'll pay no attention to this advice, since the poet also said that love and folly go hand in hand. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Marion Haley, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale. I'm scared.
Oh, what? Read it this way. The guy really is the boy from down there, old Nick, or makes out to be. How could he touch you? You don't believe in all that junk, do you?
When it comes we have to lay it on the line, I don't know. Come on, Noella. We were brought up right. We go to early mass every day. And all the high masses, we can make holidays. We confess. Do we believe all the way? I don't know. Certainly I'm scared I made a deal for the best part of me. Just because I wanted to be top dog in the circus.
Maybe you shouldn't fly tonight. I think what you need is a good rest. Maybe some aspirin.
No, I'll fly. But after I'm going to have a talk with the man. Get my head straightened out. I just realized it. My whole life is riding on just how real Diavolo is.
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. My foothold is tenoned and mortised in granite, said Mr. Walt Whitman. I laugh at what you call dissolution, and I know the amplitudes of time. The amplitudes of time. Yes, indeed. There is so much time. So much has gone by. So much is yet to come. Was there ever a beginning? Will there ever be an end? Or does it stretch from the indefinite past to the infinite future?
When is Flight 703 leaving?
703? Oh, it's been canceled.
When was it canceled?
Just now.
Why?
A severe snowstorm has just hit Boston. They can't take any more traffic.
Snow? That's impossible.
Why?
Snow today? The 15th of June? It's never happened before.
Well, there's a first time for everything, isn't there? Isn't there?
Our mystery drama, The Good Times Express, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ralph Bell and Roberta Maxwell. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Tempus omnia revelat, said the Roman philosopher, and it means time tells all. Well, not quite. There are some secrets that have been kept for so long that perhaps they have been forgotten and disappeared into the vast maw of eternity, never to see the light of day. A pity. Some of them may have been extremely interesting. The airport is quiet. A man is standing in a phone booth.
We're about 250, 300 miles away, Fred. The plane had to come down here for some reason. You can never make out what these pilots say over the PA system. Well, he said it wasn't serious. We could expect to be in the air again, about 20 minutes or a half hour. Oh, now, don't worry, Fred. I'll be there in plenty of time. I know how important it is. You just wait for me at the airport in Boston. All right, goodbye. I better be there. Oh, miss.
Yes, sir.
What's the latest word on the Boston flight?
The Boston flight?
703.
Oh, it's been canceled.
Canceled?
Yes, sir.
Well, the pilot said they were just landing here for a few minutes.
Is that what he said?
Well, it can't be canceled.
I have the notification right here.
Oh, no, it's a mistake. Would you look again? Check it.
All right, sir. No problem.
Oh, boy, it's impossible.
This is Polly. Latest on 703.
I can't cancel it.
They just did.
What? Ask them why.
Is there a reason, Jill? I see. Thanks. It seems the whole East Coast has been snowed in.
What?
Boston can't handle any more traffic tonight.
Did you say snowed in?
From Maine to Maryland.
Well, that's impossible.
Why?
Well, how can there be snow? It's the middle of June.
So?
Well, what do you mean, so? It can't snow in June.
Why not?
Well, never did.
There's a first time for everything, isn't there?
I have simply got to get to Boston.
What can I tell you?
What's your name?
Parrot.
Miss Parrot.
But everyone calls me Polly.
I simply have to be in Boston before morning.
What's your first name?
Calvin.
Calvin. Do you know what Calvin means in Latin?
No.
It means bald.
Miss Parrot, there must be some way for me. I demand to see your supervisor.
What for? He's not going to put you on a plane to Boston. There are no planes to Boston.
Would you just do as I say?
The snowstorm that just hit the East Coast. Is my supervisor going to stop it?
About this snowstorm, Miss Parrot.
Yeah?
I was listening to the radio about a half an hour ago.
Yeah?
There was no talk of a snowstorm.
No?
The weather forecast for New England was sunny and mild, seasonable temperatures.
The thing must have happened all of a sudden.
Miss Parrot, I do not believe one word you're saying.
Wait, listen.
To what?
The ticker. It's the weather advisory.
Yes?
Here's what it says. Storm increasing in intensity. Snow heavier. No end in sight. All East Coast airports shut down till further notice. That's it.
Oh, no, I can't believe it. Let's settle this thing.
What thing?
This alleged snowstorm.
As far as I'm concerned, it's settled now.
I'll call my friend in Boston.
You're entitled to make a phone call. Be my guest.
I'll ask him if it's snowing.
You do that.
He'll think I'm crazy. I'll say, Fred, is it snowing there in Boston? Can you imagine asking a question like that on the 15th of June?
I am sorry. All lines to the northeast are shut down due to the snowstorm.
What do you mean all lines are down? What do you mean?
This is a recording. If you require assistance...
Now, what am I going to do?
Wait, I guess. Just like everyone else. Will Mr. Calvin Smith please report to the International Airlines ticket counter? Mr. Calvin Smith.
You, wanted me?
Yes.
Is there any news?
No.
No? Then why did you call me?
I've been watching you.
What do you mean?
You know what you look like? Just like a bear.
A bear?
Did you ever see a bear in the zoo?
Miss Parrot.
Oh, you must have seen a bear in the zoo.
Very well, I saw a bear in the zoo.
Picture a bear. And that's just what you look like.
Thank you very much.
A caged, crabby, querulous bear.
Now, see here, Miss Parrot.
A sour, surly bear.
And this is why you paged me?
Now, look, Mr. Smith, this isn't you. I'll bet you're a man who has a really sunny disposition. You shouldn't let a thing like this bother you.
Miss Parrot, I am en route to Boston on a matter of life and death.
You don't mean that.
My entire career. And suddenly my plane is forced to land in this place. I am told there is a snowstorm in the middle of June, no less. I think I'm losing my mind.
Mr. Smith, International Airlines likes to make things as easy as possible for its customers.
All I'm asking for is a plane.
It's going to be a long night here at the airport. I don't recommend the restaurant. It's a greasy joint.
I'm not hungry.
You will be.
Who can think of food at a time like this?
Take a cab into town. Check into that big new motel. Have yourself a good dinner. Get a comfortable room. Relax with some TV.
I won't leave this place. I can't take a chance on missing my plane.
As soon as anything can fly, you'll be notified.
I don't know.
The airline's going to pick up the tab. Look at yourself. You're dead on your feet.
Yes. It's been a very long day.
I'll bet.
A very long and very difficult day.
So why not do yourself a favor?
Yes, why not? Thank you, Miss Parrot. If I seemed rather brusque before and abusive,
You call that abusive? You should hear what I get from some people.
I apologize. You're a very fine young lady.
You're not so bad yourself. A little bit of a stuffed shirt, maybe.
Oh, am I? Really?
It doesn't have to be your fault. It could be the way you were raised.
Well, thank you for being so nice.
Just outside the door, there should be a cab. Have a good night.
A taxi. Hop in, pal. Hey, you're in luck. I just happen to be out here. What are you doing in the middle of no place, anyhow?
This is the airport.
This is what?
The airport.
What airport?
The...
Hey, pal, if you say there's an airport around here, you know what I say? The customer's always right. That's what I say.
But I was just in...
Hey, pal, look around. You see an airport?
I am going crazy. I must be going crazy.
We're all going crazy. Where do I take you?
To town.
Where in town?
The new motel. Now, wait, there was an airport.
What new hotel? We ain't had a new hotel around here in 20 years.
Well, I suppose she meant the newest one.
Well, how about if I take you to the best one?
Well, all right. I suppose... I wish I knew.
You wish you knew what?
It's nothing. I must be a little feverish.
Ooh, you want to see a doctor?
No. There's only one cure for what must be bothering me. If I can get to Boston before tomorrow morning.
So why can't you get there by tomorrow morning?
Because there are no planes to Boston tonight.
What do you want a plane for? Train gets you there in 4.5, 5 hours.
A train? Is there a train?
Well, how do you think people travel, huh?
I didn't think there was a train to Boston. Can I still make a train tonight?
I could get you to the station, and you can make the Good Times Express.
The what?
The Good Times Express.
It goes to Boston?
If that's where you're going, that's where she's going.
Well, I didn't think there were any more regular trains.
Oh, hey, pal, where you been?
Where have I been? Well, I suppose I've been very busy. Did we miss it? Has it gone?
Nah. We're going to beat her into the station.
Hey, careful now.
Don't worry, pal. I never had an accident yet.
Oh.
Hey, you see? She's first coming in now.
Thank you.
That's okay.
All right, here you are.
Well, thank you, pal.
You know, I can't get over it.
Get over what?
How busy, how crowded.
Well, sure.
This is the way it used to be.
The way what used to be?
The way travel used to be. The way trains and railroad stations used to be.
The Good Times Express, all aboard for the Good Times Express.
Better hop on, pal.
Yes.
Aboard.
Hey, pal. Have a good trip.
All tickets. Your ticket, sir?
Conductor, I didn't have a chance to buy one.
What's your destination?
Boston.
That'll be $7.20.
For a ticket to Boston? That's very cheap.
Is that a fact?
Of course. Would cost more than 3 times that much to fly.
Oh, you see? You're in luck.
I wonder how much you would charge to go to Los Angeles.
$7.20.
What?
All tickets on the Good Times Express are $7.20.
Well, how can you make a profit if you take people to Los Angeles for $7.20?
We don't go there.
But you just sent a ticket to Los Angeles.
Just because we sell you a ticket doesn't mean we'll take you there.
I don't understand.
Mr. Smith.
Wait. How did you know my name?
As I was saying, Mr. Smith, we just sold you a ticket to Boston, didn't we?
Yes.
That doesn't mean we're going to Boston either.
You mean you're not going to Boston?
No, I don't think so.
Stop the train.
Stop the Good Times Express? I'm afraid that can't be done.
Oh, where are we going? I have a right to know.
I can't tell you.
Why?
Because I really wouldn't know how to explain it.
What does that mean? Why can't you explain it?
At this point, I don't think anybody knows what it means. We would have to know more about this rather unusual train, the Good Times Express. What kind of train is it? Evidently, our hero has embarked on a journey, but what is his destination? You know, this is the kind of question that we never answer in the first act. You'll just have to wait a few moments till I bring you the second. As a rule, there seems to be a logic to life. Events appear to follow a predictable pattern. We know who we are, we know where we are, and we know what time it is. We are bound to routine and custom by what we assume to be unbreakable, indissoluble bonds. But sometimes, some of us suddenly discover how fragile, how tenuous those ties really are.
You're the conductor of this train?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know where it's going?
Oh, I know where it's going.
Then why don't you tell me?
Because you wouldn't understand.
Sir, I am a physicist.
I'm aware of that.
How would you be aware of it?
Were you about to make a point, Mr. Smith?
I am a physicist. I have the ability to comprehend all sorts of complicated concepts.
I'm sure you have that ability.
Then there is no reason not to tell me.
Enlightenment comes in one of two ways. First, there's that which we are told. Second, there is that which we discover.
Sir, all I want to know
is... The second is the deeper, more lasting.
I am asking a simple question.
As a scientist, you should know there's no such thing as a simple answer.
I demand to be let off this train at once.
I'm sorry. The train cannot make any unscheduled stops.
When is the next scheduled stop?
I don't think you'd want to get off there.
Why not?
You look very tired. Maybe if you had something to eat and a nice hot cup of coffee.
I must be losing my mind. I must be trapped in a nightmare.
Now, come on. Let's step into the next car. It's the diner. Have a drink, a delicious meal. You'll see. You'll feel so much better. Here, now, let me give you a hand. Oh, my, the diner is crowded this evening.
Conductor,
Oh, look, there's an empty seat at the table where the young lady is sitting all by herself.
But I'm not hungry.
Oh, sure you are. Miss, you mind if this gentleman joins you for dinner?
No, not at all.
It's you.
Me?
The girl at the airport ticket counter.
Oh, I'm sure you must be mistaken.
Your name is Polly.
Polly?
Polly Parrott.
That's quite a name.
Look, please, help me.
Are you in trouble?
Yes.
What kind of trouble?
I don't know.
Then how can anyone help you?
I was in the airport just about half an hour ago.
Yes?
My flight to Boston was canceled.
And?
Well, why do you ask? You know about it.
I do?
You were the girl behind the counter.
What's your name?
Well, you know my name. It's Calvin Smith.
My name is Melisande Morris.
But you said...
You look like a very troubled person.
I sure am.
Why do you insist I was some girl at an airport ticket counter?
Because... All right, look. Let me tell you the whole story without any interruption, all right?
All right.
No matter how crazy it sounds, just let me finish, will you? You promise?
I promise.
All right, as I said, my name is Calvin Smith. At 6 p.m. this evening, Tuesday, June the 15th, I was in the airport.
What were you doing in the airport?
The plane had to come down for some minor repair.
What were you doing in the plane?
I was flying to Boston.
From where?
Los Angeles.
Why?
You promised not to interrupt.
You said you would tell me the whole story.
The story begins in the airport.
The story begins before you got on the plane.
I was going to Boston on business.
What kind of business?
Wait, that's not important.
Then you don't want to tell me the story.
I have an appointment to sell a game.
A game?
A game, a children's game. Well, adults will like it also. I have to see these people at a toy company.
A game?
You have no idea how much money there is in these things.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I teach physics at the university. Do you realize how little teachers are paid in our society?
Yes.
It's this whole distorted sense of values, you see.
That's the way it's always been.
This game is called Bomb-O.
It's called what?
Bomb-O. You know what a bomb is?
I think so.
All right. Well, each player picks a country, and I have a specially designed computer that can enable the player who takes the basic logical steps to annihilate the rest of the world.
Annihilate?
That's a figure of speech.
I would hope so.
This especially designed ray, you see, zaps around the board and electronically knocks over all the enemy cities. It's quite realistic.
Really?
Oh, I know what you're thinking.
Do you?
That I have no business creating this kind of...
That's for you to decide.
I'm tired of being poor and a nobody.
And this is how you employ your splendid knowledge.
Splendid knowledge, eh? What's splendid about knowledge? What has our awesome scientific knowledge done for the world? It would be better if we never had any.
New York. We're coming into New York. New York, the next stop. All passengers for New York.
New York? I want to go to Boston.
Do you really want to go to Boston?
What have I been telling you?
We're coming into Grand Central Terminal. This is where I get off.
You're leaving?
It's been nice talking to you, Mr. Smith.
I'm getting off, too.
Why?
I can go right to Kennedy Airport.
There is no Kennedy Airport.
My dear miss, what did you say your name was?
Morris. Melisande Morris.
Kennedy Airport is on the eastern border of New York City, formerly called Idlewild. It was renamed...
But right now it doesn't exist. Not yet.
What do you mean, not yet?
Because this is 1937.
1937?
This stop is 1937.
What are you talking about?
Come on, let's get off the train.
How can it be 1937?
Listen. Oh, come on.
But you...
Oh, everybody's here on the platform.
What is this?
Oh, there's Benny Goodman and his orchestra. And waiting to play, Glenn Miller and Hal Kemp and Duke. That's Duke.
Where are we?
Where I always wanted to be. Back in 1937.
1937.
Oh, how my mother and father used to talk about it. And all the bands, the shows. Life was so easy and wonderful. Listen to the band.
1937.
Hey, they're all here. Everybody's here. Look, there's Joe DiMaggio. He's going to get a hit in 56 straight games this year. And there's President Roosevelt, FDR himself, and Charlie Chaplin, and George Gershwin, and Joe Louis.
I can't believe it.
Believe it. Enjoy it. Stay here.
Here?
Here, in 1937.
But I want to go to Boston.
Stay here with me.
But this isn't my time.
It wasn't mine either, but it can be.
1937, it won't stay here forever.
How do you know?
Well, it didn't last time, did it?
It doesn't matter.
1937 will become 1938 and 39 and 40 and the war.
What war?
Well, you know what war. You and I, we weren't born, but we read about it in the history books. World War II.
No, I don't remember.
Polly.
Why do you call me Polly?
The terrible things that happened. Hitler and the atom bomb. You'll have to go through all that.
I don't believe you.
Polly, have you forgotten? What's happened to you?
Stay with me.
Polly, have you forgotten?
I only know I'm here. And I want to stay here.
Polly, please, listen to me.
No, this is what I want. You won't take it from me.
All aboard. Board, this is the Good Times Express.
We better get back on the train.
Why? Didn't you want to get off?
Yes, but not here.
What's wrong with here? It's the most wonderful place in the world.
I wouldn't know what to do in 1937.
You don't have to do anything. Just live in it and enjoy it.
Polly, we belong to another time.
I don't know any other time. I don't remember any other time. Who are you? What are you saying?
You know who I am, and you know what I'm saying.
You must be crazy. Keep away from me. Keep away, or I'll call a cop.
All aboard.
Wait for me.
This is the Good Times Express.
Wait for me. Wait. I just made it.
You did.
I never ran so fast.
Why? I thought you couldn't wait to get off the train.
Well, I wasn't going to get off there.
What's wrong with New York?
Well, that was 1937. What do I want to go to 1937 for?
Well, where do you want to go?
Where? I haven't thought about that.
That isn't true. For the last year, maybe more. That's all you have been thinking about.
No,
Why do you think you're here on the Good Times Express?
I don't know.
What do you think the Good Times Express is?
I don't know that either.
Oh, yes, you do. You don't want to admit it to yourself just yet.
Admit what? I was on a plane from Los Angeles to Boston. Suddenly the plane was forced down. I found myself in a...
We all know that story by now.
All right, tell me. Just tell me one thing. Am I dreaming? Is this a nightmare?
As a scientist, you should know there are no simple answers. For instance, what is a dream?
Oh, no, don't start that.
Well, you asked me a simple question.
What's happening? What's happening to me?
Only good things are happening to you.
Good things?
You're on the Good Times Express.
But where am I going?
Mr. Calvin Smith, you know very well where you're going.
Where is he going? Evidently, we're on a train. And what have we learned about it? Well, it seems to be going back in time. That's obvious. And it stops, judging from what has just happened, where each passenger wants it to stop. So far, so good. But where does our Calvin Smith want to go? Where would a cynical, disillusioned scientist really want to go? Let's find out in Act 3. A fine wind is blowing the new direction of time, sang the poet. Well, we can't vouch for the wind, but something seems to have set time in a different direction as far as our story is concerned. One day, our hero Calvin Smith was living his life, as usual, in the here and now. Suddenly, he is on an express to, well, where?
You keep telling me that I know where I'm going.
That's right.
Why do you insist on it?
Why do you deny it?
Oh, no, this isn't a dream.
Who said it was?
Because I would have awakened long ago.
Just let me know where you want to get off.
No. Don't you do that to me anymore. You know where I wanted to get off, Boston. I had to be there by morning, only now I'm not sure which morning anymore.
Boston? It's our next stop.
It is?
Be there in a couple of minutes.
Oh, why didn't you say so before?
Another fella in this car is getting off at Boston, too.
Oh, he is? Who?
A fella at the other end, sitting by the rear door.
Where? Hey, I know him. I know that man. Sir, you... What are you doing here?
What am I doing here?
Well, I know you. Don't you recognize me?
No. No, I'm afraid I don't.
You're the cab driver.
Cab driver?
You picked me up at the airport.
Not me.
You brought me to the railroad station.
No, you must be mistaken.
Well, how else would I get here?
I'm sure I don't know.
Don't you remember?
No, you must have me confused.
No, I don't.
In the first place, I'm not a cab driver.
Now, listen, I never forget a face.
I'm a history teacher.
Now, please, would you listen to me? I need help.
What kind of help?
I don't even know.
Well, then.
I was bound for Boston. Suddenly, my plane came down in some airport. My flight was canceled. I got on a train, this train.
Then it happened to you, too?
Are you saying?
Yes. I was driving to Boston when my car just died, you know? Sometimes a car just gives out.
Yes, I know.
I was right near a railroad station, and this train happened along. So, as far as I'm concerned, there's no harm done.
Yes, there's no harm done. We can get off together. Maybe we can share a cab, eh?
I don't think so.
Why?
Because I'm not sure we're going to the same Boston.
What do you mean? There's only one Boston.
No. There are a great many.
I'm sure there are a great many small towns and perhaps little cities scattered around throughout the country named Boston, but there's only one Boston, Massachusetts.
There are a great many Boston, Massachusetts.
Oh, please. No, I'm hanging on by my fingernails, as it is.
Hanging on to what?
My sanity.
But it makes sense.
I'd better not talk about it.
Would you say that the Boston of 1975 is the same as the Boston of 1875?
Probably not.
Agreed. And how about the Boston of 1775? Isn't it a completely different?
Yes, all right.
That's where we're stopping. At the Boston of 1775.
You can't be serious.
Why not?
Why should we be going to Boston of 1775?
Because that's where I want to get off.
Why?
I think it's been downhill ever since.
What's been downhill?
Everything. I teach history. And never was there such glory as in the year 1775.
Now, wait a
The
minute.
Battle of Bunker Hill.
Yes, that's right.
Actually, it was Breed's Hill. This was the greatest moment in American history. Indeed, in the history of freedom itself. There, the decision was made by men, ordinary men like ourselves. Farmers, lawyers, shopkeepers, mechanics, school teachers. Hey, you come with me.
Go with you where?
To Breed's Hill, overlooking Boston. Do you know what day this is?
15th of June.
General Gage is trying to stop us, but we're fortifying the heights. Now, the day after tomorrow, on the 17th, General Gage is going to send General Howe up Breed's Hill in a frontal attack.
Yes, I know. I read about it.
You know. But do you understand? 3,000 of the best regular troops in the world are going to march up the hill. Do you know why?
Not really, I suppose.
Because they have contempt for us. Because they think the shine of the sun on their bayonets will scatter us like rabbits. These arrogant British. Have they ever a lesson to learn? Look, come with me. We'll help teach them.
I don't think I can.
I read about it so many times, and now I'm going to see it. Now I'll be part of it. Howe himself. Oh, he has courage. He leads the march up the hill. All Boston is watching. The redcoats advance. 200 yards from the trenches. 100 yards. Silence. And then, at 50, we open fire with everything we've got. Hunting rifles, shotguns, pistols, and we shout, "Are we cowards? Are the Yankees cowards?"
Yes, that must have been a splendid sight.
The British are bewildered. They're about to break and run down the hill, but Howe rallies them. You can see him. His white breeches are spattered with blood. And they try it again. And again we teach them a bitter lesson. We fire till the guns are too hot to hold. Till every ounce of shot and every grain of powder is gone. Boston, this station stop is Boston. Come with me.
No, I can't.
Where else would you rather be? Is there another place in all the world, in all of history, that's nearly as exciting? Is there?
Is there? Yes.
This is Boston. Passengers getting off at Boston. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
You'll never know what you're missing.
I would go with you, but I...
But what?
I have to save the world. Goodbye.
This is the Good Times Express. All aboard. I see you didn't get off at Boston after all.
It was the wrong Boston.
Not for everybody. Well, what's the next stop for the Good Times Express?
You're asking me?
It could be your stop.
My stop?
You know what it is now, don't you?
Yes.
And you also know why you're on the train, don't you?
Yes. You said enlightenment comes in two ways. That which we are told, and that which we discover. The second way is the best.
And are you enlightened?
Yes.
Now you can stop fighting it. You can stop doubting yourself, your sanity, wondering if this is a dream. You know now you're fully awake.
Yes.
Before I take you to your stop, tell me why you're here.
Because I'm unhappy.
Why are you unhappy?
I feel that science has...
Say it.
I feel that science has betrayed the world.
That's a terrible indictment of science.
It's not the fault of science. And the scientists.
No.
Scientists are only human. They will make mistakes. The true blame belongs to knowledge.
Knowledge?
Knowledge, yes, you see. Human beings cannot live with knowledge.
That's a terrible indictment of human beings.
It's not the fault of human beings. It's the way they're made. And knowledge is to put the uses that human beings cannot control.
Then you want to destroy knowledge?
Oh, no. No, it cannot be done.
Then what do you want?
I want human beings to live as if there had never been any such thing as knowledge.
But how is that possible?
Let the human race live in harmony with the world, with nature. Let humanity enjoy the earth and all its fruits without the corruption, the corrosion, the deadly infection of knowledge. Knowledge which breeds envy and avarice and murder.
Are you sure that's what you want?
I have received the best, the most advanced knowledge this world has developed. And I will tell you, the evil far outweighs the good. In the end, knowledge will enable man to destroy himself. And this world completely.
Where do you want the Good Times Express to take you?
To a time and a place where there was no knowledge?
Yes.
To the Garden of Eden. Let me be that human being in the Garden of Eden.
Why?
Because I will be able to change the fate of the world.
How?
I will know better than to eat that apple.
How will you know better? Once you're in the Garden of Eden, you'll forget why you came there. You will have no knowledge.
Perhaps I will have no memory. But I'll have a logical mind. I will understand those things that must be obeyed.
Well, this is the Good Times Express. You paid for your ticket. You're entitled to your ride.
You can take me to the Garden of Eden?
Why, look, we're just pulling in now. Garden of Eden. This station stop is the Garden of Eden. Check the overhead racks to make sure you have all your belongings. I say that because it's regulations. But, of course, you won't have need for any luggage. Have a nice day. All passengers, watch your step, please. Getting off. This is the Good Times Express. What?
Adam!
Why, it's Polly.
What did you just call me?
I called you by your name. Eve.
I must have been hearing things. Where have you been?
Oh, around.
Want to go for a swim?
We were swimming all morning.
Want to pick berries?
Well, don't you ever get sick of it?
Why don't we take a nap?
Or if we do, we won't be able to sleep tonight.
Adam?
Yes, what is it?
Why don't you put your arms around me?
I'm tired.
Well, what do you want to do?
It's just... there are so many things that I don't know.
Like what?
Like, why is the sky blue?
Does it matter?
Why does the sun rise and set?
Who cares?
What holds up the sky? Why does it rain? Why do the plants grow? The whole world is filled with whys. We're surrounded by whys.
Why should you care?
Because I'm a human being. And it's human nature to want to know.
Why don't you have some of that fruit?
What fruit?
You know, the apple, I think it's called.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Because we're not supposed to.
And why are we not supposed to?
Well...
You know what I think? I think the answers to all the whys are inside it.
That's ridiculous.
Why? Think about it. It must be the reason we're not supposed to eat it.
We were never told why we weren't supposed to eat it.
What other reason could there be?
I don't know.
Look, I don't care. You're the one that's being bothered by it.
It's just that I'd like to know.
Know what?
Everything. If you don't want to know things, you might as well be dead.
What's dead?
Dead is, I don't know. I don't even know why I said that.
Do you want to kiss me?
Listen, do you think...
Do I think what?
Nothing.
Why don't you just put your arms around me?
Do you think if we took just the smallest, tiniest little bite that...
All right. Reach up. Pick one. And let's get it over with.
So, here we go again. Another noble experiment that could never quite get off the drawing board. Proof, if ever proof were needed, that knowledge is like a bag of peanuts. You can't stop with just one. You have to keep eating and eating until it's all gone. Or you are. Don't go too far, because I'll be back. We have knowledge, and we have wisdom. And as the poet says, knowledge comes, but wisdom lingers, which is why a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. But a little wisdom can save the world. Knowledge that can be heard here 7 times each week can be a source not only of wisdom, but of extreme pleasure. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Roberta Maxwell, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The more I see of the human species, the more surprised I become, and the less I seem to understand it. Take a young man, good education, fine family, and for no reason you can see, he goes wrong. You say to yourself, had he only used the brilliance he was endowed with, there's nothing worthwhile he couldn't accomplish. But something in his nature made him turn to a life of crime. This is the puzzle and the mystery of Michael Emerson.
I'm afraid all the kid will get is a 3 to 5 year probationary sentence.
I can't believe that. He ran his car right into my folks and killed them.
I don't like it either, Mr. Emerson. Legal or not, I think it is an abuse of the youthful offender law.
It's hard for me to believe that punk who killed my father and my mother, all he'll be charged with is stealing a car and driving without a license. He ought to get life.
Our mystery drama, King Bank Robber, adapted from Police Files, was dramatized especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Mason Adams. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I don't want to give away too much of this extraordinary story, but the young man we call Michael Emerson, and by the way, that's not his real name, pulled more bank jobs, cracked more safes, planned more escapades, and made off with more loot than any other bank robber in American history. His total take in some 7 years from banks in New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, Baltimore, Boston, and points in between was over $20 million.
Come to think of it, now that I look back, I never had a run-in with the police or trouble with the law until after I graduated from college. I never had any kind of problems to speak of. Of course, when you're at Emerson, my dad was David Emerson, the David Emerson of Emerson Industries. My mother was a Cunningham. She had almost more money than Dad did. Well, when you're at Emerson, your life really is a breeze. No sweat. Well, I was easygoing. Ivy League college graduate, good marks, a master's in architecture. I didn't have an enemy in the world. That is, until that night, my mother and father were driving home from a weekend on the island, and... got there, it was all over. There wasn't enough left of either of them to put back together. What was I saying? Oh, yes, about enemies. A talk that I had with Detective Sergeant Sam Horton after the funeral.
Now, hold on, Mr. Emerson. Just you hold on.
Are you telling me, Sergeant, that you aren't going to throw the book at this kid?
We'll charge him for what he's done.
Taking the lives of two innocent people with a stolen car.
I don't know that the death of your parents warrants a murder charge. Here, look, let me explain it to you. This boy is 18. He's had 3 arrests on robbery and theft charges since he was 16. Now, up to now, he hasn't committed any Class A felonies, murder or kidnapping.
He sure has now.
Now, just you hold it, sir. Now, any offender between the ages of 16 and 19 is classified as a youthful offender under the law. Now, there's been extensive plea bargaining in his previous arrests, and I would guess the court will continue the boy's youthful offender status, and he'll probably get 3 to 5 years probationary sentence.
I can't believe that. He ran that car right into my folks and killed them, and he gets 3 to 5 years.
I'll tell you off the record. While that kind of sentence is legal, I think it's an abuse of the youthful offender law.
You keep saying law as though it was the Holy Writ.
For us, it is. That's justice.
Justice. That's hard to believe. All that punk will be charged with is car stealing and driving without a license.
Now, you see, these judges, they feel they're showing compassion. You know, deprive the youngster of broken home and accident.
Are these the laws we live by? A hopped-up kid loose on the street slaughters whoever gets in his way, and all he gets is a slap on the wrist?
Well, it's not quite like that.
Sergeant, do you know what judge is going to be presiding?
No, sir, we can't tell you.
Well, I'll be in that courtroom, whoever it is. 30 days later, I stood in the courtroom and heard Judge Hiram Garrity sentence that young murderer to a mere few years in the reformatory. Judge Garrity. My mother had been a friend of his wife's, too. We used to go to the Paris dress showings together. Believe me, I changed a great deal during those few minutes in that courtroom. If the law was that unjust, if the law was a friend of the criminal, then I would become the enemy of the law.
Here, hello, Michael. Come on over. Well, what brings you to the VIP club?
Hello, Mr. Fabish. Well, sir, this famous old club hasn't exactly been a bailiwick of mine, but I thought it was a favorite of Dad, so, well, I figured I'd stop by and get acquainted. Maybe even become a member.
Oh, my dear boy, I can't begin to tell you how sorry I am that he and your mother should have come to such a tragic end. Did they get the man who ran into them?
Oh, yes, they did. An 18-year-old in a stolen car.
Oh, yes, of course. Hiram Garrity was telling me. He's a member here.
Yes.
It was his case.
Yes. Well, if you don't mind, I really don't want to talk about it anymore. You don't mind that, do you?
No. Forgive me, Michael. It was insensitive of me.
It's all right. I've learned a lot about the world lately, Mr. Faversham. Its laws, its justice.
Yeah. Well, what are you going to do with yourself, my boy? You'll graduate in architecture, aren't you? Why,
I don't really know what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll take up banking.
Oh, that would please me enormously. You know, your father and I were very old friends. He went into industry, and I went into banking. I'm sure there are lots of positions that I could put your way in our bank.
Well, it's a question of what I feel I could contribute to, Mr. Faversham. Architecture being my line, I was thinking of doing a book on various business institutions, a study of their design. Is their layout conducive to optimum product? Is the space utilized properly? Traffic flow and so forth.
Well, it sounds interesting.
Matter of fact, it occurs to me, Mr. Faversham, if you could let me have the blueprints of your bank, I might just begin on that.
Why, I'm delighted to, Michael. I'll have them sent to you. You're still living at Fifth Avenue?
Oh, yes, I'll never give that house up. My grandfather built it. I guess it's the only pure Italian Renaissance building in the city.
Well, I'm wondering, Michael, it's a bit of a mausoleum for a young man like yourself to be rattling around in, but I can understand you're not wishing to move right now.
Hard work will be the answer, Mr. Faversham. I'll be looking forward to getting those blueprints.
It just crossed my mind. You must be familiar with my bank, the Manhattan National Savings Bank. It also looks a little Renaissance on the outside.
Yeah, you needn't send me any exterior elevations. Just the floor plans of the bank will do. People have the idea that the rich and social only know the rich and social. Fact is, when you have money and influence, you can get to know anyone. You can buy anyone. It didn't take me long to find 2 professional safecrackers. You heard me right. Safecrackers. We met on the Lower East Side, on the waterfront. A good place to talk if you don't want to be overheard. Gentlemen, I'm glad to meet you. I'm Michael Emerson.
Mr. Emerson, I'm Red Wilson. This is Charlie Harris.
Hiya. Now, before we begin, I'm giving you each $1,000 in cash just to show my good faith. When we do the job that I have in mind and split 3 ways, you credit me with your advance, all right?
Fair enough. Thanks.
Hey, a grand. Thank you.
Mr. Emerson, you sound like what you've got in mind is pretty big time.
Yes, well, I have the plans, but right now I also have a lot to learn.
You got tools?
You tell me where to get them. What do I need?
Well, to start off with, a jimmy bar. You know, nail puller at one end, bill on the other. Heavy duty, real strong. So you can rack on them, beat with them. That's what you need to get into a building.
Unless you're going to roof it, then you need roofing tools.
My plan is to get one of you a job as a porter in the building. And that man lets us in.
A warehouse?
A bank.
No kidding, Mr. Emerson. You can do that?
One of you 2 will be the lookout, and the second man will help me with the vault.
Well, then you need tools to punch with.
What about a pneumatic drill?
Charlie, will you let me?
Tools to punch? You mean to blow the safe open?
We never use nitro if we can help it. If you're caught with it in your car, they got a heavy law against that. No, when you punch a safe, you knock the dial off. You see, there's a pin inside, and that holds the tumblers in position. Knock that pin, the tumblers take a tumble, presto, the door opens.
That easy?
Reg, you're out of it. I haven't had a punchable safe in years. You see, Mr. Emerson, they weld the plate now in the back. You try and punch that pin through the plate, you'll mushroom out and block the tumblers.
Of course, if the box is the right kind, you could peel it.
Yeah, you could. You should.
Explain, gentlemen.
Oh, you peel the box like a can of sardines if you got no key. You take a big cold chisel at the corner of the door, and you whip it. Your safe door, it's heavy, but it ain't solid, see? It's hollow, asbestos, fireproof stuff inside. Now, some safes got more steel than others. Depends what make. So, you just drive your cold chisel under this 1/4-inch layer and pry it loose.
If you got a good start, you're home free. I once tackled an LC Hall. I whipped it for 12 hours. It never did beat us.
Gentlemen, perhaps I didn't make it clear. We're not tackling somebody's drugstore or a jewelry store. I'm aiming for the Manhattan National Savings Bank down on Wall Street. And what we're going to do is crack their vault.
Mr. Emerson, you don't do that with no drill. You gotta have their combination, or at least know what type of lock, like the back of your hand.
You gotta know your bank layout real good to try that.
Mr. Harris, Mr. Wilson, that is precisely the way I aim to tackle it. So if you're game, we're partners.
You bet.
Sold.
Come tomorrow morning to where I live. I've written the address on this car.
Fifth Avenue. You live there?
Come around to the side street, the service entrance, 7 a.m. I'll be waiting for you. Good morning, gentlemen. Come on in. Follow me.
Hey, you look at this. An elevator.
Watch the door. There's room for the 3 of us.
What do you think of this, Red? This guy's got his own private elevator and his own private house.
That's pretty nifty.
Let's take us to the top floor.
And it's all yours, Mr. Emerson?
That's right, every floor.
I don't get it. If you're rich enough to live like this, what do you want to pull a bank job for?
Mr. Wilson, that's my own private affair. Here we are, gentlemen. Welcome to the Michael Emerson branch of the Manhattan National Savings Bank.
Son of a gun.
Wow.
Will you look at that?
Hey, is this for real? I mean, it looks real.
You might call it a stage set. I've had this whole floor made to look exactly like the bank we're going to rob.
What began as a personal vendetta against the law seems to be gathering a momentum of its own. There's more to this than an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The death of Michael's parents may have pulled the trigger, but I wonder, would this wealthy young socialite have turned against society anyway? What's behind all this? Let's see if there's an answer when I return shortly with Act 2. Imagine the top floor of a Fifth Avenue mansion converted into a replica of an actual bank that was going to be broken into. This method of duplicating the premises became the modus operandi Michael Emerson was to use in preparing scores of bank jobs. His master's degree in architecture certainly helped. You might say, in the annals of crime, Michael Emerson was the only college-trained bank robber.
Red, I never seen anything like this layout in my life. Look at the detail.
Mr. Emerson, I sure gotta hand it to you.
What you see here is an exact copy of the Manhattan National's main office. That door leads to Wall Street. The teller's cage is over here. And through that space is the vault. Gentlemen, what we're going to do is to rehearse every move we will make to the split second so that we know the bank inside out. And we shall work on this all day, every day, till we're ready to take it.
I guess we'll be staying here with you, huh, Mr. Emerson?
Absolutely. I hope we become fast friends, gentlemen.
Well, when do you think you will pull this job?
When you gentlemen tell me I'm ready. All right, let's go downstairs and have some breakfast. After that, I'm ready for my first lesson. I'm not going to bother you with the details. We rehearsed and rehearsed till we had every move down pat. I got Red a job as a porter in the bank. Faversham was pleased he could do me the favor and place an old college professor down on his luck. And then, one weekend, we beat that vault in 25 hours, opened every safe deposit box they had, and they were floor to ceiling. And by Sunday night, we were back at my place with bulging suitcases.
Who's got what?
Well, these 4 suitcases have got all the safe deposit box stuff. The loose jewelry, the envelopes, it's all here.
I've got the 2 suitcases full of bills. I think it turned out most satisfactory. May I say, gentlemen, in your language, which is getting more and more familiar to me, we made a pretty good score.
Aces.
Hey, let's start counting.
Gentlemen, all this is not going to run away. Let's relax.
Mr. Emerson, if I may be permitted, I'd like to say, Charlie and me, we latched onto a genius. I've never seen anything the way you got that vault door open.
He's an electrical genius, too. The way he reset that clock.
I appreciate the compliments, but opening a vault isn't hard when you know how. Let's leave all this right here. Go down to the library, sit in front of the fire, and toast our association with champagne. Red and Charlie had better luck in transforming me into a professional bank robber than I had in making them into gentlemen. I opened the champagne to celebrate, but they preferred beer. So be it. After a little food and considerable drink, we decided to call it a night. We'd been on our feet 30 hours, and there was plenty of time to divvy up the next morning.
Well, let's see. We got 3 piles here. 4. Oh, yeah, that stuff marked Judge Garrity. How come of all the merchandise in the safe deposit boxes, you went for that?
Call it a personal score to settle. As I understand it, when people deposit their valuables in a safe deposit box, they don't insure it. They think it's safe.
Which it is, from everybody but us.
Is this Judge Garrity a friend of yours, Mr. Emerson? You going to give it back to him?
Oh, no. I'm making sure that he'll never see it again. And to my unpracticed eye, the judge's little nest egg consists of about $100,000 worth of diamonds. Too bad.
Well, have you turned your, what you call unpracticed eye to the rest of this stuff? How do you figure it?
I'll make a wild guess, a low figure. I'd say after we fence it, counting we get, say, 20% of the value, that's another $100,000.
Mm-hmm. And the green?
You got your fingers dirty, Mr. Harris. What did you make it?
$844,375. Well, so if you add the rocks and the cash, it's close to $1 million. That is the biggest score I ever made.
You still can't add, Charlie. Counting the rocks, it's over $1 million.
What are you going to do with yours, Mr. Wilson?
Me? Stop working. I may even retire.
Me too. You know, except for the times I was jugged, I ain't stopped working in 30 years.
Well, I've only done this once, but it doesn't seem extremely difficult to me.
Oh, Mr. Emerson, don't kid yourself. Beating safes is hard work. There you are, sandwiched in some darn little office with this monster. Cooped up, sweating your head off. You got no idea, Mr. Emerson, how much physical energy goes into making that box.
That's a fact.
I put my heart and soul into peeling a box. And sometimes you get so darn tired you just have to lie on the floor to come to before you get out of there. Talk about being exhausted.
And it's an emotional strain.
Yeah, what Red said. Safe cracking ain't no fun.
It's a living. But that's about all you can say for it. What are you going to do with yours, Mr. Emerson?
$300,000 extra spending money? Well, starting tomorrow, I'm going to plan a really big one. The biggest.
No kidding. Fort Knox?
Who knows? No, if it takes years, I'm going to do the biggest bank job in history.
Mr. Emerson, whenever you're ready, you count on us, will you?
I certainly will.
Me, too. It's a pleasure doing business with you.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Mr. Faversham?
Yes? Oh, are you Detective Sergeant Horton?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's been quite some time since we heard from you police. Are you any closer to finding out who robbed the Manhattan National Savings Bank?
Well, we have some leads, but I can't say we're close.
6 months. It's a pretty long time, Sergeant. What have you done? Given up?
No, Mr. Faversham. We keep these robberies on our books for years.
It isn't the currency or the securities, you understand. We're insured for that. But our safe deposit boxes were not. And our depositors look to us to protect the contents. They've taken the greatest loss. Most of our depositors were not insured. Now, has any of it been located?
No, sir, nothing. I'm afraid, sir, the likelihood of any of the missing jewelry turning up now is pretty remote. By now, everything's been broken up and sold.
Well, then what in blazes brings you here?
Well, the police are working on a theory that this could have been an inside job. There is no evidence of entry, any of the ease with which the vault was open. Sir, is there anyone on your staff, any officer who you might suspect?
Someone who works here? Why, that's unthinkable.
It happens every day. Some disgruntled employee makes a deal with professional thieves. Now, we have reason to believe it a possibility, because there's been a raft of similar bank robberies up and down the East Coast in quite a few of the big cities. There is some mastermind behind all this. A man who has access to information enabling him to silence the alarms, and so on.
Mastermind?
Yes, sir. At headquarters, they're calling him the king of bank robbers, whoever he is.
No one who would fit into the disgruntled employee category.
Who would have access to, say, the blueprints of the layout of your bank?
No one I can think of.
Well, how would you go about finding out how to open your vault?
Well, only ourselves. Myself and one or two other officers and the manufacturer. I'd put questions to them if I were you. I can tell you this, Sergeant Horton. We're not at all happy with the firm our locks come from. Since we were robbed, those locks have not performed adequately.
They didn't perform adequately before you were robbed either. John, it does make you stop and think, doesn't it?
Yes, I had this detective sergeant over at the bank yesterday, and he says there's a rash of these robberies, all hit in the same way, Ralph.
Well, that's exactly what I mean, John. It makes you re-examine all your security precautions, doesn't it? I know we've taken a very careful look at our vault system at Merchant Savings.
You read about Philly and Boston, Baltimore. Who's next? They could get us again. Our locks aren't working right. And what are the police doing about it? Theorizing. We at headquarters believe it's all the work of a king bank robber. Michael. Michael Emerson. Over here, boy.
Hello, Mr. Faversham.
Well, I haven't seen you in ages, my boy. How's everything going? Oh, this is Ralph Stanton, Michael Emerson, David Emerson's boy.
Yes, well, I heard a lot about you, Michael. Your father and I were great friends. I miss him.
That's right, Mr. Stanton. I remember you and Dad played golf every Sunday.
Yes, we sure did. But we'd meet here at the VIP club during the week, too.
Ralph and I have just been bemoaning our lax police department. 6 months since the robbery, and they still have no idea who did it. Millions stolen.
That much?
Some of our safe deposit clients took it pretty hard. Oh, you heard about Judge Garrity, Ralph?
No, I didn't.
One of our box holders. The thieves took everything. All his wife's jewelry, negotiable securities, practically his life savings. He had a breakdown. Had to leave the bench.
No kidding.
So you see, a robbery like this can affect many people quite severely.
John, you should recommend to your board a Perrier safe. You know, they're absolutely the best. You know, we carry on hand more actual cash than any other bank in the city. We have to be protected.
Well, I'm certainly not happy with ours right now.
Get a Perrier. Take it from me. What are you up to, Michael?
Yes, how's your book going? Michael's an architectural graduate, and he's making a survey of business establishments, their layout, traffic flow charts, etc.
Where are you now?
Yeah, the purpose of the book is to demonstrate what can be done to increase productivity if you have optimum interior planning. I've had a lot of cooperation since I last saw you, Mr. Faversham. Practically every big business house. They all see the value. And, of course, those who are well-planned are sort of proud of it and want to be included. But I'm afraid they're few and far between.
Well, we loaned Michael our blueprints, and he's come up with some very good ideas.
Oh, well, have you thought of our bank, Michael, the Merchant Savings?
I have, yes, but yours is the biggest of all the city banks, and tell you the truth, I didn't have the nerve to ask you.
Why not?
Shall I be frank?
Well, you better be. Your dad always was.
I don't think that you're utilizing your floor space efficiently. Not by a long shot.
Oh, inefficient, huh? Michael, could you undertake this privately for me? A survey, recommendations for the office of the president of the bank and for his eyes only?
Certainly, Mr. Stanton. I'd be glad to.
Oh, well, where do we begin?
You begin by getting together all of your blueprints, floor plans, and so on, of the bank's interior. Right, Michael?
Yes, sir, as a start.
Well, what then?
Well, I'd like to send over a colleague of mine, a very fine architect. You may have heard of him, Professor Wilson. He'd work with me. I'd have him take on-the-spot measurements.
Send him along, by all means.
Oh, Ralph, you're not making a mistake. We can always learn from the young, right?
Gentlemen, welcome back to the old homestead.
Hey, we've been reading about that calling you King Bank Robber, Mr. Emerson.
Red, Charlie, it's nice to see the both of you again.
Well, it's been a long time.
Yeah, too long.
You sure have been keeping busy, Mr. Emerson.
Oh, yes, I've spent a bit of time out of town.
Yeah. Philly, Boston, Baltimore. I read how you left quite a trail of open boxes.
I would have sent for you, Mr. Wilson, you too, Mr. Harris, but I make it a practice of using the local experts.
Oh, sure, I understand that. Hey, who we playing this time, Mr. Emerson?
Who do we score?
Gentlemen, welcome to the Michael Emerson branch of the Merchant Savings Bank.
Did you say merchants? They but the biggest in town. You're not going to make that joint.
Come have a look.
Wow. Look at
real vault. You got a whole vault door in your house.
Not a vault, Mr. Wilson, the vault. I bought this from the Perrier Company. It's identical with the one downtown at Merchant Savings, just the door and the works.
Well, how'd they sell it to you? I mean, you're a private citizen. You're no bank.
But, dear Mr. Harris, you forget that my father and mother had one of the most valuable art collections in the country. As their son, I had no difficulty in buying the best means to protect it.
Pile up a stack of dominoes. Push one, the others will all fall. So also goes the game of life. An accident. Father and mother killed. A judge hands down a light sentence. A son turns against the rule of law and organizes bank robberies. The judge's safe deposit box is emptied. The judge is ruined. But Michael Emerson's jousts with justice do not stop there. More when we return shortly with Act 3. On the top floor of a Fifth Avenue mansion, 3 men are intent upon an intricate mechanism especially designed to thwart the cleverest of bank robbers, a Perrier vault door. Days go by, weeks. One of the men poses as a Professor Wilson, gains access to the actual bank, and notes any changes in layout. More time passes. 3 weeks, a month.
Lunch, burgers, and Cokes. How's it going? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Emerson.
I think he's got it. Put the food over there, Charlie.
She's open. Great. Marvelous, you did it.
You got the monster open. This is terrific.
Of course, we're not going to have 3 whole uninterrupted weeks inside the bank, but now I know what we did wrong and what we did right.
Charlie, what's this? I told you 2 burgers, medium rare. Both of these are well done.
Well, that's what I asked for.
You never get anything straight.
Take it easy, you two. Look, I offered you filet mignon downstairs. Now, that offer is still good.
Well, I'm not used to that fancy food. Meaning no offense. I'll stick with these burgers.
There's extra ketchup and pickles in the bag, Red.
Thanks.
You, sure you won't have something, Mr. Emerson? I brought an extra tuna fish sandwich just in case.
Thanks, no, Mr. Harris. I don't feel like eating now. I've got to measure exactly where I drilled that hole under the indicator.
And work always makes me hungry.
Will you gentlemen just hold the chatter for a minute? What I've got to remember is exactly how I've done it here. Every move. Well, gentlemen, I'm game for this Friday. How about you?
Sooner the better.
The other jobs, you know, the other jobs are easy. This one, time will tell.
How's that?
We got the hang of this lock in 3 weeks. All we've got now is a weekend. Friday came. We went in. Our inside man opened the back door. It's good and dark, just enough light coming from the street lamp outside. Red Wilson worked with me. Charlie Harris was lookout.
You need help, Mr. Emerson?
I got the hole pretty well started under the indicator. I want to check how far I'm in. Hand me the steel wire.
There's a cop coming down the street. Everybody freeze. He's still coming. Coming closer. Hey, what's that?
The night lights have gone on. Hit before everybody.
It must be timed automatically to go on at midnight. Jack should have told us, a stupid fool.
Hey, I'm standing over here by the window. The cop's going to see me.
Duck down. Crawl into the corner behind that big cardboard sign.
Can you imagine? Jack's the inside man, and he don't tell us nothing.
Mr. Harris, did you make it?
Yeah, I'm right behind that sign. You know what it says?
Who cares?
Low interest rates. Borrow from us. It's a steal.
Oh, Charlie, you're too much. What do we do now?
We wait till that cop is past the window. Okay. Now let's arrange some of that furniture so we can work without being seen. Big couch by the window. We'll crawl over there and move that to the right. Mr. Harris, grab hold of your cardboard sign and ease it over to your left about a foot.
This is like cracking a safe in the middle of Times Square. Think we can do it, Mr. Emerson?
We'll give it a darn good try. We moved whatever furniture we could find, inch by inch. Had it staggered all the way across to the counter, so from outside it still looked all right, but it made a solid wall. Most of the time we just had to kneel behind it, working all that night, the next day, and the next night. It was slow going. Oh, Mr. Harris, you want to take over?
You bet. Nice and clean. Nice and clean.
2 hours. Flat on your stomach. I tell you, 2 days like this is a little nervous-making.
Why not? There's a little more than 5,000 in this wall.
I'm through the plate, I think. Yeah, I am.
You're a good man, Charlie.
Let me see. It's just after midnight. We have 24 hours. We ought to be out of here by Sunday midnight. By midnight Sunday. We worked around the clock, all of us did, taking turns snaking a hair-like piece of steel through the drilled hole. According to my calculations, I'd lined up the notches in the tumblers, but somehow we just couldn't get them to fall right. Monday morning was getting close.
I give up. My arm's stiff. My knees going to sleep.
Let me have another go at it. Here, hand me that steel wire.
I know which tumbler's holding back. I can feel it. No matter how I poke, she won't move.
It's starting daylight. What do we do?
Better wrap it up. Move all the furniture back where it was and roll up the tools.
You giving up?
I sure am not. I'll putty up this hole and we'll be back here tonight.
Should I leave a note for Jack?
No. Charlie, are you kidding? You might as well talk. We'll be back right here on the floor.
Who are you calling, Mr. Wilson?
Jack, our inside man. He's usually home by 6. I want to make sure that everything's clear for tonight.
Hello.
Is this a Fulton fish market?
Who wants to know?
Well, I'd like to order 3 pounds of herring for a special party tonight. Can you deliver?
For tonight, I wouldn't recommend it.
I see. You have problems getting herring, huh?
I'd say it's not safe to eat any fish for the next few days.
That's your professional advice, is it?
Yep. Too many sharks. Makes fishing too great a risk. I tell you, try us on Friday. That's usually a good day.
Oh, of course. Sure, I forgot. Friday's always a good day for fish. Mr. Emerson?
Yes?
I just spoke to Jack. He says no for tonight. The bank's found something wrong with the safe. He says, try Friday.
I must have discovered where I plugged up the hole. I'd better get some details.
Hey, Michael, come on in. What brings you to the bank? Oh, yes, of course, I know. John Faversham told you.
As a matter of fact...
Well, we're keeping it all very quiet. It's the kind of publicity no bank wants to have. You know, funny, I was talking to John this morning, and I told him we were lucky they couldn't get the vault door open. And that is the advantage of a Perrier lock combination.
So whoever it was...
Got nothing. Yes, we've installed a new lock plate, and as soon as it's possible, we'll put in a completely new unit.
Lock plate? I'm afraid I don't understand.
Yeah, well, never mind. What it does is jam the tumblers once and for all.
So you folks can't use the vault, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Until we install a new unit, we can't get it open. But nobody else can either. Yes, well, now, what brings you down here?
Well, nothing really. I just happened to be downtown. I thought I'd stop by and thank you for all the help you've been on my architectural project.
Well, I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to study your recommendations yet, Michael.
Well, I know very well that I never could have gotten as far as I did if it hadn't been for you. So we waited until Friday. I knew there was only one way to open that vault, but I decided to use it.
Wow. That does it. Wow. That just shows you could dynamite the Statue of Liberty and no one would pay me attention.
Miss Charlie, Red and I go inside the vault.
When the smoke clears.
Yeah, we'll fill the suitcases and push them out here to you. And you know what to do. You pile the suitcases in one place as we fill them.
Where do you want them?
We'll stick them behind that cardboard sign. The one that says, borrow from us, it's a steal. We did it. $3 million, the biggest haul in safe-cracking history. But where do we go from there? I proved I could do it, make a monkey out of the law. So, I retired. Of course, I kept my hand in as a consultant to other bank robbers. They pay me a fee for advice and planning. But King Bank Robber was no more. Michael Emerson, he still lived, and you could find him at the VIP club mingling with the best people. My old partners, Mr. Wilson and Mr. Harris, I lost track of them. But one person didn't. Detective Sergeant Sam Horton.
Officer Carmody, bring in the prisoner. Well, if it isn't Charlie Harris.
I don't think we've met before.
Oh, well? Well, let me introduce myself. Detective Sergeant Horton. Well, Charlie, you used to be a lot smarter. What happened?
I was never very good in school. Kind of dumb.
Well, according to what it says here, Charlie, you were caught with your fingers in the cookie jar at the City Grand Trusted National.
No kidding. I was?
Oh, Charlie, you don't have to play dumb if you are dumb.
I was badly advised.
I sure think you were, Charlie. You shouldn't listen to everything the King tells you to do.
Who?
King Bank Robber.
Never heard of him.
Oh, Charlie. Dumb.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard of him.
Yeah, and you work with him, too. Now, I'll tell you how I know. You use a lot of tricks only he used on his jobs. But your problem, Charlie, is that you weren't tricky enough.
I didn't come here to be insulted.
So tell me, where did you get the ideas on how to crack City Grand?
Out of my own head. What do you think?
Well, I'll tell you what I think. I think you're going to get 20 years.
20 years?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't going to live that long.
Oh, you could, Charlie, and I'm going to level with you. You're a small potato. Doesn't do me any good to put you in the oven when the big potato's still around. So what I'm offering you, Charlie, is my cooperation when it comes to plea bargaining time in return for yours.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. It's me I'm talking about. And all because Detective Sergeant Sam Horton was a wee bit smarter than I was. He got Charlie Harris to put the finger on me. But after the police dug around some up on the top floor of the house and found a whole set of tools I'd forgotten to throw out and talked to witnesses, they had a good case. Just before I went up to serve my time, I had a visitor.
Hello, Michael.
I had a dream about you last night, Sergeant. It was like the first time we met, remember?
Mm-hmm. Well, I remember a young man who came to see me about 7 years ago. Maybe I'm a little to blame for what happened to him. I couldn't give him the answers he wanted to hear.
I did start out to revenge myself against the law. But I didn't quite make it.
7 years ago, you told me the law was soft.
I was wrong. You have to learn that.
The story of Michael Emerson. Does it have a meaning? Does it add up? Is the answer taking the law into your own hands? Is your way the right way? Fight fire with fire, they say. But will it ever put out the flame? Think about that, and I'll be back shortly. The more I delve into the case histories of the men who commit crimes, the more I hear it's all someone else's fault. Every man in prison is innocent. Every convict was railroaded. Every law is unjust. The law has been built to protect everyone. Like a water dam, just one little hairline crack and, well, I don't have to tell you what might happen. A little pressure, and the whole structure could give way. Our cast included Mason Adams, Earl Hammond, Ray Owens, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.